This audio story was created by WebNovel Chapter 2200 Army of the Dead. Chapter 2200 Army of the Dead. As the war dragged on, a great number of people had been killed in the fierce clashes between the two invading armies, and perhaps an even greater number of nightmare creatures had perished to human blades. Many, if not most of them, became puppets of the Queen of Worms. The Sword Army had destroyed countless pilgrims, and yet their number only continued to grow. That was why time was an ally of the Song domain. The longer the war continued, the more advantage it gained. That advantage had already played a large role in the siege of the Greater Crossing stronghold. Pilgrims made for convenient meat shields for the defenders of the fortress, sacrificing their bodies to lessen the losses suffered by the Song army, while at the same time increasing the losses suffered by the forces of the Sword domain. And yet, the pilgrims had never been a decisive factor in the battles between the two human armies. Today, that could very well change. Kai Song had amassed a secret army of the dead at the bottom of the abyssal chasm, and now that army crawled from the darkness. A tide of ashen corpses poured from the depths, climbing the puppeteered corpses of the monstrous worms like siege towers. Sunny gritted his teeth as the wind carried the shouts of the officers to his ears from the ground. They were desperately trying to assemble the army into a solid battle formation in time, but it was hopeless. The avalanche of the ashen dead had caught them by surprise. Before the disorganized soldiers could form into a proper line, the dead tide was upon them. Ashen corpses tore into the vulnerable mass of humans like hungry wolves, ripping into their armor and their flesh with bare hands, as well as with fangs, claws, and mandibles, since there were plenty of dead nightmare creatures among them. This time, there was something different about the pilgrims. It seemed that the queen was not holding herself back anymore. Before, her puppets were a little sluggish and somewhat easy to deal with. But now, they moved with great precision and skill, no less deadly than seasoned, awakened warriors were. No, in fact, it was as if each of them possessed skill and combat awareness that were far greater than those of ordinary soldiers. With his shadow sense, which spread far and wide to encompass the entire field, Sunny could feel the full extent of their chilling lethality. Their skill was so eerily deadly and profound, in fact, that he was struggling to understand its essence, as if each and every one of the countless pilgrims was a superior fighter than him, or his equal at least. The thought made Sunny shiver. Is she controlling each of them, all of them, by hand now? If Kai Song was capable of personally controlling all of her countless puppets at the same time, then her power was even greater than they had feared. The pilgrims moved with cold and ruthless determination. The awakened soldiers stood no chance against these dead, unfeeling killing machines, or they would not have, if not for the very nature of the queen's puppets. Pilgrims had no souls and therefore lacked the ability to possess and summon memories, so they fought unarmed. More than that, many of the bodies that had fallen into the chasm were severely damaged, which limited their strength and mobility. They seemed to be able to mend themselves, to a degree, but Kai Song was either unwilling or unable to truly restore these broken bodies to a better state. Human blood flowed upon the white surface of the ancient bone. Sunny felt sick to his stomach, not only because people were dying far below, but also because he was the reason they were dying. After all, if it wasn't for him, Nephis, and Cassie, this battle would not have happened. The Song soldiers at the Lesser Crossing stronghold would have been dying under the swords of Anvil's warriors in a day or two instead. The sum of deaths might not have changed as a result of Cassie's actions and his silent support of her, but nevertheless he felt like a traitor. No, he was a traitor. To the people who were dying because of his betrayal far below, he was. That was a burden Sunny would have to carry, and its weight, while not great, was still unpleasant. The tide of the dead bit into the side of the unprepared army, causing heavy casualties. Worse still, those of the soldiers who perished rose from the ground a few moments later, empty-eyed, joining the ranks of the rampaging corpses. For a minute or two, it seemed as if the initial shock of the pilgrim attack would snowball into a one-sided massacre, one that would only grow into a harrowing disaster before too long. But the soldiers of the Sword Army were not weaklings either. As the initial shock receded, the soldiers dug down and met the queen's puppets blow for blow. Overcoming their horror, they gritted their teeth and stood their ground. The officers organized their warriors into unit scout formations, bringing order to the senseless slaughter. The units moved to support each other and merge into a proper battle line. As the initial shock receded, the soldiers dug down and met the queen's puppets blow for blow. Overcoming their horror, they gritted their teeth and stood their ground. The officers organized their warriors into unit-scale formations, bringing order to the senseless slaughter. The units moved to support each other and merge into a proper battle line. The battle line could have still collapsed, but at that moment the saints entered the battlefield, pushing the tide of pilgrims back. Nephis was there as well, her flames spreading far and wide to wash away the wounds of the soldiers and save those who would have joined the army of the dead otherwise. The queen took the dead, making them rise from the ground with empty eyes. Changing Star, however, healed the living, helping them rise to their feet with their own strength. The chain breaker reached the battlefield, and the fire keepers jumped down from its deck, joining the fight. It seemed as if the sword army would be able to repel the unexpected attack after all, but of course, that was merely an illusion, because the pilgrims were not the tip of the spear. They were a distraction. Their purpose was to buy enough time for the real peril to arrive. Chapter 22, One Flowing Blood. The Song army faced the same hardship their enemy had faced during countless assaults on the great fortress in the past. There were no ramparts on the eastern side of the chasm, but the chasm itself remained. Crossing it under the barrage of enemy arrows and launching an attack from the shaky bridges was a task that would thrust any strategist into despair, and Sation was no different from Nephis in that regard. That was the purpose the tide of the ashen dead had served. While the sword army was distracted by repelling their ghastly attack, the garrison of the Greater Crossing stronghold had time to brave the chasm. The besieging army had used war engines to shoot mighty steel cables over the abyssal gorge, which then served as supports to build hanging bridges. As time went on, the sappers improved and iterated upon both the war engines and the structure of the bridges, making them easier to raise and harder to bring down. The assault started when the cables shot over the chasm and ended when all bridges were destroyed. The Song army, however, did not possess the war engines, and neither did they have a storied contingent of seasoned, crafty sappers to build them. They cut themselves from the other side of the chasm the moment they destroyed the original bridge that had connected Collarbone Plain to the Breastbone Reach in the past. That did not stop them today, though. While the pilgrims and the sword army clashed, the ashworms continued to crawl up the slopes of the chasm. Now that their bodies had already served their purpose and delivered the hidden army of puppets to the surface, they were free to move. The abominable creatures tangled with each other, fusing body to body with the help of their circular suckers. The seething mass of ashen flesh reached across the dark abyss, while more worms crawled across its surface to extend it further. There was one slithering tendril of ash worms rising from the eastern slope of the chasm and stretching west, and another rising from the western slope of the chasm, right below the gates of the great fortress and stretching east. The two met above the darkness of the chasm and merged together. Just then, the towering gates of the Greater Crossing stronghold opened. Human soldiers poured from inside, followed by the thralls of Beastmaster. The nightmare creatures were used as beasts of burden, hauling fragments of the dismantled wall behind them. The soldiers were military engineers. While the Song army did not have as many sappers, it did have some, even if they were not as skilled and ingenious as their counterparts in the enemy camp. The sappers laid the lumber that had once comprised the proud walls of the impregnable fortress atop the mass of ashworm puppets, swiftly turning it into the deck of a great bridge. Then columns of soldiers stepped onto the bloody wood, marching across the bridge like a river. By the time the sword army managed to push the pilgrims back, the garrison of the great fortress had already stepped on the surface of the Breastbone Reach, securing a foothold and spreading to form a wedge-shaped attack formation. The 7th Royal Legion was at the tip of the wedge, and Saint Sation, the lost princess of Song, personally stood in front of her warriors, clad in enchanted armor of blood-red silk and crimson scales. Her gray skin seemed to shine in the radiant light of the veiled sky. Throwing a look at the dark mass of the pilgrims and the enemy army hidden behind it, she raised a hand and made a fist. Then, without wasting any time, Sation waved her soldiers forward, her voice low. Led across the bone plain, followed by the reverberating howl of the war horns. Warriors of Song, attack for the Queen! The Song army rushed forward. The pilgrims formed the first wave, the thralls of Beastmaster formed the second. Human warriors were the third. Standing far above the battlefield, Sonny gritted his teeth. If he considered the situation coldly, there was nothing to worry about. Even if the sword army lost this battle, it would not hurt the plan at all. If anything, it would empower the Queen's position, making her inevitable clash against the king more equal. which meant that the two of them would exhaust each other more before one of them reached their limit and would therefore become easier prey. However, having spent months as a member of the Sword Army, Sonny could not help but feel distressed when the battle turned against his fellow soldiers. Clenching his fists, he muttered a curse and turned his back to the battlefield. His expression became cold. It won't be long now. They will pay for all their crimes soon. Before too long, the Sword Army was buckling. On the ground, the battle formation of the Sword Domain soldiers was being ravaged by the Pilgrims, the Thralls, and the Warriors of Song. There were vast pockets of emptiness around calamitous clashes between the transcendent champions. The Sword Saints were at a numerical disadvantage, and were therefore slowly being overwhelmed. In the sky, the Chain Breaker and the few remaining aerial echoes were locked in a fierce dogfight against the winged nightmare creatures, the Ivory Island hanging above them like a celestial fortress. The battle had been ferocious and chaotic, claiming many lives in a flash. The Sword Army had never managed to fully recover from the initial tactical disadvantage, and despite its fierce resistance, its formation was on the verge of being broken and split apart. Once that happened, the battle was going to turn into a slaughter. It was all just too sudden, and had happened too fast. Before the day's soldiers could even come to terms with reality, they were already on the precipice of defeat. Screams and clangor of steel filled the air, and the once pristine surface of the ancient bone was greedily drinking human blood. The eerie thing about the battle was that despite rivers of blood being spilled, there were hardly any bodies on the ground. That was because no one stayed lying on the ground for too long in the carnage. Those who were lucky were healed by soothing white flames, while those who were not turned into empty-eyed puppets. However, the outcome of the battle was not decided yet, because Changing Star of the Immortal Flame Clan had not entered the melee yet. When she finally did, however, two figures barred her path. One was a monstrous creature wearing an armor of blood-red silk and crimson scales. She was Seishin, who had assumed her battle form. The other was an exquisitely beautiful young woman with a delicate build and pale blonde hair. Her eyes were hidden behind a blue blindfold, and there was an empty scabbard attached to her belt. It was Cassie. She stood motionless in the middle of the battlefield, not showing any emotion. Her expression was tranquil, almost serene, as if the ghastly nightmare of the harrowing battlefield had no effect on her at all. Nephis lowered her sword, looking at Cassie with a hint of doubt in her cold, gray eyes. Cass. She was only pretending to be surprised, of course, having already guessed what Cassie wanted to do and what the Song clan was going to do as well. But each of them had their role to play. The monstrous visage of Seishin suddenly loomed over the blind seer. However, even when the ghastly creature's claws rose to rest against her throat, Cassie did not move. Nephis. Seishin's usually pleasant, husky voice sounded hoarse and distorted, coming out of her terrifying maw. You'd better stand down. There will be many battles, but you only have one friend. Nephis looked at the Princess of Song coldly, as white flames ignited in her eyes. You seem confident in yourself, Seishin. Are you sure that you can hurt her before I turn you to ash? Seishin seemed to hesitate for a moment. Then her lips twisted into a grin, revealing several rows of sharp triangular fangs. I do believe that I can, but let us not find out. With that, she lowered her hand, leaving several shallow cuts on Cassie's slender neck. Then Seishin said evenly, Cassia. At some point, a dagger appeared in the delicate woman's hand. At the sound of Seishin's voice, Cassie silently raised the dagger and pressed it against her own neck. Her expression remained eerily calm. Neff's expression, however, changed slightly. What did you? Before she could finish the sentence, Cassie pressed the blade deeper, and a thin stream of blood escaped from beneath it. Stop. Nephis took a step forward, then froze, greeting her teeth. Her voice sounded even, but there was a note of wariness in it. Stop, Seishin studied her somberly for a little while. I think it is you who should stop. Look around. This battle is already lost anyway. You will gain nothing if you continue to fight. On the contrary, you will lose something precious. Answering to her aspect, the blood flowed faster from the cut on Cassie's neck. Nephis regarded Seishin silently for a while, her blazing eyes betraying a feeling of dark contempt. Second passed after second, with more blood spilling on the ancient bone. Eventually, she gritted her teeth and shouted, Retreat! Chapter 22, 02 One Way or Another. The bloody battle had come to an end. It was a strange ordeal. No one had expected the Queen to attack, but she had. From that point forward, the Song army had no way back, having abandoned their stronghold and given up on retreating to the heavily fortified main camp. The warriors of Song were as good as committed to one final, decisive battle. So what they needed to do before that was weaken the enemy as much as they could. Simply routing the besieging army was not enough, since the surviving soldiers of the Sword Domain would be able to regroup with the forces led by the king and return to the battlefield days later. No, what Kai Song needed was a slaughter, a thorough culling that would deeply wound the entire Sword army, cutting its overall strength by almost a half, while simultaneously making the ranks of her dead legion swell. That would have been the soundest strategic solution, at least. And yet there was no slaughter. The defeated forces of the Sword Domain were allowed to retreat, having suffered severe casualties, but mostly intact. The reason why the Queen had spared them was simple. It was Nephis, changing star of the immortal Flame clan. There was no saint among the transcendent champions of the Song army who could defeat her in battle. Even if they joined forces, the outcome was unclear, especially considering that there were other sword saints supporting her. The only way to defeat Changing Star was for the Queen to kill her personally, which she very well could do now that the final confrontation was drawing near. However, if Kai Song did enter the battlefield personally to kill Nephis and destroy the greater contingent of the Sword army, then Anvil of Valor would without a doubt do the same, wiping out Song forces at the Lesser Crossing personally. Countless awakened soldiers would die, and plenty of saints would die as well. The king would lose his adopted daughter, while the queen would lose 3 of hers. At the end, both sides would come out of the conflict bloodied and weakened, having gained no decisive advantage. Granted, Kai Song stood to gain much more from the ghastly exchange than Anvil. That was because she would not just be killing Changing Star, but also conquering her citadel, the Ivory Island, a great boon that could vastly improve her position in Godgrave. So the cold logic of war still dictated that blood had to be spilled. But perhaps because the queen cared about her daughters more than the king did, she stayed her hand. The gruesome battle had come to an abrupt end without a sovereign unleashing their power, and the battered forces of the Sword army were allowed to retreat. The Ivory Island drifted away, overseeing the retreating soldiers. Most of them had survived, but too many had not. The Song army watched in grim silence. Somewhere far away, in the hollows, the news of the sudden attack had already reached the ears of the King of Swords. After that, the very last act of the profane War of Godgrave began to play out. The initiative was on the side of the Song army, so they had the right to choose the final battlefield. Surprisingly enough, Kai Song did not lead her warriors south, but instead marched further east across the Breastbone Reach, deeper into the territory controlled by Anvil. Eventually, her forces reached the northern edge of the dead god's sternum, a point almost directly opposite the great precipice far south, where the nameless temple stood. Letter 16B1 letter 1D622, and letter 1ED3 letter 162 epsilons. Out there, with an abyssal drop to the distant mountain chain of the titanic skeleton's spine behind them, the warriors of Song made camp and started preparing for battle. They could not have chosen a more eerie battlefield. Here, the outskirts of the Hollow Mountains were extremely close, and the dark mountains themselves rose from the ground like a jagged black wall in the distance. Cold winds were blowing from the misty slopes, colliding with the heated air of Godgrave and giving birth to furious tornadoes from time to time. Most disturbingly of all, the colossal skull of the dead god loomed above the northern edge of the Breastbone Reach, its inconceivable scale dwarfing the entire world despite the distance. The neck and the head of the titanic skeleton rested on the slopes of the Hollow Mountains, as if on a pillow, so it almost seemed as if the skull was staring directly at the Batleth. Eeled from high above, the unfathomably large, gaping holes of its eyes were full of impenetrable darkness, and its jaw was opened slightly, as if struggling to let out a harrowing groan, or twist into a terrifying grin. The dead god watched the mortals prepare to fight their last battle in silence, cold mists flowing across the white bone. Since Kai Song had extended Anvil an invitation, he had no choice but to accept. Going after the main camp of the Song army and the Collarbone Citadel was also an option, but that would leave his own army camp vulnerable. So, he pulled the forces that had been supposed to attack the Lesser Crossing from the rear out of the hollows, gathered the second siege contingent of the Sword Army and marched north. The defenders of the Lesser Crossing were left in a perplexing situation. The force that had been laying siege to their stronghold retreated, leaving them with nothing to do. At the same time, they could neither march across the Breastbone Reach, since the king's army was in the way, nor return to the Collarbone Plain and march east, since there was not enough time. Therefore, they could not rejoin the queen before the final battle. So instead, the lesser contingent of the Song army crossed from the first rib to the Breastbone Reach and marched south, aiming to conquer the nameless temple. It remained to be seen if they would reach it before the two armies clashed, however. The king seemed to believe that they would not. At some point, the marching army under his command absorbed the retreating remains of the greater contingent and proceeded to the final battlefield. Sonny and Nephis were busy with their own preparations for the last battle, of course. Nephis led the retreating soldiers, while the Lord of Shadows had followed the king from Vanishing Lake North. They were reunited when the two forces met and merged, maintaining a polite distance between each other under the prying eye of the king. Granted, the situation among those in command of the Sword Army was a bit awkward. Saint Jest, the king's confidant, had secretly gotten into hot water for killing Song of the Fallen, Changing Star's right hand. Worse still, as it turned out, she was not really dead. Instead, she was perfectly alive and had been somehow captured by the queen on top of that, which played a large role in the defeat of the siege forces at the Greater Crossing. For most of the high-ranking members of the Sword Army, it was entirely unclear what exactly had transpired and how Saint Cassia ended up becoming a hostage of the queen. Some whispered that she had betrayed the Sword Domain, but since her extreme loyalty to Changing Star was well known, few believed these rumors. Instead, most of the Sword Saints came to believe that it was the king himself who had conspired against Song of the Fallen. After all, everyone in the Sword Army had witnessed how he was suppressing his adopted daughter, to the point of sending a few of her fire keepers to their deaths. Was it such a stretch to assume that the king would endeavor to remove her most powerful follower from the picture as well? After all, the last time anyone saw Lady Cassia before the Greater Crossing battle, she had been leaving on a dangerous mission in the company of Saint Jest, and everyone who needed to know knew what kinds of tasks Jest performed for the king. So the mood among the champions of the Sword Army was somber and heavy. Anvil did nothing to remove their doubts, treating the situation with his usual cold indifference. And while all of that was happening, one of Sonny's incarnations had traveled south, reaching the nameless temple at the same time as the retreating forces of the Sword Army met the contingent led by the king. On the surface, he was acting under orders, aiming to defend the citadel from a possible conquest party of Song champions. In reality, of course, Sonny had an entirely different goal. Entering the dark hole of his citadel, he looked around and let out a sigh. It's really happening, my oh my. A dark smile twisted his lips under the mask. Far north, under the terrifying gaze of the dead god. The Sword Army reached the northern edge of the Breastbone Reach, spreading slowly to cut any possible path of retreat for the soldiers of Song. The two armies camped in full view of each other, with only a vast plain of white bone separating them. Soon enough, the white bone was going to be painted red. The future of humanity was going to be decided on that bloody field. One way or another. Chapter 22:03 Final Stay. Sonny was looking ahead from two entirely different perspectives. He was Master Sunless, standing on the emerald grass of the Ivory Island. He was also the Lord of Shadows, standing on the surface of the ancient bone in the middle of the sprawling mass of the camped army. The hollow mountains, a familiarly chilling sight, were rising like a colossal dark wall in the distance, with white mist, shrouding the jagged black peaks. And there, between his somber incarnations and the misty slopes, a titanic skull loomed above the world, looking down at the insignificant struggles of the mortal warriors with an indifferent, eerie grin. Each of its empty eye sockets was large enough to encompass a vast city, filled with nothing but impenetrable darkness. Both of Sonny's incarnations shivered. It's strange, really. Considering the nature of Godgrave, he would have expected the skull to bloom with an ocean of scarlet growth, the abominable jungle spilling from its eyes like tears of blood. But even the jungle seemed wary of the dead god's skull, staying as far away from it as possible. Considering what horrors dwelled in the ancient jungle, Sunny shuddered to imagine what kind of being could have scared the scarlet infestation away. Even the sovereigns seemed unwilling to solve that particular mystery, which was why both of them had stayed clear of the skull. Perhaps he would find out one day, when he was much stronger than even the Supremes. He would have to live through the final battle of the war first, of course. His gaze drifted down from the dreadful visage of the Titanic skull, returning to the ground. The Song Army encampment was like a black line on the horizon, a considerable distance for mortal men, but barely a stone's throw away for a transcendent like him. They were close enough for his shadow sense to encompass the enemy camp, at least, if he wanted to attract the Queen's attention. There was nothing but the abyssal drop behind them, and the Sword Army had already cut off all paths of retreat. Making camp at the edge of the breastbone reach, under the watchful gaze of the dead god, was as much of a strategic decision as it was a statement. Having their backs to the abyss ensured that the Sword Army would not be able to use its numerical superiority to completely encircle the warriors of Song. And at the same time, it conveyed a message. The Queen had no intentions of retreating. It was victory or death for her, as it was for her men. The vast stretch of white bone separated the two camps. The armies were preparing for battle, but the usual clamor was subdued. An oppressive quietness enveloped both camps. The wary soldiers were readying themselves in grim silence, their pale faces contrasting sharply against the deep darkness nestling in their eyes. They had the look of people who had long lost grasp of reason, and were numbly going through the motions simply because stopping meant death. The promise of one final, decisive battle filled them with dread and a strange kind of excitement in equal measure. Dread because many of them would die, most of them perhaps. Excitement because the war, which had seemed endless, was finally coming to an end. That said, Sunny wasn't quite sure about what this final battle was supposed to achieve. The logic of a mundane war was quite simple. Two armies faced each other, and the one that broke first lost. However, this war, the Domain War, Realm War, or simply the Great War, as people tended to call it lately, was different. Because all the struggles and sacrifices that the soldiers had made were simply a prologue to the true confrontation, to the fight between the two Supremes. They had spent decades quietly preparing to fight each other, developing their forces and moving game pieces into advantageous positions. Then their domains clashed in a bloody struggle to carve as much power as possible and break the tenuous balance between them by subjugating Godgrave. Anvil had come out victorious from that clash, nearly pushing the forces of Kai Song off the Titanic skeleton. But the Queen had ultimately won. She had destroyed the House of Night, usurped its citadels of the Storm Sea, and set Mordred loose in the Sword Domain, thus diminishing the power of the enemy while greatly increasing her own. Now time was on her side. The longer she delayed the final confrontation, the greater the chance that Valor would lose Bastion became. There was Revel and Gilead, too, who were supposed to be approaching the two remaining citadels in Godgrave, which meant that Anvil would not give her time and attack as soon as possible. But what would such an attack even achieve? Slaughtering awakened soldiers would diminish the power of a domain somewhat, but not as much as conquering citadels or slaying saints would. And neither of the sovereigns would let their saints fall without reason. There were no citadels on the northern edge of the breastbone reach. There was no territory to conquer here either. So as far as Sunny could understand, the two armies were preparing for battle for no reason whatsoever. If the sovereigns were sane, and they were, in their own perverse way, they would not send their soldiers to slaughter each other on this pristine white field. Letter 211D, letter 1D622, letter 1D40D, letter 1ED5, letter 1D401, E umlaut, letter 1D634. Instead, they would finally step onto the battlefield themselves. Kai Song had at least some justification to prolong the conflict, but Anvil did not. So even if the Queen tried to force a clash between the armies, he had no reason to allow her to stall. The soldiers were merely a tool to tie the adversary down, a potential danger that could not be ignored, and would therefore force the enemy's hand. They were merely here to witness one sovereign fall, while the other ascended to the throne of war. Sunny took a deep breath. That is, if I understand everything. But he could very well be missing something. In any case, the stage was set. The main characters of the play were about to enter the spotlight. History was going to decide who was the hero and who was the villain. Not that it mattered in the grand scheme of things. He had done everything he could as well. Now it was time to see if his efforts were enough. There was no day and night in Godgrave, and therefore no dawn. So the moment the two armies stirred and started to move was no different from any other. Master Sunless took a deep breath on the ivory island. Far below, the Lord of Shadows cracked his neck. It's really ending. Smiling behind the mask, he glanced at the looming skull one last time. Watch well, whatever you are. I don't know how this play will end, but it will definitely be entertaining. Chapter 2204 Unnamed. Across the wide expanse of pristine white bone, Rain was watching numbly as the soldiers around her were slowly leaving the camp to assemble into a battle formation. The 7th Royal Legion, despite having suffered severe casualties, was at the very center of the Song army once again. They were going to face the Knights of Valor once again and endure the fiercest of the fighting once again. If there was something different, though, it was that Princess Sation was leading them personally this time. Her grace and exquisite beauty were enough to take one's breath away. Today, however, it paled in front of a delicate woman standing by her side. It was Saint Cassia, Song of the Fallen, the transcendent hostage of the Queen. One of them was like the moon, while the other was like the sun. The eyes of the soldiers were drawn to the two saints against their will, and Rain could see a hint of a strange, dreamlike emotion ignite in the numb gazes of the terrified soldiers. It was a bit like the way Ray looked at Fleur, and Fleur looked at Ray. Come to think of it, it was also like the way her brother looked at Soul Shards. Which was a bit strange, considering that she had not seen him absorb a soul shard even once. To each their own, I guess. Rain did not know how Cassie ended up being captured by Clan Song, and was in no position to worry about the beautiful saint. Inhaling slowly, she looked at her shadow, then she whispered quietly, "Is there really going to be a battle?" There had been many battles in this war, but none as frightening as this one. This one would be the last, after all. The Song army had nowhere to retreat either. Her shadow answered in a whisper, "I don't know." It remained silent for a few moments, and then added somberly, "Whatever happens, though, do your best to survive. I might be indisposed later." Rain exhaled. There was a strange emotion in her heart, something she had never felt before and could not quite name. The word was at the tip of her tongue, demanding to be spoken, but it was not coming to her. It felt too powerful to be a simple feeling, and oddly elusive. She checked her bow, and then said awkwardly, "You too, do your best to survive, I mean." Her shadow chuckled. "That's the plan." He did not get the opportunity to say anything else, however, because Tamar approached her at that moment. The legacy girl looked like she always did. Well, actually, not quite. Rain had not noticed it before, but Tamar had changed a lot from the young girl she met on the Moonriver Plain. Before, her stern demeanor did not quite fit her youthful appearance, as if Tamar was only playing the adult without quite having the maturity to be one. Letter 1D633, letter 1F00, letter 1033D, O acute letter FF42, E umlaut letter FF53. She was still just as young, but there was a firm coldness and a dark confidence to her eyes that had not been there before, a kind of harshness that did not fit the eyes of someone so young. Not in any kind of world worth living in, at least. Rain suspected that she had the same haunted look in her own eyes. All of them, soldiers of the Song army, had it now. The soldiers of the Sword army were probably no different. War had a way of quickly turning youths into adults, and adults into a broken mess. She sighed. Tamar looked at Rain silently for a few moments. "Are you ready?" Rain forced out a smile. "Not at all." Her friend nodded curtly, then said in the same neutral tone, "Well, tough." Hearing that, Rain couldn't help but laugh. A tentative smile found its way on Tamar's lips as well. "Gods, I was hired to build roads, you know. How did I end up in this mess?" Tamar shrugged. "You don't know." She hesitated for a mom, and then sighed. "Listen, Ronnie, I wasn't going to mention anything, but since you're asking, I'll just say it. It's because you're not very bright. No, really, every decision you make is unwise. Actually, unwise is not quite enough to describe it. Ill-advised, monumentally stupid. Yeah, that's better. It is a bit shocking, honestly, the consistency with which you manage to make the worst possible choice in each and every damn situation. Rain grinned. Considering how much the usually taciturn Tamar was talking, she seemed nervous, too. Her logic was quite sound, though. Rain sighed and shook her head, then asked in a slightly amused tone. You do know that Ronnie is not my real name, right? It was just something that entered her mind out of the blue. It was a bit funny that none of her friends even knew what her name was. They could even die without ever finding out. That would be a bit sad. Tamar stopped talking and blinked, staring at her in confusion. A few moments later, she asked slowly, "Oh, it isn't." Rain shook her head. "Nope." Her friend seemed genuinely startled. She remained silent for a while, then raised an eyebrow. "What is your real name, then?" Rain coughed, suddenly feeling embarrassed. Well, it's Rain, actually." Tamar stared at her for a while, then sighed and palmed her face. "So you just moved 2 letters around. What can I even say, case in point?" Rain gave her a look of indignation. "Hey, it's not easy to come up with a fake name on the spot, you try it." The young legacy shook her head. "I don't see why I ever would." They looked at each other, smiling. Their smiles were pale and fragile, though. All around them, the Song army was slowly moving, assembling into a battle formation. Across the wide divide of the pristine white plain, the Sword army was doing the same. However, before 2 armies met under the radiant sky of Godgrave, 3 different battles were coming to an end somewhere else, far away, but promising to change the outcome of the war despite the distance. Chapter 22:05 Run to Failure. A shattered moon shone upon a shattered castle. The castle had always been a ruin, but now it was reduced to rubble. The rubble used to be surrounded by a deep lake, but now the lake was gone. Its bottom had been revealed in all its mystery and horror. Indifferent to what lay at the bottom of the lake, Morgan of Valor hunched over an alloy pan and looked into the fire numbly. There was a gentle gust of wind, and Nightingale landed nearby, greeting her and the other saints. Then, a stronger gale crashed into the remains of a crumbling wall that protected the fire, and a small pebble fell from it down toward the pan. Morgan did not move, allowing the pebble to fall into the pan. A few moments later, she sighed heavily. "I'm sick of it." How many times had it been already? The day repeated itself endlessly. Each time she gathered her saints and faced her brother in battle. Each time they lost miserably and died. Over and over again, she suffered the pain of her body being torn apart and broken, activating the enchantment that reset time at the last moment. Rinse and repeat. It had been somewhat exciting at first. Morgan did not enjoy losing, but she loved battle. So this closed loop of endless warfare was like a playground for her, a lethal and vicious playground, but a fascinating one nonetheless. Her brother, too, was a perfect enemy. He was strong, cunning, ruthless, and hateful, a worthy adversary for her own insidious mind, at last. Even better, he somehow retained the memories of all their previous battles, so the strategies he employed against her were both varied and increasingly diabolical. But the novelty had quickly grown old. Nobody was fond of hitting their head against a wall, after all. And Mordred was indeed a wall, an unbreakable barrier that she could not overcome, no matter how earnestly she tried. The power disparity was too vast. The resource distribution was too uneven. Even though the champions under her command had proven to be far more formidable than her already quite flattering evaluation of them, especially the 3 government saints, the transcendent vessels Mordred controlled were deadlier. There were the nightmare creatures he kept subjugating as well. And even though they were fighting on a battlefield of her choosing, the ruins of True Bastion failed to contain Mordred in the end. She had hoped that the others would stifle him, maybe even destroy him. But although her brother had been held back by the threat of these eerie beings for a while, he seemed to have learned how to escape them eventually. During one of the more desperate battles, Morgan had even employed a perilous strategy to draw them forth. Using her transcendent form, she fashioned her body into a flat plane of polished steel that towered above the ruins like a replica of the Great Mirror, reflecting the shattered Mo. On in the broken castle back upon the world. The swarm of the others she had unleashed was a terror to behold, and resulted in some of the most harrowing deaths she witnessed even after months spent in the endless loop of hopeless battles. And yet, her brother had survived their onslaught for far longer than she had. Looking back, that was the breaking point when this endless death loop had gone from tiresome to tedious. And over many lost battles after that, Morgan had slowly grown numb. There was a difference between being defeated and surrendering to defeat. And while she was neither ready to nor capable of surrendering, it was getting hard to remember what she was fighting for to begin with. Desire. Morgan often thought back to what her brother had told her during the Battle of the Black Skull. He had said that his desire to kill her was stronger than her desire to kill him, and that was why he was stronger. Back then, she had dismissed his words as mockery, and an indication of the difference in their technique, perhaps. Her brother was perfectly willing to sacrifice his body to achieve victory. He had plenty of those to spare, after all. But Morgan was held back by the deeply human need to keep herself away from harm, which gave him a profound tactical advantage in a sword fight. Arsadilla letter 1D00, small capen letter 20F, e circumflex letter 219. But now she was starting to suspect that there was a deeper meaning to what her brother had said. Resolve, determination, conviction, those weren't simply empty words, not to powerful beings like them. All these passions were born of desire and fueled by it. Desire was the source of all virtues, as well as of all sins. Mordred was driven by his ardent desire to avenge himself on his family, and while his wicked passion was as twisted as he was himself, what did Morgan have to offer in turn? The desire to win, to prove herself worthy, to earn the approval of their father, or if not, then to at least save herself the biting shame of disappointing him. All those were too abstract, too empty. They had not seemed like that before, but they did now. More than that, these wishes had been forced upon her by others instead of coming from within her own soul. These small and meddlesome desires were only worthy of a princess who had been raised to be a tool. They were not fit to be called a passion. Morgan was not really passionate about anything, except maybe the pure art of war and combat itself. But that was not enough. Her heart was not really in the battle, at least not to the degree this battle demanded, and therefore she could not win. Luckily, she did not need to win. She just needed to hold out. Out there in Godgrave, the final battle was swiftly approaching. A few more loops, and she would have accomplished her goal without even managing to defeat her brother. How ironic was that? Even knowing that the end was near, though, Morgan could not get herself to feel any excitement. She was tired, and all of it just all seemed senseless. Damn, the stew is ruined. Wincing, Morgan extended a hand and fished the pebble out of the pan. Dropping it to the ground, she looked at the stew without much appetite. Dinner is ready. Her voice was subdued. Nightingale gave her a strange look. She had developed a bit of tolerance to his looks by now, but still. The man was obnoxiously handsome even when he felt unsure. It used to make her want to tease him more. He was probably considering if she had been replaced by one of the others now, full of trepidation. Well, maybe not. The government saints had changed in the last few loops. It was barely noticeable, but Morgan had spent too many repeating days in their company to miss the subtle difference. Maybe they were the ones replaced by the others. She smiled slightly. No, of course not. There was a much simpler answer to their changed attitudes. Even without her telling them, they somehow knew about the loop. Chapter 22:06 Her Pride. Morgan was almost certain that Soul Reaper, raised by wolves, and Nightingale had become aware of the loop. They did not seem quite capable of retaining their memories, at least not yet, but something, or someone, was informing them of what was going on at the start of each new day. The signs were subtle, but indisputable. Their reactions had changed subtly, and the words they spoke did not always match what they had usually said before. There was also that one time when Raised by Wolves had disappeared somewhere for almost an hour, then returned with a deep sense of discomfort hiding in the depths of her hazel eyes. Morgan noted all these changes, but stayed silent about them. It was not that difficult for someone locked in this loop to become aware of it. After all, it was merely a bubble of repeating time, vast enough to encompass the ruins of True Bastion and the surrounding lands, but relatively small in the grand scheme of things. Time continued to flow outside of the bubble, and the world continued to spin. He Dream Realm even spun around an orbit, of course. Morgan was familiar with events that had taken place inside the tomb of Ariel, not the least of all because of the strangely detailed exploration report published by an anonymous author, whom Clan Valor had failed to find despite great efforts. The hourglass enchantment functioned similarly to the great river created by the demon of dread, but on a much smaller scale. In any case, while communicating with the outside world was difficult, it was not impossible. Morgan herself was receiving news of how the war proceeded in Godgrave from time to time. Her brother probably had a vessel or two hidden somewhere outside the bubble, without a doubt. That was most likely how he was able to retain the memories of their previous battles, even. So the government saints could have very well received a communication from the outside world themselves, either a repeating one that informed them of the situation every day, or simply something that stayed with them as they returned to the past. In fact, it was not even necessary for the information to come from the outside. Mordred himself could have contacted them, striking some kind of deal. Morgan smiled faintly. Was that it? Was she going to be betrayed? Had he already infected her subordinates, not by consuming their souls, but simply by convincing them with sweet words? Betrayal was always a possibility. Every person had a key. Some could be bought, some could be coerced. Some could be deceived, while some only needed to be given an opportunity to stab others in the back. Morgan had been on both sides of this equation enough times to know that trusting anyone fully was a foolish sentiment. That said, she could not quite imagine Soul Reaper or Raised by Wolves striking a deal with Mordred after fighting side by side with the surviving saints of the House of Night for so long. Least of all Nightingale, the inflexible boar. So their newfound awareness had most likely come from her dear sister, Changing Star. They had been members of her cohort once, after all, and although life led them to different paths, a connection like that was not easily broken by political affiliation. So what was Nephis scheming? Suddenly, betrayal seemed even more inevitable. Morgan chuckled and looked at Nightingale with an amused smile. No, I am not one of the others. Come eat, everyone. The food is getting cold. Betrayal or not, she did not really care. So Morgan pretended to be oblivious to their tense gazes and took the pan off the fire, ready to scoop the stew into the bowls. They ate their food like they always did, and then they prepared for battle like they always did. And then the moonlit ruins became a hellscape where monsters and demigods tore each other apart in a mad feast of destruction and blood, like they always did. The gargantuan forms of Typhon and Knossos moved across the shallow lake. Streams of starlight rained from the night sky, devastating the land. The titanic form of a steel goddess plummeted from the slopes of the mountain and landed in the drowned city below, making the world quake. A cold mist was spreading from within the ruins, and the haunting song of a night dragon permeated the dark sky. Raising her sword, Morgan struggled with an overwhelming sense of déjà vu. Why was she persisting? Surely this senseless, never-ending slaughter was too much for a sane person to endure. Her desire to win was nothing more than a malignant sense of obligation. Her desire to prove herself to others had turned to ash a long time ago, after she learned that those who would deem her unworthy were themselves not worthy of casting judgment on her. Prescription Alpha letter 1033D, letter 1D40E, Beta open A letter 23F. Her desire to earn the approval of her father, to not become a disappointment in his cold, uncaring eyes, had lost all meaning as well at some point. Why was that? As Mordred's vessels were destroyed one after another, and her saints fell one after another, their blood painting the ruins red, Morgan took a deep breath. Was it because she had become disappointed in him as well? Probably yes, not that he would care. So why was she fighting? A dark grin twisted Morgan's lips. Well, was it not simply because she liked it? Her desire to win might not have been as powerful as her brother's overwhelming, hate-fueled passion, but she had her pride as well. She hated to lose. And that was reason enough for her to persist and fight for these ruins until the sky itself broke apart, and the pieces of the shattered moon fell down like a rain of fire. Simply because she was too stubborn to give up and knew how to appreciate a good battle. A good war. Yeah, I like it, it's nice. Morgan was going to stop her brother, not for anyone else, but solely for herself. Pale moonlight reflected from the blade of her sword, as Morgan jumped from the ruined wall to face Mordred. like she always did. Chapter 22, 07 Limit of Loyalty. Their battle was just as furious as Al. Ways, but it felt a little different. Because Morgan was tired, and because she was enjoying herself a little bit more. She was strong, she was fearsome. Her aspect was brimming with dire power, one that was sharp enough to cut down anything and anyone who stood in her way. Or so she had thought before. Over the past months, though, Morgan's edge had become a little dull. Any sword would lose its sharpness if someone kept hammering it against a hard surface, after all. And her brother's vile presence was much too difficult to cut. Still, Morgan met him once again and fought him once again. By now, they knew the depths of each other's lethality all too well. She was a tide of living metal that drowned and shredded everything it touched. He was an insidious fiend who used stolen bodies and overwhelming force to exhaust and strangle his enemies, leaving them no chance to survive. The ruins shuddered and turned to dust as Morgan battled Mordred and his transcendent vessels. The wave of liquid metal flowed through them like a tide, enveloping the few remaining structures and toppling them one after another. The lumbering figures of Mordred's stolen bodies pursued, tearing at it with their fangs, their claws, and the power of their aspects. Some of them drowned in her flowing form and were eviscerated, while others managed to deal damage and bring her agony before being cut down. Morgan felt a strange divide within herself. She was enjoying the furious abandonment of battle, but at the same time, she felt like she was simply going through the motions. It was both exhilarating and tedious in equal measure. She wanted to stop, but she could not. She refused to. As her reserves of essence dwindled and her voluminous steel body slowly shrank as more and more of the liquid metal was frozen, annihilated, or swallowed by rust and corrosion, the mocking words of her brother pursued her. "Ah, dear sister, aren't you repeating yourself? You contorted your transcendent form into this hideous sword apparition 7 battles ago, or was it 5? Ah, but it had fewer hands back then, I guess. Still, do you really think that a few additional blades will save you? Oh, look, isn't it Saint Neve? Seems like he is missing his head, poor fellow. Goodness gracious, didn't he have a daughter? I guess you'll have to break the news to her soon. If you manage to run away from me again, of course. Have you heard? They are chanting the name of Changing Star all over the world. Dear father has always preferred her to you, and now the whole world does too. They have already forgotten your name, Morgan. Was there a second princess in the sword domain? Who? That is what they are saying, or so I've heard." Morgan laughed, as if she cared. Dismissing her transcendent form and rolling down from a pile of rubble, she spat a mouthful of blood and rose to her feet shakily, using her sword as support. Then she looked around with a pale smile. "Oh, look, all your vessels are dead." Her smile faltered, though, when more blood flowed out of her mouth. Morgan bent in a painful coughing fit, then straightened and wiped her mouth tiredly. "And also, do you ever shut up? Why do people even call you the Prince of Nothing? They really should call you the Prince of Running His Mouth instead. I'll let her win to beta upsilenes." As Mordred, his original body, jumped down from the ruins of a tall wall and landed softly a dozen or so meters away, she looked at him and grinned. "Right, it's because you were discarded by our father like trash, then tossed aside by the dream spawn like trash. You know what they say. One man's trash is another man's treasure. Doesn't seem to apply to you, though, bastard." Her brother's smile grew a little forced. At least she wanted to believe that it did. Mordred chuckled. "I'll enjoy ripping out that dirty tongue of yours, sister, again." Morgan struggled to raise her sword and smiled. "Do try." He descended upon her like a natural disaster. Technically, Morgan was stronger than her brother. Her aspect bestowed many boons upon her, after all, while his had little to do with direct confrontation. However, she was wounded and exhausted after dealing with the vessels, and he was a titan as well, while she was a mere beast. Their power was almost evenly matched. Almost. In the end, Morgan still lost. Her sword clattered as it slid across the ground, and she staggered back, falling to her knees. Her severed hand landed a few meters away, fingers twitching as crimson blood seeped into the rubble. Ugh. The pain was exquisite. Mordred glanced at her twitching hand, then looked at her with a pleasant smile. "Well, that surely brings back memories. Should I take your eye as well? That would be fitting, I think. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. He seemed to be in a strangely good mood. Her brother always acted as if life was infinitely amusing, but today, his satisfaction seemed genuine for the first time. That filled Morgan with a sudden feeling of dread. She suppressed a groan and stared at him firmly. "What are you so happy about, bastard?" Mordred scratched his head. "You keep calling me a bastard on purpose, don't you? How pitiful. At least I didn't kill our mother, you know." Then, laughing, he walked over to Morgan and loomed above her, looking down with a twisted smile. "I'll let it go today, though. There's cause for celebration. After all, I have finally won." Morgan's eyes narrowed, and she pushed some air into her crushed lungs before saying through gritted teeth, "Have you lost what little remains of your mind? You've won nothing, abomination. I might have lost again, but we will just continue to repeat this battle over and over and over again, until you are defeated. I have plenty of patience, believe me. I am willing to fight you until the world ends, if need be." Mordred stared at her for a while, then threw his head back and laughed. "I have no doubt, my stubborn sister. Ah, but you don't really need to defeat me, do you? You just need to keep losing until our father clashes with Kai Song in battle." Morgan just stared at him silently. They both knew it, so why was he mentioning it today? Mordred's smile slowly drained away, and he looked at her with a cold, dark expression. "What you failed to account for, though, is that I don't need to win here either." Her eyes widened slightly, and she winced, struggling to contain the pain. Her brother chuckled. "You've been defending Bastion so bravely, sister, so valiantly. But I don't really need to conquer it, do I? I just need to make sure that it is lost to our father, that it ceases to be a part of his domain and therefore robs him of its power." Morgan swayed a little. "What are you? I am still in control of Bastion. It is still mine, and you can't take it from me no matter how hard you try." Crouching in front of her, Mordred leaned forward and whispered, his insidious voice flowing into her ear like honey. "Exactly, it is yours, not our father's. It used to be a part of the sword domain simply because you were loyal to the king. Where is your loyalty now, though, Morgan? How much of it is left?" She shivered. Mordred looked at her coldly and said with chilling indifference, all pretense of being a human lost from his voice, "You might pretend otherwise, but we both know. None of it is left now. I helped you get rid of it. In these godforsaken ruins, I drained you of every drop of faith you had left in our father, and now you are lost to him. He has lost you, and therefore—" Her brother stood up and looked down with a dark and triumphant expression. "He has lost Bastion as well. My mission is complete." Taking a step back, he looked up at the shattered moon and exploded with laughter. "Ah, it would have been so nice, so lovely to wrench control of this damned castle from your hands, but this is even sweeter, I think." Morgan stared at him in stunned horror, numbly searching her soul for any lingering attachment to their father, to his kingdom, to his great domain. But just like her brother had said, she could not find anything. "No, wait." Stopping his laughter, Mordred lowered his head and looked at her darkly. His lips twisted into a faint smile. "Time to die, sister." Morgan stared back at him. She lingered for a moment and then said weakly, "Go to hell." With that, she activated the hourglass enchantment. The tide of time was turned back once more. But even so, nothing could change the outcome of their battle this time. Chapter 22:08 Will of the People. The femur of the dead deity turned from a great inclined plane into a labyrinth of vast, deep canyons near its southern edge. The end of Godgrave. That was because both legs of the titanic skeleton had been shattered by a harrowing blow once, thousands of years ago. Both of its femurs were heavily damaged near the knees, deep cracks marring the surface of the ancient bone. Some cracks led to the hollows. Some were even deeper, going all the way to the sea of ash far below. The knee joints themselves were out of sight, buried in the ash. Since nobody knew how deep the sea of ash was, it was impossible to tell if the dead god's tibias and fibulas were hidden under the endless gray carpet, or if something had severed them completely in the distant past. The citadel Gilead had been ordered to conquer was situated at the very last bone plateau, standing on the shore of the Sea of Ash. The journey to the end of Godgrave had been harrowing. The battle for the citadel, located so close to the endless expanse of ash, promised to be more harrowing still. Are you sure that we can even take it? The voice sounded tired. Gilead kept his gaze aimed across the last canyon, then turned slowly to look at his last companion. The two of them were all that remained of the expedition. His lustrous armor had long been destroyed, and his skin had turned the lore of bronze under the merciless radiance of the overcast. Even his tunic had been bleached by the light, losing all color. The woman's parasol was in the same sorry state. The beautiful patterns that used to cover its surface were now faint and feeble, barely noticeable in the bright light. It was a miracle that the flimsy thing had survived at all. Looking at the woman, Gilead suddenly found the situation comical. So many brave warriors had died, skilled, awakened, fearsome masters, even a powerful saint. And yet this mundane luxury item the woman had brought with herself on a whim was in one piece. He sighed deeply. Gilead's blue eyes were vivid and feverish, but the woman's green eyes were dim and calm. After endless days of horror and suffering, they had finally reached their destination. Now there were only these few last obstacles left for them to overcome. The last canyon, the last plateau, and the citadel itself. He remembered that she had asked him a question, and nodded belatedly. We must take it, and therefore we will. The lower part of the woman's face was hidden behind a scarf, but he could tell by her eyes that she smiled. She had not smiled in a while, so that was probably a good sign. It's just the two of us now, two saints against whatever profane horror guards that citadel. I'd say the odds are not in our favor. Gilead pursed his lips, then shook his head grimly. We've made it so far, so we'll take it. The woman studied him for a while, then leaned back and laughed. Then she folded her parasol and looked at him coldly. Confused, Gilead turned to the canyon. Let's rest here. I will carry you to the other side once we have recovered our essence. No. He paused, unsure if he had heard her right. Looking back, he frowned. No. The woman was smiling. Yes, no. She leaned on her parasol and spoke, her voice remaining calm. I was going to tell you a while back, on the day we lost half of the remaining soldiers and you refused to turn back. But then I decided to wait a bit, to crush your spirit better. R cute letter 1 D400 Angler FF4FS. Gilead blinked, staring at her in confusion. What do you mean, the citadel? The woman chuckled. I refuse. Noticing his incomprehension, she shook her head. Everyone is dead, but I am alive. I'm alive because you've kept me alive, and you've kept me alive because you need a homeless saint to claim the citadel. But I won't. I refuse. Honestly, I'd rather dive into the sea of ash head first. Oh, and you go to hell summer night. There is a special place there prepared for people like you, I'm sure. She laughed again, sounding more than a little unhinged to his ears. Had she been harboring these thoughts quietly all this time? Her green eyes came alive again, growing as bright as they had been once, before they left on this cursed expedition. There I spoke my piece, now I'm leaving. Gilead frowned, stumped. He was too tired, too hurt, and too spent to comprehend the strange situation. His thoughts were moving slowly. What was she saying? No, he understood what she was saying, but words weren't magical spells that bent reality to one's wishes. What did she expect would happen because of her outburst? We have our orders. The woman raised an eyebrow, her green eyes full of mirth. So what? You might be hellbent on staying loyal to the king, but I am not. In fact, I'm sick of him and his orders. I was already sick before being sent on this futile expedition, and now, after witnessing all our soldiers die senseless deaths, I don't even care to pretend that I'm not. Gilead raised a hand and rubbed his face tiredly. The deaths of the soldiers weighed heavily on his soul as well. He was sick and tired as well. But he just could not understand. She was a saint, a transcendent champion of the sword domain, the best there was. Sure, not all saints were retainers of the great clan valor like he was, and even among the knights not everyone took their oaths as seriously as he did. Some people were guided by greed and self-interest. Most people were simply lost. But most saints still had enough composure to keep their wits about them. What was she hoping to achieve? Were there others like her among the transcendent champions of the sword domain, ready to abandon reason? You refuse, you can't refuse. The woman seemed to grin. Can't I? What are you going to do to stop me, Summer Night? I admit you are far stronger than me. You can kill me. You can overpower me. You can even drag me to the Citadel against my will. But even if you do, you can't force me to claim it. You can't do anything. Gilead just stared at her blankly. Then a hint of exasperated anger ignited in his piercing blue eyes. And then what? What happens after you flee to the waking world? Do you think that the king will just let you be? Or are you planning to fight him as well? It's useless. The woman stared at him for a while, then sighed and opened her parasol. Hiding in T.S. shade, she shook her head. Is it useless, though? Gilead laughed. You don't know anything. You haven't seen anything. If you think that you can fight a sovereign, if any of us or even all of us can, then you are delusional. It is nothing but an exercise in futility. The woman smiled again. I think not. He stared at her somberly, and she shook her head again. I think that you are misunderstanding something very important, Summer Night. You are right, I can't fight the king. It's hopeless. If I do, he'll kill me. But what happens after he kills me? Do you think that I'll be the last one to defy him? Is he going to kill everyone who disobeys his orders? The woman scoffed. We mere mortals are powerless in front of a sovereign because a sovereign is like a god. His will is the divine will. But gods are also powerless in front of us mortals because their divinity depends on a domain, and domains consist of people. What is he going to be the king of if people turn their backs on him and he slaughters the people? The king of nothing. Twirling her parasol, she took a step closer to Gilead and looked him in the eye. We mortals are not as powerless as you think, and our will is not as insignificant as it seems, but even if it is, well, to be frank, I don't care. I just don't give a damn anymore. I'm done with this farce. As Gilead stared at her, struggling to find words to retort, the woman gave him a look of pity. Oh, and also, for spell's sake, you swore a knightly oath of fealty to the great clan Valor, did you not? Well, the great clan Valor consists of many people. Find a less rotten one to be loyal to, you fool. By the dead gods, even Changing Star is an heir of valor these days. With that, the woman disappeared into thin air, having pulled on her tether to return to the waking world. The vivid green radiance of her eyes faded, leaving only shades of white and gray in the world. Left alone, Sir Gilead, the Summer Night, tiredly lowered himself to the ground. He had done all he could, more than he could even. But despite that, his mission had ended in failure. Chapter 22, 09 Dark Waters. She's coming back. The dark water boiled as the gargantuan horror rose from below. Its translucent carapace glistened like obsidian in the bright light of the luminous memories, and the battered ship scattered, pushed aside by the turbulent waves. The creature was too large to discern its full shape. The people struggling to stay on the splintered decks could only catch glimpses of its harrowing visage, the enormous black eyes, the jagged line of a dreadful mandible, the forest of titanic limbs, the flexible antennae that reached almost a kilometer into the air. However, the ghastly depth dweller was not what made the people weary. They had battled plenty of terrifying abominations while sailing through the darkness of the Spine Ocean already, many of them far more dreadful and eerie than this one. The punitive expedition had lost most of its ship in the process, and plenty of warriors. But dying in a battle with nightmare creatures was a familiar thought to Awakened. The murderous demon that hid in the darkness above was far more unnerving. As the remaining forged echoes tore into the dweller of the depths, breaking its carapace with steel fangs, their riders unleashed a barrage of harpoons and arrows into the cracks. Each was a powerful memory capable of dealing immense harm. The nightmare creature sustained some damage, and while it was not seriously wounded yet, they managed to keep it away from the ships. There, several brilliantly shining arrows shot into the air from the decks, chasing away the darkness. All darkness but a small formless mass of it. The mass of darkness was falling as it twisted to avoid one of the arrows, and was then torn apart by a bright beam of incinerating energy that shot from one of the decks. From within it, an enchanting figure was revealed. A beautiful fiend with alabaster skin and obsidian hair plummeted from the sky, her black wings folded to increase the speed. Her armor was torn and broken, and her mesmerizing face was painted by blood. Several arrows protruded from her sides, slowly collapsing into a rain of sparks. And yet there was a chilling, cruel glint in the winged demon's onyx eyes. Don't let her reach the ships. But it was already too late. Revel was too close. She fell on the deck of the ship that had been washed away from the others at terrible speed, summoning her darkness at the last moment. The ascended warriors scrambled to assume a defensive formation, the melee fighters rushing forward as their less resilient comrades stepped back. A wall of shields and a palisade of spears barred her path, sorceress flames dispelling true darkness that shrouded her like a veil. Letter 1D633, A tilde letter 1D40D letter 1D594 small cap B, Eogonek letter 1D668. The pursuers had long learned how to deal with her ambushes. She had managed to cull many of them at the start, eventually killing 2 of the saints, but by no. Every attack was a deadly gamble. It was too easy to get bogged down, surrounded and cut down. However, that was all right, because Revel was learning too. Usually she would have shot past the deck, either severing bodies or catching an enemy or 2 to throw them overboard before disappearing into the darkness. But this time, she did not. Instead, she simply crashed into the damaged deck like a cannonball, piercing it in a cloud of splinters. She pieced the entire ship. As cold water washed over her, a litany of shouts bloomed above the damaged ship. She's gone. Damn it, the hull is breached. The cargo hold is flooding. She's in the water. Revel spun and used her wings to push herself through the dark waters. Reaching the shattered hull of the ship, she used her claws to widen the breach, then spun again and pushed herself off the enchanted wood into the depths. Usually, the warriors of the sword domain would have been easily able to repair such damage to one of their ships. She would not have risked falling into the water, either, where the forged echoes were waiting to tear her apart. But the battered fleet was currently being besieged by the underwater horror. The echoes were away, trying to breach its thick carapace, and the ships were scrambling to stay at a distance. The vessel she had damaged would not sink, most likely, but they would take a lot of water, which would slow them down and make them a sitting duck. Then one of the 4 remaining Valor Saints would have to make a decision. They would either have to risk themselves to protect the damaged ship or sacrifice it. Either way, Revel would get a chance to take down one more Transcendent. If she survived that long, of course, she was not doing too well herself. Revel was strong, and Moonville was strong as well. But it was just the 2 of them against 7 Saints of the Sword Domain and their entire expedition. They had whittled the enemy numbers down over the long and harrowing voyage through the Spine Ocean. They killed some themselves, and killed others by luring the enemy ships into the maws of the horrors that dwelled in the darkness. But the enemy had whittled Revel and Moonville down as well. Their essence was exhausted. Their bodies were riddled with wounds. Their memories and echoes had been destroyed, and their supplies had long run dry. The dwellers of the depths were just as eager to consume them as they hungered for the souls and flesh of the pursuers. The citadel was drawing closer. Revel knew that she would not be able to destroy the remains of the Sword Domain force before their ships reached the destination. So, the outcome of this nightmare would most likely be decided in a desperate 3-way battle between the daughters of Queen Song, the Saints of the Sword Domain, and the Guardian of the Spine Ocean Citadel. Whatever that horror was, chances were the nightmare creature that had made its nest in the citadel would be the final victor. Gritting her teeth, she tore the remaining arrows out of her flesh and shattered them, feeling the poison that had coated the arrowheads struggle to paralyze her body. A powerful current threw her away as a severed antenna of the crustacean behemoth plummeted into the water from great heights, displacing countless tons of water. No time to waste now. Folding her wings, Revel swam upward. Some time later, she reached the crack in the dome of the dead god's spine that had served them as shelter last night. Dismissing her wings, Raven pushed her shredded body inside, fell on the uneven floor, and drew a laborious breath. Her transcendent physique was already working on mending her mangled flesh, but even its staggering vitality was not enough to contend against the accumulated damage. Soon a pale light ignited in the crevice, and she saw Moonville. Her sister was sitting while leaning on a wall, her hands cradling a terrifying wound in her abdomen. She smiled weakly. How was the hunt? Revel tiredly shook her head. They lost 2 ships, but they still have 4 saints. She hesitated for a few moments, and then added quietly, We will leave as soon as I replenish a little essence. The citadel is only a few hours away now. Moonville sighed. Do you think we'll manage to defeat the Guardian, kill the Sword Saints, and conquer it? Revel exhaled slowly. Maybe, maybe not. We don't need to anyway. Instead, we'll do what Sation and Hell did. I'll stall the enemies, you'll find the gateway and claim it. Her sister frowned. And just leave you to die. Revel studied her face for a few moments, then laughed quietly. Gods, it seems you really lost a lot of blood. What are you thinking about, fool? Once you claim the Citadel, it will become a part of Mother's domain. And once it becomes a part of her domain, she will deal with the Sword Saints and the Guardian. I just need to survive until then. Moonville remained silent for a while. Eventually, she said softly, Can you even manage that? I am warning you. Don't even think about dying, Revel. I'll be very mad. Don't show your face in front of me if you do. Revel did not respond, sensing how little strength was left in her battered body. Finally, she smiled. All right, since you insist. Chapter 22:10 Song, Vale. Two armies faced each other on a bone plain. On one side, steel glistened and vermilion banners fluttered in the wind. On the other side, a legion of the dead stood silently in front of the somber soldiers, a myriad of eyes brimming with emptiness, fear, and grim anticipation. The eyes of the warriors of the sword domain were not much different, full of dread and hopeless resignation. The veil of gray clouds shone brilliantly in the distant sky, and the blinding light was making the bone plain shine as well, like the surface of a white-hot pan. The sweltering heat was suffocating, making the warriors of song yearn for the cold snowstorms of Ravenheart, while the warriors of valor yearned for the cool waters of the Mirror Lake. Were they going to see their homes again? No one knew, and most were too afraid to wonder. The 7th Royal Legion stood at the center of the Song army. Sation was in front of her soldiers, looking across the battlefield solemnly. Cassie was by her side, silent and motionless, her movements restricted by the invisible strings of the Queen's power. The Blood Sisters, those who were still alive, were interspersed among the soldiers, their red garments standing out among the sea of steel, leather, and scale. Felice was among them, a complicated mix of emotions hiding in the depths of her beautiful eyes. Rain, Tamar, Ray, and Fleur were not too far from where the former handmaiden stood, keeping quiet, just like the rest of the army was. An eerie silence settled on the bone plain, as if everyone was either unwilling or unable to make a sound. Somewhere else in the formation of the Song army was the Saint of Sorrow. There were also Dar of the Maharana clan, Saint Ceres, and Saint Sjord, among many others transcendent champions. Their faces were just as tired and grim as those of the awakened soldiers. On the flanks of the vast battle formation, hordes of enthralled nightmare creatures were waiting for their mistress to give them a command. Beastmaster herself was among them, her hand resting on the scales of a hideous abomination. Her tantalizing face was even paler than usual, dark embers burning in her bewitching eyes. She was looking at the sea of enemy warriors in the distance. The formation of the Sword Army was more organized and resplendent than that of the soldiers of Song. Knights of Valor stood in its center, and the Ivory Island hovered above. Master Sunless and Echo stood on the emerald grass, looking down silently. Far below, the Lord of Shadows was leaning indifferently on his fearsome Odachi, his white hair moving slightly in the wind. His demonic mask did not reveal any emotion, and there was nothing but darkness in the fierce slits of its eyes. Some distance away, Nephis was standing in front of a row of an orderly phalanx of heavily armored soldiers. Her slender figure was obscured only by the thin fabric of a light tunic, and her longsword rested easily on her shoulder. Her hair reflected the sunlight, flowing in the wind like a beautiful stream of incandescent silver. The fire keepers were just behind her. Among them, Sid was suffering silently from the unbearable heat. Letting out a sigh, she opened her canteen, drank from it greedily, then shook the flask a couple of times and dropped it on the ground. Not too far, the White Feather clan stood, ready for battle. Saint Tyrus and Saint Roan were in front of the awakened warriors of their clan, while their daughter, Tell, was among them. All three seemed calm, but the wind was turbulent in that part of the battlefield, betraying hidden emotions. The other saints of the Sword Army were similarly tense. Saint Rivalin seemed to have lost some of his gallant poise, staring across the battlefield with a frown. Somewhere else, Jest was leaning on his cane, looking at the ground with a dark expression. For the first time in a long while, he felt too old to face the dire demands of the world ruled by the nightmare spell. His grandson, Master Mercy of the Dagonet clan, was among the soldiers of the Sword Army. Rivalin's son, Tristan, was there as well. And countless others. Countless souls were waiting for the battle to start on both sides of the white bone plain, shivering with dread and trepidation. They were waiting for the war horns to sing, for the battle to start, and for the war to end. However, the command to attack never came. Instead, two figures appeared from the rows of soldiers, walking calmly across the surface of the ancient bone as the titanic skull loomed in the distance, watching them with a silent gaze. One was a tall man with dark hair and cold, steely eyes. He was clad in heavy dark armor emanating a suffocating aura of dominance and oppression. A vermilion cloak fluttered behind him like a wave, its vibrant color in sharp contrast with his bleak, ruthless gaze. He was Anvil of Valor, the King of Swords. The other was a breathtakingly beautiful woman in a regal red dress, walking across the vast expanse of bone with calm, mesmerizing grace. Her skin was pale like that of a corpse, and a light smile played on her crimson lips. Her raven-black hair was like a lustrous waterfall of darkness, and there was something eerie and vaguely appalling about her beautiful, enchanting eyes. She was Kai Song, the Raven Queen, the Queen of Worms. The two sovereigns walked unhurriedly across the battlefield, their human figures looking small and insignificant in comparison to the vast armies behind them, and at the same time, larger than the world itself. Eventually, they met in the middle. To one side, the towering black wall of the Hollow Mountains reached toward the sky, the jagged peaks shrouded in white mist. The colossal skull rested on the misty slopes, staring down at them like an evil omen. To the other side, Godgrave stretched into the distance. Its surface, which had once been overtaken by the scarlet jungle, was now immaculate and white, cleansed of the abominable infestations by the efforts of the two great armies. Anvil and Kai Song studied each other silently for a few moments. The king maintained a cold and harsh expression, while the queen was smiling faintly. Eventually, she was the first one to break the silence. This time, Kai Song did not use the dead youths, using her own voice to speak. "Vale," Anvil responded evenly. "Song." She remained silent for a bit, then chuckled suddenly. "Ah, I've imagined this moment so many times, you know, wondering what I would feel, what words I would say. But now that the moment has actually come, I find that I have nothing to say to you at all." Anvil just stared at her coldly. "I can't say that I've spared you a lot of thought myself." Kai Song smiled. Then looking away, she let out a quiet sigh, or at least pretended to, controlling her puppet with flawless skill. After a short pause, she suddenly asked, "By any chance, do you remember the first time we met?" He pondered for a second or two, then shook his head slightly. "I don't particularly recall, no. Was it at the academy?" Kai Song glanced at him briefly. "No, it was at the party in honor of the immortal flame, I think. We were children then. So many years have passed and so many things have happened. The world has changed so much since then. Who would have predicted how those kids would end up? How the immortal flame clan would end up as well?" She paused for a moment. "Did you know that the walls of the academy were breached, by the way, for the first time since its establishment? And it wasn't by a nightmare creature. They had withstood the perils of the nightmare spell for 36 years, but they didn't withstand us." Anvil smiled coldly. "Why are you feeling sentimental?" Kai Song studied him for a bit, then grinned. "Can't I? You are the last friend I have in this world, after all. And after today, I will have none." He just looked at her evenly. "Were we ever friends? I don't think so. Then again, you'll be truly dead after today, and the dead don't need friends, so don't feel too sad." Kai Song laughed. "That's it. After all these years, after everything we've done, you really have nothing to say." Anvil shrugged. "Words are meaningless. They are meaningless by now, at least. Both of us have already said everything. What else is there left to say?" Kai Song sighed. "Well, you aren't wrong. Prepare to die then. You are already no different from a corpse, so killing you will simply be mercy." Hearing these words, he smiled darkly. "Funny to hear something like that from you, of all people." She lingered for a while, then smiled as well. "Yes, you are right, it is a bit funny." As she finished saying those words, the world shuddered. Chapter 22, 11 Wielders of Power. A cold wind blew across the sweltering expanse of Godgrave, making the soldiers shiver. As Kai Song looked at Anvil with a faint smile, the Legion of the Dead stirred. A vast breach opened in their silent wall as numerous puppets moved, clearing a path directly to the battle formation of the Song army. However, that path did not stay open for long. A moment later, the air trembled and was split apart as a vertical fracture cut the world. Then it expanded, and for the first time in thousands of years, snow fell on the scorching surface of the ancient bone. As the dream gate opened, a raging snowstorm became visible in its towering fissure. A magnificent black palace could be vaguely seen in the billowing snow, as well as the mountain it stood upon. The clouds of snow that escaped the dream gate instantly melted. The water boiling and evaporating as a searing haze obscured the front rows of the Song soldiers. Anvil observed Th. He seemed calmly. Curious, how are you able to anchor the dream gate in the same realm it is rooted to? Kai Song shrugged gracefully. It is a component of the night garden. Why, you did not know. There was a subtle mocking note in her, but he did not react. The night garden? Makes sense. Storm God is the god of guidance and travel, after all, and that ship was made to sail the darkness of her sea. His gaze shifted from the towering rift in reality to Kai Song. Was that the reason why you fed the House of Night to that abomination? She lingered with the answer, then chuckled. I hoped you would show at least a little trepidation, old friend, but you are too far gone, aren't you? What will it take to make you flinch? Kai Song shook her head. I took the Night Garden. I took the other citadels of the Stormsea, too. Rivergate is gone and Bastion has fallen. My kingdom is stronger than ever before, while you don't even have enough saints to rule yours. Can you feel it, Vale? Can you feel your domain crumbling? Anvil remained silent for a few moments, looking at her impassively. Why should I care? Then, however, his expression changed subtly. Kai Song's smile disappeared, replaced by a cold and vicious expression. Can you feel it now? He looked down at the bone surface beneath their feet, as if trying to pierce it with his gaze. His eyes darkened slightly, expressing a hint of contempt. I see you've taken the spine ocean after all. The men I sent to kill your daughters are dying. They are dead, and the citadels they ruled are now without a master. Kai Song looked at him silently with no particular expression, and for a moment she looked like what she was, a flawlessly preserved, masterfully controlled corpse. Anvil met her gaze calmly. How useless. Do you feel confident now that you have amassed all that power, Song? The beautiful corpse smiled. It does feel nice. He shook his head. That has always been your blind spot. From our days at the academy until now, you have always been controlled by your sense of inferiority, and you have always pursued power to spare yourself from feeling inferior. It would have been amusing if it wasn't so pitiful, banal, and distasteful. But then again, what else would one expect from someone of your breed? Anvil looked at her coldly. Someone like you who was born with nothing can't really understand the meaning of power. Power has its uses, sure. But at the end of the day, power itself is meaningless. It is the person who wields it that matters. So why should I flinch? You can take the citadels of the Stormsea, Song. You can destroy Rivergate. You can even slaughter my saints, but it won't matter. Because at the end of the day, you will still have to face me. He regarded her with a hint of disdain. And I am superior. I was forged from purer steel, and no matter how much power you gain, we will never be equals. Kai Song laughed quietly. She fell silent for a few moments, then faced him with melancholy in her eyes. And only someone like you can really think that I was born with nothing. As the cold winds of Ravenheart blew across the sweltering expanse of Godgrave, she took a deep breath and then looked up at the merciless gray sky. Were you forged from purer steel than broken sword, too? A shadow ran across Anvil's face. He answered evenly. Naturally. Kai Song smiled. Is that why you had to make a deal with the dream spawn? I guess your steel was not pure enough to defeat someone of his breed. Yourself. Anvil answered her smile with a cold one of his own. You make it sound as if you weren't there, killing him with me. Why do you regret it now? Do you wish you made a different choice? She shook her head slowly. No, you and I both know that it was necessary. just like erasing all traces of immortal flame was necessary. If someone seems to be having regrets, it's you, Vale. Otherwise, you would not have allowed his daughter to grow into someone neither of us can easily eliminate. Kai Song looked at him calmly. I'll correct your mistake after you die, though, don't worry. As she said those words, a subtle smell of iron suddenly permeated the air, and Anvil's oppressive presence grew much deeper and terrifyingly sharp, as if it had finally awoken after slumbering all this time. He shook his head. For someone who supposedly had nothing to say, you sure talked a lot. Enough. Let us solve this once and for all. Let us see who is worthy of wearing the crown. Lowering her head for a moment, Kai Song smiled. Farewell, Vale. Anvil summoned his helmet, and his voice rustled in the wind like the clamor of a myriad of blades. Farewell to you too, Song. A hurricane of scarlet sparks drowned the world. Chapter 22, 12 Battle. Far away from the sweltering heat of Godgrave, high in the frigid cold of Ravenheart, a magnificent black palace was shrouded by the veil of a raging snowstorm. As the winds howled, a low and reverber, aiding sound echoed in the snow, making the people in the city across the great bridge freeze and turn their heads. There was the groan of stone, and then the towering main gates of the Black Palace opened wide for the first time in countless years. Beyond the gates nestled deep, dreadful darkness. A moment later, grotesque shapes emerged from the darkness and entered into the light, moving indifferently through the lethal cold of the snowstorm. A vast, seemingly endless river of marching dead was flowing out of the Black Palace, across the stone bridge, and into the towering fissure of the Dream Gate. There were nightmare creatures of all shapes and forms in that river, as well as countless humans. The puppets differed from each other in shape, in size, but a few of them were far more terrifying than all the rest. Those were the puppets made from the corpses of slain titans. As the hurricane of scarlet sparks was giving birth to a vast storm of swords, the first of the titans passed through the Dream Gate, stepping onto the surface of the dead god's breastbone. The world quaked under its footsteps. The dead that stood in front of the sword army had seemed like a legion, but now that the icy halls of Ravenheart opened, their numbers suddenly looked paltry and insignificant. The soldiers of both armies watched in stunned silence as the endless procession of the Queen's puppets marched from the billowing snow, the flow of them never ceasing until an entire army of the dead flooded the bone plain, all of them staring at the boundless clouds of swords with eerie, empty gazes. The titans towered above them like grotesque mountains of flesh, some of them so gargantuan that they had barely squeezed through the immense fissure of the Dream Gate. The sea of puppets faced the storm of swords, with two sovereigns facing each other in the middle. It was then that the soldiers of the two great armies finally realized what it meant and what was about to happen. The two gods of humanity were going to clash and fight each other until one of them was dead. Some soldiers shuddered from relief, realizing that they would not enter battle today. Others simply looked at the astonishing scene in silent awe. More still were terrified, knowing that mortals like them were not fit to see gods fight. The battles of Transcendent had already threatened to reap their lives as collateral damage. What kind of calamity would be unleashed when Supremes clashed? Somewhere in the battle formation of the Song army, Revel and Moonville suddenly appeared out of thin air, carried to Godgrave by one of the Song Saints after returning to the waking world from the darkness of the Spine Ocean. Both were bloodied and battered, Revel especially, her mangled body covered in countless wounds. As someone ran to bring the healers, she fell to one knee and looked up with a pale face. Her eyes widened. The corpses of the four sword saints they had brought with them moved, rising from the ground to join the army of the dead. Across the sea of the puppets and the storm of swords, in the formation of the sword army, Summer Night appeared in a similar fashion. His body was in a better state than those of the Queen's daughters, but his gaze was bleak and dark, devoid of its usual shine. He looked at the battlefield silently, then lowered his gaze, lingered for a few long moments, and then summoned his armor and his weapons. Almost at the same time, 7 dreadful swords fell from the sky, stopping to hover behind Anvil. He raised an arm, and one of them landed into his hand. The world itself seemed to shift, as if being bent and torn by the eerie gray blade. Kai Song looked at the terrifying sword calmly. I see you are still a consummate collector. A sacred blade, is it? Anvil lowered his head, the vermilion plume of his helmet moving slightly. His indifferent voice sounded even as he answered, aiming the sword at the unarmed queen. "It's still a disappointment, but it will do. At least I'm not in the habit of playing with dead dolls." Kaisong laughed, her voice drowning in the rustle of countless swords. "I have some living dolls as well." With that, her smile dimmed, replaced by a cold and dark expression. Fearsome, predatory crimson flames ignited in her eyes. "These toys won't save you." A moment later, she was suddenly in front of Anvil. Her bare hand crashed into his breastplate, denting it. Her fingers left deep grooves on the enchanted metal, almost tearing through it. The force of her blow was fearsome enough to produce a devastating shockwave, pushing the King of Swords a couple steps back. At the same time, the sea of puppets surged forward like a tide. The storm of swords had blotted out the radiant gray sky, casting a deep shadow on the battlefield. Now the swords plummeted from the height, as if the sky itself was falling on the dead army. The flying swords shone as they fell, reflecting the blinding light, and for a moment it seemed as if the entire world was aflame. When the cloud of steel collided with the tide of the dead, the burning world seemed to shatter. The power of the impacts was so immense that they produced blinding flashes of light and waves of unbearable heat. Some of the puppets were torn apart, while some were severely damaged. However, more still dodged or deflected the flying swords, moving with the cold and calculated skill of sublime warriors. A skill like that was a harrowing weapon in the hands of a being who controlled the mighty body of a nightmare creature. After all, it was the skill and intellect that gave the weak humans a chance in battles against the abominable vessels of corruption. And more harrowing still was the fact that the flesh of many puppets cut by the swords simply mended itself, erasing most of the damage. They were not living beings, after all. And since the queen could control her puppets intricately enough to make them rot or restore themselves from being rotten, she could erase these cuts as well. As the heat, the light, and the weakened shockwaves reached the two armies, the soldiers backed away, horrified by the cataclysmic collision. The colossal skull watched silently, though, having witnessed far more dreadful battles. Chapter 22, 1,100,000 Deaths. The soldiers watched the battle between the sovereigns in stunned, breathless silence. To them, it looked apocalyptic. The sea of the dead and the celestial river of rustling swords had intertwined into a vast storm of devastation, with mangled pieces of severed flesh and shards of shattered metal obscuring the battlefield like a chilling haze. The bone plain continued to tremble as if from a powerful earthquake, the violent tremors throwing countless soldiers to the ground. The cacophony of the unfathomable battle was overwhelming and deafening, and the winds it had given birth to were strong enough to make the awakened warriors stagger and sway. It seemed as if the sky itself would break apart and fall, or rather, overflow with incandescent radiance, countless rays of incinerating sunlight pouring through the breaches in the cloud to annihilate the cowering armies. However, the Cloudville still held, perhaps because the sovereigns had chosen to preserve it, perhaps because Saint Tyrus of White Feather still struggled to maintain it. The sovereigns themselves were like two tiny specks in the vast, calamitous carnage of the world-ending confrontation. And yet, it was impossible to miss them even in the mayhem. Wherever the two collided, the storm of swords was torn apart, and the sea of puppets receded, leaving countless pulverized corpses in its wake. Kaisong and Anvil fought on the ground, and they fought in the air. The power of their blows was so devastating that air itself was displaced and burned away, creating vast pockets of vacuum above the quaking battlefield. The wind rushed to fill the void, causing hurricane gales and furious twisters to move across the surface of the ancient bone, and deafening thunderclaps rolling above it. Few were able to discern the details of the royal battle, but those who could saw Anvil defending himself with his 7 dreadful swords, as Kaisong attacked with her bare hands like a fierce beast. Her movements were so fast that it seemed as if she simply disappeared from one spot to appear in another, sometimes nearby, sometimes hundreds of meters away. The king was like a statue of black steel, his fluttering cloak and the plume of his helmet framing it with brushes of vibrant vermilion. The queen was like a beautiful goddess of blood, her regal dress flowing like a vivid red stream in the shadow cast by the myriad of flying swords. 2 great wings tore through the porcelain skin of her back, spreading open as drops of crimson blood fell from the black feathers. Anvil's armor bent and rippled as Kai Song's nails pushed and cut into the mystical metal. However, it repaired itself as swiftly as it was damaged, remaining immaculate and pristine. For now, at least, the queen had not been able to make the king bleed. Which was why he was still alive, perhaps, considering that her dormant ability allowed Kai Song to aggravate any wound. That ability had been slow, but deadly when she was a sleeper. Now that she was supreme, the smallest scratch received in her presence could very well mean instant death. That was why Anvil chose a steady and methodical sword technique, concentrating on defense while manipulating the indestructible metal of his enchanted heavy armor to maintain its flawless integrity. However, even though he was mostly defending himself against the queens, each of them seemingly devastating enough to erase entire settlements off the map, that was not all Anvil did. His 6 dreadful swords were moving around him, creating a rustling sphere of metal. The 7th, the most terrifying of them all, rested solidly in his hand. The cursed blade parried and deflected Kai Song's blows, shooting forward from time to pierce her flesh. The queen seemed wary of the cursed sword. However, she did not put too much effort into avoiding its touch. Time and time again, Anvil's sword cut her. The ruthless blade tore through Kai Song savagely, dealing her harrowing wounds. Or rather, it should have. Strangely enough, though, no wounds was left on the queen's body when the sword retreated after delivering her a fatal blow. It was as if she was a ghost made of water, or maybe blood, and the gray steel simply passed through her without leaving a trace. If one was very attentive, however, and possessed the inhuman ability to parse through the calamitous chaos of the great battle with their mind, taking all of it in at the same time, they would have noticed a curious detail. Every time Kai Song received a lethal wound and ignored it without as much as a wince, one of her puppets far below fell to the ground, its body gruesomely severed. Anvil did not seem surprised by what was happening at all. Deflecting another attack and pushing Kai Song's hand away, he sent one of the 6 flying swords barreling forward. The queen was a split second too late to react, and the cold steel passed through her slender neck. She should have been beheaded, but instead, there was not even a mark left on her skin. Her other arm shot forward, striking Anvil in the chest. The world shuddered from the dire power of her blow, and the obliterating shockwave rolled upward, threatening to disrupt the veil of radiant clouds. The king sneered behind the dark steel of his helmet. "This is going to be tedious." He mended his armor a moment after it was almost torn by Kai Song's hand, then raised his own, grabbing the second of the 7 terrifying swords from the air. Wielding 2 blades now, Anvil effortlessly switched from his defensive battle art to a reckless, aggressive style that abandoned caution in favor of an overwhelming offensive might. His black figure exploded forward, flying across the sky with dreadful speed. The 2 of them collided high above the battlefield, raising a hurricane with the sheer dreadful force of the thunderous impact. "How many of these puppets do you have now? Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. Well, it doesn't matter. I'll kill you 100,000 times if that is what it takes." Kai Song laughed. "I wish I could enjoy killing you 100,000 times as well." With that, she pushed one of the swords away, battered another one to the side with her fist, and grappled Anvil in the air. Her raven wings pushed against the blinding sky, and then both of them plummeted from the height, falling toward the bone plain. Kai Song rammed Anvil into the ground with harrowing force, making the entire plain shudder. A powerful quake threw thousands of soldiers off their feet, and the ancient bone fractured, thousands of sharp shards flying in all directions like a vast cloud of spreading shrapnel. Standing among the soldiers of the sword domain, the Lord of Shadows looked down and stared at one of the bone shards rolling to his feet. His fearsome mask remained expressionless. "Crazy bastards, they are actually breaking the bone." Chapter 22, 14 Dark and Cold. The soldiers of the 2 great armies were cowering in front of the startling fury of the clash between the 2 demigods, their faces pale, their eyes opened wide in awe and terror. Sonny was not feeling too brave at the moment himself. Leaning on the hilt of his odachi while the tip of its blade rested on the ground, he was observing the battle intently. His black mask remained expressionless, but the man behind it had a grim expression on his face. The soldiers were merely witnessing the clash, after all. They were frightened by the obliterating forces that the 2 sovereigns were unleashing, but what they feared was becoming collateral damage in the dreadful fight, at most. Sunny, however, would soon be facing these monsters in battle himself. He would experience the indescribable terror of their inhuman power himself, so his wariness was far less theoretical. Too strong, too fast. The sovereigns were indeed far beyond any saint. Even Sunny, who was a transcendent titan, was not anywhere near their level of strength. He was struggling to follow their movements with his eyes, and any one of the countless harrowing blows they rained upon each other would have left his body broken and mangled. Their power was simply tyrannical. However, in and of itself, it was not too terrible. He had faced and killed plenty of great nightmare creatures, after all, to the point that fighting them ceased to feel like the stuff of dark and dreadful legends. Many of them had been faster and stronger than Kai Song and Anvil were, capable of toppling mountains and reshaping landscapes with their blows. They had died under his blade nonetheless. There was a different plane to the battle between the sovereigns, though one that few could perk. Eve. Sunny could not perceive it either, but he knew that it was happening out there, in the vast storm of rustling swords, reshaping reality itself. Just as the king and the queen were engaged in a physical battle, their wills were battling each other as well. Perhaps Anvil's impossibly durable armor was only remaining whole because he willed it to be. Because Kai Song's bare hands could bend and break the armor because she wanted them to. The sea of puppets and the hurricane of swords were merely extensions of their mortal bodies as well. They were expressions of their dire power. Every time a flying sword pierced a dead puppet, and each time dead hands closed around the cold steel of a flying sword, the two wills clashed with each other, too. He was not knowledgeable enough about the will, but he was sure that the sovereigns were wielding it with just as much skill as they would any weapon. And just like a weapon, the will was a deadly tool in their hands. Perhaps the real battle was happening on that conceptual plane, unseen by all except the two supremes themselves. There was another level to their clash, as well, one that made Sunny's head ache. It was the clash between the domains of the two sovereigns, which had some effect both on how much strength they could express and how sharp their will could become. Perhaps, he was not sure, Kai Song had decided to have the battle on the breastbone reach, which was a strange choice. Here was the territory of the King of Swords, after all. She was surrounded by his domain from all sides, which had to be a great disadvantage, stifling her power. However, just before they clashed, everything changed. Sunny could not quite perceive it, but he did sense it. A subtle shift in the very nature of the world around them. It must have happened because somewhere far below, Revel finally conquered the Spine Ocean Citadel. Kai Song gained more authority over Godgrave, and the boundary of her own land pushed against Anvil's sphere of influence from the depths of the dark ocean. And then there was the Dream Gate, which seemed to have opened to the snowy vista of Ravenheart, somehow. Sunny knew that the Dream Gates served as conduits of supreme power. Whenever they appeared, the surrounding land became a part of the sovereign's domain. That was how Anvil and Kai Song were able to bring their domains to the waking world during the Chain of Nightmares and eliminate the Gate Guardians that had emerged during the Battle of the Black Skull. Ravenheart was now directly connected to Godgrave, spreading the Queen's influence to this god-forsaken land, most likely. So a fragile equilibrium was formed, with the two sovereigns fighting on the boundary where their domains pushed against each other, creating neutral ground. Sunny had to keep all that in mind. He had to watch and wait, and when both of the sovereigns exhausted their powers, he would have to enter the fray and face their chilling, tyrannical power himself. Side by side with Nephis, of course. Would they really be able to win? Well, now they had no choice, because they had already made it. He closed his eyes for a moment, feeling the weight of that choice pressing down on him like a crushing burden. For a moment, Sunny allowed himself to be weak and unsure. He felt sick, he felt disgusted with himself. I am the most hypocritical person in the world, aren't I? Two worlds, even. That was because the moment Nephis had chosen the path of no return, leaving herself no other option but to defeat the sovereigns and become one herself. She had made a choice for the countless mundane humans living in the Sword and Song domains, as well. And Sunny was her willing accomplice. Should they fail, millions of people would die. Opening his eyes, Sunny looked at the unfathomable carnage of the great battle in front of him. The scale of it let him reel. I can't fail then, I simply can't. He gritted his teeth. Just as always, Weaver's mask betrayed no emotion. But the shadows throughout the sword army suddenly grew deeper and colder. Endlessly deep and infinitely cold. Chapter 22, 15 Il Principe. A tide of enchantments washed over Kai Song, pressing her into the shattered surface of the broken bone. Her wings broke with a revolting crunch, the black feathers becoming soaked with blood. Her red dress rustled, the rich fabric tearing under the immense weight. The frayed threads moved, as if possessing a life of their own, however, repairing the tears a moment later. The wings were mended, as well, only to be broken once again and mend themselves once more. Using that brief lull in the onslaught of attacks, Anvil rushed forward with impossible speed. His twin swords fell like the blades of a guillotine, one aimed at her neck, the other at her abdomen. This time there was something different about the way the sharp steel hissed as it cut the air, as if the swords were not simply cutting space, but slicing the fabric of reality itself apart. Kai Song looked up fiercely just before the two blades fell on her kneeling figure. Instead of seeking to avoid them, she shot forward. A cloud of bone shards exploded backward from under her foot, and as a blinding flash drowned the battlefield for a moment, she collided with Anvil at a dreadful speed. The force of the impact made the world tremble. Anvil retracted his swords at the last possible moment, leaving two deep cuts on Kai Song's arms before blocking her palm with the crossed blades. A hurricane rose, cleaving the storm of rustling swords apart, and the devastating shockwave sent thousands of puppets flying. This time, however, no puppet received the wound for the puppet master. The cuts remained on the queen's porcelain skin, swelling with crimson blood. As Anvil slid dozens of meters back, and she rushed forward to pursue, a vicious smile twisted her lips. A will sharp enough to cut the world. A moment later, her delicate hands descended upon the king like a crushing tide. A litany of deafening thunderclaps consumed the battlefield, fusing into a continuous roar. Kai Song's graceful figure seemed to blink in and out of existence as she moved around Anvil, delivering 100 devastating blows from all directions in less than a second. The bone plane quaked, a soul vast enough to encompass the heavens. With a snarl, she delivered one last blow, the most dreadful of them yet. 5 of Anvil's swords were batted away, and he blocked her soft palm with the last 2 blades. The impact was so terrible that a furious explosion blossomed from the point where her skin touched the cold steel, washing the world in light and flame. Anvil withstood the attack calmly, but a deep crack spread through the ancient bone from beneath his feet, cutting it like an ugly scar. Kai Song laughed as she danced away from his retaliation, her red dress flowing behind her like a stream of blood. A heart cold enough to extinguish the flames of hell. As he lost his balance and fell, she lunged forward with a wicked smile. Aren't you a marvel to behold, Vale? Scattering the 5 swords with a powerful wave of her mighty black wings, she mounted Anvil like a beast, raised her hands, and clenched them into fists. A monarch among monarchs. The first of the obliterating blows fell down upon him, causing more thunder, more light, more heat. The blades of the swords Anvil used to protect himself were already glowing red. Somewhere else on the battlefield, the dead titans were standing like tall mountains in the storm of flying swords. The lesser puppets were shredded and cut down, but these colossal abominations were too vast, too dreadful, and too powerful to be destroyed easily. They walked across the bone plain, converging slowly on the spot where the 2 sovereigns were locked in a deadly brawl, and the world itself shook under their footsteps. The storm of swords raged, aiming to bar their path and destroy them. Each of the gargantuan abominations was surrounded by a great maelstrom of rustling steel, countless sharp blades shredding their flesh in a vain attempt to bring the giants down. However, the body of a titan, even a dead one, was as resilient as it was colossal. Some were covered by unbreakable armor, some by thick layers of impossibly tough hide. Some were like crawling mountains of misshapen flesh, all damage dealt to it healing in a matter of moments. Despite the harrowing force the flying swords unleashed, the titans did not fell, and neither did they stop. Up to a point, the hurricane of swords suddenly twisted, the myriad of blades forming countless runes around the marching giants. Then, the runes ignited with an ominous scarlet glow, and streams of ethereal red light connected them like rivers. The scarlet rivers formed nets that surrounded the titans, or cages, perhaps. The bars of the sorceress cages were intangible, and yet the gargantuan abomination crashed into them as if they were made from solid metal. The bone plane shuddered as the dead giants collided against the rays of scarlet light, staggered, and came to a halt. Some distance away, Anvil was still unharmed under the barrage of Kai Song's fierce attacks. Even though the surface of the ancient bone around them was riddled with cracks, his dark armor remained intact, and his body remained unbroken. Laying on the ground, he sneered coldly. "But I am." A moment later, 5 of the 7 dreadful swords pierced Kai Song's body from behind, while the 6th pierced her heart. Anvil released its hilt, wrapped his fingers around her neck, and shot into the sky, dragging her with him. A marvel to behold, a monarch among monarchs, and so much more. As they soared high enough to almost touch the Cloudville, he turned the visor of his helmet to Kai Song and said with a hint of indifference in his cold, ruthless voice, "What are you?" With that, he strained his muscles and tossed Kai Song down. She plummeted through the H. Hurricane of swords like a crimson comet, being pierced and cut. A moment later, the strike of the 7th sword, the cursed sword, caught up with her, tearing the hurricane apart. Kai Song impacted the ground with a force so terrible that the shockwave produced by her fall not only tossed the surrounding puppets down, but actually ripped them to pieces. Those closest to her were pulverized into clouds of crimson haze, while those further away were merely torn into tiny pieces of flesh. A vast net of cracks snaked through the surface of the ancient bone, surrounding her like a dark spider web. At the heart of that web, Kai Song struggled to stand up. The 6 swords, however, were still lodged in her body, impaling her and keeping her bent to the ground. Anvil landed a few steps away and walked toward her, raising the 7th sword. His voice echoed from behind the black steel of his helmet. "You are nothing." Kai Song let out a raspy chuckle. "Aren't you the kind of man to fear nothing, though?" Before the cursed sword could fall, the enchanting figure of the queen seemed to blur as she assumed her transcendent form. A moment later, a great flood of crimson blood rushed forward, escaping the cage of 6 terrifying swords and threatening to consume Anvil. Chapter 22, 16 Crimson River. The tide of blood Kai Song had turned into was vast enough to fill a sea, rushing forward like a crimson flood. The glistening red river moved above the ground, twisting in the air like a living creature. The flowing wave of it rose high above the battlefield, instantly dwarfing the stalwart figure of the King of Swords. It seemed impossible that so much blood had been contained within the small and fragile vessel of a human body. And yet, reality was undeniable. Anvil had met Kai Song's devastating blows without flinching, but he seemed reluctant to allow the crimson tide to touch him. As soon as Kai Song assumed her transcendent form, scarlet runes ignited on his black armor, and he used his powers to levitate back, instantly creating distance between them. The blood river breached that distance in the blink of an eye, though, covering hundreds of meters in a split second. Anvil continued to retreat, using his 7 blades to create a shimmering sphere of steel around him. As he soared into the sky and the crimson wave pursued, it swallowed countless flying swords. Moments later, the swords dissolved within it, breaking down into streams of scarlet sparks. The sparks were then absorbed by the glistening blood, leaving no trace behind. From a distance, it looked as if a glistening crimson ribbon was dancing fluidly in the air, gliding through the storm of swords. It was just that the immense scale of that ribbon was hard to fathom. Its surface shone with a beautiful red glow when the sunlight fell on it, and anyone who saw that glow felt their own blood start to boil. Sunny felt it as well. Blood weaves seemed to respond to the presence of the queen, rushing through his veins at greater speed than before. His heartbeat accelerated. They're going to obliterate the entire plane. The Titans were still struggling to free themselves of the sorceress cages. The fury of their devastating struggle made the battlefield quake, and the surface of the ancient bone was slowly chipping under their feet, for those of the dead giants who had feet, of course. The clash between the sovereigns themselves was even more tyrannical. As Anvil escaped the glistening river of blood, unleashing 1,000 enchantments to harm it, he plummeted to the ground several times, only turning to fly along the surface at the last possible moment. Kai Song seemed less agile in the immensity of her destructive transcendent form, though, so she couldn't turn quite as sharply. Instead, the flood of blood simply crashed into ancient bone with the force of a devastating tsunami. If that tsunami was brimming with supreme soul essence, wielded the will, and consisted entirely of blood that belonged to a descendant of Beast God, who was the god of blood as well. Each time, the crimson tide drowned a portion of the battlefield and then reformed itself, leaving the battlefield broken. A deep, reverberating groan resounded from somewhere deep underground, and Sunny saw a crack snake across the surface of the ancient bone. It almost reached the point where the 7th Royal Legion was positioned, the soldiers paralyzed by shock and awe of the deific battle. Many of them were already sprawled on the ground, unable to keep their balance in the middle of the violent earthquake, but Rain was still standing. Sunny, who hid in her shadow, was far more powerful than any of the Song soldiers. However, even he was stunned by the harrowing violence the sovereigns had unleashed to kill each other. And they were only starting. Too powerful. And why so, Sunny? The voice was almost too weak to hear, but he did. It resounded inside his head, muffled and distant, but still undeniably familiar. He stirred. Sunny stirred. Cassie, can you speak again? There was a long pause, and then her voice came to him again. The Queen seems to be distracted a little, so her grasp has grown a little loose. I still can't reach anyone else but you close. Sunny was indeed close to Cassie. This incarnation of his was, at least, no more than 100 meters away from the spot where she stood side by side with Seishin. So it was easy to understand why she could reach him with her powers, but not anyone else. He had so many questions, and not enough time to ask them all. So he asked the most important question first. Are you all right? Cassie remained silent for a few moments. Eventually, though, the deafening burden of her silence was broken. It's fine. Sunny let out a relieved sigh. Her voice grew a little louder, as if she was straining to make herself heard. Listen, important. The Queen's ascended ability, transference. She can transfer any harm dealt to her body to one of the other puppets, untethered from it. Every puppet she controls can become her primary vessel. He froze, not too far away. The Lord of Shadows sighed and looked around subtly. The warriors of the Sword Army were all clutching the ground, and his was the only figure that remained standing in that section of the battle formation, still leaning lazily on his black odachi as his white hair fluttered in the fierce wind. That's pretty terrible news. How are we supposed to kill her then? I am sure she has countless puppets squirreled away in every corner of the world. His thoughts turned somber. The fact that Kai Song could transfer damage to her puppets was already bad enough, however. The fact that she could not be killed until all her puppets were destroyed was much worse. Even if they somehow managed to obliterate every puppet present on the battlefield and cut down the Queen herself, she would still continue to exist somewhere else. He started to consider the consequences of Kai Song remaining alive after the battle. If they managed to attain supremacy, killed Anvil, and devastated her army of puppets, well, getting rid of her for good would still be possible. It would just take a lot of time and effort. The sword domain would fall into Neph's hands. They would be poised to take control of most citadels in the Song domain as well. Not all was lost. His thoughts were interrupted by Cassie's voice. There's still a way to kill her. Sunny remained silent for a few moments. Her flaw. As if reading his thoughts, Cassie spoke again. She cares about her daughter. Kai Song can escape, but they won't be able to. We can exploit the weakness. Sunny sighed. It made a vile, morbid kind of sense. So Cassie wanted to force the Queen to fight until the end to save her daughters. It was a dirty strategy, no doubt. But it could work. At least if Cassie was correct, and Kai Song's affection for her daughters was stronger than her desire to survive. He cautiously extended his shadow sense toward Seishin, considering her graceful figure for a moment. All right, I will inform Nephis. The moment they would have to act was swiftly approaching. He hoped that they would win. He hoped that the others had done their part as well. Something else. Cassie's distant voice sounded strangely reserved. It is about Broken Sword, the real reason he had to die. Sunny listened intently, waiting for her to continue. When she did, time seemed to stop for a moment. That was definitely not what Sunny had ever expected to hear. Reaching to him with her power, Cassie said, "It was because of Weaver." Chapter 22, 17 Forbidden Fruit. Sunny froze for a moment, startled by an entirely unexpected statement. Weaver, that sinister demon. What could a dead demon have to do with Broken Sword's murder? As the bone plane groaned and quaked under the calamitous onslaught of supreme power, he lingered for a moment, then asked incredulously, "What the hell do you mean, because of Weaver?" Cassie responded a few heartbeats later, her voice sounding louder. The queen, it seemed, was growing more distracted, allowing the blind seer to express her powers better. Broken Sword was inconsolable after Smile of Heaven perished. He convinced himself that she was still alive, lost somewhere in a nightmare. He grew obsessed with challenging the seed that had spawned the Category 5 gate in America, and to do that, he had to accumulate power, great power, as much power as he could. Sunny frowned, digesting what he heard. The truth of Broken Sword's later years was startling enough. But what did Weaver have to do with any of it? Cassie paused for a moment, then added the members of his cohort were all special. Smile of Heaven, Anvil, Kai Song, Asterion, they all possessed a divine lineage, but he did not. So he ventured to do what Kai Song had done and find a lineage memory of his own. The only lineage that was still unclaimed, the lineage of Shadow God. Sunny stirred in Rain's shadow, far away the Lord of Shadows. Tilted his head a little. Even Master Sunless blinked a few times, allowing surprise to show itself on his face. A Shadow God's lineage. Cassie's voice resounded in his head a moment later. Yes, he searched far and wide, but he failed to discover the traces of Shadow. Instead, he found something else. A piece of a forbidden lineage left behind in secret by one of the demons. Something that should not even exist, but apparently does, or did back then at least. Broken Sword claimed that lineage, inheriting some part of Weaver, the demon of fate. Sunny forgot to breathe. What? If he had been stunned before, he felt shocked now. It was as if someone had struck him in the head. Broken Sword found one of the weaves. And Cassie had waited so long to tell him. Wait. Cassie's dormant ability only saw Sunny as a void. She could not remember anything she had known about him in the past, either. So, she probably did not even know that Sunny himself had Weaver's blood running in his veins. No one did. Cassie wouldn't have known the importance of that knowledge. Wait, Broken Sword had a part of Weaver's lineage. Feeling rattled and confused, Sunny took a deep breath. Weaver's lineage, I see. Why is that important? Cassie remained silent for a few moments, then answered quietly. I am not entirely sure, but it was the fact that he had come to possess the forbidden lineage that convinced Anvil, Asterion, and Kai Song to betray him. There were plenty of other reasons, too, but this one was the decisive one, as well as the one that seemed to have forced their hand. For some reason, those of divine lineages could not tolerate Broken Sword's existence after he became Weaver's heir. And so, they killed him. Sunny shivered. This was a disconcerting piece of news to learn. Wasn't he much more of an heir to Weaver than Broken Sword had been? He had not one, but 3 parts of Weaver's lineage by now. Would those who had inherited the lineage of the gods target him for some unknown reason one day, as well? Sunny inhaled deeply. Suddenly, he was overcome by an ominous feeling. It was not a premonition, exactly, since his intuition had lost its mystical edge when his connection to fate was severed. However, Sunny had enough experience and knowledge by now to develop a 6th sense of his own. Learning that the sovereigns had turned on Broken Sword, because of Weaver's lineage, was definitely sounding alarms in his head. Damn great. Sunny wanted to ask another question, but at that moment, a deafening crack washed over the Song Army and the Sword Army as well. The ground shuddered once more, this time more violently than it had ever done before. Rain finally lost her balance and fell, hitting the ground with a startled yelp. On the opposite side of the battlefield, the Lord of Shadows grunted and swayed, finally straightening and raising his odachi to put it on his shoulder. The soldiers around him were all on the ground, looking around in dazed confusion. Slowly, their features were twisted by fear. His cold voice escaped from behind Weaver's mask, full of aloof indifference. Don't fret, there's nothing to worry about. in front of the two cowering armies. The harrowing battle between the two sovereigns had entered a new, utterly inconceivable stage. The forces unleashed by their confrontation were so dire that the breastbone of the dead god itself was struggling to withstand them. New cracks formed on the surface of the bone plane, and the cracks that had been there before deepened. And then, after an especially calamitous blow, the cracks began to widen and grow uncontrollably, as if a point of no return had been passed. The initial noise of the battlefield breaking had been drowned out by the thunderous roar of the impact, but now everyone could both hear and sense the ground below them shifting. The crack that was near the 7th Royal Legion extended in an instant, cutting all the way to the edge of the breastbone reach. It widened too, and a few unfortunate soldiers plummeted down. Into the darkness. Damnation! Most people could not feel it, but Sonny could. His shadow sense extended far and wide, as well as penetrating deep. More importantly, he had an aerial view of the battlefield from the Ivory Island. Therefore, he could see the spider web of deep cracks spreading across the entire plain, stretching all the way down to the hollows. As Rain rolled and rose to one knee, looking at the dark fissure of the jagged crack, she saw a thick, scarlet vine rise from the darkness and attach itself to the splintered bone. Join our channel in TEGR a letter 1E43 to receive chapters faster. Chapter 22, 18 Deep Gray Sky. The calamitous battle between the two supremes had stunned the two great armies gathered on the surface of the dead god's breastbone. The soldiers were stunned, the soldiers were awed, the soldiers were terrified. However, they weren't the only ones affected by the cataclysmic tyranny of the deific confrontation. Deep below them in the dim twilight of the hollows, the ancient jungle was in turmoil as well. The nightmare creatures dwelling in the darkness stirred, disturbed by the inconceivable fury of the clash between the two sovereigns. The aftershocks of the battle had reached even the hollows, sending the abominations into a frenzy. The jungle itself seemed to have come alive, as if sensing a threat. Or a feast, perhaps. Knowing that he would have to face the sovereigns himself, Sonny had been watching them fight intently. However, his shadow sense reached far and wide. He paid attention to what was happening in the hollows as well. So he was quite possibly the only person on the bone plane who knew what was happening in the hollows at the moment. That was the reason he was one of the first to understand what the sovereigns had done. Crazy bastards. The king and the queen actually managed to break the bone plane. Perhaps he should not have been surprised, knowing that Anvil had already cut a fissure in the dome of the hollows once. But back then, during the fight against condemnation, it had been the result of a conscious action that demanded a great amount of effort, preparation, and a grand act of sorcery. This time, the dead god's bone was broken simply from the strain of serving as a battlefield for the two murderous supremes. And the damage wasn't contained to a minor fissure. Either, instead, a net of countless cracks snaked across the northern end of the titanic breastbone, making it look like shattered glass. And all these cracks led to the hollows, which boiled with frenzied activity. The ancient jungle of Godgrave had been starved of sunlight as of late. The human armies had banished it beneath the surface and kept burning the crawling vines, thus breaking the cycle that allowed the abominable ecosystem of the hollows to thrive. Without the scarlet infestation spreading to the surface, the ancient jungle was denied the nutrients it needed to sustain itself. The consequences were not showing yet, but they would turn grave before too long. The jungle starved, and therefore the dreadful abominations dwelling under its canopy were starving as well. That was why the jungle, and the abominations too, rushed to the surface when countless cracks split the dome of the hollows open. Damn it! Get up, prepare for battle. Sonny's hiss sent Rain scrambling to get up. All around her, the warriors of the 7th Royal Legion were trying to stand despite the quaking ground too. Sation's voice broke through the cacophony of the apocalyptic battle. Formation faced the cracks, fire. But it was already too late. The single vine that had extended from the crack a few moments ago had already turned into 100. All across the length of the jagged fissure, the tendrils of the ancient jungle were crawling out of darkness, attaching themselves to the sun-bleached surface of the bone. And there were more than one fissure around. The tide of scarlet infestation really looked like frothing blood that swelled and spilled out of deep cuts, flowing endlessly. Of course, the vines were merely a herald of what was about to come, great bridges, that the jungle had risen to connect the depths of hollows to the sunlit surface. A moment later, a hideous head rose above the edge of the nearest fissure, and a great beast pushed its massive body onto the bone plain. Rain stared at it with wide eyes, terrified, then drew her bow with a trembling hand. Of course, her arrow bounced off the dark hide of the monstrous creature without leaving even a scratch on it. Things were even worse in the formation of the sword army. Their enemy was located closer to the edge of the titanic breastbone, which meant that the hollows were quite shallow there. After all, the subterranean hell did not extend to the very wall of the dead god's sternum. In fact, the position of the Song army was only partially above the hollows, the rest of it standing on nothing but solid bone. The sword army was not as lucky. Since it was positioned further south, there was nothing by the dark expanse of the abominable jungle below the warriors of the sword domain. Therefore, they were going to face more horrors. They would also be surrounded from all sides, while the warriors of Song would be safe from rear attacks, at least. Not that it mattered. Neither side was going to escape the onslaught of the Scarlet Tide unscathed, if they could escape it at all. What do I do? As the Lord of Shadows, Sunny was in the thick of it. He could rush to help the soldiers, slaying as many nightmare creatures as he could. But he also had to wait for the perfect moment to attack the sovereigns. If he was too late, one of them would kill the other and grow infinitely more powerful. If he did not wait long enough, neither of the Supremes would have exhausted their strength, and fighting both of them would be suicidal. He could not allow himself to get distracted. Seeing, G as a train-sized centipede crawled out of a deep crack and loomed over a dozen awakened soldiers, the entire length of its underbelly opening to reveal one ghastly, endless maw. Sunny cursed and dove into the shadows. Emerging from them a split second later, he lashed out with his odachi. The thick red carapace of the centipede was cut cleanly, and the upper third of its monumental body was severed from the rest of the monstrous creature. The severed third fell to the ground with a deafening boom and twisted, already scurrying to swallow its first victim. The lower two-thirds continued to emerge from the crack, seemingly unconcerned with losing the entire upper portion. Sunny wasted a split second to stare at the abomination, appalled. All around him, more nightmare creatures than he could count were climbing to the surface, many, if not most, no less dreadful than the giant centipede. His gaze turned even darker than it had been before. A drop of ichor fell from the blood of the odachi and broke against the weathered bone. Curse it all. Join our channel in TEGR a letter 1E43 to receive chapters faster. Chapter 22:19 Shattered Earth, Breaking Sky. Hell had descended upon Godgrave. A storm of rustling swords blotted out the sky, unleashing a devastating rain of slaying steel upon the sea of living corpses that flooded the blood-soaked reaches of the shattered bone plain. Grotesque figures of towering titans were straining to break the chains of sorcery that bound them. The ground quaked like a wounded beast convulsing in the throes of death, and a violent litany of deafening noises seemed to shake the very foundation of the world. Two demigods continued their mortal battle high above the fractured battlefield, observed in silence by the distant, evil omen of the dead god's skull. Far below, on the broken ground, a scarlet flood was flowing from the black cracks like bloody foam. The ancient jungle was rising from the dim twilight of the hollows, starved for light and warmth. With it, countless harrowing abominations crawled to the surface, driven into a dreadful frenzy by the fury of the great battle and the tantalizing scent of human souls. Even Sunny, who had seen a hell or two throughout his life, felt somewhat shaken by the scope and scale of the disastrous calamity, as well as by its astonishing nature. He could not even imagine what the ordinary soldiers felt. The two human armies were on the verge of being consumed by the dreadful tide of nightmare creatures. However, the veterans of the Great War were a tough tribe. They had not lost their minds to fear, even in the middle of a seemingly apocalyptic disaster. The Saints had regained their composure first, moving to intercept the most dangerous of the emerging abominations while barking orders at the paralyzed masters. The masters followed the orders mechanically at first, as if simply out of habit, then with a growing sense of purposeful determination. They rallied the awakened soldiers and joined them in defending against the chilling flood of nightmare creatures. Despite that, the death toll was heavy in those first few moments. Then, as the two armies rose to face the liberated jungle, it lessened somewhat, but it was still of no use. Sonny, whose incarnations allowed him a perfect view of what was happening on both sides of the battlefield, could see it clearly. One incarnation was among the soldiers of the Sword Army, one was among the soldiers of Song, and one was watching it all from a great height. There were too many cracks, and the nightmare creatures crawling out of them were too powerful. These weren't the surface dwellers whom the soldiers of the two great armies had faced before, during the conquest of the collarbone plain, the breastbone reach, and the ribs of the dead god, and who had already been nearly too dreadful for Awaken to fight. Instead, they were the ancient horrors of the Hollows, the great and dreadful predators who had spent countless years hunting others of their ghastly kind in the eternal twilight of the Scarlet Jungle. Many of them were of the great rank, and therefore almost entirely impervious to the attacks of the awakened soldiers. Only the saints could face them, but there were not enough saints around. Even worse, neither of the two armies had managed to maintain their formation. The cracks had appeared too suddenly, and they cut the battle lines, breaking them. Instead of presenting a united front against the tide of powerful abominations, the soldiers were now fighting desperately in whatever formations they could assemble, surrounded from all sides by the flood of monsters. The situation seemed bleak. Despite the daunting scale of the battle and the immensity of the two great armies, the struggling clusters of human soldiers were like islands doomed to drown in the rising sea of scarlet darkness. They were resisting for now, but the writing was on the wall. If nothing changed, both armies would be consumed, disappearing without a trace. The Song army was faring a little better, at least. Its position was closer to the edge of the dead god's breastbone, so there were very few nightmare creatures attacking the soldiers of Song from the rear. Seishin had realized that fact, it seemed, and was now struggling to get her army to retreat further north. The Sword Army, however, was in dire straits. Sonny had summoned Saint and Fiend, sending them to help the soldiers. After hesitating for a few moments, he manifested two more avatars of himself, so that 3 incarnations of the Lord of Shadows could enter battle. All of them descended upon the nightmare creatures, holding the Scarlet Tide back. He had to be wary of wasting essence before confronting sovereigns, but with Serpent in his hands and countless abominations around, replenishing it by killing them would not be a problem. Sonny and his shadows were like heralds of death, each a devastating presence on the battlefield, but even his presence was woefully insufficient to break the tide. It was like a drop on the ocean, at least for as long as he was still holding back. Some distance away, Nephis was like a beacon of hope in the sea of hungry darkness. The core of the Sword Army rallied around her, the soldiers being healed by her flames while her sword reaped the lives of the most powerful nightmare creatures. However, she was in the same situation as Sonny. One of his shadows was still hiding in her own. Using the moment, he spoke to her and relayed the information shared by Cassie as quickly as he could. Then, Sonny fell silent for a moment, waiting for her to finish off a hideous abomination that resembled a rotten, walking tree with a trunk littered by countless jagged maws. Or perhaps a dead beast whose body had become the host of a tree-like parasite. The white flames engulfed the ghastly creature, turning the scarlet leaves to ash, and the incandescent sword, the Kinslayer, cut the trunk in half. There were already 2 equally horrid nightmare creatures, rushing at Nephis through the flames a moment later. He spoke. "We won't last long here." She looked around the battlefield, then nodded briefly. "Oh, we must advance." Sonny lingered for a moment, then chuckled darkly. "Advance, advance where?" Nephis lunged at the 2 abominations, brandishing her supreme sword. Across the battlefield, toward the edge of the plain, to reach the Song army or at least get on solid bone. He regarded the carnage of the calamitous battlefield from the edge of the Ivory Island, remained silent for a moment, and took a deep breath. "That is a crazy idea." Sonny rose from Neph's shadow, manifesting one more avatar. Crushing the second abomination's skull with a monstrous blow of his armored fist, he glanced at Nephis and grinned beneath the visor of his onyx helmet. "It might just work." Chapter 22, 20 Infernal Trailblazer. Sonny smiled, but his smile was quite forced. He could not bring himself to feel the desperate kind of glee that often overwhelmed him when in situations that seemed too bleak to cope with. Luckily, his face was hidden behind the visor of the mantle's helmet, so Nephis did not see his hesitation. To her, the Lord of Shadows looked as he always did, cold, confident, and full of aloof arrogance. It was such a misplaced impulse, to look good in front of her even in the middle of a literal hell descending, and yet Sonny could not help but want to. Reaching into the shadows, he pulled a black spear out of them and then looked back to Nephis. "I'll carve the path for the army to follow." As the words left his mouth, the shadows stirred. Then a dreadful figure rose from them, making the soldiers shudder and flinch away. The vast shadow took the form of a tenebrous steed with wolf-like fangs and two sharp horns, its eyes burning with terrifying crimson flames. The stallion seemed to be wreathed in a ghostly, indistinct haze of moving shadows, as if surrounded by a swarm of living nightmares, his sable coat seemingly absorbing light. Just looking at the towering destrier filled the hearts of the soldiers with a cold feeling of dread, which was quite a feat, really, considering how terrified they had been already. The soldiers flinched away, but Sonny took a step toward the nightmarish steed instead. Patting him on the powerful side, he said, "Hey there, buddy, I really missed having you around." Nightmare turned the chilling gaze of his crimson eye toward Sonny, lingered for a few moments, then snorted quietly. Sonny smiled. "Hey, I've been working hard too, you know." With that, he jumped into the saddle, lowered his spear a little, and looked at Nephis from above. "You'd better follow soon." She nodded, already giving orders to the nearby officers. Nightmare rushed forward. The dreadful dark destrier moved with the speed of lightning, his adamantine hooves striking sparks from the ancient bone. He rushed through the ranks of the soldiers like a wave of darkness, then soared high into the air, breaching hundreds of meters in a single leap. A few moments later, the tenebrous steed landed nimbly outside the crumbling formation, in the middle of the mass of abominations. Bones broke beneath his hooves, and flesh was torn by his steel fangs. Splatters of blood flew in all directions, and nightmare creatures, who were not supposed to know fear, suddenly cowered in terror. No matter how dreadful and deadly the black stallion was, however, his rider was like the devil himself. His fearsome onyx armor glistened dimly, and the plume of his helmet fluttered in the wind. His dark spear moved with terrible speed, piercing bodies and severing limbs. Mangled corpses fell to the ground. For a brief moment, it seemed as if the destrier and his rider would be swallowed by the tide of abominations. But instead, the tide of abominations was broken by their furious assault. The shadows stirred around them, widening the gap, and the Lord of Shadows rode forth, leaving a trail of death and devastation in his wake. Behind him, the sword army slowly started to advance. "This is useless." Rain staggered back, pulled by Fleur. A moment later, a hideous claw tore at the ground where she had been standing a moment ago, leaving deep grooves in the bone that had seemed indestructible before. The titanic skeleton had been a symbol of mystical fear for the soldiers of the Song army, and although few truly believed that it had belonged to an actual god once, many came to regard it with the same reverence. However, today, Godgrave had proven to be far more fragile than they believed it to be. The entire bone plane had been fractured by the king and the queen, and now, nightmare creatures powerful enough to leave marks on its surface were besieging the Song army. Needless to say, awakened soldiers were like ants in front of these harrowing abominations. They had always been weaker than the native inhabitants of Godgrave, and so, the Song army developed various ways of dealing with stronger opponents. Rain's own arsenal was largely aimed at debilitating the enemy through various means, and yet, today, her arrows were proving to be completely inefficient. What a blessing! She did not even have to worry about her flaw, because there was no chance in hell that she would be able to kill anything. Even though Rain did not want to admit it, she felt despair settle in her heart. Rain snap out of it. Fleur pulled her back, and Tamar advanced, desperately trying to slow down the attacking horror. Her Zweihander plummeted down, striking the abomination, and bouncing off uselessly. The legacy girl staggered from the recoil of the powerful blow, and Rain's eyes widened when dreadful claws shot toward her body. A split second later, one of the Blood Sisters landed on the nightmare creature's back, piercing its neck with a wavy dagger. Something flashed, and Tamar was tossed back. There was a deep gash on her side, but she was alive. All around them, the Song army was slowly buckling under the tide of monsters. The nightmare creatures were already impossible to overcome, but there was also the scarlet infestation itself they had to contend against. A mass of vines, moss, and grass spilled from the deep cracks in the ancient bone, crawling across its surface like a plague. The jungle brought all kinds of deadly perils with it. Damn it. Rain had no name for the emotion she felt, but could sense something boiling deep within her soul regardless. Just then, Ray appeared out of nowhere, grabbed Tamar, and helped her stand up. The four of them did not even receive a momentary respite before another abomination lunged at them, its maw opening wide enough to swallow the entire cohort whole. This time there was no escape. Before they were consumed, however, Rain's shadows suddenly moved and rose from the ground. A dark blade flashed in the air, and the lunging monstrosity was cleanly cut in half. She let out a relieved sigh. Sonny was here. Wait, did he just openly climb out of her shadow? Rain did not know whether to be glad or horrified. Obviously, she was happy that he was with her, but if her brother had decided to reveal himself, then the situation was truly desperate. He was also wearing a fearsome onyx armor and a closed helmet, emanating a cold and unfamiliar presence. Turning his head slightly, her brother, the Lord of Shadows, brushed across the members of her cohort with an indifferent gaze. His cold voice seemed devoid of all emotions. You three again, haven't we met before? Tamar, Ray, and Fleur stared at him in stunned silence for a moment. They would have stared more if not for the fact that the first row of the 7th Legion was on the verge of collapsing under the onslaught of nightmare creatures. Then, however, something strange happened. The pressure on the fighters seemed to lessen slightly, and a new abomination emerged from the maws. Of monsters, this one even more dreadful than the rest. It was a rider on a terrifying black steed, both of them drenched in blood and surrounded by a veil of moving shadows. And behind them, Rain's eyes widened. I'm seeing things right. Was she mistaken, or were there vermilion banners moving behind the wall of nightmare creatures? Surely she was mistaken. Chapter 22, 21 Dark Guide. The journey across the crumbling hellscape of the battlefield had been a perilous nightmare. Sunny and Nightmare cleaved into the mass of nightmare creatures, besieged from all sides by the frenzied avalanche of abominations. Crimson blood and scarlet sap spilled on the white bone, and mangled bodies toppled to the ground. They were swiftly swallowed by the red sea of spreading moss, only to rise again moments later. Even locked in a furious battle with the King of Swords, the Queen did not miss the chance to create new puppets. Sunny opened a gap in the tide of monsters, and the Sword Army followed the Dark Rider. However, the horrors of the liberated jungle were not the only danger facing the soldiers. There was the army of puppets and the devastating hurricane of flying swords as well. He had to find a path through the cataclysmic battle of the two domains, avoiding the wider cracks that marred the surface of the fractured plain, the flashpoint in the obliterating confrontation between Kai Song's puppets and Anvil's swords and the caged titans. Even if he did, the danger still remained. At any moment, the two sovereigns could plummet from the sky, causing a violent detonation on the ground. If the army was caught in that violent explosion of annihilating forces, the casualties were going to be horrific. The saints would probably survive, and some of the masters too. But the awakened soldiers would become a cloud of crimson haze. What a mess! Sunny used his spear and manifested shadows to slaughter frenzied abominations. Nightmare used his fangs, his horns, and his hooves to furiously rip them apart. The aura of dread surrounding the black steed weakened the hungry nightmare creatures, which made the two of them even more deadly than they already were. Far behind, Sunny's other incarnations were struggling to preserve the fragile formation of the advancing army side by side with other saints of the sword domain. One of his avatars was protecting the rear, one was fighting on the right flank, and one was fighting on the left. Saint and Fiend were holding back the flood of nightmare creatures as well. Nephis and her miraculous flames were at the head of the army, continuously healing the soldiers and following the path that he had carved. Somehow, unbelievably, they made it quite far. The casualties were heavy, and the formation of the sword army had turned into a complete mess. all pretenses of order obliterated by the carnage of the great battle and the complicated terrain of the fractured plain. But they still managed to tortuously extricate themselves from the worst of the Scarlet Flood and made it to the epicenter of the clash between the dead army and the storm of swords. That was perhaps even more dangerous than being surrounded by a sea of frenzied nightmare creatures. Neither the puppets nor the flying swords were hostile to the human soldiers. However, they did not seem concerned about collateral damage either. There were cracks leading to the hollows here as well, and the jungle-opt was attempting to escape to the surface from them, too. But most of the horrors that escaped the darkness were swiftly obliterated by the violent aftershocks of the harrowing battle between the two sovereigns. The army was only actively besieged from the rear now, liberated from the dire need to fight the nightmare creatures. It closed ranks and concentrated on defense, the officers exerting their aspect powers to protect the awakened soldiers from the chaos, the mayhem, the destructive shockwaves of distant collisions, and the rustling streams of stray swords. Success was limited at best. The ground was still quaking, the deafening cacophony of the battle was still unbearable, and the world still resembled a crumbling hell. In fact, now that the soldiers were not just witnessing the clash between the Supremes, but were in the midst of it, the chilling catastrophe of their clash had only become harder to conceive of, fathom, and endure. But they did endure. Even then, it was in no small part thanks to Sonny. He had not volunteered to become a guide for the reeling sword army merely because of how strong he was and how fearsome his steed was. Rather, he was the best man for the job because his shadow sense was able to envelop the entire battlefield. Therefore, Sonny knew where to go, what path to choose, and which directions to steer clear of in order to avoid complete annihilation. The battered army slowly advanced through the carnage. All pretenses of maintaining an orderly formation had long been abandoned, and by now. It was nothing more than a vast mob, however. It was a mob of seasoned warriors, not panicking civilians. Faced with a horror too great to be fathomed, the soldiers had simply abandoned fear, somberly concentrating on the task at hand instead, and refusing to think about anything else. Perhaps that was why they had survived. I need to hurry. Sonny was concerned about the Song army as well. After all, Rain was there. Cassie was there too, bound by the invisible strings of the Queen's power. As he was carving a blood path through the mayhem atop Nightmare and fighting to defend the splintering sword army, he was also tensely observing Rain. In the end, Sonny had no choice but to emerge from her shadow and reveal himself among the soldiers of Song for the first time since his sister had become one of them. Almost at the same time, he finally broke through the tide of abominations and came in view of the battered expanse of the Queen's soldiers. He regarded them for a moment from Nightmare's back, streams of blood running down the onyx surface of the mantle. The sight of him sitting atop Nightmare must have been quite terrifying. The Song army had done better than the warriors of the Sword Domain, but they too were on the verge of drowning in the Scarlet Flood. Neither of the sides were going to weather the calamity alone. Truthfully, even if they joined forces, their chances were not great. But wasn't it funny? These people had been ready to kill each other not too long ago, but now their best chance to survive was to fight side by side with each other. I can't tell if that is poetic or ironic. Perhaps it was both. Somewhere behind, the vague silhouette of the Ivory Island revealed itself from the storm of swords, looming above the sword army as if trying to shield it from the fury of the supreme battle above. Raising his spear, Sonny leaned forward and tossed it at the soldiers of Song. They did not even have time to react. Tearing the air, the dark spear instantly breached the remaining distance and nailed a monstrous spider that had been lunging at Sation to the ground. Spinning swiftly, she spent a split second to stare at the spider, then turned her head and looked at Sonny. He met her gaze coldly, remained motionless for a moment, and then gave her an exaggerated bow. Behind him, the banners of the sword army fluttered in the hurricane wind. Chapter 22, 22 Friend or Foe. Sonny would have loved to say that the two great armies united in a beautiful display of human camaraderie, but in reality, nothing that grand happened. The bone plain was still crumbling, and the jungle was still spilling from the depths of the hollows like a scarlet tide. The situation worsened quickly, and all that remained of order, what little of it had been left by then, swiftly collapsed into mayhem and chaos. Minutes after the Sword Army reached the buckling line of Song soldiers, both forces were overwhelmed by the flood of abominations. The ground quaked, and the cracks spread. The battle lines collapsed, the officers lost control of their units, and the two forces merged into one vast sea of desperately fighting soldiers. It was not that the Song soldiers and the warriors of the Sword Domain, who had been enemies less than an hour ago, discarded their differences and embraced each other as comrades. It was just that no one cared about which side the people around them belonged to anymore. There were only humans and nightmare creatures on the Bone Plain now, and the demigods who continued their terrifying battle in the sky and on the ground, ravaging the fractured surface of Godgrave with their inhuman power. If there was one reason why the soldiers still held, refusing to collapse into the endless tide of dreadful abominations, it was that the core of the human sea stood like a monolith in the path of the nightmare creatures and broke their terrifying momentum. Their white radiance shone beautifully amidst the maelstrom of steel and abominable flesh, washing over the human warriors and healing their wounds, while at the same time enveloping the grotesque figures of the powerful nightmare creatures and melting them like wax. That was where Changing Star made her stand. The seasoned veterans of the two great armies rallied behind her, serving as an anchor for the mass of desperate soldiers and preventing them from drowning helplessly in the encroaching darkness. Sunny played his part as well, of course. While Nephis made herself the axis of the sea of human warriors, he spread his avatars and shadows along the edges of their disorganized mass. There were 5 incarnations of the Lord of Shadows sowing death and destruction on the fractured Bone Plain, now as well as Saint, Fiend, and Nightmare. There were also all the saints of the two domains, fighting side by side. In one corner of the battlefield, Sunny couldn't help but chuckle when he found himself fighting side by side with Saint Jest. He was still determined to kill the old bastard, but that would have to wait until a later date. In another place, he found himself rescuing none other than Beastmaster from the jaws of a great monster. The beautiful enchantress spared him a glance and smiled weakly. "Well, aren't you a sight for sore eyes, Lord Shadow?" He looked at her coldly, then sneered behind the visor of his helmet. "Sorry to say this, but you seem to only have one eye left." Commanding her thralls to lunge at the avalanche of nightmare creatures, Beastmaster grinned. Her grin looked quite terrifying, considering that the entire left side of her face was missing. "Don't you worry, it will heal. Ah, why do they also go for my face?" Someplace else, Sunny saw Summer Night making his way toward the distant radiance of Neph's flames. He saw Dar of the Maharana clan unleashing a devastating rain of arrows on the nightmare creatures besieging Rivalin of Aegis Rose. He also saw St. Heli taking on a great beast that threatened to devour Mercy of Clan Dagonet, Jest's grandson. That one was both poetic and ironic as well. But mostly, Sunny had no time to observe the raging sea of violence boiling all around him, since he was forced to concentrate on his own 5 avatars and the distant clash between the two sovereigns. Somewhere on the battlefield, Sid the Firekeeper cursed as she dodged the claws of an enormous abomination. The beast resembled a monstrous ape with 6 spindly arms, its gaunt body full of festering wounds and crawling with wriggling maggots. She used her aspect to deliver a powerful blow to the creature, but her sword barely managed to leave a scratch on its skin. Her shield, however, slammed into it with enough force to throw the abominable ape back. A slender figure in a red dress was revealed on the ground behind it, struggling to rise. Sid grabbed the woman and pulled her to her feet. "Stand up, you fool." Fell-Eyes looked up at her with a dazed expression, blood flowing down her beautiful face. She spoke hoarsely. "I can't stand on my own." Sid snarled, "Shut the hell up and help me." The two faced the nightmare creatures, covering each other's backs. Sid brandished her sword while Fell-Eyes raised her wavy dagger. A moment later, the abominations were upon them. Some distance away, Saint Tyrus of White Feather was facing down a great demon, her cold face betraying no emotion. Unable to assume her transcendent form in the storm of deadly swords, she was forced to fight as a human. As she lunged forward, a powerful gale pushing her sword to incredible speed, an enormous winged lion with white fur crashed into the demon, tearing into its side with sharp fangs. The great nightmare creature simply shook it off, turning to unleash a fatal attack at his wife. Before its jaws closed around Tyrus, however, a wave of darkness surrounded it like a whirlpool, and Revel appeared from it like a beautiful fiend. The onyx talons crowning her wings pierced the demon's throat, and she grabbed its jaws with both hands, straining her muscles to rip them apart. A pained roar drowned the thunderous clamor of the battle, and black blood flowed down. Not too far from the three of them, Rain and Tamar found themselves surrounded by a swarm of human-sized insects. The ant-like creatures were less indestructible than other horrors of the ancient jungle, but their sheer number was a terror to behold. They were fighting them desperately, with Rain wounding the abominations and Tamar finishing them off. However, the monstrous ants were simply too many. Just as Rain staggered, a bolt of lightning suddenly flashed past her, striking into the mass of vile creatures and chaining from one to another, instantly causing several of them to collapse. Glancing back, she saw a young woman with golden hair, her armor dented, and her white cloak smeared in blood. The young woman spun, cutting down another abomination, and took a shaky step back. The three of them found themselves standing back to back with each other. Taking a labored breath, Rain forced out a smile. "Hey, you, I know you, don't I?" The Feather Knight answered without turning, her tone cold. "I guess." Rain chuckled. "How's your leg?" As the swarms of ants recovered from the damage dealt by the lightning and rushed at them, the young woman answered with a hint of vitriol in her voice. "How's your neck?" Sadly, there was no time to answer. Far away, standing on the battered surface of the Ivory Island, Sonny tilted his head to avoid a stray piece of shrapnel and looked into the sky with a grim expression. There, a river of blood and a rustling sphere of deadly steel collided once again, tearing a hole in the storm of swords. Down below, the Titans were slowly breaking out of their chains. His eyes were dark. He exhaled slowly. "Not yet." Chapter 22-23 Blood and Steel. High above the battlefield, the King of Swords was still being pursued by the river of crimson blood. Surrounded by the storm of swords, he retreated closer and closer to the swirling veil of radiant clouds, as if being driven into a corner. Far below, the fractured bone plane was swelling with scarlet rot, and the dead Titans were struggling against the chains of sorcery that bound them. The shimmering runes formed by countless flying swords were already vague and distorted, on the verge of crumbling. Finally, one of the colossal creatures broke free of its ethereal cage and steeped forward, ready to unleash its profane power. Before it could, however, Anvil spun in the air and slashed with one of his dreadful swords, causing the world itself to split in half. The thin line where reality seemed to be cut extended all the way down to the surface of the shattered battlefield, passing across the gargantuan figure of the Titan. A moment later, the world healed itself, and the scar left on its fabric by the king's strike was erased. The Titan, however, staggered and fell apart, cut cleanly in two. The severed giant plummeted down. Its mountain-like body was so vast that a dozen seconds passed before its dreadful mass hit the ground. When it did, the entire bone plane shuddered, and the cracks marring its fractured surface grew wider. By then, Anvil was already landing on the quaking bone. Grasping his two swords and commanding the other five to form a rustling sphere of lethal steel around him once again, he looked at the great waterfall of blood that threatened to drown him, and attacked. This time, his attacks were eerily different in nature. They seemed the same, but there was something uncanny about the way his swords moved now, as if he was aiming their dreadful blades at something that mortals could not even perceive, let alone fathom. The river of blood rippled strangely and reeled back, as if hurt. All around the battlefield, hundreds of dead puppets fell to the ground lifelessly. There were no wounds on their bodies, and no blood flowing to the surface of the ancient bone. However, despite that, the corpses remained laying on it motionlessly, as if the queen had no power over them anymore. Lowering his sword slightly, Anvil stared at the crimson wall of blood towering above him darkly. A cold voice resounded from beneath the visor of his black helmet. "Why don't you get serious now?" A melodious laughter suddenly surrounded him, carried by the gales of hurricane wind. "Shall I?" As the echoes of the queen's laughter were swallowed by the cacophony of battle, The sea of crimson blood rippled once again and receded a little. Some distance away, the colossal corpse of the slain titan that towered above the plain like a mountain stirred suddenly, and then moved. The flesh of the gargantuan creature began to rot with tremendous speed, soon turning into a flood of viscous crimson liquid. The revolting mass of it flowed forward and rose from the ground, surrounding the sea of blood like a shell. Then the process of decomposition was reversed, and it turned solid again. Soon, a terrifying flesh golem rose above the fractured plain, towering above it at hundreds meters in height. The river of blood was now contained within it, flowing through its veins and nurturing it with supreme power. Pieces of broken bone extended through the monstrous doll's torn skin, and a vague outline of a human face lay hidden beneath the hideous features of its face. Anvil let out a low chuckle. "Ah, how distasteful," as torrents of flying swords twisted in the air and plummeted down, aiming to tear the towering flesh golem apart. It lunged forward with speed that no creature of that size was supposed to possess. Its two gargantuan hands rose and then fell down like crushing hammers. Anvil's 5 swords rushed forward to block the harrowing strike, and the moment the fists of the queen met them. A flash of light drowned the battlefield for a moment, and an obliterating shockwave spread in all directions, disintegrating thousands of flying swords, turning countless puppets into bloody haze, and causing several enormous pieces of the bone plane to plummet into the depths of the hollows. Observing the cataclysmic collision from the distant surface of the ivory island, Sonny shivered. He did not have to turn away to look at the pitiful state of the two great armies. Nephis was still holding the core of the vast, disorganized mob of human soldiers together, while he was dealing with the worst of the nightmare tide at its edges. The saints were still fighting, and the awakened warriors were still enduring as well. But the situation was turning grimmer and grimmer with each minute. He was barely preserving all his incarnations and keeping the truly powerful abominations away from reign. The amount of essence he received back from slaughtering nightmare creatures had fallen behind the amount he was expending some time ago, and Nephis was not doing any better. His shadows were receiving one wound after another, too, and if even Fiend was suffering damage, then the saints of the TWO domains would soon be on the verge of death. In fact, a few of them had already perished. Beastmaster's thralls were nearly eradicated. The forged echoes of the Valor elites had all been destroyed. The casualties among the soldiers were mounting, and with every one of them that fell, there was one less warrior to stem the flood of abominations left standing. Worse still, the jungle was escaping onto the surface of the fractured plain. Before, the humans only had to contend the dreadful predators of the hollows, but now, the spreading scarlet plague was threatening to swallow them as well. The hungry moss, the bloodthirsty grass, the poisonous thorns of slithering vines, the clouds of deadly pollen, the spores that landed on human flesh only to sprout abominable mycelia through it. The soldiers had to suffer all of it and more, all the while being torn apart and devoured by the ghastly nightmare creatures. He had joked about Beastmaster's missing eye before, but really, Sonny was disturbed by the sight. If even the immensely powerful Princess of Song could not protect herself in this inconceivable calamity, then what hope did the rest of them have? Sonny's thoughts turned somber. The plan was to wait until the sovereigns had exhausted each other, or, better yet, had brought each other to the brink of death. He and Nephis were only supposed to attack them then. However, Sonny was not sure that they could wait for much longer, not anymore. Not only were the great armies in a desperate situation, but Sonny and Nephis were wasting essence. Both of them possessed vast reserves of it, but those reserved would only continue to dwindle. Then, who would be exhausted and on the brink of death by the time they entered the fray? Looking into the distance with a grim expression, Sonny grimaced. So then, when were they supposed to attack? Only one person knew the answer. I need to find Cassie. Chapter 22, 24 Blood Ties. Out there on the battlefield, Cassie felt less and less like a living marionette. Kai Song still held power over her body and soul, of course, but was either too distracted to control Cassie's every move or had simply decided to allow her some measure of freedom. At the moment, Cassie was unsure whether to feel relieved or regretful about her sudden liberation. Her body had been controlled by the queen entirely when the flood of nightmare creatures first descended upon the Song army. It was a strange experience, to feel herself move with martial skill far greater than her own, slaying powerful abominations with the cold composure of a born killer. It was even stranger still, because Cassie could only see herself with Sation's eyes. Her face was the same, and her body was the same. However, everything else was unfamiliar: her fierce poise, her deadly grace, the smooth fluidity of her confident movements. Cassie could both feel and see her body fight, but she had no part in making it move. It was eerie. The role the queen wanted her to play, it seemed, was to protect Sation, even at the cost of her own life. So Cassie's body was like a bodyguard for the beautiful Princess of Song, whether she liked it or not. As the battle between Kai Song and Anvil entered a new stage, however, she could suddenly move on her own again. She also had far greater access to her aspect again, which made up somewhat for losing the macabre guidance of the queen. Cassie was still not entirely free, though. There were certain things that her own body was preventing her from doing, like straying too far from Sation, for example, or aiming her rapier at Sation's back. I wouldn't want to kill her anyway. Cassie needed Sation alive as much as the queen wanted her to survive. The two of them had stood in front of the 7th Legion when the battle started. As the abominable jungle broke free from the dim darkness of the hollows, and the dreadful abominations escaped to the surface, Sation attempted to get the Song army to react in time. She was one of the first to realize the consequences of the bone plane fracturing and acted accordingly. Sation's swift action saved numerous lives, but not enough lives. The battle swiftly descended into utter chaos. The Song army was just as fractured as the battlefield was, the soldiers separated from each other by the jagged cracks and the scarlet tide rising from them. It was all but impossible to regain any significant measure of control over the formation, but Sation and Beastmaster still tried, desperately attempting to get the army to pull back. The precarious battle line was on the verge of collapsing when the Lord of Shadow broke through the endless horde of abominations on his monstrous steed, covered in blood, and leading the ravaged sword army behind him. The situation turned a bit better after that for a short while, but also even more chaotic. All distinctions between units were discarded, and the humans simply fought side by side, not caring who was friend and who was foe. A terrible carnage usurped the world. The battle took Sation and Cassie away from the core of the vast mob of human soldiers, where Nephis and the Fire Keepers held the core against the deadliest of the nightmare creatures. By then, Cassie had regained enough of her powers to use her awakened and ascended abilities freely. Her own performance was far below what she had been able to accomplish under the Queen's control, but adequate enough to stay alive just barely. Sation, on the contrary, was only growing stronger the more blood was spilled around them. It was unclear who was protecting whom now, and yet, even the daughter of the Queen was not doing too well in the feverish mayhem of the calamitous battle. Both of them were covered in blood and wounded, their armor tattered and breached. All Cassie could do was stay close to Sation and follow her as the older woman moved through the battlefield with a strange sense of purpose, her beautiful face turning darker and more desperate with each second. Veil. Suddenly, Sation lunged forward, discarding all pretense of caution. She tore into the mass of nightmare creatures, her claws tearing their hides like sharp blades. Her fangs ripped into them, as well, sending rivers of fetid blood spilling to the ground. Each wound Sation dealt to the abominations bled far more profusely than it should have, and the dreadful beings died far more swiftly and far more gruesomely than Cassie had expected. Breaking through the mass of nightmare creatures, they came about a desolate section of the battlefield. Here, no human soldier had survived, and heaps of abominable bodies lay on the ground, piled high. There were some thralls of Beastmaster scattered between the dead abominations, all torn to shreds and dead. At the center of the vast graveyard of nightmare creatures, a sole figure was sprawled on the ground, surrounded by a ring of emptiness. It was a delicate woman with a slender build, both her enchanting face and her white hair painted red by blood, Moonville, Sation's sister. Dismissing her monstrous form, Sation dashed toward the motionless figure and fell to her knees near it, leaning close to press her ear against Moonville's bloodied chest. Cassie could hear her mumbling quietly, "Alive, still alive." The battle was raging around them, and some hideous horrors could attack them at any moment. Standing above Sation, Cassie turned and raised her weapons, ready to attack. Her pale lips twisted into a faint smile under the dirt and grime of the battlefield. Maintaining a neutral tone, Cassie spoke without turning back. "It is hard to envy the burden of your mother's love." She had waited to speak these words for a long time. Turning away from unconscious Moonville for a moment, Sishan looked up with ire in her cold, piercing eyes. Then her gaze slid further, rising to behold the storm of swords raging in the distant sky. A few words could cut deeper than a sword, if spoken at the right moment. And a tiny seed of doubt could grow into a towering tree, if planted into fertile soil. Sation was too smart to have no doubt, but she needed a push to accept it. In these days that they spent together, Cassie had been subtly preparing to give her that push. The daughters of Kai Song were too loyal to their mother. The only thing they were more loyal to were each other. These orphan girls who had been taken from the streets to be raised as indomitable warriors cherished each other more than they loved the queen. That was the lever Cassie had to use if she wanted to send them plummeting into the pit of betrayal, to make them choose, and therefore save their lives when Nephis took her throne. Satian's eyes hardened subtly as she watched her mother clash against the King of Swords in the distance as her sister bled in her arms. Looking away, she started to summon a memory and gritted her teeth. "Shut up." Cassie smiled and obeyed her command. After all, she had already said what she wanted to say. And Sation had already made a choice, even if she did not realize it yet. "I hope Moonville survives." But if she didn't, the lesson would only sink deeper. Cassie sighed. At that moment, she was distracted by a dark figure that appeared some distance away, and a voice that resounded in her head. "Cassie, I need to know about the others. Have your powers returned?" She took a deep breath. Her powers had returned, indeed. Chapter 22, 25 Broken Covenant. The shattered moon shone upon the ruined castle. The cold winds howled as they passed through the ruins, slamming into piles of rubble with vengeful power. An especially strong gust sent a small pebble falling from a broken wall into a pan of bubbling stew. Morgan ignored the pebble. She ignored Nightingale, who landed nearby as well. Instead, she looked up and let out a long sigh. Loyalty. Loyalty was a funny thing. It came in many forms and many shapes from different sources. Loyalty had a power eye. In and of itself, a great power sometimes, but in the realm of supremes it also possessed a mystical authority. It was the covenant between a ruler and the people. It was the lifeblood of a domain, as well as the means through which domains spread. To be precise, for those supremes who built their domains with the help of the nightmare spell, it was the loyalty of saints that mattered most. Because their kingdoms were built from citadels, and most people, even those of the supreme rank, could only control one citadel at a time. There were exceptions, of course, like her monstrous brother, but those exceptions only served to prove the rule. So saints became proxies for the supremes, controlling citadels in their name. To do so, they had to pledge their fealty to a sovereign and swear loyalty to a domain. But loyalty was not an event, it was a process. Therefore, even if a saint swore an oath of fealty, their loyalty was not carved in stone. It could grow more powerful or weaken. It could even become entirely exhausted, dissolving like a mirage. If that happened, the sovereign would lose a vassal and the domain would lose a citadel. But it was not easy to exhaust someone's loyalty, because loyalty came in many forms. There was personal loyalty to a sovereign, like what Sir Gilead and other retainers of the great clan Valor felt. There was also a more abstract kind of loyalty like that of vassal saints, who were not necessarily devoted to their sovereign, but were instead devoted to the domain itself, because their families, clans, friends, and comrades were a part of it. And many more. That was why a vassal saint could despise a sovereign, but still be part of the sovereign's domain. Domains were vast things, after all, and encompassed much more than solely their rulers. Which was why it was so ironic that Morgan, the daughter of a sovereign, had no loyalty left. It was because to her, the sword domain was precisely that. It was solely a representation of her father. She was raised to be a ruler, and for that reason, her connection to the vast complexity of the domain was different from that of everyone else. It was far more simple, and therefore far more easily destroyed. Morgan did not have friends or comrades, she only had subordinates who were mere tools. Her clan and her family were a single person, the King of Swords. Letter to 4D, letter 1D 586 Eng of yes. And so, once she lost all faith in her father, she lost the connection to the sword domain as well. Perhaps she was simply selfish, not caring about anyone or anything else. It can't be, I am Morgan of Valor, I am the princess of the sword domain. But it could. Morgan smiled crookedly. Her brother had her beat. The bastard. A forlorn chuckle escaped her lips. Lady Morgan, are you all right? She turned her head, noticing Nightingale looking at her with concern. The others seemed wary too. Right, there were her 6 transcendent blades as well. What the hell was she supposed to do? Morgan forced out a smile. I am perfectly fine. But she was. She was supposed to defend Bastion from Mordred, to prevent it from falling into his hands and therefore becoming lost to her father, empowering the Kai song instead. Today was the day of the full moon, one that had repeated countless times, which meant that even those who did not control the Great Citadel would be able to travel between its true and illusory versions in a few hours. All her brother had to do to conquer Bastion was cross over to the other side, enter the illusory version of the ancient castle, and tether his soul to its gateway, thus overwriting her own imprint. But it was all meaningless now. Bastion was already lost to the King of Swords. Her brother would without a doubt still want to conquer it for the Queen of Worms, and for himself as well, however, did Morgan still want to defend it. Perhaps she did, not for the sword domain but for herself. But even if she did, was there a reason to make these people die for it? Morgan studied her saints. Soul Reaper, raised by wolves, Nightingale, Neve, Bloodwave, Etha. She had conscripted them into this war and watched them die countless times. To be honest, Morgan was a little sick of it. How strange. She was not a part of the sword domain anymore, but she had never been anything else. Morgan's entire sense of self was tied to the great clan Valor, and therefore, all her actions had always been for the benefit of the clan. Now that she had turned her back on that, there was no structure to the world and nothing for her to lean on. It had been reasonable and a matter of course to sacrifice these people for the sword domain, if need be, before. But what about now? There was no reason to force them to their deaths whatsoever. Apart from Morgan's own selfish desire to defeat her brother, of course. Was she despicable enough to condemn her subordinates to death for a purely selfish reason? Yes, I am. But she was not pathetic enough to do so. Morgan had nothing else left, but she still had her pride. She did not have to deceive anyone into fighting her brother for her. If she were to defeat him, she was going to defeat him herself. Chapter 22, 26 Pebble Stew. The 6 saints stared at her in confusion. The expressions of the Knight Saints were, quite predictably, subtly different from those of the government saints, who seemed to have learned about the loop recently. Morgan observed their reactions with morbid curiosity. Eventually, it was Neve who broke the silence. The battle is over, what do you mean? Morgan fished the damn pebble out of the stew and shrugged. You probably don't remember, but I borrowed a very special supreme memory from Soul Reaper a while back. That memory, in combination with my aspect, allowed me to force the same day to repeat itself over and over again. This day, to be precise. The 7 of us have battled my brother countless times today, and we have lost countless times. Each of you died a variety of gruesome deaths. If I recall correctly, you were beheaded the last time, Saint Neve. Good thing I came to my senses in time. The stew was about to be burnt. She removed the pan from the fire and looked at the 6 saints. But it's meaningless now. I won't borrow the supreme memory again, and I won't turn the time back again. Today will be the last time I battle my brother in these ruins, so, if you die this time, you'll remain dead forever. Therefore, I am giving you a chance to leave. No strings attached. They stared at her in stunned silence. For a while. Then Neve gritted his teeth. We came here to avenge the slain members of our clan, to stand against this monster. His voice was full of powerless fury and indignation. Morgan looked at him coldly. You failed. She sighed, then went about scooping the stew into their bowls. Vengeance is a noble goal, Saint Neve, and I would never advocate something as tasteless as forgiveness. However, there is some wisdom to what people say. Before you embark on a journey of revenge, you should dig two graves, one for your enemy and one for yourself. Fools tend to believe that this saying admonishes revenge as a path to self-destruction, but I disagree. I rather see it as a warning that those seeking revenge must be prepared to die if they want to succeed. Morgan handed Neve a bowl of steaming stew and looked him in the eye. So, are you prepared to die? I think you do. I know you do, since I saw you die 100 times. However, don't you have a family out there in the waking world? What will happen to your daughter if you die? What will happen to the survivors of the House of Night if all three of you die? Shouldn't you concentrate on protecting the precious things you have left instead of avenging the things you lost? She did not really care about whether Neve lived or died that much. But his daughter was cute, so Morgan did not want to see the little girl lose her father on her account. The Saint of Night looked at her with dark intensity. You did not seem to care about that when you made us your cannon fodder, Lady Morgan. She smiled. That was because I believed I had a better cannon back then, but things have changed. Morgan sighed. Go, return to the waking world and forget about my brother. The remains of your clan are with the government now. They'll need saints to guide them across the oceans. The House of Night may cease to exist, but you might rebuild it as well. The decision is yours. She turned her gaze to the government saints. And it was a pleasure to fight side by side with the three of you. Really, it was quite spectacular. Not that I had expected anything less from my sister's companions, but everything good must come to an end. The government will be in a precarious situation once the war ends, since it won't be needed anymore. Since Earth won't be needed anymore. The winter won't care about the waking world. So the waking world will need you. They glanced at each other, something strange revealing itself in their eyes for a moment. Morgan ignored their strange gazes and summoned a beautifully crafted, flawlessly clean spoon into her hand. Picking up her own bowl, she said, Eat, the food is getting cold. The 6 saints looked at her somberly, then at each other. Eventually, though, they picked up their bowls as well. No one else had a set of memory utensils, of course, and the ones they used were quite appalling. The meal passed in dead silence. Morgan suspected that this would be the last time. They shared food, which made her feel a little wistful, but only a little. After the meal was finished, she went away to give them some time to discuss things among themselves. Not too much time, though, since her brother would undoubtedly attack soon. By the time she returned, the decision seemed to have been made. Neve, Bloodwave, and Etha looked at her silently for a while. Eventually, the youngest Etha gave her a SM. Albo. Lady Morgan, we will be departing. She smiled at him faintly. Better not waste any time, then. He hesitated for a few moments before nodding stiffly. I hope we will meet again one day. The bastard, you should not have rejected me if you were going to act sentimental. With that, the 3 saints of the House of Night left. They returned to the waking world, disappearing from the moonlit ruins without a trace. The emptiness they left behind felt larger than Morgan had anticipated. She lingered for a bit, then shifted her gaze to the 3 government saints. It was a bit surprising that they were still here. Morgan raised an eyebrow. Not leaving. They remained silent for a while. Soul Reaper Jet was leaning on the crumbling wall, looking at the fire lazily. Raised by Wolves was sitting on a piece of rubble, tossing his famous memory, the Black Beast locket, into the air and catching it again absent-mindedly, a strangely somber expression on her usually lively face. Nightingale was studying Morgan, as if searching for something. Eventually, it was raised by Wolves who broke the silence. My family home is in Bastion, you know. Morgan gave her a curious glance. But your family is safe and sound in NQSC. Does it really matter? She smiled darkly and did not respond. Instead, Nightingale asked, his voice as pleasant as always. Lady Morgan, the war is about to end, is it not? One way or another. She looked at his obnoxiously handsome face and shrugged. The final battle should be happening any day now. It might even be raging as we speak. He hesitated for a few moments, then asked, Why are you giving up then? Morgan smiled bitterly. What did he know, that fool? I have not given up, it's just that I already lost. In the next moment, though, her smile turned cold and sharp. That is no reason to surrender, however. No matter what happens, I intend to defend Bastion until I die. Or until my brother dies, that would be much better. Nightingale looked at her with a hint of sadness in his eyes. His voice was like honey. I'd prefer if you didn't. Morgan gave him a strange look. She lingered for a few moments, then shook her head in bewilderment. What do I care about your preferences? Nightingale remained silent for a while, then looked up and let out a heavy sigh. No, you don't understand. I'm afraid I must insist. Morgan frowned. What does he? Before she could finish the thought, however, Nightingale looked at her and said, a strange firmness finding its way into his beautiful voice, I am truly sorry, Lady Morgan, but please don't move. And as he spoke, an eerie power suddenly constrained Morgan, crushing her like a vice and paralyzing her body. Obeying his command, she froze. Chapter 22-27, The Dragon and the Princess. Nightingale told her to cease movement, and so Morgan found herself unable to move. It was as if her body had turned into an ice sculpture. She could still breathe, but nothing more than that. His clear voice had easily crushed her defenses, seeped past the barriers erected by her potent memories, and caught her completely by surprise. Such power. Morgan attempted to disobey the overwhelming finality of his command, desperately struggling against her own body. But it was of no use. She was completely and utterly at his mercy. Vulnerable as she was, Morgan mostly felt amused. There was more than a fair bit of indignant disbelief in her heart, as well, but no fear, not only because she was not a person who felt fear easily, but also because she found herself not caring that much about what would happen to her. Still, sure, she had failed to remain vigilant at all times, turning a blind eye to the potential threat presented by her supposed comrades. Perhaps it was because she had stayed with them for so long and had experienced so much, but Morgan allowed herself to lower her guard around them, forgetting that for these three, most of the time they had shared amounted to merely a single day. She had also been conserving essence in preparation for the final battle against her brother, and so the more powerful of her defensive memories were not even active, and she was exhausted. However, the fact still remained. It was too easy to forget sometimes because of how nice he seemed, but Nightingale, he was a terrifying man, that slayer of dragons. Or rather, he had the potential to be terrifying, simply choosing not to abuse his dreadful power. But what is he trying to do? Morgan doubted that Nightingale would have struck a deal with her brother. So was it some misguided scheme to save her life against her will, to whisk her away to safety, whether she wanted to or not? Knowing the man, no, even for him, it would have been too ridiculous and infantile. She was not sure, and infuriatingly enough, she could not even ask. All she could do was stare at the charming bastard with cold fury burning in her eyes. Nightingale met her sharp gaze. Without looking away, a hint of regret apparent in his firm gaze. A few moments later, he sighed and turned to his companions. I won't be able to hold her for long, but it should be long enough. Raised by Wolves scoffed and caught her black locket one last time, rising from the piece of rubble. Soul Reaper pushed herself off the wall and came closer, studying Morgan lazily. Morgan felt a chill run down his spine under that relaxed gaze. Jet clicked her tongue and glanced at Nightingale. That's great, but what are we supposed to do with her? Simply killing her is not an option, I presume. Even though, gods know, she deserved to die for all the vile crap she and her clan are guilty of. Morgan stared at her with dark amusement, undisturbed by the threat of being killed and the stark accusation both. Not a rescue, then? They wouldn't be considering disposing of her if it was, so what the hell were they planning? Nightingale shook his head. We are not killing her. Soul Reaper sighed with regret. What then? He hesitated for a few moments, then shrugged. I'll just take her with me. It will probably be all right. Jet looked at him with a dubious frown. At that moment, Raised by Wolves spoke in a subdued tone. Whatever, if Kai says that it will be all right, then it will be all right. We don't have any time to waste anyway. Cassie is not responding after giving us the signal, which means that things are not going great out there. None of us expected that the day would come so soon and in such a strange manner. But now that it did, there is no way back. Each of us knows what we must do, so take Morgan and leave before her brother shows up." Nightingale and Soul Reaper looked at her with concern. Eventually, Jet spoke softly. "Are you sure that you can do it?" Raised by Wolves looked at her for a few moments, then grinned. "Worry about yourself, big sister. I'll be fine." Morgan observed them intently, trying to understand what the three were trying to achieve. Were they retreating but leaving Raised by Wolves behind? Why? The woman, meanwhile, looked at Nightingale and remained silent for a bit. Then she grasped his shoulder for a moment and pushed him away. "Go, I'll be fine. Let's all meet in NQSC when it's all said and done. Actually, let's meet in Bastion. I know an amazing cafe there. Not as well as Nephis knows it, though. Wait, did she take the cafe with her?" Nightingale took a few steps back from her push, remained silent for a second, and then smiled. "Are you really thinking about food even now? No, of course you are." With that, he rose into the air and moved further away. Soon, a magnificent dragon with scales the color of the midnight sky towered above the ruins, his eyes shining like two cold white stars. Morgan still couldn't move. In fact, the moment Nightingale assumed his transcendent form, she felt that the power binding her grew even more inescapable. Damn it! She had just barely managed to move one of her fingers slightly when Soul Reaper grabbed her unceremoniously and leapt on the dragon's back. Two enormous wings raised a hurricane, and the great beast shot into the dark sky, leaving the ruins behind. Morgan saw a glimpse of Raised by Wolves, who was left standing alone on the rubble. Athena followed the dragon's flight with her gaze for a few moments, then turned away and faced the distant forest, where Mordred was preparing to besiege Bastion one last time. The ruins swiftly grew smaller, and the empty lake did as well, soon disappearing from view. Morgan had finally left the ruined castle after fighting to defend it for so long. The battle for Bastion was over. At least it was for her. Chapter 22, 28 Cloak and Dagger. Left alone in the ruins of True Bastion, Effie sighed and summoned her spear, leaning on it as she waited for Mordred to come. Despite having just eaten Morgan's stew, which was surprisingly delicious, almost as if the cold princess had cooked it specifically to suit Effie's taste, she suddenly felt hungry again. Hunger was an old friend. Ah, what a strange day. Today was a strange day for everyone, but it was especially so for Effie, because she was experiencing it differently from Jet and Kai. That was because not too long ago, or rather, many days ago, a familiar voice had resounded in her mind, urging Effie to secretly return to the waking world. That had happened soon after Jest of Clan Dagonet attempted to kill Cassie, while she was on her way to be captured by the Queen of Worms. Back then, the Seven Saints had all been ready to face Mordred and his transcendent vessels once again. Effie placed her tether in the ruins of True Bastion, then used the commotion to leave the dream realm unseen. She rushed to the rendezvous point Cassie had mentioned, expecting to meet the blind seer herself. However, instead, the person waiting for her in an abandoned underground factory in the outskirts was none other than the Lord of Shadows. Effie returned to tea. Rue Bastion after their meeting was concluded. Next thing she knew, she traveled back in time by a few hours, meaning that she had entered the loop, died, and returned to its start like everyone else. Gods knew how many times. It was just that she retained her memories from before entering the loop for the second time now, which included the few hours of her first experience there, the meeting with the Lord of Shadows, and the things they had discussed. Stranger still, the signal she was supposed to receive days, or maybe even weeks after the meeting, was already resounding in her head. Cassie's voice was weak and distant, as if she was struggling to pierce through some kind of interference to warn Effie, and she swiftly fell silent after delivering the message. It was so confusing that Effie's head hurt, but having been taught a bitter lesson by the tomb of Ariel, she tried not to think about it too much. There was no time to think about anything too deeply, anyway. Effie had shared what she learned with Jet and Kai, and an hour later here she was, all alone in the creepy ruins. Looking down, she studied the black beast locket with a tense expression. Can I really pull this off? Somewhere in the illusory bastion, an illusory moon was rising above an illusory castle. Once it rose high enough, a doorway between reality and the mirage would open in the heart of the ruins. Effie forced herself to smile. Gods, what a mess. The black dragon tore the vast expanse of the dark sky, the pale light of the shattered moon reflecting from his midnight scales. He flew with incredible speed, devouring distance with insatiable hunger. Perched on his back, Jet and Morgan were assaulted by powerful winds. Morgan was still paralyzed, but she could see where they were headed. Nightingale was flying south, leaving the land surrounding the ruined castle far behind. He was flying toward the storm sea. Soon enough, they left the broken lands behind. The crossing was sudden. One moment they were surrounded by moonlit darkness, and the next, a pale light of dawn was bathing them in lilac splendor. The eerie visage of the shattered moon was gone, replaced by an empty and seemingly mundane sky. The world below was covered by the canopy of an ancient forest, and a river cut across it like a twisting ribbon. Why are they heading to the sea? Before too long, Nightingale folded his mighty wings and plummeted toward the ground. Landing in a forest clearing, he remained motionless for a moment. Morgan was surprised to see Soul Reaper stand and jump from the back of the dragon, landing softly on the grass. Straightening, she turned and looked up at the great beast. The dragon opened his maw, and an otherworldly voice escaped from it, speaking strangely human words. "And good luck." Soul Reaper grinned darkly. "Don't worry, I have 2 attempts, remember." Nightingale remained silent for a few moments. Then, his mesmerizing voice resounded above the clearing once again. "Return alive." She laughed and turned away, waving a hand at him. That might be problematic. Morgan was feeling more and more bewildered, failing to understand why the 3 government saints were splitting up, and what exactly was their goal. Before she could really scrutinize all the available information, though, the dragon spoke directly to her. "Hold tight, Lady Morgan." She could finally move again. Frustratingly, it was only to fulfill his second command. As Morgan grasped the midnight scales, Nightingale soared into the sky once more. He flew south, flying faster and faster. Then she felt it. The unmistakable sensation of traveling between worlds. Suddenly, the landscape below changed. The ancient forest was gone, replaced by the endless expanse of concrete, glass, and alloy, by the vast labyrinth of NQSC. He returned to the waking world. Just as Morgan thought that, though, she felt the fabric of reality ripple around her once again, and NQSC disappeared like a mirage. An alien sky surrounded her from all sides now, full of frigid winds and dancing snow. He used his tether, wait. Her eyes widened. Nightingale had come with her to Bastion, but before that, he had been anchored in the Song domain. And he had never replaced his tether. Looking down, she saw a stone city clinging to the slope of a towering volcano. A great bridge connected the volcano to a snowy mountain, and at its end, a magnificent palace of black obsidian stood, surrounded by a raging blizzard. It was Ravenheart. What? Morgan's chest swelled with wariness and fury. There was even a sense of betrayal. Was Nightingale going to bring her as a gift to Song? Was their mysterious scheme nothing more than a ploy to switch sides and ingratiate themselves to the Queen of Worms? The dragon flew above the city, then fell through the blizzard, landing heavily on the great bridge. His terrifying talons scraped Agius, the ancient stone, and a moment later, Morgan suddenly found herself suspend. D in the air. The dragon had disappeared. As she fell down, Nightingale, now in his human form, caught her, held her in his arms for a second, then helped her stand. He was wearing his armor of ivory scales, already summoning his weapons. The Black Palace and its guardians were just ahead of them, obscured by the raging snowstorm. Morgan was suddenly able to move again. What the hell is going on? I don't even know anymore. It definitely did not seem like Nightingale was preparing to surrender. Instead, he looked at her, hesitated for a few moments, and said, "Lady Morgan, I know that it will sound presumptuous after what we've just done to you, but I would really appreciate your help." She looked at him darkly, considering cutting his head off right then and there. It would be a bit sad to rob the world of that face, but also quite satisfying. Of course, she did not forget to activate all her defensive charms, determined to not fall into the trap of his voice so thoroughly once again. "Help with what? What exactly are you 3 planning?" Nightingale remained silent for a bit, then looked in the direction of the dark palace tensely. Finally, he took a deep breath and said, "Well, I intend to conquer Ravenheart." Morgan blinked, struggling to maintain her composure. Nightingale, meanwhile, continued. "Most of Song forces are far away in Godgrave, but I have no doubt that the Queen left a few of her most powerful puppets behind. There are the human defenders to consider, as well. It will be a dire battle, no doubt. I am determined to win it even if I have to fight alone, but I would feel much better if you were fighting by my side." He turned to her, hesitated for a moment, and added awkwardly, "I am sorry for taking the chance to face Mordred away from you. But Lady Morgan, there can still be a silver lining. After all, he has not won yet. And even if you failed to stop him from taking Bastion, wouldn't helping conquer Ravenheart instead be a kind of victory as well?" Morgan stared at him silently. The Queen of Worms had sent her brother, Mordred, to conquer Bastion, the great citadel of Clan Valor. Morgan herself had been sent back to stop him, but Nightingale was offering her to help him conquer Ravenheart, the great citadel of Clan Song, instead. That was deeply ironic and completely insane, but also made a strange kind of sense. It would not be an easy thing to accomplish, though, with or without her. Morgan raised an eyebrow. "What about the other two, then? What are they doing?" Nightingale looked at her with surprise. He lingered for a few moments, then said neutrally, "Why, what else? Effie is in Bastion while Jet is approaching Night Garden. They are going to conquer the other two great citadels, of course." Chapter 22, 29 Great Citadels. Ravenheart was not undefended, of course. However, every saint of the Song domain was out there, on the battlefield, and even if some of them could return to the seat of the Queen's power in mere minutes by traversing the waking world, they had not done so yet. Perhaps something that prevented them from returning was happening in Godgrave at the moment. The news Morgan received from the battlefront was usually a few days old, and if Cassia was involved, Nightingale could very well be better informed about the current situation now than she was. The moment of attack would not have been chosen randomly. In any case, what met them at the gates of the magnificent Black Palace was a force consisting of mere awakened warriors led by ascended commanders, much like the rear garrisons that had protected Rivergate and Bastion before Morgan and her 6 saints, formerly her saints, rather, showed up. And the Queen's puppets, of course. Nightingale was well known in Ravenheart, so while the human defenders of the Black Palace were surprised by his impactful arrival, they were not immediately hostile. Until they noticed Morgan, that was. The puppets, on the other hand, were hostile from the very first moment. Strangely enough, the gates of the Black Palace were open, and the dream gate that was supposed to be standing on the slope of the volcano was now towering above the stone bridge itself, behind Morgan and Nightingale, its immense silhouette obscured by the snowstorm. The two of them had nowhere to retreat. As the puppets rushed onto the great bridge and the human defenders readied their weapons, Nightingale's voice drowned out the howling of the wind, full of irresistible authority. He only said one word: "Stop." The humans froze, turning into motionless sculptures. Morgan felt a faint pang of compassion for their humiliating plight, but she did not have time to dwell on that unexpected emotion. Because the puppets ignored the Dragonslayer's command, continuing to rush at them like a tide of murderous corpses. Well, it made sense. After all, the pilgrims were merely extensions of the Queen's power. Nightingale's aspect might have paralyzed Morgan in a moment of weakness, but she doubted that Kai Song would succumb to its insidious compulsion. He looked at Morgan earnestly. "Lady Morgan, if you will." She stared at him for a moment, still unsure what to do. Was she supposed to kill him, or help him? Morgan felt a little exasperated. Finally, she turned toward the rushing puppets and muttered a curse. As she dashed forward, scarlet sparks swirled around her hand, forming a vague silhouette of a sword. Curses! Her sword was still manifesting itself when the first of the pilgrims reached her. So, Morgan cut the corpse apart with her bare hand. It fell easily, hinting that the Queen was not paying close attention to these particular puppets. For now, looking up through the snow, she regarded the motionless figures of the garrison soldiers for a split second. They were not going to offer any resistance. He's not planning to conquer Ravenheart without spilling a single drop of human blood, is he? Perhaps he was. A moment later, the tide of puppets was upon them, and Morgan had no time to think any more. Far away, near the misty shore of the Stormsea, Jet came into view of the night garden. The colossal ship was still beached, laying tilted on the shattered ground where Mordred had left it. Of course, he had not left it unguarded. Somewhere out there, on one of the countless decks of the city-sized vessel, a reflection was laying in wait, ready to slay those who would dare to covet the great citadel. And a powerful one at that, a being equal in strength to a supreme titan. Jet had to defeat it and conquer the night garden. Exhaling slowly, she headed toward the gargantuan ship with a dark smile blooming on her lips. As she walked, a cold mist surrounded her figure, turning into a sinister war scythe. Can I defeat a supreme titan? Probably not. However, there was a reason why she was here, and not in Ravenheart or Bastion. It was because Jet had a unique advantage in the battle against this particular supreme titan. It was a reflection after all. And a reflection could only reflect what was in front of it. Once the two of them clashed, the creature would most likely mirror Jet, which meant that it would suffer the curse of her flaw as well. Its soul would shatter and start leaking essence, and eventually it would die on its own. All she had to do was force the reflection to waste its essence while rationing her own, something Jet was a great master of by now. She also had her aspect legacy and the souls contained within it, which she could consume if needed. And the hourglass memory as well. Even if Jet lost once, she would get a second chance to destroy the reflection. That time, she would already be familiar with the flow and pattern of the battle. I really hate ships. Reaching the hull of the night garden, which seemed to extend into the distance like an endless plain, she turned into a stream of icy mist and rushed up its towering slope. Effie was still leaning on her spear when Mordred arrived. She knew he was coming because of how the ground trembled under the heavy footsteps of his vessels, Typhion, Nephis, and all the rest. She had battled them all at some point or another during the siege of Bastion. Apparently, she even destroyed most of them at least once inside the loop. That time was gone now, of course, erased forever, and she retained no memories of these legendary battles. Which was a bit of a shame, since Effie would have really loved to remember striking down that ugly behemoth, Typhion. Or rather, striking down Mordred while the bastard was wearing Typhion's corpse. Soon enough, gargantuan silhouettes rose above the ruins, and the Prince of Nothing jumped down into the desolate courtyard from the rubble of the castle's wall. He walked toward Effie with an amused smile on his lips. Saint Athena. Mordred looked behind her, lingered for a moment, and raised an eyebrow. Would you be so kind as to point me to where my sister is? We have some unfinished business, she and I. Effie studied him for a bit, then shrugged. Please accept my sincerest apologies, Your Highness, but I regrettably cannot. She is indisposed. Oh, but you can talk to me instead. Mordred laughed. Don't tell me that she ran away. Gods, must I chase her like one would a frightened rabbit? Well, honestly, that can be quite entertaining as well. Nevertheless, I can't help but feel a bit disappointed. He looked at Effie with a pleasant, chilling smile. I must admit that I am curious, though. If Morgan is gone, then why do you remain? Chapter 22, 30 Lord's Gift. Effie moved slightly, shifting her weight away from the spear to be able to raise it quickly, if need be. Looking at Mordred calmly, she said, Actually, I'm also curious. Why are you still wasting your time here? Don't you know that your father is currently fighting Kai Song? If you don't hurry up and make yourself scarce, she'll kill him all on her own. That'd be pretty sad, right? I mean, since you are obsessed with revenge to a demented degree. Mordred's smile widened a little. Oh, thank you for your concern. To be honest, I'll be pretty inconsolable if someone kills him before me. Incensed, even, and very, very cross with the person who robbed me of the pleasure of killing him myself. No need to worry, though. I'll depart for Godgrave as soon as I'm finished here. He looked at Effie with an openly disdainful expression. Shouldn't take me long to sort things out anyway. She grinned. You say that, but in all these years, you've never once dared to try crawling into my soul. Everyone goes around being all scared of your Royal Highness, Prince Mordred of Nowhere, but I always suspected that you're all talk and no bite. Well, figuratively speaking. You know, some of us were actually hunting nightmare creatures and fighting for survival each and every goddamn day while you sat around in a perfectly safe prison cell doing nothing. Effie chuckled. Even Morgan is better than you, and she literally carries her silver spoon wherever she goes, mind you. She was brave enough to leave her soul wide open, at least, and yet, what have you done despite receiving such a brazen invitation? Nothing at all. In all these months, you had not challenged her to a soul duel. Why? Because doing so would have actually put your life at risk. The rest of us have to take that risk all the time, you know. Aren't you nothing but a coward? Mordred continued to look at her with a pleasant smile. His strange, mirror-like eyes seemed to shine in the darkness with the pale radiance of the reflected moonlight, making him look quite eerie. How unexpectedly eloquent. Are you perchance stalling for time, Saint Athena? Effie smiled darkly. Oops, you caught me. He shook his head. Quite a clumsy attempt. What is your plan, anyway? Surely you are not planning to fight me and my distinguished collection of transcendent attires alone. That be a bit too much, even for someone as unwise as you. There it was, the moment of truth. The moon must have already climbed quite high above the illusory bastion. Effie took a deep breath. It sounded like you called me a fool. If a madman calls someone a fool, though, that ought to be a compliment. Right? Oh, by the way, Your Highness, I wanted to ask. Do you remember the Lord of Shadows? Mordred's smile grew a little forced. The Lord of Shadows? Ah, I do. He gave me quite a fright the last time we met. An unusual man, to say the least. What about him? Effie shook her head slowly. Well, it seems that you left an impression as well. Enough so that he wanted to send you a little gift. Surrounded by the towering figures of his transcendent vessels, Mordred allowed himself to frown slightly. A gift, you say, he shouldn't have. As his vessels moved, Mordred asked pleasantly, What is the present? Effie took a step back as she activated the Black Beast locket and summoned what was hidden inside it into the world. I can't believe I let that creepy bastard talk me into this. Her locket contained the Beast Farm, and it sometimes served as a mobile base for the Wolf Army as well. At the moment, however, there was something else taking residence there. Something that made her skin crawl and cold sweat run down her spine, as if she was sitting on a bomb. Effie flashed Mordred a wide smile. Oh, nothing much. Well, see for yourself. In the next moment, something massive appeared on the rubble between her and Mordred, obscuring him from view. It was a towering mountain of gray flesh overgrown with scarlet moss, 100 revolting limbs extending from it like a dreadful forest. The moment it escaped the locket, Effie suddenly found herself unable to breathe. A terrifying presence crashed into her, pressing her into the ground. Her eyes widened, and an involuntary groan escaped from her lips. She couldn't even look directly at the creature, afraid that her mind would be harmed by what she saw, not that she would, determined to avoid looking at it at all costs. Well, it wasn't every day that one found themselves mere steps away from a cursed demon. A cursed demon who was already awakening from unnatural slumber, having been somehow lulled to it by the Lord of Shadows. The forest of revolting limbs stirred, and countless monstrous eyes suddenly opened all across the gray expanse of the harrowing being's formless body. Effie was already running away by then, headed for the point in the ruins where True Bastion and its illusory copy were connected. Mordred, however, was a few moments too late to react. It took him that long to realize what he was looking at to begin with. But it was already too late by the time he did, precisely because he had looked. Because there were creatures in the dream realm that could sense someone's gaze and gaze back. The cursed demon became aware of Mordred at the same time as Mordred became aware of it. Effie sensed the ruins shudder and felt a deafening noise wash over her as she ran. Don't look back. Either the cursed demon would kill Mordred, or it would not. Either way, the Prince of Nothing would be preoccupied for a while, hopefully, until the battle in Godgrave ended. Unleashing a cursed one in the heart of the sword domain was a suboptimal choice, to say the least. But Effie would be able to switch True Bastion and its illusory version back after conquering the Citadel, thus making the former a prison for the terrifying creature and containing it within the Great Mirror. They were desperate enough to take the risk, and Mordred was dangerous enough to take no chances. Using all her incredible physical prowess, Effie ran across the ruins like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 22, 31st domino. There was a low groan of breaking bone and a powerful gust of scorching wind. Somewhere far away, a piece of the battlefield plummeted into the hollows. The world quaked. The King of Swords and the Queen of Worms were still locked in mortal battle, while their armies were still drowning in the flood of the abominable horrors that spilled from the dark depths. The situation was growing more desperate with each minute, and too many human lives were being wasted on the vile altar of war. The carnage was unimaginable. Sonny had manifested his sixth avatar, throwing it into the fight as well. Now his mind was fully split in 8 parts, and 6 of them were actively participating in the mayhem. It was more mental strain that he had ever endured, and while each of the incarnations was like a dark herald of death, reaping a bloody harvest in the sea of abominations, he was slowly unraveling under the pressure. He had not unraveled yet, though, and he was not going to break any time soon. Or ever. Just die. One of his incarnations used a black tack-eye to behead a frenzied nightmare creature, sending its body barreling back into the fissure it had emerged from with a powerful kick. The bleeding corpse got caught in the tangle of scarlet vines, and a moment later, it was torn apart by the sharp thorns and digested by the rising jungle, perhaps to provide nutrients for more abominations to be born. Sonny, Cassie's voice sounded clearer than before, hinting that her powers were slowly returning. Sonny hoped that enough of her aspect had been released already. He desperately needed to know what was happening beyond Godgrave, because many things depended on it. Cassie did not disappoint. The loop is broken, Bastion has fallen. A vicious grin appeared on his face. Good, good. Jet, Effie, and Kai were the dagger they had prepared to stab the Sovereigns in the back at the perfect moment, when Anvil and Kai Song were already committed to fighting each other and could not allow themselves to be distracted. They were meant to conquer the great citadels. Bastion, Ravenheart, Night Garden. The purpose of taking them was twofold. First, it would greatly weaken the Sovereigns and diminish the power of their domains, something that Sonny and Nephis had to achieve if they were to stand a chance against them. Secondly, it would put all 4 great citadels, the Ivory Island included, under Neph's control as soon as she attained supremacy herself. After all, while becoming a supreme was the ultimate goal, that alone did not guarantee victory. A newly risen sovereign would still be weak when facing the vast, deeply established domains of the 2 supremes. Naturally, while conquering the great citadels had always been the plan, plans changed. In fact, at the level of machinations Sonny and Cassie were perpetrating, there was no such thing as a concrete plan. Rather, there were only complicated webs of planned actions and contingencies that were only as effective as they were adaptable. They had never anticipated the fall of the House of Night and Mordred's invasion of the Sword Domain, for example. Neither could they have anticipated Morgan's ingenious feat of locking herself and her brother in an improvised time loop. However, the web of their designs had proven adaptable enough to weather these unexpected factors, with some adjustments. One of these adjustments was the sacrifice of the cursed demon whom Nightmare had been lulling to sleep for almost a year. Sonny had wanted to use it against the Sovereigns, but because of how insidious and sinister Mordred was, he ultimately placed it in Effie's Black Beast locket instead. Not only was it going to ensure that Bastion fell into their hands, it would also temporarily remove the wild card that was the Prince of Nothing from the board, and prevent him from playing a meaningful role in the final confrontation against the Sovereigns, most likely. I wish I saw the expression on his face. Sonny was smiling, but he felt cold inside. That was because the fall of Bastion signified something very important. It was the point of no return. Now that the time loop was broken, and the great citadel was torn from the fabric of the Sword Domain, countless mundane people living there had been rendered defenseless against the tyranny of the Nightmare spell. They were not in the throes of the first nightmare yet. Some time was needed for the infection to take hold, after all. Because of the loop created by Morgan, they would have lost the protection of the Sword Domain mere hours ago. By now, the entire mundane population of the city, people like Bait, would be slowly starting to feel a strange fatigue. Then, they would start feeling sleepy, and they would only be thrown into the nightmare after succumbing to sleep. That meant that Sonny and Nephis had some time still to defeat the Sovereigns. More importantly, At least one of them had to attain supremacy in the process. Otherwise, even if they somehow emerged victorious from the battle, they would have to pay a terrible price for that triumph. The death toll would be staggering. It would be ruinous. But the number of awakened humans would explode exponentially as well. That was why Sonny could not help but tremble while he forced a smile onto his face. This is our will, who dares? And as if to aggravate his horror, Cassie's voice resounded once again in his head. Ravenheart has fallen. And only moments later, Night Garden has fallen. It was done. Sonny took a shaky breath and then sent one of his incarnations through the shadows, emerging from them in the core of the vast sea of desperately fighting humans. It only took him a few moments to reach Nephis. She was fighting at the head of the drowning army, wreathed in radiant flames and surrounded by ash. With her silver hair, incandescent blade, and white wings, Nephis looked like an annihilating angel. The single gem of the crown of down shone with pure light on her forehead, resembling a third eye. The scorching heat had created an empty space around her, and the soldiers were dozens of meters back, battling the tide of abominations with dark resolve. The surface of the ancient bone was soaked with blood and littered with hideous corpses. Sonny lingered for a moment and then said evenly, "It is done, and we can't wait anymore." Nephis glanced at him silently, then looked in the direction where Anvil and Kai Song were fighting each other. Neither of the sovereigns was at the door's death yet, which was not a part of the plan. But too many people were dying, and Sonny and Nephis were wasting too much essence. And plans had to change. He took a deep breath, then steeled his heart. We must attack now. Here it was, the moment they had been waiting for, hoping for, and dreading for so long. Their chance to conquer the world. Or die trying. Finally, Nephis remained expressionless for a few moments, white flames dancing in her eyes. Eventually, she turned away and looked up. Then we attack. Chapter 22:32 Cold Front. Then we attack. There was nothing more to say. The time for words had run out. Nephs crouched slightly and then shot into the sky. Surrounded by beautiful radiance, she was like a white star ascending into the tempestuous expanse of the stormy sky. The soldiers watched her flight with numb expressions, her pure light reflecting in their eyes. Far above, the ivory island moved. Its 7 chains rattled as the flying island dove into the storm of swords, weathering the fury of obliterating steel with indomitable stillness. Left alone on the ground, Sonny temporarily filled the emptiness left by Neph's departure. His fearsome onyx armor was already awash with blood, and more was added to the crimson coat as he cut down powerful nightmare creatures that threatened the core of the human army. But despite all his deadly grace and chilling strength, the Lord of Shadows was a poor substitute for Changing Star. His sword was just as ferocious as hers, true, and he could slay abominations just as well. However, he could not heal the wounds of the fallen soldiers, and he could bolster their faltering courage with hope either. But that was all right, because Sonny had his own ways. Some distance away, the original incarnation of the Lord of Shadows, the dark swordsman wearing a fearsome mask, reached one of the wider fissures in the bone, a trail of death and destruction in his wake. His black odachi rose and fell, cleansed of all blood in one swift and fluid motion. Then the serpentine blade rippled like a stream of liquid darkness. A moment later, it had already transformed into a long, tenebrous spear. Sonny looked past the slithering mass of scarlet vines into the depths of the jagged fissure. He remained motionless for a moment, and then cast his spear down into the darkness. The spear let out a thunderous roar as it broke the sound barrier, falling into the depths of hollows. Its dark descent mirrored Neph's radiant ascent into the sky almost perfectly. By the time Nephis reached the ivory island, Serpent pierced the thick canopy of the scarlet jungle and hit the ground with a powerful explosion, a deep crater for Ming in the spot where it struck the ground. The jungle was like an inconceivable being that had awoken from deep slumber, teeming with abominable movement and life. Great pillars of intertwined vines were growing at unnatural speed to connect the depths to the surface like tendrils of fleshy tissue. Countless nightmare creatures were rushing to climb them, driven mad by the scent of human souls. Of course, the sudden explosion had not gone unnoticed. Many abominations veered from their paths, approaching the point of impact with frenzied snarls. What met them was a piercing, eerie chill flowing out of the deep crater. The pit itself was swirling with a strange white haze, and the air above it was so cold that drops of condensate water were falling down like rain. Tiny sparks were dancing in the pillars of light that poured through the broken dome of the hollows, glistening like precious jewels. These jewels were flakes of snow. As the eerie chill spread, turning infinitely more violent and tyrannical in a split second, the drops of rain turned into ice, and the white haze exploded from the crater, growing into a furious snowstorm. Then a terrifying silhouette rose from the crater. It was a massive creature of an eerie and grotesque shape, made entirely from ice. The ice was inky and black, but the creature was full of color due to numerous flowers blooming on its surface, their petals an intense azure color. The contrast between the vibrant beauty of the flowers and the appalling body beneath was striking. Vast plumes of snow drifted from the flowers like pollen, shrouding the creature in a frosty haze. At the heart of the eerie abomination, barely visible through the ice, there was a small shadow that vaguely resembled human remains. It was Serpent, who had assumed the form of the corrupted tyrant, Winter Beast. Winter Beast, that vile horror. A long time ago, Sunny had lost his cohort to its profane power. Later, he returned to the frigid expanse of Antarctica and killed it. And now that he himself was a Titan, Sunny could finally command that power for himself. "Freeze, all of you!" As a storm of swords was raging in the sky above Godgrave, a snowstorm suddenly consumed the dark depths of the hollows. Chilling winds blew with ferocious power, bending the ancient trees of the jungle to the ground. The streams and rivers turned to ice. Countless vermin were instantly annihilated, frozen solid by the unnatural cold, and shattered as they fell down. A few of the vine bridges were frozen and snapped as well. Those that were still rising slowed their growth, sapped of life. Countless nightmare creatures plummeted down, their roars drowning in the howling wind. Of course, the inhabitants of the abominable jungle could not be compared to the refugees of Falcon Scott and the brave soldiers of the First Evacuation Army. They were far more powerful, far more ancient, and far more resilient. Most of them were corrupted themselves, and far too many were of the great rank. Even exposed to the deathly cold of the Winter Beast's frigid domain, they did not succumb to its icy grasp. But they did not escape unscathed either. Enveloped by the wind and the swirling snow, the nightmare creatures were weakened, wounded, and slowed down. You have slain, you have slain, you have slain, Distracted by the cacophonous litany of voices, Sunny silenced the handy bracelet. He had unleashed a frigid hell in the hollows, and the harvest of abominable lives Serpent was reaping was uncountable. And every life Serpent reaped sent a trickle of essence flowing into Sunny's soul due to its soul reaver ability. So a torrent of essence drowned him like a flood, replenishing his spent reserves. Much more importantly, the soldiers desperately fighting for survival in the sweltering heat of Godgrave suddenly felt a wave of mercifully cold air wash over them, and saw billowing plumes of snow rising from the cracks in the bone plain. The flood of nightmare creatures that threatened to drown them did not exhaust itself, but it did grow less overwhelming. Fewer abominations were emerging from below, and those that did crawl to the surface seemed weakened, covered in ice and moving slowly. The pressure on the warriors of the two warring domains was alleviated somewhat, and they could finally breathe, at least for a moment. Sunny smiled darkly behind Weaver's mask. Sure, he was not like Nephis, who inspired hope and healed the wounded soldiers. But he could inspire fear and bring death to the frenzied nightmare creatures. His way was not any less effective. TG/resolve, domain equals shadow slave fasts. Chapter 22, 33 Wrath of Heaven. Out there on the battlefield, the consequences of the three great citadels falling could already be felt. Anvil seemed strangely unaffected, fighting in the same cold and calculated, ruthlessly callous manner. But he had to have felt his power diminishing greatly when Effie took control of Bastion. Strangely enough, though, this significant loss could only help him at the moment, and he was in dire need of help, being pressed and battered by the fierce onslaught of the Queen. That was because the king only lost one great city, while the queen lost two. So, while the sudden betrayal of the government saints did weaken both sovereigns, it actually served to narrow the gap between them, greatly improving Anvil's position. One could see the results already. The towering flesh golem containing the blood essence of the Kai Song staggered, allowing one of the king's swords to deal it a grievous wound. A strange wave spread through the sea of puppets, slowing them down for a few precious moments. Many fell victim to the storm of flying swords as a result. Most importantly of all, the great fissure of the dream gate rippled, and then collapsed on itself, disappearing without a trace soon after. The torn fabric of reality slowly repaired itself. With the loss of Night Garden, the queen had lost the component that allowed her to connect two areas of the dream realm as well. Therefore, not only did the power of her domain weaken greatly, but its presence in Godgrave was also severely diminished. Anvil did not waste any time, pressing his temporary advantage and bombarding Kai Song with a maelstrom of devastating attacks, almost as if he had been ready for the sudden reversal. Her titanic flesh golem, which had seemed indestructible, was slowly coming undone under the barrage of merciless attacks. It was being destroyed faster than she could repair it. And yet their battle did not turn any tamer. If anything, it only grew more calamitous. If before the sovereigns seemed to be holding back some of their power to defend themselves, then they focused on pure aggression now. The puppets and the flying swords discarded all caution to destroy the enemy, too. The fractured bone plane quaked and groaned, more pieces of it collapsing into the snowstorm raging in the hollows. The entire battlefield seemed to be swaying on the verge of collapse. It could not continue for much longer. And it didn't. Because, at that moment, the battered ivory island revealed itself from the storm of swords directly above where Anvil and Kai Song were fighting. And then, in the rattle of chains, came the crushing. An invisible force descended upon the shattered battlefield, flattening the rising tendrils of the abominable jungle and pressing the queen's puppets into the ground. Countless swords plummeted from the sky, scraping against the bone before rising up again, their blades trembling from the strain. For a few moments, the calamitous battle seemed to have frozen. And under everyone's gazes, changing star of the immortal flame descended from the sky, landing softly on the ground between the two sovereigns. With her silver hair dancing in the air, she folded her white wings and lowered her incandescent sword. Her clear voice rang above the ravaged battlefield. "Stop this madness! Stop this madness!" Nephis spoke these words, knowing that they were meaningless. The sovereigns would not listen, and she did not want them to listen. All she wanted was to kill them. How could she not, after waiting for a chance to slay her abusers for all these years? For all her life. And it had not been an easy one, that life of hers. From the broken dreams of her childhood to the blood-soaked battlefield of her adulthood, Nephis had always been driven by a singular, uncompromising desire. To conquer the nightmare spell and destroy it, to obliterate, decimate, and bring it to ruin. Not because she was a noble hero, but simply because she loathed it. Nephis was consumed by hatred, shaped by it. She was no hero. And yet she had to pretend to be one, because no one could survive the ruthless world of the nightmare spell alone. She needed the support and faith of those who believed in her to destroy it, just as much as they needed her, and she needed to obliterate those who stood in her way. That was why the sovereigns had to die, not because they had ruined her family and haunted her childhood nightmares like monsters, but simply because they were inept. They might have been great and brilliant once, but they had lost their way. One did not exclude the other, though. Today, she was going to remove an obstacle on the path to fulfilling her ardent desire. And she was also going to have her revenge. Looking at them, the proud king in his vermilion cloak, the queen hiding inside her grotesque golem, Nephis could feel it. A roaring flame igniting in her soul, drowning her mind and engulfing her heart. The flame of wrath, the flame of hatred. Scorching, overwhelming, impossible to deny. And so, telling them to stop felt like torture, because Nephis wanted nothing more than to carve their souls and bodies with her sword. These ghouls, she had endured tolerating their existence for too long. Today they were going to die, her will was absolute. Looking at her, Anvil suddenly let go. At a low chuckle. And what if we don't stop, Nephis? She looked at him, lingered for a moment, and then pointed her sword at him. Then I will stop you. There was more she had to say, an entire speech, in fact, that Cassie and Sonny had prepared far in advance. A clever argument that listed all the crimes the sovereigns had committed, advocated for the safety of the awakened soldiers, hammered down the senselessness of a civil war, and painted a rosy picture of the future. For everyone interested to hear. But Nephis could not wait anymore. She had waited for too long already. Words were cheap anyway. Her actions would speak louder. Anvil looked at her silently, then asked in a cold voice, "Is it really wise to point a sword that I myself forged at me?" With that, her sword, the Kinslayer, suddenly moved on its own. Flying from her hand, it rushed to Anvil and turned to point at her own chest, hovering above his shoulder. Just as expected. Nephis smiled as she dismissed it. "If you insist, I'll kill you with a better sword, forged by a better smith." She summoned the blessing. TG//resolve, domain equals shadow slave fasts. Chapter 22, 34 Darkness Falls. Far away, one of Sonny's incarnations was sitting on the steps of the nameless temple. The small camp the soldiers sent to him by the Sword Army had built was empty now. They had been recalled and left for Vanishing Lake to participate in the clandestine attack on the Lesser Crossing stronghold, which never took place in the end. By now they were out there on the battlefield, trying to survive in the cataclysm caused by the sovereigns. Many of them were probably dead, torn apart or turned into puppets. The nameless temple was eerily quiet. Sonny had spent a long time alone here, but he usually had the company of his shadows. Saint, fiend, serpent, nightmare, they were on the battlefield too, helping him hold back the tide of abominations. He felt strangely lonesome, despite the sleeping army of great nightmare creatures hidden in the darkness behind him, and the invisible presence of the temple guardian. Of course, his solitude was not destined to last. His shadow sense spread far and wide, encompassing the dark expanse of the Shadow Realm's fragment. That was why he could already feel it, the ragged force of the Song soldiers approaching him from the north. And their commanders, of course. Lonesome Howl, Deathsinger. He could not sense Silent Stalker, though, which meant that she was already somewhere close, aiming her arrows at him. Sonny did not move. Finally, the soldiers entered the empty camp, shivering as the eerie silence enveloped them. The daughters of Kai Song were the first to reach the dark edifice of the temple. They stopped, staring at him with tense expressions. In the end, it was Lonesome Howl who spoke. "Lord of Shadows, we meet again." Her voice was boisterous, but he could feel a hint of fear hidden deep within it. Sonny tilted his head a little. "You were sent to take the nameless temple, then." She smiled. "Sure, it's a bit funny, though, oxymoron or what have you. Your citadel is called the Nameless Temple, that's its name. So it's not very nameless, is it?" He hesitated for a moment, amused. "Perhaps, so tell me what's the logic. Last time I beat 13 of you, now there's only 3. Are you that impatient to die?" Lonesome Howl's smile faltered for a moment, then brightened again. "Ah, but most of you is far away, so I like our chances." Her bravado was ruined by Deathsinger, though, who chose that exact moment to yell. "Death, oh death, we're all going to die, I sense it." Sonny stared at her for a moment, smiling, then shook his head. "Well, naturally, everyone dies one day. Only the void is everlasting, so I guess you are right." Deathsinger fell silent and looked back at him with wide eyes. "I'm right, me? Can you repeat that, Sir Lord of Shadows, louder?" With that, she turned her head and glanced at Lonesome Howl vindictively. Sonny chuckled. "Sorry to disappoint, though, you're not dying today." It was time. The Nameless Temple had long accumulated enough essence to travel, and the stage was set for the Lord of Shadows to make his entrance. As Sonny rose to his feet, he saw the daughters of Kai Song and the soldiers behind them flinch. He smiled behind the visor of his helmet. "Oh, but you might become orphans." With that, he activated the component of his citadel and envisioned the calamitous battlefield. As the warriors of Song watched him warily, readying themselves for the lethal battle against the terrifying Saint of Godgrave. The ancient edifice of the Dark Temple turned hard to focus on. And then they were suddenly blinded by bright light. Arg! Lonesome Howl raised a hand to cover her eyes and swayed. A wave of familiar heat washed over her. When she could see again, an expression of shock appeared on her face. The nameless temple was gone, as if it had never existed at all. And with it, the unnater. All darkness that veiled this entire region of Godgrave had disappeared as well. In front of them, there was nothing but a white expanse of bone, ending in an abyssal drop to the distant spine of the dead deity. Above them was the radiant veil of clouds. What the hell? The Lord of Shadows and his citadel were gone like a mirage. And almost at the same time as they disappeared from the southern edge of the breastbone reach, they appeared on the northern edge, in the middle of the battlefield, right below the Ivory Island. The fragment of the Shadow Realm traveled with the nameless temple, as well. Sonny had not been able to move it before, and he could not do it now either. However, he wagered his hopes on a trick. By anchoring the fragment to his citadel, he had hoped that moving the citadel would result in the vast shroud of darkness moving with it, too. Luckily, it had worked. The fractured bone plane was suddenly enveloped by deep shadows, obscuring the distant sky. The shadows swallowed it all: the shattered bone, the scarlet jungle, the sea of puppets, the storm of swords, the flood of nightmare creatures, and the drowning army. And the sovereigns as well. Now their trap was complete. Serpent was raging below the sovereigns, hidden in the heart of a profane snowstorm. The Ivory Island hung in the sky above them, pressing the two into the ground with the obliterating power of the crushing. The fragment of Shadow Realm was all around them. As a piece of a divine domain, albeit one belonging to a dead god, it possessed a power of its own, and that power was suppressing the domains of the two supremes. And they had lost a lot of that power already, both during the war and when the three great citadels were stolen from them. There was the nameless temple itself, too, its invisible guardian and the great nightmare creatures slumbering in the cool darkness of its great hall. Sonny and Nephis had done all they could to give themselves a chance to defeat the king and the queen, to vanquish the sovereigns. Now all they could do was fight. Standing on the steps of the nameless temple, no more than a dozen meters away, Sonny looked at Anvil with cold arrogance. His voice sounded aloof. "She's talking about me, by the way. I'm the better smith. TG/resolve, domain equals shadow slave fasts." Chapter 22, 35 Feeble Flame of Hope. First came the cold. Then came the darkness. It rose from below, swallowing the land, devouring the heavens, and blotting out the light of day. The soldiers, who had been tormented by blinding light and suffocated by heat for many long months, let out sighs of relief and basked in the cool embrace of shadows. Luminous memories swiftly ignited above the drowning army, and they fought against the rising tide of nightmare creatures with renewed vigor. Of course, it was a bit strange for snow to rise from the hollows and for deep darkness to envelop the world, but the soldiers had seen and survived too many bizarre events here in Godgrave to care about yet another one. All of them, both those who had awakened before the chain of nightmares and after it, were seasoned veterans now. They had been honed and tempered by the war, experiencing enough horrors to make them numb to eerie strangeness. All they knew was that the Lord of Shadows had something to do with it, and that he was assisting Changing Star. Changing Star herself was out there, far away in the distance, standing between the king and the queen. Her radiant figure was like a pure white beacon in the ocean of darkness, and although few could hear her speak, everyone understood what she was doing, attempting to do. She was trying to stop the mad battle between the two sovereigns to spare the dying soldiers and save them all. The last daughter of the immortal flame had always been the voice of reason in this appalling war. In fact, she was the only one who had protested against it. And now, her voice was their only hope. Perhaps the Supremes would listen. If not, perhaps Changing Star would find another way to end the war. That faint hope burned in the hearts of the desperate soldiers, and they clung to it desperately, even while knowing full well how futile it was. Hope was a resilient thing. After all, it was far more resilient than reason, and there was fuel nurturing its feeble flame as well. The advance of the liberated jungle, which had threatened to drown the two great armies minutes before, was slower now. The dreadful battle of the Supremes, which had threatened to destroy the very ground beneath them, temporarily came to a halt. For a few moments, the soldiers allowed themselves to believe in salvation. But then, as they cast their gazes ahead to where Changing Star was standing, their expressions changed. Their eyes widened, and their faces became twisted by horror. Not long before that, Sunny walked down the steps of the nameless temple, looking at Anvil coldly. At the same time, a bright flame flared from Neph's hand, forming into a beautiful silver blade. The blessing flared to life, its incandescent radiance fusing with her own and making it much more brilliant, thus causing the surrounding shadows to grow deeper. Anvil did not pay Sunny attention, staring at the brilliant sword as if enchanted by it. "You forged this blade." His voice was full of a strange, subdued emotion. As Sunny walked down the steps, his incarnations rose from the shadows behind him. 1, 2, 3, eventually, 7 identical figures in fearsome black armor stepped onto the weathered bone. 7 cold voices resounded like a choir, fusing in an eerie harmony. "Yes. No." A quiet laugh resounded above the fractured battlefield, and 6 incarnations of the Lord of Shadows suddenly turned into 6 rivers of pure darkness, flowing into the 7th. As they were absorbed by it, his usually subtle presence grew impossible to ignore, brimming with a cold and sinister power. The darkness, which had seemed impenetrable before, turned even deeper and more unfathomable. As the shadows wrapped themselves around him, Sunny smiled behind Weaver's mask. Having been scattered around the dream realm for so long, he had missed the feeling of being embraced by his shadows. He had grown tired of not being able to enjoy his true power. Now that he enjoyed the familiar boon of being augmented by his invaluable helpers, the future seemed a little brighter. "I am not going to enjoy killing you, King of Swords." Anvil stared at the blessing for a few more moments, then turned to Sunny. "No, you won't." His next words were addressed to Nephis. "So are you really going to challenge me as a mere saint, girl? How bold, how brave, how misguided." Nephis regarded him calmly, brilliant radiance burning under her skin. Her voice crackled with the furious roaring of an annihilating flame. "You're just a sovereign." Anvil chuckled. At the same time, the flesh golem moved, and every puppet on the vast battlefield simultaneously turned their heads, all staring at Nephis with empty eyes. The nearest of them opened its monstrous mouth and spoke, its voice resounding above the fractured plain. A moment later, another dead abomination continued, their hollow, inhuman voices brimming with chilling amusement. "Ah, I am feeling ignored. Don't you have any words to spare for me as well, little Nephis?" Neph shifted her gaze and looked at the grotesque flesh golem, white flames dancing in her eyes. Her tone did not change. "You should have killed me a long time ago. Now it's too late." With that, she spread her white wings and prepared to attack. The crushing was pressing the sovereigns into the ground, but it was sparing her and Sunny. Controlling it with such precision was not easy and would not be possible for much longer. But in that short time, the physical power of their terrifying enemies would be severely diminished. Sunny and Nephis had to use that time to, if not kill, then at least gravely wound the sovereigns. However, fate had other plans in store. As Sunny reached into the shadows, shaping them into a weapon, Anvil raised his sword. His voice was cold and even. "If you want to face me, girl, face me yourself. Don't rely on toys." With that, the cursed blade hissed, cutting the air. Sunny wanted to dodge, but the strike was not aimed at him. Neither was it aimed at Nephis. Instead, Anvil seemed to be cutting the sky. And something in the sky was severed. Looking up, Sunny could not help but flinch. "How?" His hand trembled. Out there in the sky, the Ivory Island was falling. Chapter 22, 36, Heir of Peace. The ivory tower, Tower of Hope, had been built by the demon of desire and became her prison later. Of course, a prison capable of containing a demon could not have been fragile. The great pagoda and the island it stood upon had weathered Hope's 1,000 years of imprisonment, the doom worn, and countless years of desolation that followed. So even Anvil of Valor was not powerful enough to destroy it. And he didn't. Instead, he cut the very concept that held the Ivory Island in the air, temporarily throwing the sorcery that allowed it to fly into disarray. The island plummeted down, its massive shape tilting as the 7 torn chains rattled loudly. The placid lake resting on its surface spilled over the edge, forming a vast waterfall. The bones of the dragon that lay curled around the great pagoda moved, tearing the ground. Far away, the soldiers were terrified by the sight of the symbol of their hope falling from the sky. Sunny's eyes widened. Crap! The massive island was falling, and the nameless temple was situated directly below it. The shadows stirred, ready to arrest the island's fall. Sunny had stopped a walking mountain once for a few moments, and he was much stronger now, and yet he was not sure that he would be able to stop the falling mass of the flying citadel. The ivory island did not crash into the nameless temple, though. Before it could, an invisible presence rose above the dark edifice and barred its path, causing the entire island to shudder and chase course. It veered to the side, tilting, and hit the bone plane heavily hundreds of meters away. The battlefield trembled, the world quaked. The ancient bone crumbled. Countless tons of shattered bone plummeted into the billowing clouds of snow, and a massive hole formed in the ground where the ivory island struck it. The island itself crashed through the fractured plain, pulling more of the battlefield crumbling down with it, and sank into the cold darkness of the hollows. Soon enough, it disappeared from view, leaving a jagged chasm many kilometers across on the surface of the breastbone reach. Everything inside was obscured by snow, but a few moments later, another terrifying impact shook the world as the flying island broke the canopy of the abominable jungle and collided with the ground. The snow was pushed into the dark sky, and a lone figure was revealed on the edge of the vast chasm, rising unsteadily from the shattered bone. It was a slender young man with porcelain skin and attractive features, wearing a black mantle and a dazed expression. He was Master Sunless, the charming enchanter whom Changing Star had brought to Godgrave as a memory purveyor of the Fire Keepers. Her infamous lover. Anvil looked at him with disdain, then glanced at his adopted daughter. "I'll take this toy from you as well, to help you rid yourself of unnecessary distractions." Before Nephis could even move, one of his 7 dreadful swords shot forward with terrifying speed. It moved so swiftly, and with such daunting power that space itself seemed to rip around its chillingly sharp blade. The sword reached its victim in the blink of an eye, poised to pierce the delicate master and turn his body into a cloud of crimson haze. But instead, something that even the King of Sword could not have expected happened, causing both sovereigns to halt. The dazed enchanter raised his arm in a seemingly unhurried fashion, and caught the dreadful blade with his bare hand. The snow behind him exploded in all directions, torn apart by a devastating shockwave, and the hems of his mantle danced in the air. The young man himself, however, did not even sway, standing there motionlessly like an exquisite statue. As the hurricane wind settled, he looked at the sword trapped in his seemingly weak hand, and his beautiful face was suddenly illuminated by a faint smile. "Well, ouch." As he tightened his grasp, cracks appeared on the dreadful blade, and then it shattered into a myriad of scarlet sparks. Taking a calm step forward, the charming enchanter shook his hand in the air under Anvil's dismayed gaze. "Seems like her toys are of much better quality than yours, King of Swords, if I do say so myself." With that, he grinned shamelessly. A moment later, something even more astonishing happened. The terrifying Lord of Shadows, the sinister saint whose dark and dreadful power was only equal to the chilling mystery of his true identity, suddenly turned into a swift shadow that glided across the surface of the shattered bone and happily wrapped itself around the charming enchanter's body. Suddenly, he did not look weak anymore. His pleasant smile disappeared, replaced by a dark and chillingly cold expression. That said, as he took the next step, a fearsome onyx armor encased his body, and a frightening black mask of a snarling demon hid his beautiful face. "I'm a little mad now." A dark odachi suddenly appeared in his hand, and he pointed its tip at Anvil. "How about we settle it with swords, heir of war?" Anvil lingered for a moment, then dismissed his helmet, smiling with dark satisfaction. "As you wish, heir of peace." A moment later, he was already upon Sunny. Almost at the same time, the titanic flesh golem lunged at Nephis. Now that the ivory island had disappeared below ground, the crushing was not slowing them down anymore. And neither was it hindering the legion of the dead puppets and the storm of flying swords anymore. The battlefield, which had grown still for a few short minutes, exploded with motion and violence once again. But before the queen's puppets and the king's swords could descend upon Sunny and Nephis, something moved in the darkness behind the open gates of the nameless temple. A moment later, a litany of harrowing roars suddenly drowned the vast expanse of the fractured battlefield. The darkness stirred, and the first of the great abominations that nightmare had lulled to sleep lunged from it in a maelstrom of terrifying claws and fangs, followed by another and another. The swarm of dreadful nightmare creatures slammed into the puppets, and a feast of carnage unlike anything Sunny had ever seen suddenly took place on the surface of the shattered plain. Chapter 22, 37 King of Swords. The swarm of great nightmare creatures escaped the gates of the nameless temple like a monstrous tide, their grotesque and harrowing forms oomed in darkness, and the darkness bloomed with the frenzied scarlet flames of countless hungry eyes. A terrifying litany of bestial wails shook the world. A moment later, countless fangs sank into dead flesh and countless claws shattered enchanted steel. There were beings among the liberated Great Ones who resembled beasts, and there were those who defied description. Having shaken off the shackles of the dream curse, these dreadful creatures were overcome with fury, hunger, and the chilling scars left on their souls by the endless nightmares. The dead puppets, the flying swords, and the ancient predators of the abominable jungle. These three armies clashed on the fractured battlefield, unleashing a devastating wave of violence. Sunny was not a sovereign, but his army of abominations was not that inferior to the other two supreme forces. Of course, there were far fewer of them than there were of the queen's puppets and of the king's swords. But each great nightmare creature was far more powerful than most individual minions of the Supremes were, and as a result, the carnage of their onslaught was simply chilling. There was a simple trick to why Sunny was able to match the sovereigns as a mere transcendent. In that regard, it was because, unlike them, he had no control over his army whatsoever. Nightmare had spent more than a year slowly lulling the Great Ones to slumber, but now that they broke free, Sunny had no power over the harrowing swarm of frenzied abominations at all. They were just as likely to devour him as they were his enemies, so he would be wise to stay away from his own monster. Perhaps it would have been even wiser not to unleash scores of great nightmare creatures in close proximity to himself, but there was no putting this particular genie back in the bottle. In any case, he had done what had to be done. The abominations would stall the sea of puppets and the storm of swords for some time, at least, giving him and Nephis time to deal with the sovereigns in person. Or be dealt with by the sovereigns instead. How thrilling! Anvil was already a split second away from descending upon Sunny in all his harrowing might. However, at that moment, strangely enough, Sunny found himself neither shaken nor wary. Instead, he was curious. How would he fare in the battle against a Supreme? This was the first time Sunny felt his true power as a Titan. His original body and the onyx mantle encasing it were both augmented by all 7 of his shadows, making him feel strong enough to crush entire mountains under his palm. His speed, his endurance, his resilience, all of him was empowered by the embrace of shadows, becoming titanic. Beyond that, he was also being nurtured by the fragment of the shadow realm, pushing his physical prowess even further. Essence flowed into his soul like a river, both from being surrounded by the purest form of his source element, and because of Serpent waging war on the scarlet jungle below. And much as Sunny was empowered, Anvil was suppressed. Do I stand a chance, I wonder? The first attack came faster than lightning. It was so fast, in fact, that Sunny could not even see it. He could only sense it through the movement of shadows. Time seemed to slow down to a crawl, and the snowflakes froze in the air, shining like cold stars in the night sky as they reflected Neph's brilliant radiance. Anvil's cursed sword descended upon him like an ill omen, twisting the very space around it. And moving through the frozen time, Sunny dodged it with the practiced ease of a master swordsman. Sidestepping the attack, he pushed himself forward. At this speed, the air itself was like a wall barring his path. Sunny shattered that wall easily and thrust his Odachi into Anvil's unprotected face. Cold contempt glistened in the sovereign's gray eyes. "Oh, I made a mistake." Ignoring the laws of inertia, Anvil's sword instantly changed direction and transitioned to a horizontal slash from a downward cut. He struck Sunny with the flat of the blade, causing a crack to appear on the surface of the onyx mantle and sending Sonny staggering back. A dull pain radiated through his abdomen, and he tasted blood on his tongue. There were rules to swordsmanship. The footwork, the human anatomy, the application of force. However, Anvil commanded a force that broke all the rules, refusing to obey any law that had not been made by him. He could control metal itself, and therefore his sword could move in any direction he wanted at any speed. His body was encased in a suit of steel armor as well, and therefore observing his footwork was of no use. "Let me show you swordsmanship, worm." Hearing Anvil's indifferent voice, Sonny smiled faintly. Crap. In the next moment, a barrage of attacks descended upon him like a steel storm. There were too many of them to count, and each carried the devastating power of a supreme. Anvil's assault was inescapable and tyrannical, as if the sky itself was falling Yupo. And Sonny. The cursed sword the king held in his hands was the most vicious, but the 6 blades levitating around him were no less deadly. The shattered bone cracked under Sonny's boots as he evaded and dodged, then exploded a moment later when the cuts aimed for his body bit into it with obliterating force. Sonny's black odachi deflected a few strikes and blocked a few more, then was cut cleanly and crumbled into a stream of shadows. A new sword appeared in his hand almost instantly. Then, 4 more arms were formed from shadows, each grasping its own blade. He survived the barrage of attacks, somehow, realizing with a shudder that the eternity of murderous steel he weathered only lasted for a heartbeat. And that there was one last wave of attacks he could not escape. His blades were broken, and his shadow hands were severed. The cursed sword flew toward him, with nothing to stop it from piercing his heart. Just before it pierced him, though, Sonny simply dissolved into the shadows and stepped out of them behind Anvil, delivering a crushing blow to the sovereign's back. What is it with this guy, and calling all his enemies worms? Sonny grinned behind Weaver's mask. How about I show you swordsmanship instead? As Anvil used his aspect to right his body and turn, the 6 dreadful swords becoming a sphere of rustling steel around him, Sonny switched his stance and channeled a flowing and unpredictable battle style, the first style he had ever learned. The style Nephis had inherited from Broken Sword, and he inherited from her. Anvil's eyes darkened. Chapter 22, 38 Unassailable. Anvil of Valor was perhaps the most brilliant warrior of his generation, the most brilliant warrior of those who were still alive, at least. He had been born and bred to be the epitome of martial prowess, spent decades fighting bloody battles on countless battlefields, led glorious conquests of numerous vast regions of the Dream Realm, and solidified the rule of the great clan Valor over the world with his sword and his hammer. In some sense, he was the personification of the 2nd generation. He was powerful, he was fearsome, he was tyrannical and domineering. But Sonny was a terrifying presence on the battlefield himself. And, as one of the most powerful awakened warriors in history, he was more than worthy enough to represent his own generation. The 3rd generation was harder to describe than the previous 2. The members of the 1st generation had survived the descent of the nightmare spell and built the foundation of a new world order. The 2nd generation, having been the first to be born into the ruthless world of the nightmare spell, grew up to subjugate it and build upon that foundation. The 3rd generation had not been shaped by such distinct events, and neither had it achieved anything as noteworthy. Perhaps what had truly shaped it was the fall of North America and the previous 2 generations of Awakened as well. So today, the members of the 3rd generation were going to distinguish it by vanquishing the very people who had shaped it. The future was fighting against the past, longing to escape its iron grasp. As Sonny attacked, his transcendent battle art fully revealed itself. His movements were swift and flowing, guided by his shadow sense instead of vision. His sword was fierce and vicious, carrying the weight of a mountain or turning light as a feather the next moment. Each attack was ruthlessly lethal and imbued with dreadful power, causing devastating shockwaves to shake the world after each strike. Sonny himself was sinister and elusive, freely moving between the shadows. It was as if he was in several places at the same time. Even if he wasn't, the shadows themselves moved and flowed, turning tangible and deadly at times. Sadly, the manifested shadows could not compare with his titanic power, and were easily destroyed by Anvil without managing to even slow him down. Anvil was stronger, faster, more resilient. But not by much. Sonny grinned as he felt it. Sure, he was inferior to the tyrannical sovereign in terms of raw physical power, but the gap between them was not that vast. It was quite narrow, in fact. As if the true advantage the Supremes possessed lay mostly in their connection to their domains, and since the Shadow Realm fragment was suppressing that connection, Anvil was devoid of his usual strength. And yet, despite being narrow, the gap seemed impossible to bridge. Damn it! Every single one of Sonny's strikes was either blocked, deflected, or calmly evaded. Every single movement, no matter how fast or forceful, was predicted and turned against him. Despite his ferocious power and titanic strength, Sonny was struggling with all his might, while Anvil remained seemingly unbothered. Full of disdain, even. This style, did she teach you this style? It seems that the two of you had known each other for much longer than you let on. Sonny gritted his teeth behind Weaver's mask. She wasn't the on. Who taught me, and we don't know each other at all. Anvil smiled coldly. No matters. Pushing Sonny's sword aside, he moved forward. Sonny fled into the shadows, but by the time he escaped them, Anvil's fist was still poised to strike him in the chest. A terrifying blow sent a shockwave running through Sonny's body and threw him back. The breastplate of the onyx mantle cracked, only to mend itself a moment later, augmented by 7 shadows. The living stone trait of his stone-like carapace had grown immensely potent. Anvil looked at Sonny darkly, then shook his head. Not metal, but not stone either, an underworld armament then. Did you think it would save you? Sonny suppressed a groan, raising his sword to attack. I might have entertained such a thought, yes. Anvil possessed the ability to control metal, and that power was not limited to his own swords and armor. He could just as easily control the weapons of his enemies. As well, fortunately, Sonny's armor was made from the strange material that was closer to stone than to metal while inheriting traits of both. His weapons, meanwhile, were made from shadows. Nephis wore no armor at all, and the blessing was like a blade forged from furious flame. So, both of them were immune to Anvil's power. That was not something Sonny had relied on to save him, though. It was just one of the measures he had to take to give himself a chance. But why is he so strong? It doesn't make sense. As Sonny attacked and Anvil defended, unbothered, almost as if entertaining himself, they moved across the shattered battlefield. Sonny lunged forward to deliver a deadly thrust, but Anvil simply moved out of the way. The two of them crashed into a crowd of puppets, and carried by momentum, Sonny tore through them like a beast made of pure darkness. The bodies of the puppets were too fragile to offer any resistance to his dreadful might. As he arrested his forward momentum and turned on the ball of his foot, he saw clouds of crimson haze and tiny pieces of torn bodies spreading outward in the air slowly, as if suspended in water. Before the first drop of blood even hit the ground, Sonny and Anvil had already exchanged 100 more blows, moving away like a rolling disaster. I think I can sense it. All this time, Sonny had been learning how Anvil fought through Shadow Dance. The Sovereign's battle art was deep and complicated, strange, even impossible to fathom in a short amount of time. But now, he was starting to realize why the King of Swords seemed so unassailable despite not being that much stronger. There, in the very essence of his battle art, being used as a weapon, was the will. And while the two of them fought, Sonny was learning how to wield the will as a weapon himself. Chapter 22, 39 Vibrant Colors. The fractured battlefield quaked as Sonny landed on the white bone, instantly dashing away with a thunderclap. Surrounded by a billowing mantle of shadows, he was like a formless mass of darkness that moved around the formidable figure of the King of Swords, aiming to end the king's life. His black sword was like an omen of death, and at any moment his dark mantle could bloom with tendrils that shot forward at dire speed, turning into sharp blades, clawed hands, or rattling chains. The blades aimed to pierce Anvil's armor, the inky black hands tried to pull him down, and the chains tried to bind him. However, instead, they shattered against the dark steel of his impenetrable armor, were cut down by his swords, and were torn to pieces by his ferocious strength. What a bastard! If the shadows Sonny manifested had been more effective against his supreme enemy, he would have already encased himself in a shadow shell, bringing its immense might down upon Anvil. But for now, there was no point. the shell would just offer a larger target to the King of Swords and would be destroyed swiftly. It is like. It was as if Sunny was stuck in a mire. That was what it felt like, to fight against an enemy who had long forged their will into a deadly weapon, like the quiet horror of a person slowly drowning in cold mud, unable to claw their way out or find purchase. That was because the world itself seemed to be on Anvil's side, bending to accommodate his will. Sunny had not noticed it at first, but once he recognized the wrongness, it was impossible to ignore it. The effect was subtle, but unmistakable, turning the king's swords sharper while Sunny's weapons became duller, making the king's armor more durable while Sunny's armor became more fragile, helping the king strike true every time while Sunny always seemed to miss his target by a hair's breadth. The will. Sunny possessed the will, too, and wasn't completely unfamiliar with wielding it. He even tried to unleash it against Anvil's will, hoping to bend the world back into shape, not even to favor him, but simply to remain neutral. However, he felt like an infant trying to overpower an adult. The distance between them was too vast. He could sense it, too, what Anvil was doing. And yet, Sunny had no words and no concepts to describe or understand what he was sensing. It was as if he was a blind person who had somehow managed to fathom what colors were, while Anvil could mix the colors to paint a vibrant, beautiful picture with his brush. Sunny felt bad, Sunny felt indignant. Why did he have to feel like he was drowning while experiencing his full power for the first time? Oh, it's driving me mad. The world was suddenly consumed by blinding radiance as Nephis unleashed a roaring torrent of white flame some distance away. Sunny could not spare any attention to observe her battle against the queen, but he did catch glimpses of it from time to time. Nephis had already assumed her transcendent form, appearing like a spirit of light in the deep darkness of the Shadow Realm fragment. Her pure radiance spread far and wide, illuminating the dark sea of puppets and the rustling storm of swords above. Her beautiful figure was dwarfed by the gargantuan flesh golem, though moving in the air as she dodged the devastating attacks of the queen. From a distance, it looked like a human was chasing a shining firefly across a dark abyss. However, that firefly had a vicious bite, searing the eerie creature with blinding rays of incandescent light, each of them hundreds of meters in length. The incandescent rays were soul flame channeled through the blessing, condensed and shaped by its radiant blade. They cut and burned the flesh golem at the same time, perhaps even evaporating some of the river of blood that flowed with the hideous creature. But then again, the queen's vessel was not that hideous anymore. As she fought, it continued to change and shift, assuming a more human form. The towering being still looked like a monster born from a feverish nightmare, but it also possessed an eerie, chilling kind of grace now, moving across the fractured battlefield with a ferocious and merciless sense of purpose. The wounds dealt to her by Neph's flame were erased in mere seconds, not leaving even a trace. The other dead titans had broken free by then, too. One had been torn apart by a particularly dreadful great abomination, and another one was turned into a mountain of bleeding flesh by the flying swords. But the rest were already destroying Sunny's rabid army, killing and consuming the ancient predators of the abominable jungle in a variety of gruesome ways. We are all holding back. Even as his armor broke and repaired itself, as he was assaulting Anvil like a whirlwind of deadly darkness, Sunny knew that the four of them had not gone all out yet. They were probing each other for now, learning the ways of their enemy. Sunny was benefiting from this short introduction the most, because Shadow Dance allowed him a unique insight into Anvil, into learning the way a sovereign fought. What a sovereign was. But it wasn't going to last much longer, because he could see it already. Anvil was growing bored. Even though it wounded his pride and sent shivers running down his spine, Sunny saw that his enemy had only tolerated their battle in hopes of experiencing something amusing. But his hope was slowly being crushed by the lack of challenge Sunny offered. It was disheartening to see. So what was the point of holding back? The bone plane shuddered as the head of an enormous serpent suddenly revealed itself above the vast chasm. At the same time as it appeared, a tenebrous steed suddenly rose from the shadows behind Anvil, biting down with adamantine fangs, while a graceful knight in intricate onyx armor stepped out of the darkness in front of him, bringing down her black sword on his head. Considering Anvil's power over metal, Sunny entrusted Fiend with another, equally important task, defending Rain against the abominable jungle. Saint and Nightmare, however, were enough to give Anvil pause. And that pause was enough for Serpent to turn into a black Odachi, landing into Sunny's hand a moment later. He was learning to wield the will from Anvil. But that did not mean that he could not cheat. Slaying Blade ability description. When in its soul weapon form, Soul Serpent embodies the death aspect of Shadow God. As such, it ignores the will of greater beings. As his shadows held the Sovereign in place, Sunny took a step forward and brought his Odachi down in a downward slash, the power of his strike causing the air itself to part in a towering rift. Chapter 22, 40 Flawless Blade. Sunny's sword parted the air, creating a wind blade dozens of meters tall. It slammed into the surface of the weathered bone with a thunderous roar, sending a cloud of debris flying up. However, the wind blade was a mere side effect of the black Odachi falling upon Anvil. Held in place by Nightmare and Saint, he had nowhere to escape. 2 of his 7 swords bounced off Saint's shield, creating a breach in the sphere of rustling steel. Sunny's sword plummeted into hat breach, and for a moment, he allowed himself to believe that it would strike down a sovereign. No, not really. Taught by countless bitter experiences, Sunny knew that victory never came so easy. And indeed, against all reason, Anvil managed to survive. At the last moment, he shook off Nightmare, sent Saint staggered back and turned his torso. As a result, the black Odachi failed to end his life. It did, however, bite into his breastplate. Anvil's dark armor seemed impregnable before, but this time it was actually breached. The glancing blow did not penetrate deep, but Sunny felt it cutting flesh. As his sword scraped against the surface of the ancient bone, a drop of blood fell off its serpentine blade. Anvil took a few steps back and looked down at the long cut on his armor. A moment later, the black metal repaired itself, but the shallow laceration beneath remained. Looking up, he studied Sunny for a few moments, then smiled coldly. "You actually made me bleed. No one else has managed in a decade." Sunny smiled behind Weaver's mask, hiding his discomfort. "Bleeding, bah, how pedestrian." The King of Swords chuckled. "That sword of yours is curious, too. Soul serpents are supposed to have gone extinct thousands of years ago, and yet here it is, the last survivor of its species. I wonder how the Nightmare spell preserved it." Sunny, Saint, and Nightmare surrounded Anvil from 3 sides, but he did not seem concerned. Instead, he looked almost elated. "You are not as big of a disappointment as I thought." His cold voice turned darker then, sending a chill running down Sunny's spine. "You still have to die, though." Sunny smiled darkly. "Oh, why, pray tell?" Dismissing 4 of his 7 swords so that only 3 remained, Anvil lingered for a few moments, then said evenly, "Because you are a threat to my greatest masterpiece, of course." With that, something changed subtly about the world. In the next moment, Sunny gasped. 2 of Anvil's swords shot at Saint and Nightmare, while the Sovereign himself was suddenly near Sunny. His cursed blade lashed out, bypassing the black Odachi and piercing the onyx mantle. A flash of pain washed over Sunny's right arm. Anvil avoided his counterattack with chilling ease and looked at him coldly. "I spent decades forging that sword, you know." Sunny dove into the shadows, but Anvil's sword reached him in their dark embrace, as well, gifting him another wave of blinding pain. Rolling out of the shadows, Sunny staggered to his feet and raised his Odachi in a desperate attempt to defend himself. "Crazy bastard, you are not talking about Nephis, are you?" The corner of Anvil's mouth moved slightly. "Who else? I will admit, I was late to realize her potential, but after she returned from the second nightmare alive, I saw it clearly. It was like a revelation. Everything fell into place, and I knew what I had been waiting for all these years." Sunny was suddenly overcome by an insatiable desire to rip that man apart. He had only been aiming to kill Anvil before, but now he wanted to kill him slowly and viscerally with his bare hands. But Anvil did not give Sunny a chance to bask in that fury, battering Serpent aside and leaving a deep cut on his left shoulder. The cursed blade scraped against the bone, making Sunny growl in pain. In hindsight, it was me who had tempered her into the flawless blade that she became. from a lost little girl to the radiant star she is now. It was me who had shaped her, sharpened her, guided her. It was me who had forged changing star into what she is today. Sonny was too appalled to process every word Anvil was speaking, so he simply tried to stop the next blow. However, Anvil simply crushed his block, leaving a deep gouge on his right thigh. And now, finally, the perfect sword I forged is close to being complete. It is just that you, disgusting thing, are blemishing its blade. But that is all right. A small stain can be easily removed. Sonny let out a stifled scream as Anvil's blade bit into his side. And at the same time, he realized something important. He's completely insane. The King of Sword had always been reserved and taciturn, so it was hard to see. But his severe and cold personality went beyond simple strangeness. What hid behind it was true, utter madness. Sonny did not know if it was the result of becoming supreme or simply Anvil's own mental disfigurement, but his enemy was far removed from sanity. Sonny also understood something else. It was that Anvil truly did not care about anything, including winning this battle. All he cared about was creating a flawless sword, or a flawless being that was no different from a sword, it seemed. So in a perverse way, he even hoped to lose. Because after failing to forge his own children into perfect weapons, he had fixated on Nephis, the daughter of Smile of Heaven, as his best and last hope of creating a flawless sword. He had said that Nephis was almost complete, which meant she had not proven herself flawless yet. There was one last act that remained for her to achieve completion in his twisted mind. The act of killing him, no doubt. He's completely insane and suicidal. And all of it was the result of Anvil's debilitating flaw. A chilling but reasonable conclusion of his ruthless pursuit to rid himself of all attachments. A lot of things that seemed odd before suddenly made sense. Sonny groaned mentally. That's great, but... Sadly enough, Sonny himself was not part of Anvil's plan to give Nephis one last, deadly trial, whether she could prove herself worthy and survive or not. In fact, as far as the King of Swords was concerned, Sonny stood in his way, marring the pure beauty of the nearly flawless blade with his vile presence. So Sonny had to be purged. Staggering back, he forced out a pale smile. Your Majesty, King Anvil, I want to say something. You are clearly, definitely not a complete damn lunatic. Chapter 22, 41 Fleeting Star. After listening to Anvil reveal the depths of his madness, something inside Sonny switched or maybe snapped. He was not sure. There was a line that could not be crossed, and hearing the King of Swords boast about brutalizing an innocent child, Nephis, as if it was some kind of crowning achievement, had crossed the line for Sonny. A storm of emotions raging in his heart settled, and a swarm of thoughts weighing on his mind was quelled. All that remained was a cool, silent darkness of uncompromising killing intent. Before, Sonny had been worried about how to kill Anvil and survive. Now he only cared about killing him. No, caring was not the right word. It suggested the possibility of a different outcome, but Sonny knew without a shadow of doubt that his enemy would die. It was an axiom, a self-evident truth. All he had to do now was shape the world to fit that truth. That was something he could handle. Sonny was the most honest man in two worlds, after all. His body was wounded and pulsing with pain, and his enemy was superior to him. His enemy was supreme. But it did not matter. Life is just the prelude to death. As two of Anvil's dreadful swords forced Saint and Nightmare back, and the Sovereign himself descended upon Sonny, he allowed the cursed blade to pierce his armor and sink into his flesh. The pain was exquisite. Grabbing Anvil's wrist, Sonny smiled behind Weaver's mask. And war is just the key to open its gates. Got you, bastard. When he spoke, his voice sounded sinister and full of malice. Do you feel at home on this battlefield, heir of war? Well, allow me to invite you into my world, then. With that, he strengthened his grasp and pulled Anvil into the shadows. Some distance away, Nephis was locked in a dire battle against the Queen. The titanic flesh golem pursued her with eerie grace and bestial fury, and all she could do was flee, retreating further while lashing out against the monstrous creature with searing rays of pure white flame. The blessing was complementing her aspect flawlessly. Now that she had assumed the form of the radiant spirit, her bound sword seemed to be forged from pure light as well. Just like Nephis herself was augmented by the titanic power of her soul flame, its incandescent blade was augmented by the white flames too. In fact, it benefited from their ferocious power even more due to the flame conduit trait. The very same trait allowed Nephis to channel her fire through the blessed blade, condensing it into incinerating rays that span hundreds of meters in length. That was how she was able to contend against the towering flesh golem despite being much smaller, and that was how she had managed to deal it grievous wounds. Sadly, those wounds simply healed a few moments after being dealt. The scorched flesh was discarded, and the cut tissue was repaired. The queen never slowed down, never faltered, and never let up her fearsome assault. Nephis raised her sword once more. Her world was stark and pure, devoid of all distractions. There was only her and her enemy, everything else was washed away by pain. The harrowing agony of her flaw was familiar, but the pain of having her body and soul ravaged by the talons of the flesh golem was new. Nephis was able to move incredibly swiftly in the radiant spirit form, soaring through the carnage of swords as she circled the queen and evaded her obliterating attacks, but she had not managed to evade all of them. Usually, she would have been able to heal any wound dealt to her, and this partial transcendent form of hers was more or less immune to physical attacks, anyway. However, every time the queen managed to strike Nephis, there were gruesome marks left on her body and on her soul, on her very spirit, perhaps, as if she was being cut not simply by the queen's talons, but also by her will. It hurts, but pain was just pain. More importantly, Nephis was overcome by suffocating wrath because of how powerless she was in the face of Kai Song. Nothing she did dealt any lasting damage to the eerie flesh golem, while the marks left on her by Kai Song were refusing to heal. She was losing. Some distance away, Sunny seemed to be slowly succumbing under the steel storm unleashed by Anvil, too. Further still, the two great armies were slowly melting in the flood of abominations. The snow still swirled in the fissures of the ancient bone, but the shadow that had summoned it was already gone, having turned into a serpentine sword. The jungle was yet to recover, but it would shake off the frigid frost soon. The great nightmare creatures that had escaped from the nameless temple were dying. Time was running out for Neph's defiant rebellion, and for the great armies as well, perhaps. She could feel it even through the pain. The flames of their hope, which burned brighter and brighter, still the deeper countless soldiers fell into the dark, dreadful abyss of despair. There is no point in holding back anymore. Nephis poured her flames into the blessing once again and swung her incandescent sword, unleashing a blinding jet of condensed flame from its blade. The white ray stretched high into the dark sky and then fell, leaving a deep wound on the queen's titanic body. Using the momentary lull in the barrage of attacks, Nephis dashed away, flying high above the fractured battlefield. She had almost reached the edge of the massive chasm that had been caused by the Ivory Island's fall when the queen caught her. Nephis twisted and summoned a devastating explosion, using the shockwave to slow down the flesh golem's attack. However, its enormous hand still reached her, the sharp talons tearing her flaming body apart. A flower of white flame in the dark sky, as fire leaked from her gruesome wounds like blood. Suppressing a scream, Nephis forcefully contained the fire and coalesced her torn form back into its previous shape, then used her momentum to circle around the queen. Before the flesh golem could turn, she delivered another cut, this one aimed at the ankle of the titanic creature. Fall. The ray of light sliced cleanly through the queen's leg. The wound would heal itself moments later, no doubt, but for the moment, the flesh golem had lost its balance. And as Nephis dashed forward, using herself as the epicenter of a violent explosion, another shockwave slammed into the titanic creature, sending it stumbling over the edge of the chasm, into the billowing white veil of swirling snow. As the queen plummeted into the depths of the hollows, Nephis hovered above the chasm, shining like a radiant star in the boundless darkness of the vast starless sky. Then she aimed the blade of the blessing down and ignited her soul. Chapter 22, 42 Shining Depths. As Nephis felt the indescribable agony of her soul cores shattering, and the ocean of flame contained within them escaping like an incinerating white inferno, she opened her mouth to scream. However, what escaped it was not a scream, but a thunderous melody of true names being evoked by a shaper to bend the world to her will. The true name of fire, the true name of destruction. Her own true name as well, the name of changing star, the star of ruin. And the name of the queen. Raven song, a brilliant star, suddenly ignited in the dark sky above the snowy chasm. It was so bright and pure that even the soldiers in the distance could not help but turn their heads and look, her light reflecting in their frightened eyes. Then a pillar of flame escaped the blade of the blessing and plummeted into the vast expanse of swirling snow, burning a hole in it. The snow melted into water, the water evaporated, and the steam was overheated, turning into plasma. The air itself was burned away, creating an area of absolute vacuum. All of it happened in an instant. Then the pillar of flame disappeared, extinguished by the darkness, and for a moment everything was still. And then, it was as if a sun was born under the fractured battlefield. Suddenly, the billowing cloud of snow veiling the depths of the vast chasm shone with beautiful white light. The same soft light rose from the countless jagged cracks that marred the surface of the shattered bone plain, chasing away the darkness. The hollows became a source of pure radiance. It was as the dark depths of Godgrave had somehow switched places with its blinding sky, with light pouring from below and darkness looming far above. Everything was still for a brief moment, and in that moment, the soft radiance pouring from the cracks in the ancient bone gradually turned more intense, and then more intense still, until it was almost violently bright. The world shuddered. A terrifying roar rose into the sky, making the awakened soldiers stumble and press their hands against their ears. The nightmare creatures faltered. The swirling snow was instantly obliterated, and towering walls of white flame shot from the jagged cracks into the black sky. The bone itself was blackened, entire swaths of it plummeting into white inferno below. The abominable jungle, which had been frozen by the lethal snowstorm, was now set aflame and turned to ash. The great vertical bridges of twisting vines all collapsed into whirlwinds of embers, and countless nightmare creatures perished in the explosion, either annihilated by the obliterating shockwave or burned to death by ferocious flames. By the time the world stopped quaking, the hollows were a radiant hell of white fire and incandescent embers. The snow was replaced by swirling ash, which rained down from above. Smoke veiled everything in sight. And from that smoke, something rose, stretching its tendrils toward a small, radiant star burning in the black sky. Sunny had carried a corrupted titan through the shadows once. The weight of its vile soul had been both crushing and immense. But the weight of Anvil's soul was simply unbearable, or rather, his soul seemed immovable. And yet Sunny did move it. In that moment, for a moment, his will tramped that of a supreme, perhaps because he had caught the King of Swords by surprise. As the two of them submerged into the embrace of shadows, though Sunny did something that he had never done before and had never been capable of doing before. Instead of stepping through the shadows while carrying another living being to emerge from them someplace else, he simply pulled both Anvil and himself into the familiar cold darkness. There in the world of darkness, both of them were nothing more than intangible shadows themselves, their souls laid bare. And Sunny was quite familiar with battling other shadows in that lightless realm. He was in for an unpleasant surprise, though. Shadows were usually shapeless and formless, unless they were guided by a conscious mind that shaped them into a particular form. It had taken him quite a while to learn how to shape himself into a form capable of battle long before. But Anvil was not formless. His shadow was vast and terrifying, as deep as Sunny's own. What's more, it had maintained the very same form he wore in the tangible world, as if Anvil's sense of self was so absolute that nothing could change it. Out there in the world of lightless shapelessness, Sunny saw color for the first time in his life. There was a colossal figure of an armor-clad warrior in front of him, entirely black, wielding an impenetrably black sword. A vermilion cloak rested on his shoulders, and scarlet flames were burning in his eyes. Still, this was the land of shadows, and Sunny was their lord. As his own shadow turned into a towering giant with 6 hands, he rushed at Anvil and clawed at his colossal form. Whatever armor the King of Swords wore must have granted him a great degree of protection against soul attacks, and yet it parted in front of Sunny's claws like paper. For the first time since their battle started, he felt that his enemy was truly hurt. Anvil only wasted a split second to orient himself in the unfamiliar world of shadows, almost as if he had experienced fighting someone wielding power over shadows once, already, and coldly pushed his dreadful sword forward. The harrowing blade cut into Sunny's vast form, threatening to cut it in half. Anyone else would have probably been destroyed by that single attack, their souls collapsing like tattered cloth. But as soon as the black blade touched Sunny, an intricate weave of golden strings flashed for a moment in the dark depths of his giant form, almost like chainmail. That was soul weave, of course, which held his soul together and reinforced it against soul attacks. The pain was blinding, of course. Anvil's sword had been slowed by soul weave, preventing it from cutting Sunny in two, but it did not stop the cursed blade altogether. But in the next moment, his towering form simply parted in front of the sharp edge, allowing it to pass through him without dealing any damage whatsoever. He was not obliged to maintain the same form, after all. In fact, the very concept of shape was merely a crutch here in the embrace of shadows. The six-armed giant collapsed, turning into a formless mass that enveloped Anvil like a shroud. Countless clawed hands protruded from its surface, and countless fanged maws opened on it, ripping the sovereign's soul to shreds. Anvil did not allow Sunny to attack him unpunished, of course. Just as Sunny was tearing him with claws and fangs, Anvil continued to stab and slice him with his sword. "All orgs haya." Sunny wailed and laughed in dark glee as the two of them plummeted through the darkness, destroying each other. "No one else managed to make you bleed in a decade, huh? How about now? Are you still amused, you wretched bastard?" Anvil's soul might have been far more potent. It might have been empowered by his vast domain. But he did not have soul weave, and therefore the very structure of his soul was different. It was far more fragile and far easier to destroy. Let's see which one of us will last longer, King of Swords. Chapped. 22:43 embers and ash. Nephis dissolved into pain for a few brief moments. Each moment lasted an eternity. The agony of her soul cores being torn apart was unfathomable. Knowing that she had only one chance, she did not hold back and went further than she had ever gone before, destroying not one, but 6 of them at the same time to fuel her fire. As a boundless ocean of furious flame that had been contained within her soul broke free with a deafening roar, she struggled with all her being to channel it instead of being consumed by it. She willed it into submission. The incandescent ray of white radiance fell into the billowing snow, and her shattered soul burned, mutilated, both enveloped in brilliant flame and on the verge of being extinguished. Humans were not meant to possess more than one soul core, but even if someone did, losing 6 of them would have instantly and utterly obliterated them. But Neph's soul was special. The web of cracks running through the fractured battlefield ignited with soft white radiance, illuminated from below. The explosion was simply too devastating, causing not only the shattered bone plain, but all of Godgrave to quake. It was dozens of times more powerful than the explosion that had destroyed Twilight, and far more powerful than even the terrible conflagration she summoned to destroy the first Seeker. Nephis had been merely a master back then, after all. She was a transcendent now, and so, the soul she was burning to fuel the flame was transcendent as well. That was why Nephis had pushed Kai Song into the chasm. Had she caused the explosion on the surface and not in the hollows, the resulting shockwave would have annihilated both great armies. Instead, it was the ancient jungle that burned. The nightmare creatures there, those who had been powerful enough to survive the lethal snowstorm, were wounded and weakened. They had been powerful enough to survive the snow, but they did not survive the flame. And as they died, a furious torrent of soul fragments poured into Neph's crumbling soul, mending it. She screamed as new soul cores were formed to replace the old ones. The damage dealt to her soul was too grievous, though, and she was still being ravaged by the Queen's power. So these cores shattered as well, and new ones were formed in their place. Nephis felt like she was dying and being remade from the flames in an endless, harrowing cycle of rebirth. She lost herself in the disorienting torment of it all, feeling something inside of her being melted and fused by the immolating heat. Below her, the charred remains of the ancient jungle were like an incandescent hell. Black smoke veiled the vast chasm, glowing with angry white light. It seemed like nothing could have survived down there. Surely, Kai Song would have perished. But even as Nephis felt that brittle hope, she knew that she had failed. Because the spell had never whispered into her ear, announcing the death of the queen. So when colossal tendrils of smoke rose to catch her, Nephis was not surprised, just resentful. Still reeling and overcome by agony, she dodged and fell from the sky, landing on the surface of the ancient bone gracelessly. The winds howled, blowing the smoke away, and immense streams of blood were revealed below it, twisting as they coalesced into a vast crimson river and dove down. Nephis groaned. The queen's titanic vessel had been destroyed, at least. A melodious laughter resounded above the fractured bone plane, making the brilliant radiance of Neph's spirit form dim a little. Stunning, truly, little Nephis, you are so stunning, it is such a shame. Nephis smiled bitterly. She's hurt. It seemed like Kai Song was unscathed, but it had not escaped Neph's notice that countless puppets had turned to ash, and that the great river of blood stayed at a distance instead of drowning her. The queen was definitely hurt by the explosion. Of course, she had not been hurt nearly as terribly as Nephis was. As if to echo her somber thoughts, the queen's voice resounded once again, turning cold and ominous. Sadly, it's time we end this charade. I'll still have to deal with Anvil after I am done with you, changing star, and it needs to happen swiftly, lest too many of my people die. Nephis pushed away the pain and straightened, looking at the glistening river of blood with somber resignation. Don't pretend like you care. She had revealed her ace and accomplished nothing. So the queen would abandon caution and unleash her full power now, too. After all, she knew what her enemy was capable of already. How terrible could it be? As Nephis watched, fury burning in her heart, the river of blood rippled. And then something eerie happened, making her take a step back. The remaining Titan puppets, all of them, including those that had been brought down by the prisoners of the Nameless Temple and the Storm of Swords, all followed the fate of the first, decaying into a flood of appalling, viscous crimson lee. Quid. It flowed across the bone plain like a tide, and then formed a new vessel around the great river of blood. If Neph's partial transformation possessed human eyes, they would have widened now, betraying a hint of stunned disbelief. A new, terrifying flesh golem slowly rose above the bone plain, easily dwarfing the previous one in size. The creature Nephis had fought was titanic, but this one was simply colossal, towering above the fractured battlefield like a red mountain. It was at least a kilometer high, looking down at Nephis with an eerie, eyeless face. Nephis had been like a fly in front of the first of the queen's vessels. In front of this one, she was like a speck of dust. How could a speck of dust defeat a mountain? Her radiant figure rose into the air, burning with blinding light. Chapter 22, 44/7th Strike. Deep in the embrace of shadows, Sunny was being cut apart as he was tearing Anvil apart. The two of them were destroying each other, both indifferent to the harrowing pain of their souls coming undone. However, the indifference of one was different from the other. Anvil did not care about anything, while Sunny cared about killing him too much to be bothered by the pain. Die. He would have laughed if he had a mouth capable of laughing, but while his formless shape possessed 100 maws, all of them were mute. There was no sound in the world of shadows, only silence. Die. He shredded Anvil's armor and mangled his soul, drowning in agony and dark glee. But as much as Sunny abandoned himself to the fervor of battle, his mind remained cold and calm like a still lake. Even as the king's sword cut him, he was calmly calculating how to kill the king of swords. Sunny had a hint of suspicion that Anvil had rambled about forging Nephis into a flawless blade for a reason. It was most likely a true glimpse into his twisted thoughts, but at the same time, Sunny would not put it past the insidious sovereign to have said it aloud in order to undermine his composure. If so, it had backfired spectacularly. But even then, the more Sunny calculated the odds, the colder he felt. Because he saw no possibility of winning. Anvil was simply too tyrannical, his will too sharp of a weapon. Even as his soul was being torn, Anvil was growing more accustomed to fighting in the world of shadows. And as they plummeted deeper and deeper into the lightless expanse of the Shadow Realm fragment, angry red runes ignited on his black armor, causing the shadows to ripple and part. Anvil opened his mouth, and against all laws, the silence of the lightless abyss was broken by a sound. Enough! Grasping Sonny's shapeless form with one hand, he raised his sword and brought it down, cutting the very shadows with its blade. In the next moment, Sonny was violently thrown back into the material world. He rolled on the splintered bone, groaning as his battered body hit the ground. By the time he rose to his feet, Anvil was already stepping out of the severed shadows. His armor was whole, and his vermilion cloak moved languidly in the wind. Even though Sonny knew that his enemy's soul received grievous wounds, outwardly, Anvil looked utterly unscathed. "Oh, that rotten bastard!" The battlefield had changed while they were struggling in the shadows. The fractured battlefield was crumbling, smoke and an angry white glow rising from the jagged cracks on its surface. The hollows below were a sea of embers and fire, far away. "What the hell is that?" A colossal figure towered above the bone plain, its vaguely feminine shape both harrowing and eerily beautiful. A flash of white radiance illuminated the towering creature, and that was all Sonny had time to see, since Anvil's sword whistled past his neck. He would have been beheaded if he had reacted a split second later. Sonny reeled back and deflected the next blow with his odachi, grimacing under Weaver's mask as his tattered soul pulsed with pain. Anvil smiled coldly. "Your world, huh? What a dreary place." He was suddenly just a step away, batting Sonny's sword to the side. In the next moment, Anvil kicked him with devastating force, sending Sonny flying dozens of meters back. He crashed onto the surface of the bone, bounced like a pebble, and slid dozens of meters more. Sonny jumped to his feet almost instantly, but by the time he regained his balance, Anvil was already upon him. The dreadful sword cut the air. "I should commend you, though such spirit. I am actually in pain." Sonny dodged and tried to deliver a blow of his own, but Anvil dodged it with an easy step and spoke evenly, a chilling threat hiding in his cold voice. "What shall we do about that? Why are you talking so much?" Sonny laughed. "I heard dying is a good cure for pain, King of Swords. Let's do that." Anvil smiled darkly. "Still insolent, I see." With that, his sword lashed out, suddenly encompassing the whole world. This time, Sonny could not escape. The cursed sword seemed to pierce his very essence, cutting his courage apart. Suddenly, Sonny felt terror grasping his heart. The next strike cut his determination, and Sonny staggered, suddenly unsure of why he was still resisting the inevitable. The third strike cut his hope, and in that moment, Sonny knew that he stood no chance. What was he thinking about? A mere saint could not defeat a sovereign. It was impossible. Serpent suddenly felt heavy and unwieldy in his hands, and his pain, both physical and mental, became overwhelming. He groaned. The fourth strike cut his killing intent. Or rather, tried to. Instead, the cursed blade came to a screeching halt and bounced back, failing to destroy its target. Full of terror, hesitation, and hopelessness, Sonny took an unsteady step and looked up at the towering figure of the king. His hands trembled. And yet he forced himself to smile despite the dread, doubt, and despair that had conquered his heart. "I'll kill him. I must kill him. I must." His shaking voice escaped from behind the fearsome mask. "Are you ready to die?" Was he ready? Anvil shook his head. "How stubborn." The fifth strike cut space itself. What? The space was suddenly warped. It seemed like even Anvil could not destroy the Shadow Realm fragment, but being the inventive craftsman that he was, he found a way to displace a part of it. There was darkness behind them, and there was darkness in front of them. But in the space where Sonny and Anvil stood, the harsh radiance of the overcast sky poured from above, and the familiar heat enveloped them like a suffocating veil. Sonny was blinded by the light. He was also robbed of the power that had been bestowed upon him by the Shadow Realm fragment, and lost connection to the source element that nourished him. The sixth strike was quite mundane, piercing his abdomen and throwing Sonny to his knees. Pulling his sword back, Anvil looked down at him with a cold expression and said in an indifferent tone, "Rest in peace, Lord of Shadows." The cursed blade fell down. Chapter 22, 45 Council of Despair. The cursed sword fell down, its inescapable blade shining in the blinding light. Sunny was kneeling in front of Anvil, looking up. His black mask was baring its fangs in a fearsome snarl, but beneath it, he was pale and terrified. In his eyes, the thin edge of Anvil's sword seemed as vast as the sky, obscuring the whole world. He was gruesomely wounded and weak, his hands trembling, fear consuming his dazed mind. He could not move, he could not breathe. There was no escape. There was no point in trying to escape anyway. He was defeated, and so all he could do was surrender. He wanted to surrender. Had he not struggled enough? Every step he had taken was an arduous struggle. Every battle he had won was a torturous trial. He was tired, terrified, and in pain, just like he had always been. It had all been so hard, so painful, so lonesome. He was erased from the world and forgotten by everyone. He was lost. There was no salvation from Anvil's blade, but the blade itself offered salvation. A sad and somber kind of salvation, but salvation nonetheless, an end to all his pain and all his fear, as well as everything else. Sunny had no hope left. Let's give up, Sunny. He looked at the falling sword meekly, ready to accept his end. And then he raised his hand and caught the cursed blade, stopping a short distance away from his neck. Sunny's hand trembled. The sword trembled as well, and as Anvil pushed it down, the steel blade easily cut the onyx gauntlet, mangling the flesh beneath and becoming smeared in blood. The sharp tip drew closer to Sunny's throat, but it still failed to pierce it for now. The two of them wrestled for control of the sword. Anvil was pushing it forward with his physical might and aspect powers, while Sunny fought to hold it in place with all his strength, desperation, and sheer unwillingness to give up. Giving up sounded wonderful, but there was one problem. If he gave up, he would not be able to kill Anvil. And that was not something Sunny was willing to compromise on. The cursed sword traveled a bit more, and a bit more of its length became painted by Sunny's blood. It was mere centimeters away from his throat now. Not good. Pale as a ghost, Sunny gritted his teeth behind Weaver's mask and looked at Anvil with murderous darkness burning in his eyes. He had not saved himself from death, really. He had merely postponed it, and not by long at that. He was managing to hold the cursed sword back for now, but Anvil would overpower him soon. The smallest of actions would break his concentration and allow the sword to plunge into his neck as well. So what was Sunny supposed to do? Think. He could sense Anvil's shadow. He could feel Anvil's tyrannical will giving shape to his killing intent and empowering the fatal inevitability of his sword. Summoning death upon Sunny. The will, the sword, what came first? What was the true weapon? No, was T. Here even a distinction between the two, or were they inseparable? Were they one and the same? As Sunny drowned in powerlessness and pain, as he was being consumed by a singular and overwhelming desire, a hint of a vague understanding suddenly dawned upon him. His eyes narrowed slowly. Far away, Nephis was hopelessly outmatched in the battle against the colossal vessel of the Queen. The titanic creature was too vast to be hurt by her flames. The burns they left on its flesh were too small to deal any lasting damage, and the cuts were too shallow to do any real harm. Even these shallow cuts healed in mere moments, leaving no trace behind. At the same time, she was deeply infected by the Queen's power. Nephis could heal herself, while Kai Song could aggravate any wound. Their powers had been locked in a stalemate before, but by now, Nephis was too outmatched, too grievously injured. And so her soul continued to rot and crumble a little faster than it was being cleansed and repaired. Her suffering was unbearable, and her defeat was inevitable. Deep in her heart, Nephis knew that she could not survive. It was impossible. She was thinking of assuming her full transcendent form, but there was no point. Even if Nephis unleashed herself, she would not be able to harm the colossal vessel terribly enough to destroy it, and it was dangerous for her as well. There was a reason why Nephis only ever used her partial transformation, and it was that she was afraid of losing herself forever in the furious flames of her true form, of never being able to become human again. She would have still done it, of course, if she saw that there was a chance, if that could have helped her survive. The colossal creature moved irrationally fast for its prodigious size. There was both something regal and something bestial about her ferocious onslaught. The Queen's titanic hand reached toward Nephis, creating a hurricane with the pressure of its passing. Nephis evaded the immense talons this time, but she could not avoid them forever. Sooner or later, she would be caught, crushed, and extinguished. There was nowhere for her escape. All she could do was fall. No, no, she refused. Her soul continued to crumble and mend itself, continued to rot and be cleansed by the searing flames. Nephis wanted to scream, but she had no voice. Her vision was turning blurry. Far away, the Lord of Shadows was pierced by Anvil's sword and fell to his knees. The king raised his cursed blade, ready to strike down. No. The great armies were drowning in the flood of abominations. Her soldiers were dying, the flames of their brittle hopes disappearing in the sea of encroaching darkness. They longed to survive, but were met with the cold embrace of death instead. No. Overcome by pain, Nephis felt ready to succumb to despair. It was then that her radiant gaze turned to the dark sky. She hesitated for a moment, and then her figure blazed with blinding radiance. Abandoning her futile attempts to wound the queen, Nephis flew up. Up and up past the towering figure of the queen's vessel, into the darkness of the rustling swords. And beyond it. Rising high above the battlefield, Nephis left the veil of shadows and escaped into the brilliant light of the cruel sky. The eternal veil of radiant clouds was just above her. Spreading her wings, Nephis continued to rise. The clouds welcomed her like a lost daughter. Chapter 22, 46 Children of War. Far below on the ground, Sunny was slowly losing the struggle against Anvil. The tip of the bloodied sword was already pressed against his neck, piercing the skin. The blood was slowly flowing up the blade, trying to return to its source. However, his trembling hand was too mangled to contain it. His grip was still crushing, though, preventing the cursed sword from moving any further. In that moment, tormented by desperation and pain, Sunny suddenly saw it clearly, the will, and the way the King of Swords wielded it. The vague shape of the path to supremacy, disjointed pieces of knowledge, and the things he had observed all came together, falling into place. And suddenly, it all made sense. His eyes narrowed. It all made sense, but Sunny still did not know what he had to do. What he gained was not a map, but rather all the necessary tools he needed to draw the map, and then chart a course to his destinations across it. If only he had time. But there was no time. He was going to be killed in mere seconds. Sunny gritted his teeth, desperate and refusing to give up. No, no, no. And just then, a miracle happened. Far above, the clouds of Godgrave parted, and rays of annihilating light poured down from the white abyss of the incandescent sky. The fragment of the shadow realm endured them with cold indifference, remaining as dark and lightless as it had always been. But Sunny and Anvil were currently devoid of its protection. Sensing the clouds breaking above them, the King of Swords looked down at Sunny with cold contempt, and pushed her sword forward with tyrannical force. He must have hoped to finish the job before the light reached them, but Sunny refused to be killed. The sword did not move. However, the annihilating light did not reach them either. High in the sky, the storm of rustling swords shifted, and both of them were suddenly drowned in shadows. Shifting his gaze up, Sunny saw the flying swords forming a vast, impenetrable shield above them. The enchanted blades were pressed tightly against each other, so that no gap was left between them, and therefore no light reached the ground below. Of course, the sky of Godgrave was not forgiving enough to be stopped by a barrier of mere steel, enchanted or not. Already there were aisles of angry red glow spreading across the surface of the celestial shield. Glowing drops fell down, and soon molten metal rained from the sky. The swords were being annihilated, but there were so many of them that, for now, the barrier held. It was not going to last long, though. Sunny lowered his gaze and looked at Anvil, feeling the cursed blade scrape against the bones of his hand and sink deeper into his neck. He was drawing the map feverishly, and then he saw it. He finally understood how to attain supremacy. Far above, Nephis was drifting in the harrowing white abyss of the godless sky. There was no wind here, no hope, and no salvation. Only silence and blinding radiance that went beyond fire, beyond light, beyond heat. That radiance was destruction incarnate. It was destruction itself, A force from before time existed that was capable of erasing entire worlds from existence, of erasing existence itself. Nephis was burning. Her body was made of flame, but even that flame was being destroyed. Her soul was turning to ash, and the ashes of her soul were turning into nothingness. There, in that merciless white abyss, Nephis lost her body, her mind, her soul. Her very self was stripped bare and cleansed of everything, until nothing but her naked spirit remained. Her spirit began to crumble as well. But she still had the will. Her will had been born from pain, from flame, from conviction, from longing. And so she willed herself into existence. She willed herself to be reborn from the fire, to be blessed by the fire. She spoke the true name of destruction, warding herself from being destroyed. Even as Nephis burned, she healed herself and burned again. Maintaining a tenuous state of equilibrium, neither dead nor alive, she continued to exist, for now. She knew that she would not be able to prevent herself from dissolving into white radiance with her sheer will for long. Her will was not inexhaustible, after all. It was not absolute. But in that moment between life and death, Nephis finally saw the path to supremacy. She knew what she had to do, and what her will had to become. I have to survive. I have to die. That was his answer. It was so simple, but Sonny had remained blind to it for so long. Anvil's blade sank deeper into his neck. Molten metal rained from the sky, and far above, the barrier of swords was falling apart. Rays of light were already falling on the surface of the ancient bone. Sonny had to die, but he could not allow himself to be killed. There was a trick to it all, at least there was for him. He was going to cheat his way to supremacy. That was his act of defiance. Still, death was cruel and terrifying, even for someone who had died as many times as Sonny had. He had cheated death on plenty of occasions, always finding a way to stay alive. But this time was different. It had to be. This time he had to die in earnest, with no deception or trickery involved, only truth. It was so absurd that he wanted to laugh. He would have, if not for the few centimeters of cold steel currently piercing his neck. Still, Sonny smiled crookedly behind Weaver's mask. He opened his mouth and asked in a hoarse voice, straining to make himself heard. "Hey, King of Swords, do you wish to kill me?" Anvil looked at him coldly. "I do, I will." Sonny couldn't help it, after all, and let out a stifled, sinister laugh. The cursed blade cut him, and he grimaced. A dark, murderous fury rose like a pyre in his heart. Sonny spat. "Listen, you wretch, you can't kill me. You are not worthy enough to kill me." He mustered what little remained of his strength, arduously pushing Anvil's sword a few centimeters back for a moment. "A man worthy of killing me has not been born in this world yet." Kneeling, bleeding, utterly broken, Sonny looked up at Anvil and laughed again. "And never will be. I am the heir of death, you fool. Did you really think that you could kill death?" The only thing that could kill death was death itself. As brilliant light illuminated them, forcing Anvil to freeze, Sonny raised Serpent with his free hand. The black Odachi rippled, turning into a ghostly stiletto. And just as his arm started to crumble into ash, Sonny grinned, turned the blade of the stiletto against himself, and plunged it into his own heart. Chapter 22, 47 Throne of Shadows. Sonny had to die, but he could not allow himself to be killed. He had to be the one to end his own life. That was easier said than done, though. After all, he excelled at staying alive against all odds. His soul was vast and tenacious, while his body was like a fortress. He could endure an incredible amount of punishment and heal at breathtaking speed. Even if his heart stopped beating for some reason, there was a good chance that he could survive by simply forcing his blood to move on its own. That was why Sonny had pierced his chest with the dark stiletto with Serpent, with the slaying blade that embodied death itself. His eyes widened as the cold blade pierced his heart. That coldness spread in an instant, permeating his entire being, pulling him down and slowing down his thoughts. It was cruelly painful, but the pain was overshadowed by the terrifying realization of what he had done. He felt it, death coming to claim what used to be a person, what used to be him. He felt his body growing weak, his soul collapsing, his vision turning dark. This was the end, and there was no escape from that end. No trick he could use, no clever strategy that could save him. The finality of it all, the eternal nothingness that lay in front of him, terrified Sonny at the last moment. At least death was swift and merciful. He did not even feel the agony of being burned alive by the blinding light, just saw his arms crumbling into ash, as if observing someone else ceasing to exist from a distance. The last breath escaped from his lips, which grew forever silent. The kneeling figure of the Lord of Shadows swayed, and then fell. However, his body never touched the ground, turning into a cloud of ash before it could. The ash was scattered by the wind. The last thing to crumble was the hand that still clung to Anvil's blade, stubbornly refusing to let go until the final moment. Soon all that remained of the fearsome Lord of Shadows was the black mask that fell to the ground and lay there, forlorn, staring at the sky with empty dark eyes. And his shadow. There was a still, silent lake that bathed in the darkness of 7 lightless suns. A great temple of black marble towered above the dark water, full of emptiness. A legion of silent shadows surrounded the temple, standing on the surface of the still lake without motion, their lifeless gazes turned to the ancient edifice of the temple. As if waiting for something. Nothing disturbed the tranquil silence of the dark lake, until, suddenly, a cold wind blew above its surface. The still water rippled. Then, without warning, a bolt of black lightning tore the peaceful darkness apart, falling from above to strike the magnificent temple. It passed through the tiles of its roof, unobstructed, and disappeared inside. And by the time the black flames retreated, a new shadow stood alone in the impenetrable darkness of the empty great hall. It was the shadow of a slender young man, his beautiful features still and unmoving. His eyes were closed. As the cold winds raged above the surging lake and the 7 suns burned with dark flames above it, the young man remained silent and motionless, just like the legion of shadows outside. But then his eyelids trembled. As the young man slowly opened his tenebrous eyes, it was as if a wave of invisible force spread outward from the temple, passing through the silent shadows and making the vast lake surge. The 7 lightless suns ignited with a dark radiance, and the still waters boiled. Something was happening to the black suns, to the dark lake, to the vast expanse of lightless silence itself, as if it was undergoing a profound metamorphosis, reaching unfathomable depths. The shadow of the young man seemed to break the chains that had kept it motionless, moving slightly, coming alive. He looked around slowly, gaining awareness, then inhaled deeply. Then he walked across the great hall of the dark temple and passed through its gates. Standing atop the steps of black marble, the stunning young man looked down at the legion shadows with his dark, cold, lightless eyes. And answering to his presence, the shadows, which had always been lifeless and motionless, finally moved. Those who possessed forms that resembled humans knelt. Those who possessed forms that resembled beasts lowered themselves to the surface of the water. All of them prostrated themselves before the young man, as if welcoming their lord, their monarch, their sovereign. The young man looked down at them, his face emotionless and cold. Then a sinister smile twisted his alluring lips. It worked. Sonny wanted to laugh. He had done it. He had died and returned from death. This time without the help of powerful memories or the endlessly flowing waters of the great river. He had defeated death with nothing but his will, which was to say, he had defied an absolute law and galvanized his soul into becoming Upream in the process. Of course, there was a little trick involved. If Sonny had been killed, his shadow would have been sent to the shadow realm, and there it would have been turned into pure essence by the world, thus erasing him from existence. But shadows of those creatures that Sonny himself killed never entered the realm of death. They entered his own soul sea instead, and joined the ranks of all his previous victims. So by killing himself, Sonny had sent his shadow into his own soul sea. That was why he had to die by his own hand, and not by Anvil's blade, and that was how he had been able to will himself into coming back to life instead of being consumed by the shadow realm. When he did, the wall that prevented him from attaining supremacy was broken, and his nascent domain manifested itself into existence. Looking at the legion of prostrating shadows, Sonny exhaled slowly. So this is what Yuri's meant. These silent shadows, They were his domain. He had been building it all along without even knowing it. And what a powerful domain it was. His sinister smile turned dark and murderous. Now then, Sonny looked up. There was someone out there he had to kill. Back on the fractured battlefield, the fearsome black mask trembled. Chapter 22, 48th Throne of Light. High in the godless sky of Godgrave, Nephis was being reforged. The brilliant white abyss was her anvil, and her will was the hammer with which she forged her soul into shape. The pain was the pristine flame that kept her soul pure. Burning, restoring herself, and burning again. Being destroyed, being created, and then destroyed again. Destruction, creation, it was one and the same. For Nephis, they were two sides of the same coin. Her flames could both heal and burn after all, so she was not foreign to the concept. Her soul was being reshaped, but it was her will, her spirit, that ended up being tempered with each excruciating rebirth. Until her soul and her will permeated each other and became too interwoven to be separated, let alone discerned. At that moment, Nephis felt a profound change happen to her. It was as if an incandescent spark of a beautiful golden hue had ignited in the blinding radiance of her fiery soul, making the immolating white flames seem dim in comparison. That spark was a catalyst, but it was not a catalyst for her soul becoming supreme. Instead, it was a catalyst that ignited her nascent domain, making it swell with heat, with light, with life. The fragile, ethereal connections she had established to numerous people who had been inspired by her suddenly shone with a beautiful radiance, and the radiance spread through the vast web of them, chasing away the encroaching darkness. Her source element underwent a change as well. No, not quite. It remained the same, however. It was as if the floodgates that prevented Nephis from experiencing it fully had been opened, and the shallow trickle of essence she had been receiving before turned full and powerful like a freely flowing river. The dam had been broken. Each of the countless people whose souls had been ignited by the flames of longing was a source of this radiant spirit essence, and as the spirit essence flowed into Nephis, her own essence was galvanized by it, undergoing a qualitative transformation. Making her supreme, Nephis felt her essence changing, becoming brighter, richer, vastly more potent, brimming with ferocious, unimaginable power. Her soul cores rebuilt themselves, becoming deeper and stronger in order to contain that startling power. Her soul sea changed as well. The copy of the ivory island there had been lifeless and still before like a frozen replica, but now it suddenly seemed much more real. The blades of emerald grass swayed in the wind, glistening with dew. The leaves of the ancient trees rustled peacefully. The waters of the clear lake rippled as they shone beautifully, reflecting the sunlight. And that was not all. The Tower of Hope was not the only landmark in her soul's sea anymore. Some distance away, a great castle of white stone towered above the resplendent water. A magnificent black palace was there as well. A gargantuan ship drifted on the calm waves, its numerous sails full of wind. There were other citadels as well. All of them rose from the water like islands, and the vast expanse of her radiant soul was not empty anymore. Instead, it resembled a small world. Nephis survived. She had survived the incandescent heaven of the sun god's fallen realm, and therefore defied both the absolute law of death and the laws governing this broken world. She became a supreme. Her domain was now truly manifested as well, and it was both vast and splendid. 4 great citadels were empowering it. Dozens of other citadels belonged to her domain now, too. That was because the saints who ruled them had lost their faith in the sovereigns, but had faith in Nephis instead. Even those like Sation had been swayed, choosing her over the supremes that had ailed them. Dozens of saints, thousands of masters, hundreds of thousands of awakened, and numerous mundane humans believed in her, too. Their souls were a part of her domain, shining like a myriad of stars in the radiant sky. After all, Nephis had spent a decade building upon the legend of her clan with Cassie's help, to create a myth of her own. Now, across the 2 worlds, countless people were inspired by changing star of the immortal Flame clan, their souls burning with yearning. Countless people believed in the famous propaganda slogan invented by the government. As long as immortal flame burned, humanity would not be extinguished. So it was as if the immortal Flame clan and its last daughter had become synonymous with humanity. And therefore, most of humanity was a part of her domain. Nephis could feel all of them, too. The connection she shared with those who had been inspired by her was much deeper now and more universal. It did not depend on distance or proximity anymore, and so there was a boundless ocean of hopes and desires that washed over her mind, threatening to overwhelm her. Nephis silenced it for now, or at least tried to. There would be time to explore this connection later. For now, she had to finish the battle. Boundless power, endless essence. Full of furious light, Nephis cast her flaming gaze to the ground. Far below, on the ground, the great armies were melting in the flood of nightmare creatures. The sudden snowstorm summoned by the Lord of Shadows had stemmed the tide of abominations, somewhat, and the terrifying explosion caused by Changing Star diminished their swelling number even further. But people were still dying, and the remnants of the incinerated jungle still threatened to consume them all. The humans were losing. Until suddenly, a soft radiance flooded the battlefield. The soldiers of the United Army faltered for a moment, looking at their own skin in amazement. They themselves were the source of the radiance. It was as if white flames ignited within all of them, washing away their wounds, and making them much stronger, much faster, much more resilient, augmenting them with fearsome power. Those who were on the verge of dying were saved, and those who were beaten and exhausted suddenly found themselves full of renewed might. The radiant army stirred, meeting the dark tide of abominable monsters, and pushing it back. Chapter 22, 49 Depths of Despair. Not long before that, Sid fell to the ground, blood pouring down the torn, bent metal of her breastplate. It was flowing out of her mouth as well, but she was more concerned about the armor. The memory was on its last breath, ready to collapse into a rain of sparks. It was a shame, too, because the charming enchanter, Master Sunless, had personally improved it for her. More importantly, she was wearing very little under the armor. Becoming one of the Queen's dead puppets would already be bad enough, but shambling around the battlefield both dead, and while wearing nothing but her underwear seemed simply mortifying. Oh, that'd be embarrassing. She reached for her sword and looked up, knowing full well that she would not escape the nightmare creature that had thrown her to the ground. The towering beast loomed above her, foamy saliva flowing between its rotting fangs. Before it could bite down, however, a slender figure in a tattered red dress appeared between Sid and the abomination, stubbornly holding her ground. The wavy dagger in her hand seemed like a toy compared to the immense size of the appalling creature. "Fellies, you fool." Was she hellbent on dying together? Sid finally grasped the hilt of her sword, wondering if she would be able to stand up. The two of them were probably finished. They would make for a couple of lovely corpses, though, so there was a bright side to anything. Using the sword as a cane, Sid groaned and rose to her feet. Some distance away, Ray and Fleur were desperately trying to survive in the sea of abominations. They had lost Ronnie and Tammer in the chaos of the battle a while ago, and the nightmare creatures around them were not something a couple of awakened could fight. Ray had thought about trying to escape by hiding himself, but he could not take Fleur with him, and he would not abandon her either, so the two of them were barely staying alive. Staying alive for now. At some point, they found themselves protecting the backs of two unfamiliar masters. Judging by their age and armor, the masters seemed to be legacies from the Sword Army side. Neither of the young knights was in good shape, but one of them seemed barely alive, bleeding profusely from a deep cut on his head, mumbling nonsense and asking for mercy. "Hey, Mercy, you saw it right." The other master grabbed his friend and pulled him back, saving the young man from the claws of a hideous abomination. "Saw what?" The bleeding knight somehow managed to behead the nightmare creature and staggered upright. "That hat vulgar scoundrel, that profligate lecher, Master Sunless, he's the Lord of Shadows, I knew it, I told you. He has been deceiving Lady Nephis this whole time, the sinister rake." The other knight, Mercy, looked at him with concern. "Were you hit on the head, Tristan? Wait, don't answer that, you were. Anyway, there is no way." Tristan shook his head, paying no attention to the blood streaming down his face. No, I saw it clearly, he is." At that moment, Fleur let out a scream and fell. Ray swayed, too, suddenly finding it hard to breathe. A terrifying, maddening presence enveloped their minds, and a new nightmare creature appeared in front of them, this one more dreadful than all the rest. A great one. Mercy paled, and Tristan raised his sword weakly. Neither stood a chance in the battle against a great abomination, especially not wounded and exhausted as they were. But what else could they do? Simply moving under the gaze of the terrifying being was a difficult task, while the being could obliterate the four of them in one move. All hope seemed lost, until something massive suddenly fell from the sky, flattening the great nightmare creature. It was... Ray blinked, doubting his eyes. It was a quaint brick cottage with glass windows and a wooden porch. Huh. The bloodied nightmare creature stirred beneath the cottage's sharp pieces of bone protruding through its hide. Before it could escape, though, a terrifying maw opened in the middle of the brick wall, and the cottage bit down on the great one, tearing its head off with countless sharp fangs. In what? Ray, Fleur, Mercy, and Tristan froze, staring at the terrifying cottage with stunned expressions. For a moment, they even forgot about the sea of abominations surrounding them. It was then that the door of the cottage opened, and a petite young woman appeared on the porch, floating a few centimeters above the wooden boards. She looked at them with a pale face, and then shouted, "What are you waiting for? Get inside if you want to live, fools." Ray stared at the petite floating beauty for a moment, then looked behind her and shuddered at the morbid scene. The spacious room on the other side of the door was littered with bodies, blood smeared across the floor. It was like the belly of an insatiable, man-eating monster. He was terrified. What a bizarre abomination. Most chillingly of all, some bodies were still moving, suggesting that they had been swallowed whole. No, wait, those weren't bodies. They were dozens of injured soldiers, slumped on the floor in exhaustion and treating their wounds. Ray lingered for a moment. Then he grabbed Fleur into a princess carry and jumped onto the porch. Whatever, I don't care. The two dazed masters dawdled a little, then followed while muttering curses with shaky voices. Somewhere else, Rain was fighting side by side with Tamer and the Feather Knight, whose name was Tell, apparently. Things were not going great for the two great armies, and they were not going great for the three of them either. Especially for Rain, who felt suffocated by her inability to kill. And yet, she could sense it, the nameless feeling swelling in her chest, becoming clearer and clearer. It was her awakening aspect. It felt as if a seal placed on her soul was slowly crumbling, ready to collapse entirely. The terror of the calamitous battle, the pain and indignation she felt while witnessing all this senseless destruction, the desperate desire to prevent all these lives from being wasted. Perhaps all she had to unseal her aspect was find the name for the emotion she felt. But the correct words were not coming, as if they did not exist in human language. And the three of them were on the verge of being destroyed, themselves. A hulking monstrosity had just torn an ascended knight apart, and was now barreling toward them, frenzy burning in its bloodshot eyes. Rain paled and raised her takai, knowing that its blade would not even be able to cut the monster's hide. In the next moment, however, a fearsome figure of silvery black steel appeared from the darkness, its eyes blazing with infernal red flames. 4 clawed hands reached for the charging abomination, piercing its body and raising the massive creature into the air. Then, with a revolting squelch, the nightmare creature was torn into 4 bleeding pieces. As blood flowed onto the 4-armed fiend's dark carapace and evaporated, it turned its fiery gaze down and stared directly at Rain. The fiend's hellish maw opened, and a grating voice resounded from within. Addressing her, "Protect Auntie." Rain blinked. Auntie, me." She stared at the towering fiend, stunned. But she was barely 21. Chapter 22, 50 Flames of Hope. The nightmare creature was about to finish off Felice, whose dress was soaked with blood by then, and Sid was not swift enough anymore to stop it. It was then that a soft radiance suddenly illuminated the darkness, chasing it. Way. Sid's heart raced. A Lady Nephis. Was she close? No. The last she had caught a glimpse of her, changing star was disappearing into the black sky, too far away to heal the dying soldiers with her soothing flames. But there was no mistaking it. Sid knew this feeling well, having relied on it to stay alive for many years across numerous battlefields. Granted, the warmth spreading through her body, washing away the pain, was far more potent than usual. Her wounds were healing much faster than they usually did when bathed in the gentle white flame. That was not all either. There was a soft radiance glowing beneath Sid's skin, and she felt powerful, invigorated. She was brimming with power, her exhaustion gone. It was as if her body, which had already been at the pinnacle of what an ascended could achieve, grew twice as strong. Even her soul felt empowered by the white radiance. Thank the gods. Activating her aspect abilities one after another, Sid rammed the abomination with her shoulder and sent it flying back. Fellies. Turning to look at the handmaiden, Sid could not help but grin. Fellies was emanating the same soft radiance, and her wounds were healing as well. No, it was not just Fellies, it was everyone. All around them, hundreds of soldiers, both of the song and the sword domain, not that there was a difference anymore, were being nurtured by the pure white flames. Their wounds were healing, and their power grew. And further away, it was the same. Sid's eyes widened. How? Before, Lady Nephis could only bestow the gift of her flames to her most loyal followers, and only if they were close to her. She had developed that ability over the years, increasing its range and potency, until she could heal entire swathes of the battlefield, thousands of soldiers at the same time. But now it was not just thousands, it was hundreds of thousands. The entire vast mass of the two great armies was being healed and empowered, while Lady Nephis was nowhere in sight. But even without seeing her, people knew who had saved them. Voices rose here and there, full of gratitude, relief, and hope. Changing Star. It's Lady Changing Star. Immortal Flame is with us. Sitting among the wounded soldiers that the petite fairy had rescued with the help of her terrifying cottage, Ray suddenly flinched. What the? The interior of the cottage was suddenly much brighter than it had been before. All around him, people were glowing. He was glowing too. A familiar warmth filled his body, and the scrapes he had received during the battle disappeared without a trace. The same thing was happening to Fleur and the two sword army masters that had helped them survive. In fact, the only person who wasn't shining with a soft radiance was their fairy hostess, who floated in the air with a confused expression on her impishly pretty face. Ray recognized this feeling. It was the same warmth he had felt while being healed by Lady Nephis. Outside the window, the soldiers of the two great armies were all being mended by the white flames, descending upon the sea of nightmare creatures with renewed vigor. One of the two sword army masters was the first one to stand up, summoning his sword and pointing to the door with a determined expression. My fair lady, the benevolent mistress of the cottage, I, Tristan of Aegis Rose, am eternally grateful for your kindness. However, my honor compels me to rejoin the battle now that my wounds have been healed. Please, command your cottage to open its door. Ray and Fleur exchanged glances. Ronnie and Tamar were still out there, somewhere, fighting for their lives. Master Tristan must not have recovered from the blow to his head yet, considering his bizarre manner of speech, but the gist of what he had said was right. They could not hide away while their comrades were fighting and dying out there on the bloody battlefield. When Fleur nodded subtly, Ray sighed and rose to his feet. The rest of the soldiers slowly stood up as well. They turned to the hostess of the monstrous cottage and waited. Their eyes were full of somber resolve. The petite fairy looked at them strangely. There was a pause, and then she said, "The door has a handle, you know. You can just open it yourself." Rain stumbled and looked at Tamar with wide eyes. It was not every day that she saw her friend, glowing softly with a beautiful white radiance, as if she was a celestial being. No, wait. Why was the feather knight glowing as well? Why was everyone except for Rain herself and the towering steel fiend that was? Their wounds were healing in front of her eyes, and their movements had turned swifter, the bite of their blades deeper. For a few moments, the nightmare creatures were actually pushed back. Rain remained still for a moment. It has to be Nephis, right? Her head turned, and she stared into the distance. At the grotesque, harrowing, beautiful creature that towered above the shattered battlefield like a mound. Tane, Queen Song, just as Rain looked at her, a fiery white meteor suddenly pierced the darkness of the black sky and crashed into the towering figure of the queen, causing a titanic explosion to shake the entire world. That was Changing Star, returning from the heavens. But there was something different about her now. Rain could not see from the distance, however. She knew one thing. The queen actually staggered from the blow despite not having been bothered by any attack before. Wait. A moment later, Rain forgot all about Queen Song. And about Changing Star as well. It was because she sensed something that made her hair stand on end. She sensed the shadows all across the battlefield growing deeper, darker, and infinitely colder than before. As the great armies bathed in the warmth of the white flames, a sudden chill spread across the battlefield, as if death itself had let out a frigid breath. And then the shadows moved. Chapter 22, 51 Supreme Shad. A sudden chill spread across the battlefield, and a moment later, the darkness that had been pushed back by the sea of soft radiance seemed to grow deeper and darker, consuming the pure white light. Far away from where Rain was shivering in the cold, the King of Swords stood above a fearsome black mask that lay on the ground. The merciless sunlight was pouring from the torn veil of clouds, and so he remained motionless, his sword still reaching toward the enemy who had turned to ash. His face was expressionless, but there was a hint of unease in his steely gray eyes. The Lord of Shadows was gone, killed not by an enemy's blade, but by his own blade. And yet his shadow remained. A disembodied shadow was a strange sight to behold, but it was the mask that made the king wary. Laying atop the forlorn shadow, the fearsome mask stared back at him, impenetrable darkness nestling in its eyes. And then it trembled. Almost at the same time, the blinding radiance of the incandescent white abyss dimmed. The veil of clouds repaired itself, and the space he had severed was mended as well. Anvil was suddenly surrounded by cold darkness. The fearsome black mask rose into the air, the shadow of his slain enemy rising with it, taking shape, until it turned into a familiar figure. The Lord of Shadows looked at the King of Swords coldly, as good as new. Anvil seemed rattled for the first time in many, many years. Impossible. It was not that his enemy seemed to have come back to life after being burned to ash by the merciless sky of Godgrave. It was that his subtle but chilling presence had somehow grown vastly more powerful, now dwarfing even Anvil's own. The mask dissolved into shadows, revealing a handsome, pale face. There was a sinister smile on the young man's lips, but his black eyes remained bitingly cold. Smiling darkly, Sunny looked at Anvin. "Oh, but it is possible, King of Swords." He raised a hand, commanding Serpent to assume the form of a black Odachi, and inhaled the sweet air of the world of the living with a full chest. He felt incredible. His body brimmed with ferocious power, more power than he had ever felt before. The difference between a supreme physique and a transcendent physique was not as vast as one between a saint and a master, but it was still substantial. The other changes that he had undergone were profound enough to make up for the relative modesty of his physical evolution. He was still making sense of some of them, but other differences were quite apparent. First of all, there was the quality of his essence. It had become far more potent, overflowing with an unfathomable amount of cold, fearsome power. Second, there was the quantity of his essence. In short, it felt endless. Sunny possessed 7 cores and soul weave, so the rate at which he replenished essence had always been abnormally swift. That rate had further improved now that he was supreme, but it was not the main reason why his reserves of essence seemed inexhaustible. Rather, it was because of the way he absorbed spirit essence. Before, Sunny could passively absorb small quantities of it when surrounded by his source element. But now, he was receiving a constant flow of it from his domain, from every silent shadow resting in his soul. His connection to the silent shadows had deepened and evolved, and since there were tens of thousands of them, the influx of essence from the shadows made it almost impossible for him to exhaust it. In other words, a sovereign had access to a nearly limitless amount of soul essence for as long as they were in their domain. That explained a lot about how Anvil and Kai Song were able to wield their incredible powers, as well as some of their actions during the war. But Sunny was not like them. He was quite special. In fact, he was unique. Because unlike other supremes, he carried his domain within his soul. Therefore, his domain was self-contained and would be with him wherever he went. He did not need citadels to mac. It stronger. He did not need loyal followers and the faith of the people either. All he needed was to collect the shadows of living beings by slaying them. What a frightening proposition. Sunny was scared to even imagine such power in the hands of someone who was not as reliably sane and mentally stable as he was. The most drastic change, of course, was his will. It had become a far more tangible force now, as well as far more forceful. Sunny had known how to wield it before, but it was only after he clashed with Anvil and observed him using the will as a weapon that he truly understood how to control it. How to bend the world to his will. It would take him some time to truly master that skill, of course, as well as incorporate it into his combat technique, but he already knew enough to make use of it in a battle. There were quite a few changes of a lesser scale, too. The onyx mantle, for example, was not onyx anymore. His armor was still black, but the texture of its polished surface had changed, becoming even darker, even smoother, almost flawless. It had assumed a noble, somewhat eerie quality, as if carved from black jade. The onyx mantle had evolved, as well, becoming the jade mantle. Oh, and of course, the very nature of his soul had changed. The soul of an ascended was contained within their body. The soul of a transcended expanded beyond the body, partially fusing with the world. The vast soul of a supreme, meanwhile, could be freely unleashed upon the world via the medium of a domain, subjugating it. That was the fundamental principle of what a domain was, to begin with. And so, looking at Anvil, Sunny unleashed his soul. He manifested his domain. And as he did, the shadows across the fractured battlefield moved. Chapter 22, 52, Sovereign of Death. Far away, an incandescent star fell from the dark sky, and a colossal explosion of white flame enveloped the dreadful figure of the queen. The two unified great armies shone with beautiful light, pushing the flood of nightmare creatures back for a few short moments. The wounded were healed, and the morale of those who had almost lost hope was bolstered. Sunny smiled. Nephis had succeeded as well. A profound relief flooded his heart. As much as Sunny had steeled it to accept the possibility that numerous people would die as a result of their rebellion, consumed by the nightmare spell, he was incredibly relieved to know that the worst had not come to pass. Their plan had worked. Both Sunny and Nephis had become supreme. In fact, the two of them seemed to have attained supremacy at the same time. Nephis was already helping the two unified armies. So, it was only proper for him to lend a hand as well. Sunny allowed one of his shadows to separate itself from his body and dart away. Now that he was supreme, each of his shadows was deep and vast like an ocean. A few seconds later, the shadow reached its destination and opened like a gate that led to the tranquil depths of his lightless soul. "Come forth, my shadows." Sunny laughed. "Look closely, King of Swords. Look and see why war can never triumph over death." As his words echoed in the darkness, a cold wind blew across the battlefield, as though death itself had let out a frigid breath. The shadows moved, and dark figures slowly rose from them like an inky black sea. There were a myriad of them. Some were small, some were enormous. Some were weak, some were immensely powerful. Some were human, while most were monstrous. The army of shadows had left the peaceful stillness of his soul and entered the real world, flowing across the surface of the ancient bone in eerie silence. The shadow of Mountain King was among them. There was a legion of nightmare creatures of the forgotten shore, led by the appalling spire messenger and the forsaken knight of the ruined cathedral, and a few sleepers of the bright castle as well, led by the shadows of Horus, Castor, and the lost companions of the first bright lord. The shadow of the soul-devouring tree towered above the battlefield, its enormous branches swaying in the wind. There was a legion of abominations from the Chained Isles, too, led by the shadows of the War Maidens and the twin shadows of Solving. The Barrow Wraith Sunny had once slain, while defending Rain's school from a nightmare gate were there, as well. The largest legion by far was the nightmare creatures Sunny had slain in Antarctica. Fallen Titan Goliath was among them, as well as Winter Beast. There was also the defiled Seeker of Truth, the remnant of the Jade Queen, Sibyl of the Fallen Grace. The shadows of Knight Amaran and Saint Dire Fang were there, too. There were dreadful abominations of the tomb of Ariel there, as well. The shadows of King Daron and Wind Flower led them, standing side by side under the sky of the Dream Realm once again. There were the shadows of various nightmare creatures he had killed while wandering the Dream Realm, forgotten by everyone. Lastly, there was a vast Legion of powerful nightmare creatures whom Sunny had slain here, in Godgrave. The 6 saints of the Song army he had killed were among them, too, led by the giant with the head of a jackal. And at the head of the Shadow army, serving as its general, a taciturn knight in an intricate onyx armor sat atop a tenebrous steed, her graceful figure shrouded by a mantle of dread and darkness. The only shadow that refused to answer Sunny's call was the shadow of condemnation, which remained quietly in his soul. The rest of them, however, stirred as Saint raised her black sword. Sunny smiled viciously and looked at Anvil. "Kill them all." Saint pointed her sword forward, and the sea of silent shadows surged. As it flowed forward in eerie silence, it separated into 3 forces. One of the 3 forces came to the rescue of the human armies. Nephis had already bestowed the power of her radiant domain upon the desperate soldiers, but now countless shadows joined the fight, obliterating the nightmare creatures of the abominable jungle. And with each creature they killed, a new shadow appeared on the surface of the dark lake within Sunny's soul, escaping it moments later to join the battle on his side. The second force descended upon the puppets of the Queen, aiming to annihilate them all. The third force clashed with the remnants of the storm of flying swords, destroying them one after another. Looking at it, Sunny could not help but shiver. Even he was a little afraid of his newfound power. His power just seemed exponentially terrifying. It was like death itself. But maybe that was what it meant to be a sovereign, especially a sovereign carrying the power of a divine aspect. And he had no doubt that the Dream Realm hid many horrors that could put even his terrible power to shame. Horrors that could break him, let alone stop him. As his shadow legions were reaping lives and destroying the forces of the king and the queen, Sunny turned to Anvil with a pleased smile. "Not bad for a rookie sovereign, don't you think?" Anvil just stared at him coldly, a hint of unease in his gray eyes. "Natural supremacy, that is impossible. How did you?" Sunny chuckled. "Well, if you wish to know." He took a step forward. "I traveled to the very edge of the Dream Realm, scaled the jagged peaks of the Hollow Mountains, descended to a land below the underworld to seek counsel from the corpse of a forgotten godslayer, killed the shadow of a corrupted god, forged a blessed sword for an incorruptible soul, cheated death by taking my own life, and survived." Then he looked at Anvil with dark fury and added in a low voice, "But mostly, I just really wanted to kill you. I guess you just pissed me off that badly, Anvil." Grasping the hilt of his odachi, Sunny pointed it at the King of Sword. "So prepare to die, bastard." Chapter 22, 53 Reversal. Even if Anvil had been rattled by the shocking turn of events, he did not allow himself to stay in that state for more than a few seconds. After all, he had come to this battlefield to fight a sovereign. It did not matter much to him whether he had to fight Kai Song or the Lord of Shadows. There was a lot Sunny had to adjust to, however. The fractured bone plane shuddered as he pushed against it with his foot. His newly found power was too vast, too tyrannical, underestimating his own speed. Sunny failed to align his sword properly and missed Anvil entirely, crashing into him instead of beheading him with one clean, ruthless strike. Their clash caused a shockwave to tear the world apart, and Anvil was thrown dozens of meters back. The impact was truly terrible. Sunny looked down at his armor, expecting to see fractures marring the smooth surface of the jet-black jade. However, to his surprise, the mantle was entirely intact. It was Anvil's impenetrable armor that dented instead. A vicious smile twisted Sunny's lips. "You must have worked quite hard to forge this supreme suit of armor." A split second later, he was already upon Anvil, slashing down with his black odachi. His speed was so great that it seemed as if Sunny was blinking in and out of existence instead of moving across the weathered bone. Anvil still managed to deflect the blow, though, staggering back as a result. Sunny smiled. I bought my armor from a sleeper for a fistful of soul shards. Behind the smile, however, he was a little wary. Serpent's class depended on Sunny's own, but its rank depended on his mastery of shadow dance. So, it was still a transcendent titan despite Sunny already being a supreme one. Anvil's condemning sword, though, was sacred. If Sunny was not careful, his shadow could be destroyed. So he allowed 3 of his shadows to flow down his arms and envelop Serpent instead, augmenting both its power and its resilience. It was only then that Sunny considered his current state. His original body had been destroyed, so only the 7 incarnations remained. It was a strange reversal. Before, he had been a human who needed to spend essence in order to turn into a shadow, but now being a shadow was his natural state. Instead, he needed to spend essence to assume the shape of a human. The expenditure was minuscule compared to the unfathomable rate with which he replenished essence, but it was still a curious fact. In any case, one of his shadows was serving as a gate for the Silent Legion. 3 were augmenting Serpent, and 3 were serving as his body now. Which meant that he was still 3 times stronger than Anvil. More so, really, since the Shadow Realm fragment was empowering him. The King of Swords stood no chance. It was as if their roles had been reversed. Sensing the gap but remaining indifferent to it, Anvil grasped the hilt of his sacred sword with both hands and looked at Sunny somberly. "You talk too much." Sunny grinned as he raised the black Odachi. "That's because I have a lot to say." They clashed once again, moving with stunning speed. This time, Anvil was the one to lash out with his sword, empowering his attack with razor-sharp will, just like he had done before to cut Sunny's courage, determination, and hope. However, this time, his cold will clashed with Sunny's own. And although Sunny was new to wielding his will in a battle, he managed to resist Anvil's ruthless strike unscathed. His grin widened. "Now then, let me get a few things off my chest." As the smile disappeared from his face, replaced by a chillingly cold expression, he exploded into a whirlwind of darkness. The clangor of steel roared above the fractured bone plane, and the ancient bone itself groaned, huge chunks of it plummeting into the black smoke veiling the burning hollows below. Sunny unleashed a barrage of strikes upon Anvil, suppressing him and pushing him back. Where should I start? He cut down, used the momentum of his deflected attack to close in, and rammed the King of Swords with his shoulder. Anvil let out a pained grunt. "First of all, you are a rotten bastard. Even worse, you are also an utter fool. Did you really think that strangling your heart and turning yourself into an emotionless tyrant would save you from the curse of your flaw, that you would not lose anything if you did not care about anything?" Anvil caught the black blade of the serpentine Odachi in a bind, but Sunny lowered his hands and easily overpowered him, circling the sacred sword and pushing his own up. Anvil leaned back at the last moment, but a long cut was still left on his cheek, swelling with blood. "That is the entire reason you lost everything, you vile fool. If you were not such a sorry excuse of a father, your children would not have grown to despise you. And if you were not such a failure as a ruler, your subjects would not have turned their back on you. All of this mess is your doing. One foolish man has almost destroyed the world. Bastard, are you proud of yourself?" Anvil did not respond, straining to survive in the onslaught of lethal attacks. Maybe engaging in a conversation was a luxury he could not afford at the moment. Perhaps he simply did not care. His cold gray eyes were calm and focused. Sunny snarled, thrusting his Odachi forward to destroy one of the red runes glowing on the surface of Anvil's armor. Secondly, damn, where do I even begin? Stifling humanity's growth to prevent more gates from opening. Suppressing and eliminating our most talented warriors to stop them from becoming saints. Abandoning billions of people to die because trying to save everyone seemed less likely to succeed. Starting a bloody damn war against fellow humans instead of aiming your precious swords at the nightmare creatures. You scum, that was your grand strategy. That was the best you could do. He growled and took a step forward instead of taking a step back to avoid the falling blade of Anvil's sword. Catching it on his Odachi, Sunny pulled both blades downward and slammed his elbow into Anvil's face, feeling with great satisfaction something give under his titanic blow. As Anvil staggered back once more, blood flowing from his nose, Sunny looked at him with murderous madness burning in his black, terrifying eyes. And lastly, he aimed his Odachi at Anvil's heart. Bastard, what nonsense were you spouting about forging Nephis into a flawless sword? How fucking unhinged are you, you piece of trash? Come on, say it again, I dare you. Say it one last time before I pull your tongue out, cut it, and then feed it back to you. I'm listening. The black Odachi lashed out once again, throwing Anvil to his knees. Bloodied and reeling, the King of Swords looked up at Sunny and smiled. Chapter 22, 54, Spirit of Flame. Their clash had been swift but violent. However, it was also a bit one-sided, which left Sunny wanting more. Well, there was no helping it. As much as he would have wanted to break the King of Swords slowly, now that he was a supreme, the imbalance of power between them was simply too great. It was not only because Sunny was a supreme titan while Anvil was a supreme beast, or because of the fact that Sunny wielded a divine aspect. It was also due to the fact that Anvil's powers were both undermined and severely suppressed. His aspect was one of a craftsman and enchanter, as well, only loosely tied to combat. Anvil's armor and sword had flared with various potent enchantments while they fought, but Sunny was powerful and resilient enough to shrug the effects off. It was almost like Anvil's own strategy during the war. Nothing was of use in the face of overwhelming strength. And there were 6 incarnations of Sunny, while Anvil was alone. So the King of Swords looked quite battered by now. Many of the runes glowing on his armor had been destroyed, and the armor itself was slow to repair itself after enduring numerous blows. His face was bloodied, and his hair was wet with sweat despite the chilling cold. Even his sacred sword was nicked, its blade damaged in several places. Nevertheless, Anvil did not seem disturbed. Instead, creepily enough, his smile seemed genuine when he looked up at Sunny. What is this bastard smiling about? Anvil remained silent for a few moments, then spoke in a hoarse voice. You can mock me all you want, Lord of Shadows, but look, isn't my masterpiece beautiful? With that, he turned his head and looked into the distance, where the towering figure of the Queen was staggering after enduring the annihilating shockwave of an awful explosion. As Sunny's face contorted in a wrathful grimace, he added, She has surprised me once more. She is complete. Far away, Nephis had descended from the godless sky like a falling star. The darkness welcomed her with a soothing cold, and a split second later, she collided with the colossal vessel of the Queen, her flames blossoming into a terrifying explosion. This time, the titanic creature actually staggered. More importantly, the burns on its flesh did not disappear immediately. In that short moment when Kai Song was reeling, Nephis looked to the spot where Sunny had been kneeling, on the verge of being killed by Anvil. Her radiant figure suddenly shone even brighter. He's alive. A sense of profound relief washed over her. Nephis had been scared that she would be late, but the Lord of Shadows did not need her help. Not only had he survived, but he had also achieved the same feat as her. He had broken the barrier preventing them from attaining supremacy and became a sovereign. The sovereign of light, the sovereign of shadows. With the two of them becoming supreme against all odds, victory was all but assured. We've won. She allowed herself to bask in that startling realization for a moment, then strangled it ruthlessly. Arrogance was a deadly poison. Sure, it seemed like Anvil and Kai Song, who had been weakened by their nefarious plot and by battling each other, were at a dire disadvantage against the usurpers. But it was in these last moments when victory seemed so near that one could touch it when countless warriors had perished, lulled into complacency by the illusion of safety. Nephis was not going to make the same mistake. Some distance away, the two great armies were shining with the radiance of her newly established domain. The darkness stirred, and countless shadows rose from its depths. Descending upon their enemies, Nephis thought that she saw a few familiar figures among the Dark Legion, but her mind soon wandered back to her enemy. The Queen had regained her balance in mere moments and froze, studying her with the eerily empty canvas of the golem's featureless face. A supremacy. Instead of answering, Nephis raised the blessing and delivered an annihilating strike. She had nothing to say. Her soul had been destroyed and then rebuilt countless times, and the cores she had sacrificed were now whole again. So in the end, she did not have to use the ruined trait of the blessing, at least for now. She was not that desperate yet. But there was still a problem. Even now that the blessing had become a supreme blade, channeling supreme soul flame, the damage it dealt was not significant enough to seriously harm the colossal flesh golem. What's more, the queen could transfer all harm to her countless puppets, and although they were being destroyed by the Legion of Shadows, they had not been destroyed yet. Nephis needed a different way to attack the queen, a more monstrous attack, and one that could be sustained instead of being momentary. Landing on the ground, Nephis looked up at the harrowing creature that she needed to destroy. She could not even see all of it from that angle because of how immensely tall the titanic flesh golem was. She was like a speck of dust in front of a mountain, full of resolve to bring the mountain down. Lowering her head, Nephis took a deep breath, or went through the motions of doing so, rather, since her current form neither had lungs nor needed to breathe. She was still in the form of the spirit of light, her radiant figure was like a vessel that struggled to contain an ocean of furious flame. And as the queen leaned down to crush that vessel, Nephis looked up with cold contempt, unleashing the flame. Allowing the thin barrier of the human-like form to dissolve into pure radiance, thus assuming her true transcendent form. An unimaginable, roaring mass of white flame escaped from her disappearing figure, rising to meet the queen. The flames moved with purpose and intent, like a living creature, the billowing cloud of them constantly shifting and dancing in the vast darkness of the fractured battlefield. The darkness reeled back in fear. The vessel of the queen was more than a kilometer tall, and so, the mass of white flames rose to be more than a kilometer tall. It fell upon the titanic creature, burning it, and then enveloped it whole. Chapter 22, 55 Shadow Legion. Out there on the battlefield, Sid rolled, evading the maw of the grotesque nightmare creature she and Felice were fighting. The abomination moved on the edge between the radiance emanated by the human army and the deep darkness that surrounded it, its shape both hulking and indescribably frightening. The situation had vastly improved after the miraculous flames enveloped the desperate soldiers. Awash in pure light and empowered by its brilliance, they cast their despair away and threw themselves into the battle with renewed vigor. Not only had they become stronger, but their wounds would also heal and disappear without leaving a trace. It was as if they were immortal. An immortal army of hundreds of thousands of awakened. Could there be anything more terrifying? The endless flood of terrifying abominations suddenly did not seem so fearsome anymore. But therein lay the problem. While it felt like the soldiers had become immortal, they had not. They recovered from dire wounds in mere moments, but if a person was outright killed or torn to pieces, even the miraculous flames would not save them. So the battle was far from being over, and survival was still not guaranteed. That was why Sid cursed, as she scrambled to evade the lunging nightmare creature. However, the nightmare creature never reached it. A chilling wind blew across the battlefield, and the shadows moved. In the next moment, the lunging beast slammed into the ground, convulsed, and let out a frightened wail. Something massive was in the darkness behind it, pinning it to the ground, hurting it. As Sid watched in stunned horror, the colossal abomination was dragged into the darkness in the blink of an eye. Its wail was cut off abruptly. All she saw out there was a glimpse of a terrifying beak, a mess of gaunt limbs, and a mass of black feathers. A deep fear that she thought she had forgotten rose from the depths of her heart and grasped it with icy claws. Looking at Felice, Sid shivered and said, her stunned voice full of disbelief. Spire messenger, it was a spire messenger. What was one of those cursed things doing in Godgrave? At the same time, all around the battlefield, the silent legion of shadows descended on the spawns of the Scarlet Jungle. A harrowing massacre unlike anything the seasoned warriors of the great armies had seen before began, washing the white bone in blood. In one corner of the battlefield, Revel was kneeling on the ground, pale and weak from paying the price for having gone against her flaw to join the battle in daylight. She could barely move. Before she was swallowed by a towering great abomination, though the shadow of a giant with the head of a jackal slammed into it, and the shadow of a monstrous wolf-like warrior sank its gangs into the creature's throat. Her eyes widened. Somewhere else, Sation, Cassie, and Moonville were fighting side by side. The latter had recovered from her wounds thanks to the white flames, but was still a bit dazed. As they were besieged by a swarm of grotesque spider-like monstrosities, twin shadows of a stunningly beautiful woman cut into the swarm, tearing the abominations apart. All around the battlefield, the soldiers watched in awe and terror as the eerie legion of silent shadows flowed out of the darkness like a river, slaughtering their enemies. Most of the shadows were just as dreadful as the nightmare creatures that besieged the radiant army, and yet there was no mistaking who commanded them. The Lord of Shadows. It was hard not to realize that it was the sinister sellsword saint who had summoned the Dark Legion from the depths of some forgotten hell, considering that his famous Echo was leading the silent charge, galloping atop the dreadful steed as her black blade rose and fell, reaping the lives of powerful abominations like death's own scythe. Two furious crimson flames burned behind the visor of her helmet, and a trail of severed bodies was left in her wake. The graceful Knight of Darkness was not the only being whom the soldiers recognized, though. All across the battlefield, those who had been in the Antarctic Center during the chain of nightmares faltered for a moment, looking up at the towering figure of the fallen Titan, Goliath. The Fire Keepers and the Handmaidens caught glimpses of the nightmare creatures of the Forgotten Shore. Others were terrified to see the hulking figures of the dreadful abominations who had been slain in front of their eyes during the conquest of Godgrave. It was as if the gates of the land of the dead had been opened. There were many instances like that, instilling the soldiers with relief, gratitude, and fear in equal parts. Even knowing that the Silent Legion belonged to the Lord of Shadows, it was hard not to fear it and fear him as well. At a certain spot on the battlefield, Rain let out a long sigh and lowered her tackeye for a moment. Tamar was looking around with a pale face by her side, while the Feather Knight stared at a bizarre figure that moved across the sky in the distance, half obscured by the vast whirlwind of flying swords. This is its winter beast." Her voice was full of wariness and loathing. Rain gave her a long look and then forced out a smile. "Don't worry, I am quite certain that these things won't hurt us. They belong to my brother, I think." Tell and Tamar turned to her with similarly confused expressions. "You brothers? You have a brother?" Rain coughed and scratched the back in embarrassment. Yes, actually you already met him." Tamar raised an eyebrow. "I did." Noticing another nightmare creature barreling towards them, Rain raised her tackeye. "Yeah, my brother, he is the..." The rest of her sentence drowned in a bestial howl of the lunging abomination. Far away, the colossal vessel of the Queen was being consumed by the dancing mass of white flames. She clawed at her own flesh, trying to extinguish the fire that was consuming her, but to no avail. The flesh golem was being annihilated by the fire faster than Kai Song could repair its flesh. At the same time, Nephis was healing her soul faster than Kai Song could destroy it. Until the Queen shifted strategy, transferring the damage dealt to her vessel away. Almost instantly, countless puppets across the battlefield ignited like torches and turned to ash. A moment later, even more burned, and a moment after that, even more. It did buy Kai Song some time, allowing her to unleash the full power of her insidious aspect upon Nephis and temporarily catch up to her in their vicious battle of attrition. There were not that many of her puppets left on the battlefield, though. And even those that remained were being swiftly burned by the flames and slaughtered by the shadows. Chapter 22, 56, Abominable Curse. She is complete. Sunny traced Anvil's gaze and remained motionless for a few moments, looking at the towering figure of the Queen's vessel, which was enveloped by white flame like a gargantuan pyre. Her dead flesh was burning. Sunny's pale face was illuminated by the distant light of Neph's transcendent form. Looking at her, he took a deep breath and forced his murderous anger to subside. His expression turned cold and somber. Glancing at Anvil, he remained silent for a bit, and then said with a hint of disdain in his voice, "You see, this is your root problem, a failure of imagination or ambition, perhaps." Taking a step forward, Sunny pressed the tip of his Odachi against Anvil's neck. "Nephis, complete. She is not complete, Anvil. She won't be complete until she becomes divine. Unlike you and the other two ghouls, she will not surrender until she conquers the nightmare spell entirely. That, in the end, is your sin. That is the reason why you don't deserve to sit on the throne of humanity, and she does. That is why you must die." Anvil glanced at him with a dark smile. Funny, isn't it? Sunny's expression grew colder. And what exactly do you find so funny? Anvil shrugged. She is just like her father in that regard. Ah, but I think that she resembles her mother much more instead. Sunny took a deep breath, holding himself back. There was a reason why he was wasting time conversing with Anvil instead of simply finishing him off, of course. It was not because Sunny had suddenly developed a fondness for villainous monologues, although he would lie if he said that giving Anvil a piece of his mind had not felt good. No, it was because Sunny had to get something out of Anvil before the King of Swords met an ignoble end. There was something he had to know. He exhaled slowly. Right, you bastards killed Broken Sword as well. Was that also for the greater good? Anvil's eyes darkened. You should know by now why he had to die, Lord of Shadows. All of this could have been avoided if not for that selfish man's folly. Sunny smiled faintly, suppressing the desire to cut off the king's self-righteous head. Controlling his expression, he said, "Enlighten me." Anvil let out a sigh and calmly looked Sunny in the eye. It was because he absorbed Weaver's forbidden lineage, of course. Our hands were tied the moment he did. Yes. Unni allowed himself to frown slightly, pretending to be clueless. As far as everyone was concerned, even Cassie and Nephis, he was the heir of Shadow God. No one knew that Weaver's blood flowed in his veins instead. Anvil would not know either. He raised an eyebrow and asked, hiding how vital knowing the answer to that question was to him. And why was that so important? What was it about Weaver's lineage that made you betray your comrade, to kill your own leader? Anvil smiled coldly. Children, you don't know anything, do you? Well, no surprise. Some things are not meant to be known by mere mortals. As the hurricane of swords above them shifted, numerous blades changing direction, he leaned forward a little and asked, "Why did Broken Sword have to die? Let me ask you a question instead, Lord of Shadows. Have you ever been to the Chained Isles? You should have. Why did the gods destroy Hope's kingdom and imprison her in the ivory tower?" This time, Sunny's frown was genuine. He hesitated for a few moments, and then responded in a subdued voice. Because demons were their flaw. Anvil chuckled. Indeed, demons were the flaw of the gods, because demons were children of the forgotten god. Sunny drew a breath as Anvil shook his head and continued. And yet the gods did not punish and imprison all 7 demons. Only Hope. Why was that? Sunny hesitated with the answer. I'm not sure. I heard once that it was because she was the only demon who was worshipped by humans. Anvil looked at him with a grim resignation and nodded, not paying attention to the blade of the Odachi that had cut into his neck. Yes, it was because Hope was the only demon who was benevolent toward humans, those who carried the sparks of the original desire. She came to live among them, cared for them, and bestowed gifts upon them. As a result, she was beloved by humans, worshipped by them. His voice turned heavy and dark. But she was a daughter of the forgotten god. She carried the lineage of the forgotten god, and therefore everyone who worshipped her was worshipping the forgotten god, was propagating his name, his divinity, and his power. And the more they did. Sunny's eyes widened slowly, but Anvil did not seem to notice, continuing in the same stark tone. The more he stirred in his slumber, coming closer and closer to awakening. That was why the gods destroyed the kingdom of Hope and imprisoned her. That was why they had forbidden the demons from siring offspring as well. And that is why Weaver's lineage, created in secret, is an abominable curse that should never have existed. He gritted his teeth. The forgotten god is closer to awakening today than he has ever been. Now then, imagine if Broken Sword, the most revered hero of humanity, was allowed to build a vast and powerful domain while carrying that abominable curse. How many humans would have known him, loved him, and worshipped him? What would have happened then? Sunny shivered, feeling his mind go blank for a moment. He did not know what to answer. He did not want to know the answer. He would not have answered if not for the pain of his flaw, which forced him to be honest even if he wished to deceive himself. Feeling something cold permeate his chest, he said slowly, "The forgotten god would have grown more aware of reality, or maybe even awakened from his slumber completely." Hearing his words, Anvil smiled darkly. "Yes, now you know. That is why we killed Broken Sword, because an heir of Weaver must never be known, must never be loved, and must never be worshipped by humanity. Chapter 2257, Mercy of Shadow. Must never be known, must never be loved, must never be worshipped. Sonny stared at Anvil, no emotion showing itself on his face. A deep, boundless darkness nestled in his eyes. Far above them, all around them, numerous flying swords rustled as they slowly assembled into a gargantuan dome. Sonny looked up, then sighed deeply. A good thing I became fateless then. The world had forgotten him, after all. Nobody could love him, because nobody could know him. Not truly, anyway. As the full weight of that realization settled on his heart, he raised his head and looked into the distance. There, the titanic vessel of the Queen was being consumed by fire. The distant radiance of the stunning white flames illuminated his face, but failed to dispel the shadow drowning his eyes. Sonny remained motionless for a few moments, then lowered his gaze to the ground. And good thing I had always shied away from the spotlight. He had been pushed to hide the full extent of his power by the very nature of his aspect, staying in the shadows and avoiding being noticed, let alone known. Unlike Broken Sword, who had been the most renowned and revered warrior of humanity, Sonny used to be seen as merely a supporting character of someone else's story. It was as if fate had been guiding him to this moment from the very first day. It had both led him to the forbidden lineage of Weaver and given him the necessary tools to escape its curse. Even without knowing the reason why the weave had been forbidden, Sonny mostly managed to avoid paying the price for receiving its incredible boons. Earning a true name in the first nightmare, possessing a divine aspect, finding a lineage memory, and accomplishing all his astonishing feats. Anyone else would have become a venerated champion of humanity, but Sonny had hidden himself well. He detested the idea of being called a hero, anyway, so staying in the shadows suited his tastes far more. Nephis could stay in the spotlight for both of them. There was a small problem, though. Sonny had done well in the past, but currently he was not doing that great as far as remaining unnoticed went. In fact, he really messed up. Sleeper Sunless, Awakened Sunless, and Master Sunless were all obscure and seemingly insignificant figures. The Lord of Shadows, however, was quite infamous. Worse than that, he was poised to become a sovereign. His renown would explode and spread throughout both worlds, surpassing even that of Broken Sword. Because Broken Sword, despite all his accomplishments, had been a mere saint in the public's eye, the first and the most powerful of all human saints at the time, but still only a transcendent. Sonny, however, was a demigod now. Not only was he a demigod, but he was also the only equal Nephis, the shining star of humanity, had. Her counterpart, most powerful ally and rumored lover as well. In other words, he had entered the stage and the spotlight in a manner that was impossible to conceal. Once the war was over, billions of people would come to know him, and although it was doubtful that he would be beloved by many, he would definitely be feared, revered, and worshipped by all. The soldiers of the two great armies would return home to spread the tales of his terrifying power and merciless blade. They would also be full of gratitude since he had saved countless lives. And his fame would only grow from there. Ah, how troublesome. The future was not entirely grim, though. There was a silver lining as well. It was that Sonny's domain did not depend on people. He only needed shadows, and shadows, unlike humans, did not carry the sparks of the original desire in their souls. Shadows did not even have souls, really, so being worshipped by them would not bring about the end of the world. So Sonny did not have to cripple his power if he wished to avoid disturbing the slumber of the forgotten god, who would swallow all of existence if awakened. Which was good, because they were going to need all the power they could get. He only needed to disappear into the shadows again, somehow. A hypocrite. Shaking off his reverie, Sonny looked at Anvil with a calm, cold expression and said in a measured tone, I really hate hypocrites like you the most, Anvil. You say that Broken Sword had to be killed to prevent humanity from worshipping him. And yet, you sovereigns managed to hide your own existence for almost 2 decades, all in order to contain Asterion. Why was it that you could hide, but Broken Sword had to die? He shook his head in contempt. No, just admit it, be honest for once. You killed him because you hated him, as simple as that. Anvil smiled coldly as Sonny raised a hand, having removed it from the hilt of his odachi. What do you even know about hatred, boy? With that, his presence exploded with tyrannical power, and the storm of swords around them froze, numerous blades assembled into gargantuan runes. The runes ignited with vermilion radiance, and Sonny suddenly found himself awash in a blood-red glow. As Anvil moved his hand, a single harrowing blade fell from the sky, and the sky itself seemed to follow. A hurricane rose, the wind howling deafeningly as it swirled around them, and as the falling sword plummeted from the heights, its dreadful sharpness seemed to grow exponentially keener with each glowing ring of runes that it pierced, until it seemed sharp enough to cut the fractured bone plane, sever the floor of the burning hollows, and part the sea of ash below. Of course, first, it would pierce Sonny first. Looking up, Sonny grasped the memory that he had summoned a moment before and raised his hand higher. The severing sword fell on him in a furious maelstrom of wind. The powerful gale raised a cloud of ash into the air, and by the time the ash settled, Sonny was still standing in the same spot, unmoved and entirely unscathed. There was a small stone lantern in his hand, its gate wide open. Lowering it, he slowly closed the gate with his thumb. Anvil's eyes widened. How did you withstand that attack? Above them, the runes lost their glow, and countless flying swords crumbled into a river of scarlet sparks. Sonny smiled. I did not withstand it. I simply sent your sword into the shadow realm. Why should I overcome your great power when I can escape it with a little trick instead? The smile drained lowly from his face. Now then, the black Odachi lashed out, sinking into Anvil's flesh. Sonny's expression turned dark and chilling. This is for the soldiers of the 1st Evacuation Army and the people of Falcon Scott, whom you abandoned to death. Samara, Dorn, Bell, and countless others. Remember their names, bastard. The King of Swords managed to avoid a fatal blow, but Sonny was already delivering another slash. Anvil tried to deflect it with his vambrace, but failed. Red blood flowed onto the white bone, and a severed hand fell onto the ground. This is for the soldiers who died here in Godgrave, fighting in your senseless war. Each and every one of them was a person, Anvil, not a statistic. None of them had to die, though I doubt that a monster like you would care. Anvil did not react to losing a hand, and instead staggered back in an attempt to retreat. But there was no escape from Sonny. The black Odachi bit deep into Anvil's thigh, leaving a dreadful wound on it. More blood splattered onto the surface of the ancient bone. This is for Nephis, whose childhood you destroyed. You cruel, vicious thug, did you have fun tormenting a child? Taste some torment from me, then. Gritting his teeth, Sonny kicked Anvil in the wounded thigh and watched him fall to his knees. A rain of swords plummeted from the sky to destroy Sonny, but a great wave of shadows rose from the ground and turned into an impregnable wall, preventing them from interrupting him. He took a deep breath. And this is for me. This is for all the suffering I had to go through because of you and others like you. Many things had changed about him, but one of them remained the same. Sonny never forgot his grudges. Looking at the kneeling king with cold contempt, he raised his Odachi and prepared to deliver the final strike. For the first time, a clear emotion ignited in Anvil's eyes. Anger, reluctance, despair. He struggled to stand up, blood flowing down his mangled armor. You can't kill me. Nephis, she is the one who. Sonny struck down without waiting to hear the rest. The black blade of his serpentine Odachi passed through the king's neck without meeting much resistance, and a severed head rolled to the ground. The iron crown slipped off and fell onto the bloodied bone with a rattle. Anvil's body swayed and then toppled heavily in the clangor of steel. Far above, all of the remaining swords dissolved into a storm of sparks, and for a moment, it seemed as if the sky was aflame with scarlet light. It was really a breathtaking sight. Looking at it, Sonny could not help but remember the crimson tapestry of polar lights above Antarctica. As the sparks disappeared, he took a deep sigh and closed his eyes. A few moments later, Sonny said quietly, "Find peace within me, even if it's more than you deserve, bastard." This was the mercy of Shadow. Chapter 22, 58 Regicide. Far away, the colossal vessel of the Queen crumbled, its flesh burned away by the furious mass of white flames. The river of blood that had been contained within it boiled as it escaped. A billowing, scorching cloud of crimson vapor obscured the world, and in that haze, the flames condensed to form a beautiful figure. She seemed to be woven out of pure radiance, her silhouette both vague and blinding. Her incandescent sword fell without mercy, parting the river of blood. A sound that resembled both the murmur of a vast sea and an agonized groan rolled over the fractured battlefield. Hundreds of puppets were severed, and countless more turned to ash. Nephis pursued her enemy, her sword and her will relentless. An enemy like her was a fearsome obstacle for the queen. After all, the queen held authority over blood and decay, while Nephis possessed no blood in her transcendent form and could resist decay with her flames. Her soul was still susceptible to the insidious influence of Kai Song's aspect, but thanks to the blessing, her power only grew in proportion to how badly her soul was damaged. That is why Nephis had chosen to fight Kai Song, the stronger of the two sovereigns, while relying on Sunny to face Anvil. That was why she was winning. She was going to kill the queen soon. How strange. Even focused entirely on the battle, Nephis found herself distracted by the reality of what was transpiring. She had spent most of her life waiting for this moment, waiting for revenge. From the moment the immortal Flame clan fell into neglect and obscurity until now, she always knew that she would kill the traitors who had ruined her family one day. Her hatred of the sovereigns did not originate from one source, from one fateful injustice. Instead, it was born from 1,000 unforgivable grievances that she had endured growing up. The hideous trauma of the violence perpetrated against her as a child. The deaths of the loyal servants who had chosen to remain with the falling clan, despite the danger, the subtle look of defeat and despair that appeared on her grandma. R's stoic face from time to time, when she thought that no one was watching. All of this and more, so much more. That was why Nephis had expected to feel a storm of emotions when the day of her vengeance finally came. An unbearably bitter but indescribable sweet feeling of bloodthirsty glee, a fury beyond anything she could ever imagine. But now that her goal was so close, she found herself feeling surprisingly little. It was partially, mostly, perhaps, because her feelings had been burned away by the cleansing ruthlessness of her flaw. But it was also because killing the sovereigns had never really been her true goal. The sovereigns, odious as they had become, were merely a symptom of the larger curse that plagued the world. The world itself was the problem. The children who died in the throes of the first nightmare. The adults who grew up to become callous and heartless, twisted by the fear of falling asleep. The nightmare gates that opened near parks and schools, the frenzied monster that roamed the streets looking for prey. The incalculable loss and sorrow that countless people felt every day. The nightmare spell. The sovereigns might have killed her father and obliterated her clan, but it was the nightmare spell that had created the sovereigns. It was also the nightmare spell that had taken her mother and grandfather away, along with an entire continent. That was what Nephis had once believed, at least. Now, she wasn't even sure if the nightmare spell was the cause or merely another symptom. In any case, disposing of the sovereigns was just a stepping stone to reaching her true goal. She was not a trembling child to whom the three supremes were like unfathomable monsters anymore. She had outgrown them. Still, Nephis had hoped to feel something at least, if not for her own sake, then at least for her father's. But reality was cruel. Just like Nephis was cruel. As her searing sword cut the river of blood, annihilating some of it, the number of puppets continued to dwindle. Until there was none left. And then the moment she was wary of came. Far away, in the midst of the great unified army, Cassie staggered and screamed. Then her flesh started to blacken, as if it was being burned from the inside. Nephis could not see it, of course, because of the distance separating them. But she could feel her friend's desire for relief from the terrible agony through the connection they shared due to her domain. As Cassie burned, her crumbling body was enveloped by a beautiful white radiance and healed. Only to be burned again the next time Nephis brought her sword down on the dwindling river of blood. And as her delicate body was destroyed and rebuilt, a tiny drop of the queen's blood coursing through her veins mixed with her own was annihilated. A tiny drop, but not all of it by far. The queen spoke to her then. "Don't you feel pity for your friend?" Did she? Nephis wasn't sure that she did, that she was capable of feeling anything anymore. But then, finally, an emotion came. It was not fury, not bloodlust, and not the dark glee of being close to exacting her vengeance. Instead, it was compassion. It was concern and worry for her friend. It was also relief of being able to feel anything at all. Nephis did not seem to have lost all of her humanity in the end. Perhaps her efforts to ground herself in human things and passion had not been in vain, after all. "I'm sorry, Cassie." Descending upon the queen in a storm of flame, Nephis continued to cause her friend indescribable pain and heal her. "Can you feel it, Queen's Song? Your daughters have turned their backs on you. Your callousness has driven even them away, and now they are a part of my domain." It wasn't all of them just yet, but Sation was the key. With her choosing her sisters over her mother, Moonville had followed Beastmaster as well. The rest would fall behind their eldest sister, too. Boiling and seething, the greatly diminished river of blood rippled and coalesced into a human figure. Kai Song looked at Nephis, a pale smile illuminating her beautiful face. "Are you saying this to shake my resolve?" Nephis shook her head. "I just want to see if you care about them at all." The blessing lashed out once again, scorching the ancient bone and forcing Kai Song to retreat. "Beastmaster was barely alive when I healed her. Moonville was dying. She would have been dead by now if not for me. Their mother led them to their deaths while their enemy saved them. Isn't that ironic? Even as we speak, my flames are permeating them, granting them power. However," her voice grew cold, "my flames can both create and destroy. Now that they are a part of my domain, do you think I can burn them to ash instead? Shall we see?" The smile on Kai Song's face turned brittle. "Are you threatening to kill my daughters, Nephis?" Instead of answering, Nephis lunged forward and pierced her with the incandescent blade of the blessing. Far away, a terrible wound opened on Cassie's chest, and she fell to her knees, her flesh being burned and blackened, then mended by the white flames. Nephis felt a new emotion. It was anguish. This battle of theirs was going to end soon. She said calmly, "No, I am promising to keep them alive, as long as you don't retreat from this battlefield until one of us is dead." The queen had to have other puppets hidden in secretive places. Even if Kai had managed to destroy those that had been left in Ravenheart, there would have been more elsewhere. And since any of them could serve as Kai Song's primary vessel, the only way to kill her was to make sure that she chose to fight to her death. The only weakness the queen had was her daughters. Her love for them, no matter how twisted, was her flaw. And Nephis was not above using that flaw to destroy her. Kai Song raised a hand and grasped the scorching blade of the blessing, looking at the beautiful spirit of light in front of her with her eerie dead eyes. "Do you think you can kill me here, Nephis?" Nephis channeled her flames through the blessing, knowing that Cassie was screaming somewhere far away. "Did you think that you could kill my father?" As Kai Song pulled her closer and thrust her pale hand into the incinerating radiance of Neph's transcendent form, shredding her soul with her will, Nephis asked evenly, "Did you think that you could destroy the immortal Flame clan?" The two of them stood still, ravaging each other. "Did you think that the end justified the means, that all your sins would be forgiven as long as you had won?" There was one more emotion now, a strange, childish sense of hurt and resentment. "Then why didn't you win? If only you had won, then I wouldn't have to, I wouldn't be suffering all this pain because of you." Somewhere far away, the last of the queen's blood evaporated from Cassie's veins. The blind seer curled on the ground, shuddering, tears streaming down her blackened face. Moments later, the soft radiance erased the terrible burns, restoring her exquisite beauty. But the echoes of pain in her eyes remained. Kai Song slowly shook her head, her smile slowly crumbling. "You don't even know what you are unleashing, child." And then, she burned. She burned and burned, disappearing into the merciless flames. But until the very end, she did not retreat. That was how Kai Song, the Raven Queen, died. Chapter 22, 59 Triumph. Sunny stood above Anvil's corpse, looking silently into the distance. The battlefield had grown eerily quiet at some point. The storm of swords was gone. The sea of dead puppets had been eradicated as well. Now, his shadows were finishing off the remaining nightmare creatures of the jungle, and the few great ones whom he had brought here himself as well. The battle was all but over. And with it, the war was all but over too. A deep sigh escaped from his lips. The sovereigns are no more. Well, two of them were no more at least. The third one still remained somewhere out there, shrouded in mystery. But that was a problem for another day. Come to think of it, we are the sovereigns now instead. Sonny could not quite fathom that everything had ended just like that. He had been preparing for this battle for close to 2 years. Nephis and Cassie had been building up to this moment for much longer still. The threat of the sovereigns had been so oppressive, and had ruled their every breathing moment for so long, that it was hard to accept the fact that it was all over. But maybe that was the point. After all, the very reason they had conspired to eliminate the sovereigns was that the sovereigns were incompetent. Despite their great accomplishments, Anvil and Kai Song had been inadequate in front of the dire trials facing humanity today. They had been a titan with feet of clay. The King of Swords, that madman, had even wanted to die. At least that was the feeling Sonny got there at the last moments. Granted, Anvil had wanted to die in a different way. The road to supremacy had been long and arduous, but the battle itself was swift and decisive. It was a triumph. But when did it all go wrong for them? And would the same happen to him and Nephis? Surely not, if for no other reason than that they already had a bitter example of what not to do. We've won. Sonny finally realized that unbelievable fact. Unlikely as it was, their conspiracy had achieved its goal. The tyrants were gone, and he and Nephis were perfectly poised to usurp their thrones. There was just one problem. As he stood without movement, there was a rustle of wings, and Nephis landed on the ground behind him. She had assumed her human form once again, the fiery radiance of her true self only betrayed by the blinding white radiance burning in her eyes. Her face was still and expressionless, devoid of any emotion. She must have lost the ability to feel once again. Perhaps she had lost more than ever before, having undergone the terrible trial of attaining supremacy in the incandescent white. Vice of the merciless sky above Godgrave. She looked at Anvil's corpse, not showing any particular reaction. After a while, Nephis said, "Somehow I imagined that I would be the one to kill him." Sonny had imagined the same, as well. He had even considered leaving the King of Swords alive for a bit longer to let Nephis find closure by confronting him one last time. For the first time, really. She had never faced Anvil, her father's killer, without a veil of deceit hiding her true feelings before. And now she never would. There was little closure to find on this ravaged battlefield today. If there was, it would have been neither Sonny nor Nephis who killed the king. It would have been his son, Mordred, instead. Actually, Sonny was quite surprised that Mordred had not shown up until the very end. He had been completely sure that the Prince of Nothing would pull some stunt or another during the battle. Perhaps something went wrong in True Bastion, preventing Mordred from playing his carefully prepared cards. Granted, he must not have expected to be forced to fight a cursed demon today. Sonny sighed. Killing him was easier than I had expected. Nephis turned to him and remained silent for a few moments. Maybe it was because he was already dead where it counts. You would not know because you have not spent a lot of time around hollows, but looking into his eyes felt like looking into my mother's eyes sometimes. It was an eerie feeling. Sonny lingered a bit, then asked, "What about the Queen?" Nephis answered evenly. The Queen was fierce, the Queen was powerful, she fought until the very end. Her radiant eyes dimmed slightly. But she had a weakness, and because of that weakness she was undone. So Kai Song is dead too, then. It was really all over, they had succeeded. Things went better than he had expected. They went almost exactly as he had hoped. Almost. Sonny smiled darkly. Are you wondering if you have a weakness as well? Nephis tilted her head a little, looking at him with her expressionless gaze. Everyone has a weakness, Sonny. I have a couple myself. He nodded. How do you feel? The sovereigns are dead. Your family is avenged. You must have waited for this moment for so long, and now it's here. She lingered for a bit. I don't feel much of anything, really, yet. I think I will feel more later. For now, I am simply content. A hard task is over. More arduous tasks are to come. Sunny sighed, then took a step back. There were so many things they had to do, so many things they had to discuss. Before it all, he wanted to simply embrace her, hold her and kiss her. To share the joy of their victory with her, even if Nephis wasn't capable of feeling that joy just yet. But he was not destined to feel the soft touch of her lips today. Instead, he felt the cold touch of Weaver's mask as it settled on his face. Raising his black odachi, Sunny smiled bitterly and said in a cold, emotionless tone, "It's time for you to die then, changing star." Far away, his dark legion had already slaughtered the remaining abominations. The shadows did not retreat back into his soul, however. Instead, they surrounded the two battered armies, looking at the soldiers in eerie silence. The human shadows raised their weapons. The monstrous shadows bared their fangs. Nephis frowned. "What is this?" Sunny let out a disdainful laugh. It's betrayal, my lady. I would have asked for forgiveness, but really, it's your own fault. Has no one ever told you not to trust a man whose loyalty can be bought?" Chapter 22, 60 piece. Neither the sword domain nor the song domain had won the war. Instead, both of them ceased to exist. Sunny and Nephis had won the war instead. Changing Star was destined to become the new sovereign of humanity. However, the Lord of Shadows could not stand by her side, because he was the fateless heir of Weaver, the demon of fate. Simply disappearing into obscurity was not going to work, either. Anvil and Kai Song were able to hide their existence because they had become supreme in the darkness of the underworld. Unwitnessed by anyone, Sunny, however, attained supremacy in the most flamboyant fashion. He became supreme in front of hundreds of thousands of awakened warriors, summoning a legion of shadows to save them from the flood abominations, and slaying the King of Swords in full view of everyone who had the ability to see. So there was only one solution. The Lord of Shadows had to die. And he could not simply die either, since that could potentially turn him into a revered martyr. He had to waste all the goodwill he had earned first. Far away, the soldiers grew tense as they looked at the legion of silent shadows that now faced them, ready to attack. Some gazed into the distance as well, where the Lord of Shadows was pointing his dark sword at Changing Star. Their eyes were wide with shock, and their faces were pale. But the soft radiance still illuminated their souls and their bodies, so they "Are not afraid." Many gritted their teeth, grasping the hilts of the weapons tighter. Sunny stared at Nephis from below Weaver's mask and sneered. Changing Star, you are surprisingly naive for someone so exceptionally strong. But then again, you are so righteous and benevolent, disgusting, really. Did you really think that I would share the throne of humanity with anyone, when I can sit on it alone?" He took a step forward. Anvil and Kai Song had the right idea, you know. There can only be one person wearing the crown. They had the right idea, but what could I do? I wanted to be that person. I could not kill them both myself, though, so I needed to use someone gullible as a distraction. Sunny chuckled. "So I used you, and now I have no use for you anymore." Nephis pursed her lips, looking at him calmly. A few seconds later, she asked, "So it was all a lie?" Sunny laughed. "Of course. Did you think I enjoyed being treated as your toy? Did you think I wanted to spend time in your company? Ah, I hated every minute of it. Seducing you was surprisingly easy, but enduring the burden of your naive infatuation was an unpleasant chore." She tilted her head, then sighed and raised the blessing. "I see, so it was like that then. I understand, no, maybe I don't, but you are right, I should not have trusted you." Her eyes shone with blinding radiance, and she said in an even tone, "I think I will feel hurt by your betrayal later. Maybe I will even be hurt by having killed you, so I should hurry up and kill you soon." Sunny smiled bitterly behind Weaver's mask. The two of them looked at each other, the air practically crackling with tension at the point where their gazes met. For a few moments, the entire world seemed to stand still, and the pressure continued to build until it became crushing. The shadows stirred, growing deeper and deeper. The blade of the blessing shone with radiant light, chasing the shadows away and illuminating the two supremes as they prepared for battle. Then, in the blink of an eye, both Sunny and Nephis lunged forward. There was a flash of light and a thunderous thunderclap. And when the light dimmed, the soldiers saw the Lord of Shadows kneeling on the ground, changing star's blade buried in his chest. Sunny groaned, struggling to grasp its blade. Looking down at him, Nephis spoke solemnly. 3 supreme warriors of humanity died today. Ah, what a waste. A heavy sigh escaped from her lips. And at the same time, Cassie's voice resounded in Sunny's head. Nephis says not to be so dramatic. You're not really hurt. Sunny shuddered, still pretending to be in pain. The blessing was indeed buried in his chest, but the area around the supposed wound had turned into an intangible shadow just before it hit, so he was not wounded. It was still a bit painful, but since Nephis had not put any killing intent into her strike, his soul was mostly intact. Well, tell her to act her part better. Wait, no, actually, never mind. Tell her she did well. Nephis was not known for her acting skills. She was doing her best. For a few moments back there, Sunny had wanted to reenact their vicious battle in the Crimson Spire. He had imagined losing the fight, then hearing Nephis ask why he allowed her to win in a trembling voice. But then he realized that there was no need to deceive her into making it seem like she killed him. He could just ask. So he had told what needed to happen to Cassie, who relayed it to Nephis. And as a result, the Lord of Shadows was dying now. She says that you owe us a good explanation later. Sunny forced out a smile. I'll try. Would he even be able to explain? Probably yes, with some trouble. She trusts me enough to go along without asking why. Why is this so sweet? With that, Sunny pretended to convulse, and then dissolved into shadows. At the same moment, his dark legion disappeared as well, returning into his soul. Nephis was left standing alone, like a sole island of light in the ocean of darkness. Victorious, the long war was over. Some days later, a towering dream gate opened in the clear sky above Bastion, and the stunning silhouette of the Ivory Island slowly emerged from it, drifting among the clouds to hover high above the great castle. Millions of people had gathered on the streets of the city to watch the triumphant return of Changing Star, the last daughter of the immortal Flame clan, the new ruler of humanity. High above them, Nephis was looking down at the familiar sight of the sprawling city that had grown on the shores of Mirror Lake. Then, with a sigh, she turned away and left the balcony. Descending the stairs, she walked through the corridors of the ivory tower and entered a spacious room. There, a stunning woman sat in a wheelchair, positioned in front of the window. Her face was emotionless, and her gaze was strangely hollow, as if she was not there at all. Placing a vase with fresh flowers on the table near the bed, Nephis walked over to the window, leaned against the windowsill, and looked at the woman quietly. She did not speak for a while, then sighed. Hi, Mom, I am sorry if you are uncomfortable. It's just that it's difficult for me to come to NQSC these days, and I don't know how much longer it will be safe for you to remain there. So, I asked Cassie to bring you here. Nephis lingered for a few moments. I am supreme now, and I avenged Dad. His killers are in the grave, well, 2 of them are at least. A shadow suddenly ran across her face. Oh, right, you wouldn't know, for you, they would have been your friends still. In that case, I am sorry, your friends have passed away. Then she smiled awkwardly. By the way, I guess I have a boyfriend now. He is very handsome. I'm sure you would have liked him, oh, but things are a bit complicated between us at the moment. Things are complicated in general. With a sigh, she looked in the window and said wistfully, Our world is being consumed by the dream realm. There's so much to be done before it is swallowed entirely. I am terribly busy, and he is too. She looked at the woman and smiled. We need to become gods after all. With that, Nephis inhaled deeply and headed for the door. She did not know how much time they had left, but it was probably not as much as they hoped. Somewhere far away, a desolate land lay under a starless sky, shrouded in eternal darkness. There was a colossal crater at the heart of that land, and on its edge a dark city stood, empty and forlorn. Nothing moved in that city, until suddenly a magnificent black temple appeared there, as if it had stood in the darkness all along. Soon enough, 2 figures emerged from the temple. One of them was a young man with pale skin, wearing a simple black tunic. The other was a petite woman who floated a few centimeters above the ground, with a grim expression on her face. Looking around, Aiko shook her head in disbelief. Gods, I really never thought I'd ever return to this hellhole. Hey, boss, do we really need to be here? Sunny looked at her and shrugged. There's almost no nightmare creatures here anymore. It's one of the safest places in the dream realm, really. Plus, can't you see in the darkness? What are you so angry about? Aiko stared at him with indignation. What am I angry about? My job. I'm jobless again. All the effort I spent on building the brilliant Emporium brand, and my boss just had to go and become the most villainous scum of humanity. And then die. Couldn't you at least have the decency to stay dead after dying, huh, boss? Sunny coughed. Decency, what is that? Then he patted the petite girl on the shoulder. Don't be sad, though, Aiko. Do you think that war profiteering is all that? Let me tell you. He gestured to the dark, desolate streets. Colonialism, that's where the real money is at, and Forgotten Shore is a prime colony location. Sunny smiled. So what do you say? Shall we build a city here? A peaceful city away from all the strife. It would stay peaceful for a bit at least. End of Volume 9, Throne of War. Chapter 22, 61, Keeping a Promise. A dark, desolate expanse of black dunes rested under a lightless heaven, their obsidian slopes illuminated only by the distant radiance of transient essence storms. Buried in the dust, a graveyard of serpents lay like an ivory maze, its forlorn walls awash in darkness. The silence of the dead land was suddenly broken by the sound of light footsteps. A young man with a jade face and onyx eyes was walking across the obsidian dust, his body encased in a suit of intricate black armor. Wherever he passed, the darkness grew deeper, and the winds turned colder. He was calm and at ease, as if walking across the pastures of his own domain, instead of the desolate reaches of the realm of death. And in a sense he was. The young man was sunless, the lord of shadows, the sovereign of death. Reaching the heart of the graveyard, the terrifying demigod stopped and looked down, at the badly damaged human skeleton that lay among the dead serpents, staring at the lightless sky with empty eyes. After a while, the skeleton spoke. My, oh my, look whom we have here. I see you have survived, boy. Sunny stared at Yuri some more, then sighed and summoned the shadow chair. Placing it near the mangled skeleton, he sat down, leaned back comfortably, and crossed his legs. Well, about that, you'd be surprised. Yuri's turned his skull to stare at him. I am not sure I can be surprised by anything anymore. No, I take it back. I am surprised right now. He grinned. Of course, being a skeleton, Yuri's was stuck with a perpetual grin, so he did not have much choice in the matter. Look at you, you really did go and become supreme. How remarkable. He clicked his jaws, showing how impressed he was. I hope my humble advice was helpful. So how did you do it? What was your act of defiance, evil boy? Did you go against your vicious nature and spare someone, or did you kill some great, powerful being instead? Sunny chuckled. Oh, I did have to kill someone. Not sure about the great and powerful part, though. You see, I killed myself. Yuri's remained silent for a while. My, oh my, that's one way to go about it, I suppose. He paused for a few moments, and then added neutrally. Breaking the absolute law of death is no simple feat. Few ever managed, so, congratulations. Sunny smiled. It is odd to be congratulated on managing to commit suicide, but it is even stranger to be alive while being congratulated, I guess. He laughed. To be honest, it wasn't that difficult, a bit painful at most. Yuri's ground his teeth against each other. Now you're just mocking me, boy, saying such hurtful things. You do remember that I can't die no matter how hard I try, right? Why don't you rub the salt in my wounds and tell me more about how easily it was for you to die, huh? Sunny coughed. Well, when you put it that way, it does sound hurtful. Yuri's let out a creaky laugh. Ah, don't bother. I'm already thankful that you remembered your promise and came back to try and kill me. Oh, but it took you long enough. Sunny shrugged. Sorry, I've been pretty busy lately. We saw each other last, a little over a year ago. So many things have happened in that year. The realm war had ended around a year ago by now. Sunny was currently 27, a little shy of turning 28. Rain was already 22. Gods, how swift the time flies. Actually, that was not true at all. If anything, it felt like for each year that he lived, 10 years passed. The last year in particular was quite eventful. Sunny contemplated for a bit. Let's see. First, the war between the sword domain and the song domain ended. That was when I attained supremacy, actually, during the final battle, Nephis too. We defeated Anvil and Kai Song, the previous sovereigns of humanity, immediately after becoming supreme. Sunny lingered for a few moments, then added, "It is so strange. Their shadow loomed over us for so long, unfathomable, inescapable, insurmountable. But in the end, it only took a few minutes for them to fall. I guess there were mere mortals after all, even if they were demigods." He shook his head. Of course, those few minutes were the result of many long years of meticulous planning and arduous preparation. We really went above and beyond. Our conspiracy was quite thorough. I was just surprised that everything had gone according to plan for once, well, mostly. I did not foresee having to kill myself, obviously. He smiled. In any case, I had to disappear after our victory. Nephis, meanwhile, became the hegemon of humanity. Yuri stared at him in amusement. That horrid girl, goodness gracious. It feels like she was dormant only a day ago. I blinked once, and the next thing you know, that brat is a supreme. You monstrous kids are really something, you know. Good for her. Sunny smiled dangerously. You can't really blink, though. You don't have eyelids. And also, did I not promise to break your remaining arm if you called her an abomination again? Yuri stared at him for a moment. Did I say abominable? Oh my, I must have misspoke. What I meant to say was adorable, that adorable girl. Sunny glared at him for a while, then nodded. Well, it's true, she is adorable. Then he sighed. I'll let it slide this once. Regardless, as you can imagine, we were a little dazed after attaining supremacy and defeating the sovereigns in one fell swoop. And we weren't the only ones. Everyone in Godgrave was stunned. Ah, right, I forgot to mention. Right there at the end, I staged a betrayal and died by Neph's blade while trying to usurp the throne. It had not been that long since most people learned of the existence of Supremes, but in the course of a single battle, 3 Supremes died. Imagine their shock. What? Yuri's clicked his jaw. You know, I have no context to understand the meaning of these events, and on top of that, I don't understand half of the words you speak. Sword domain, song domain, anvil, Kai Song, Godgrave. I have no idea what these are. So why are you telling me all this? Sunny looked at him and smiled. Because I want to tell someone and you can't run away. You have no feet. The skull's lower jaw fell open. Yuri's remained silent for a bit, then grumbled. Well, fair enough. Sunny laughed. So we spent a few days on the battlefield, and by we, and I mean them, since I was busy hiding in the shadows while pretending to be dead. Usually the healers would have been tending to the wounded, but Nephis had already healed everyone, so all that was left was to bury the fallen. The soldiers assembled the pyres while the officers spent these days in council. And by the end of the council, it was proclaimed that the immortal Flame clan would be restored, and that Nephis would become the ruler of a new domain, the human domain. He shook his head in amusement. Of course, things went so smoothly because we had prepared for the immediate outcome of the war as well. Nephis had won the loyalty of the saints during the war. Oh, and it was not like they had a lot of choice. She is considered to be the only supreme in existence now, after all, so who could defy her? Sunny let out a wistful sigh. It was very poetic, really. The war for the throne had begun because of an attempt on her life. She was the only one who opposed it, and she was the one who ended it, thus becoming the new ruler of humanity instead of the tyrants who had started the war. People were elated and happy. It seemed like divine will for the most benevolent and righteous person to receive the crown. His smile dimmed. Of course, no one knew that it was all a meticulously crafted performance. That Nephis and I had been prepared to sacrifice hundreds of millions of lives to achieve our goal, and that all those people were only saved by luck. That we were neither benevolent nor righteous, just stronger than our enemies. Strength is the only virtue in this God-forsaken world, after all, and weakness is the only sin. Still, history will never know the truth, and therefore it will remember Changing Star of the immortal Flame clan as the noblest of heroes, while I will be remembered as a villainous traitor who died by her blade, if at all. Sunny laughed. Right, I am officially dead now, again. So I took my citadel and returned to the Forgotten Shore. It is kind of fitting, don't you think, Yuri's? The nameless temple is now standing on the forgotten shore, sheltering its nameless master who must be forgotten. Yuri stared at him silently for a while, then offered words of consolation. I have no idea what Forgotten Shore is. Actually, I understood very little of this entire tirade, but if you think that it's fitting, then I'm sure it is. Sonny looked at him resentfully. I'm going to enjoy killing you, you know. The ancient skeleton stared at him with a grin. I'm going to enjoy being killed. Sonny sighed and cursed quietly. Chapter 22, 62 Foundation. Sonny stared at the grinning skull for a while, then shook his head. You know, Yuris, I thought you would have learned the true meaning of boredom while hanging on that tree. Can't you just appreciate me sparing time to entertain you? These are history-defining events that I am describing, the stuff of legends. When else would you get the chance to hear something as thrilling and fascinating as this? The ancient skeleton stared back at him for a while, then clicked his jaw. Well, true. He turned his skull slightly and asked in a lively tone. So what happened next? A satisfied smile appeared on Sonny's lips. That's better. Let's see, it is hard to describe, actually. Needless to say, the entire world order was upended, and a new one had to emerge from the ruins of the old regime. Fortunately, we weren't unprepared. Jet had the government under her control, more or less, and since there was no reason for anyone there to oppose Nephis, quite the opposite, actually, we had a vast pool of administrative talent to help us make the transition happen as smoothly as possible. In fact, there had already been established plans worked out, disguised as mock exercises until it was time to implement them. He shook his head. The government was only half of the equation, though. The other half was the great clans, Song, Valor, and Night. They had been the ones actually governing human enclaves in the Dream Realm, after all. We had hoped that these established powers would be absorbed into the new domain after the war ended, and to a degree they were. Sonny sighed. The 7 princesses of Song accepted Nephis as their new queen despite the fact that she had slain their mother. That was a great stroke of luck. With them on our side, the western reaches of the Dream Realm experienced very little tumult during the transition. Ravenheart itself is now ruled by Kai. I think his official title is the Steward of the West. His expression darkened slightly. The West, things are more complicated in the West. Morgan had helped us salvage the remains of Valor at the start, but then she disappeared without a trace. Even Cassie doesn't know where she is now, and most of the remaining members of the branch families of Valor, those who had not perished in the war, died gruesomely soon after. It's not a big secret who killed them, of course. Mordred, that madman. Sonny let out a chuckle. That guy had always been strange, but he became outright eerie after failing to kill Anvil with his own 2 hands. No one knows what goes on in that sinister head of his these days. One thing is certain, though he knows to hide from the new Supremes. Retaking the Stormsea citadels he had conquered was a time-consuming, but surprisingly easy affair as a result. Mordred simply abandoned them and vanished. So both children of the fallen Valor dynasty are M. Ising now, it is unlikely that they jumped into the 4th nightmare, but who knows? He remained silent for a while, then shrugged. Well, in any case, a great clan is far more than just those who carry the clan bloodline. There are also the knights, the spellsmiths, the servants, the craftsmen, the workers, the administrative staff, thousands of people, really. Those were either absorbed into the immortal Flame Clan or taken by Effie. Oh, Effie is now in charge of Bastion as the steward of the East. The Beast Farm is back in business, too. Sonny smiled wistfully. That leaves the House of Night. House of Night doesn't exist anymore. The survivors were absorbed by the government, so the government is more or less the 3rd great clan now. They are responsible for the waking world just like before, but now their role in the dream realm is far more prominent. Oh, and they rule the Stormsea as well. Jet is in control of the Night Garden as the steward of the South. He chuckled. Funny, isn't it? A woman who can never know rest is in charge of the ship built by the Demon of Repose. Well, she has her hands full. I think she is more sleep-deprived now than she had been as a government master. There are millions of settlers living aboard the Night Garden, after all. The House of Night had not had a sovereign, but now it belongs to Neph's domain. So she can open a dream gate leading to it from the waking world, allowing the refugees to arrive. Actually, the importance of the Night Garden is far greater than simply the 3rd largest city in the dream realm. He looked at Yuri's with meaning. One of its components allows Nephis to connect her dream gate to two places in the dream realm, after all. So, the east and the west are not as isolated as they were before. There's the storm sea connecting them in the south, the road across Godgrave connecting them in the north, and on top of that, Ravenheart and Bastion are a few steps away when the dream gate is opened between them. Works wonders for the logistics of the whole domain. Sunny fell silent for a few moments, then continued in a neutral tone. Actually, that is the most glaring change that has happened to the world. It is all far more interconnected now, both geographically and politically. Everyone had been mostly isolated from each other before, but now everyone is a part of one larger whole. Everyone is together. The various regions of the dream realm are not independent enclaves, but territories of a single empire. Socially, too. The difference between mundane people, independent awakened legacy clans, and the great clans have all grown thinner. And above it all is the ivory tower, quite literally. It usually hangs above Bastion. He chuckled. Oh, right, no one really knows it, but there's actually a steward of the north as well. That's me. I mean, no one appointed me officially, but I'm the only one in the north, so I can't be the only one without a fancy title, right? Yuri stared at him for a while, then clicked his jaw. I have no idea what these places are and who these people are, you know. A single man was sent to take care of 7 princesses, as in the west. What a cruel punishment. Someone farms beasts in the east, and there are gardens in the southern sea. Sounds fun. Sunny sighed. You have no idea. Chapter 22, 63, beginning of the end. Sunny remained silent for a while, then said somberly. Of course, not everyone went smoothly. Far from it, really. Nephis had managed to compel countless people and most of the saints to swear fealty to her. However, there were still loyalists who refused to accept her. Some were even hell-bent on avenging the fallen sovereigns. So, there was a quiet purge of sorts. He sighed. It was not as bloody as you probably imagined. Very few people were actually killed, but quite a number of them were exiled. Nephis rules both the waking world and the human territories in the dream realm, though, so it's not like they had somewhere to go. So we allocated them a settlement in Europe and a citadel in Godgrave. Old Jest is in charge of it now, spending his retirement leading those men in a perpetual battle against the Scarlet Jungle. Gilead, that buffoon, chose exile as well. What a waste. Sunny shook his head, a grim expression on his face. He did not speak for a while, then scoffed. Well, those guys are the least of our problems. Truth be told, everything sort of exploded after Nephis took over. His lips twisted into a bitter smile. That is because her style of leadership is more or less the direct opposite of how the sovereigns used to run things. One of the first things she did after establishing her domain was give a very solemn, very inspiring speech. That revealed to everyone how our world is being consumed by the dream realm. You can imagine what kind of chaos ensued after that broadcast. Sunny chuckled. We are still dealing with the consequences. It had to be done, though. Since we are not planning on leaving most of humanity behind, the great exodus must be accelerated. And we need for everyone to work together in order to make it happen, both in the waking world and in the dream realm. His expression fell. There are numerous problems facing us, of course. For example, the entire western quadrant is infected by the Skinwalker now. A few cities are already lost, and worst of all, it is very hard for me or Nephis to return to the waking world for extended periods of time. Feels quite weird, by the way, to be rejected by your own world. In any case, there is a full-scale war against that damn nightmare creature going on in Australia, and most of our best saints are holding the creature back. He sighed. Meanwhile, the number of the nightmare gates opening each month only continues to grow. We had to abandon the initial plan of gradually resettling people from across the globe and concentrate on bringing away the population of the eastern quadrant first. If everything goes well, the western quadrant will be next. And finally, the northern quadrant will be last. That will take years, though, if not decades. Because resettling the entire population of a world is not as easy as ushering them through the dream gate. Sunny grimaced. They also need shelter, food, and means to survive on the other side. So we need to prepare the dream realm to accept them first. That is not an easy task. You see, although we call large swathes of that dreadful world human territories, in truth, most of these territories are still abomination-infested wilderness. Only the citadels and the immediate areas around them are truly safe. And while that is enough for a small number of awakened to get by, There is no space for cities, arable fields, and so on. The situation started to change in the aftermath of the chain of nightmares, but it is not changing fast enough. Glancing at Yuri's, Sunny added with a smile, which is why a subjugation crusade unlike anything that has ever happened is now in process. All across the dream realm, numerous awakened are cleansing the lands from nightmare creatures and preparing them to welcome settlers. Despite how bloody and arduous that process is, the morale is surprisingly high. Well, maybe it is not that big of a surprise. The very nature of warfare in the dream realm has changed, after all. His smile turned a little wistful. That is because humans have a living goddess now. Well, a demigoddess to be precise, but most don't know the difference. And Nephis actually answers prayers, unlike the dead gods. What I mean to say is that she can feel the distress of her subjects and bestow her blessing upon them from a distance. So they can be saved from the jaws of death by her flames, as well as be empowered by her radiance. It's no joke, Yuri's. I'd say that the overall combat effectiveness of humanity has increased manifold due to Nephis and her domain. Just like that. Can you imagine a difference between an army that has to be cautious of each wound and an army that is not only empowered by divine grace, but also practically immortal? Sunny shook his head. She still has her limits, though, so we are still struggling and there are still many casualties. The progress is stunningly fast, but it is also not swift enough. He remained silent for a while, then sighed. You might wonder what the Second Supreme is doing while changing star toils night and day for the sake of humanity. What I am doing? Well, I am quite busy as well. It is just that while Nephis is in charge of governing the great exodus from the waking world, I am preoccupied with preparing for what comes after. His voice turned somber. Because what comes after is more terrifying than words can express. All the work we are doing can be rendered meaningless if we can't stop the calamity that will start once the dream realm swallows the waking world and shifts. Sunny looked at Yuri's, lingered for a few moments, and then chuckled. Well, I'm also doing quite a few things here and there, like entertaining an obnoxious skeleton, actually. He looked into the distance and shook his head with an amused expression on his face. You won't believe it, Yuri's, but I found myself in charge of a legacy clan of my own. Chapter 22, 64 Two Sides of the Same Coin. Yuri's went so far as to nod. I don't know what a legacy clan is, but congratulations. Sunny smiled. Ah, well, you see, when I was growing up, I was at the very bottom and legacy scions were at the pinnacle. But now I am the pinnacle. You were a slave, no? Imagine becoming a prince all of a sudden. That is how it feels. Yuri suddenly let out a creaky laugh. Oh, actually, I used to be a prince before becoming a slave, so I would not know. Sunny blinked a couple of times, then looked at him with curiosity. You used to be a prince. The skull stared back at him, grinning. Did I say prince? I meant priest, or did 17 my oh my? Who can tell? My memories are all scattered, oh no. Sunny scoffed, then turned away. Well, in any case, the legacy clans as a whole are not what they used to be these days. Too many new awakened emerged in the wake of the chain of nightmares, so the prestige of the old families has lost some relevance. Even the great clans, the symbol of the legacy power, are overshadowed by the immortal Flame clan, now which is so above everything else that it exists in a realm of its own. He remained silent for a moment. Nephis is the only living heir of the immortal Flame bloodline. Of course, she has her Fire Keepers. In fact, the Fire Keepers are the most incandescent military force of humanity now. The tip of the spear. The original members of the Dreamer Army are still the core, but each is leading 100 elite awakened warriors now, the best of the best. He suddenly laughed. Actually, they recruited this fresh blood through a huge tournament. Hundreds of thousands of awakened participated, but only around 4,000 were accepted into the ranks of the Fire Keepers. It was a very festive week. Both worlds were watching with bated breaths. A perfectly timed distraction and reprieve for the masses as well. It will probably be held every few years from now on, I think. I had fun too, by the way. Turns out, tournaments make me feel nostalgic. Sunny looked into the distance for a while, reminiscing. I once won a tournament myself, you know? Regardless, the Fire Keepers are everywhere under the spotlight, serving as the valiant heralds of the new domain. But there are certain tasks that they can't perform, tasks that require a delicate approach or have to be accomplished without anyone being the wiser. That is where the Shadow Clan comes in. My clan. He scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. For reasons that I won't explain, I found myself in dire need of anonymity. That doesn't mean that I have to go live somewhere in solitude for the rest of my life, though just that my exposure to the world must be, limited. So Shadow Clan is far smaller in scale than the Fire Keepers. There are barely 200 people, and only half of those are combatants. Sunny smiled darkly. Each and every one of those combatants is an exceptional killer, though. I chose them myself. Most know a thing or two about stealth, too. Oh, and since they bear my mark, they have certain advantages when operating in the shadows. Overall, they've been very effective in dealing with various problems we faced, like terrorist cells created by the unhinged loyalists, doomsday cults that began popping up after Neph's speech, nightmare creatures that required a special approach to be surgically removed, and so on. Glancing at Yuri's, he hesitated for a few moments and then grinned. The Shadow Clan does not officially exist naturally. There are scary tales about my minions. I mean about my brave subordinates, being told around campfires, but most people know nothing. He sighed. The Shadow Clan resides on the Forgotten Shore. That is where it all started, so returning there as a ruler instead of a prisoner feels strangely emotional. Of course, I did not choose it simply out of sentiment. It is an important strategic location for many reasons. Sunny raised a hand and began counting on his fingers. First of all, we don't know where the pieces of the waking world will land, and after being absorbed into the dream realm, so it's important to have a strong presence north of the Hollow Mountains for a variety of reasons. Second, we need a base of operations in case we decide to stage a military expedition into the Nightmare Desert. Third, I need to find an easily accessible entrance to the underworld. Fourth, I need to make my domain stronger. The burned forest is a perfect place for that. Fifth, I can stay out of sight there. He grew quiet and then added somberly. And lastly, it is our contingency in case everything else is overrun by the nightmare creatures once the waking world is consumed. The last stronghold. At the same time, 2 more fingers grew out of his hand. Sunny bent the 6th, stared at the 7th for a while, then dismissed both and sighed. We are in quite a predicament, you know. There are the death zones in the dream realm and the profane beings that dwell there. There's also the waking world itself, which already has at least one Category 5 gate there, and maybe even something worse on the moon. There will be more such gates in the future, perhaps soon. That means that more cursed and unholy nightmare creatures will crawl into our world before it is consumed. Creatures like that are suppressed by the laws of the war realm, but once it is swallowed by the dream realm, these laws will be no more. So nothing will stop those horrors from roaming free. Imagine Earth's moon rising above Bastion. It will be total annihilation. Yuri's clicked his jaw. My oh my, it certainly will. Sunny remained silent for a while, looking at him with strange intensity. Eventually he said, so, this is our deadline. In fact, we don't even know when the pieces of Earth will start popping up all across Dream Realm en masse. So there is no time to waste at all. We must become gods before our world is entirely consumed, Nephis and I, if not that, then at least sacred. The ancient skeleton laughed. Oh, that's all. You want to become at least spirit boy. Sunny nodded and smiled pleasantly. I do, so how about it? You knew a thing or two about attaining supremacy, Yuri's. Do you know a thing or two about the apotheosis as well? Yuri's laughed again, then said in an incredulous tone. I might. Chapter 22, 65 One-Man Army. The ancient skeleton remained silent for a while, studying Sunny with his empty eye sockets. Then he said in an unexpectedly nonchalant tone, How is being supreme treating you? Sunny considered his answer for a while, then raised a hand. Soon, a bottle of antique wine appeared in it. Removing the cork with a blade made of shadows, he took a sip and smiled contentedly. Well, it's a bit terrifying, to be honest. The wine was supposed to taste exquisite, considering that he had pilfered it from the wine cellars of the Valor clan. But Sunny honestly couldn't tell the difference from the normal wine he sometimes used for cooking. He was not going to get drunk unless he wanted to, regardless, so drinking this relic of the bygone eras was mostly to amuse himself. Before, my power grew exponentially every time I attained a new rank, but it was still just that, my personal power, no matter how great it was, I was still merely an individual, or a few individuals at best. But now that I am supreme, there has been a qualitative change to it. My personal power is like a natural force, and I am not merely a person. I am more of a walking kingdom. He paused for a moment and then added, "It is strange even to say out loud, but one of me is enough to conquer the world. Or destroy it, should I wish. I grew up in the outskirts of NQSC, surrounded by stories about valiant awakened masters and saints, who were so lofty as to seem unreachable, inconceivable, unimaginable. But as I am today, I could overrun NQSC with all its valiant warriors, then the Northern Quadrant, then all of Earth. It would not even take me much time, and I will only grow stronger as a result." Yuri's chuckled dryly. "My oh my, how scary." Sunny smiled. "This is to say that the power of a supreme is not personal. It is territorial, conceptual. It is larger than themselves, is what I mean to say. It is a domain. That is why Neph's own power can increase the power of the entire humanity manifold." He took another sip of wine, then offered it to the ancient skeleton. Seeing no reaction, Sunny shrugged. "Well, suit yourself. Now back to being supreme. There are a few differences. First of all, my attributes. The authority granted to me as the Lord of Shadows has grown. I can even command the shadows of living beings now, albeit only those much weaker than myself and with great difficulty. Shadows are a very loyal sort, after all. The onyx shell has become jade shell, so I guess I am a bona fide jade beauty now." Sunny leaned back and exploded with laughter. Yuri's looked at him with reproach. "That's enough wine for you, boy." Sunny grinned. "The flame of divinity has grown much more powerful, too, and my lineage as well. Obviously, my body and soul have been reforged, becoming even closer to perfection than before. My soul especially has undergone a big change." He pointed to the bottle of wine. "I can actually store physical items in my soul, see, for one. Only inanimate objects, though. I haven't managed to bring a living being there yet. But that is all right, because there are plenty of unliving things in my soul already. All the lifeless shadows I've been collecting throughout the years are much livelier now. They walk around, stare at the temple, and rest on the water from time to time. They're not exactly living beings, but it seems like they retain faint traces of their former selves. If I had to describe it, I'd say that they don't possess a sense of self. They have neither will nor spirit." Sunny hesitated for a while. "Which brings us to my new aspect ability, the domain ability, I guess. I call it the Shadow Legion. It allows me to open the gates of my soul and unleash all the shadows gathered there into the world. I can also control them, albeit not quite intricately. The shadows fight in my stead, and every enemy killed by them becomes a new soldier in my army. The shadows are also quite deadly because it is impossible to destroy them. At best, they can be dispelled and sent back to my soul, where they will be restored to form after a while." He sighed. "They retain most powers they possessed as living beings as well, although that is a bit complicated. Shadows don't really have the will, for one, and neither do they have domains. Some shadows also seem to retain more of their former selves than others, so their learned skills and combat techniques are sharper. Oh, and since most of the shadows in my soul used to be nightmare creatures, they have lost those powers that were granted to them by corruption. My legion is still vast and dreadful, though. I guess all I could say is that I would not have wanted to be my enemy." Sunny smiled. "Right, I also received a few other abilities, and my old aspect abilities have grown stronger. Every shadow of my Shadow Legion can serve as a vessel for my shadow sense, for example. The maximum range of shadow step has become even greater than it had been before. Actually, I guess it's limitless now. The only limitation there is how much essence I have. Shadow manifestation allows me to create far more intricate items, and I can also make them stay manifested permanently, although that will diminish their potency quite a bit. And since I am a shadow now instead of a human, I can maintain my incarnations indefinitely, although manifesting them as humans still requires some essence." He chuckled. "But I have more essence than I can spend now, too, which is to say, it replenishes faster than I can waste it. The only way for me to empty my reserves of essence is to travel a truly great distance in a single moment or summon truly powerful members of the Shadow Legion for a very long time. Even then, I'll be back to full power in a relatively short amount of time." Sunny looked at Yuri's while sipping his wine. "Oh, and I can strike directly at the shadows of living beings, too. Quite an insidious power, that one, although not an unfamiliar one. I knew a guy once who could do just that. I was a bit envious of him back then, but lo and behold, I gained the same power as a bonus while becoming supreme." Sunny turned the bottle and poured some wine out for Shadow Blade Kurt. He was certainly not missed, but Sunny was going to use his newfound power well. He smiled. So I'd say that being a Supreme has been treating me quite well. Chapter 22, 66 out of time. Sunny remained silent for a while, then nodded. I think that's it. I might be forgetting something, but overall that is how being Supreme is different from being a saint. I'd say overall, I feel like a demigod. No, actually, I feel like a god, because my point of reference is being a mundane human, not an actual deity. From the point of view of a mortal man, my power is no different from that of a god. Of course, from the point of view of a god, I'd probably seem like a child. He looked into the distance. It's different, the way I am. Because of how domineering my will is, the world feels far more malleable than before, and I also feel them all at every waking moment. My shadows. My connection to them is subtle, but it is always there. As if tens of thousands of voices are whispering quietly into my ears. I can also sense them all moving, fighting, killing. It is as if I have tens of thousands of bodies and hundreds of thousands of eyes. It is enough to drive a man mad, to be honest. Sunny's expression turned somber. It is even worse for Nephis, whose domain includes billions of people. The longing, their desires wash over her like an ocean, and although she rarely speaks about it, I know that she sometimes struggles not to drown in that ocean. He sighed. Sometimes I wonder how much we will change as time goes on. Yuri stared at him for a while, then clicked his jaw. Ah, but that is the bane of being a demigod, boy. You are not quite a mortal, but you are not quite a god either. That is the burden all supreme humans have to bear. Or maybe it is a blessing, because that burden will gradually make you less and less human. Sunny frowned, then stared at him darkly. Less and less human? What do you mean? How is that a blessing? The ancient skeleton let out a creaky laugh. Well, you asked me about the apotheosis, didn't you? The step of becoming a spirit, a sacred being, so to say. You described how different being supreme feels from being transcendent, but boy, being sacred is an entirely different state of existence. Apotheosis is the act of becoming a deity, a god, a lesser deity and a minor god, but still something fundamentally different from a mortal. It is as much about your consciousness and your capacity to encompass the vastness of it all as it is about the quality of your soul and your powers. Yuri shook his skull. A supreme is someone who expands their soul to dominate a portion of the world. A spirit is someone whose soul can encompass the whole world. Needless to say, that is not something a human mind, a human self can withstand. So that is why becoming less human can be a blessing for a supreme, because it changes them gradually, slowly turning them into beings capable of attempting a pot. Heosis, very few ever succeed in that attempt, of course. Sunny remained silent for a while, trying to come to terms with what he just heard. Becoming less human. A shiver ran down his spine. Sunny cherished his humanity quite a lot. More than that, losing it sounded frightening, because it was an integral part of his being. Losing some of his humanity was no different from losing himself. And losing himself was no different from death. It was quite ironic to say, but even despite having killed himself once, Sunny was still afraid of death, just like any human would be. He couldn't help but remember Anvil and Kai's song, whose inhuman callousness had been the very reason he hated them so much. But still, it was not like he or Nephis had a choice. They had to become sacred. They would not be able to survive or save those they cared about otherwise. He drank his luxurious wine in dead silence for a while, then asked somberly, "So, how does one go about attempting apotheosis?" Yuri stared at him a bit and pretended to let out a sigh. "I am sorry to say this, boy, but you have absolutely no chance of becoming sacred." Sunny was surprised. He looked at the ancient skeleton with raised eyebrows, then frowned. Aren't you underestimating me too much? I thought you'd know by now that I can accomplish quite a lot, as long as I put my mind to it." Yuri's just shook his skull. No, I will be the first one to admit that you are a startling existence, boy. A singular talent even by the standards of my tumultuous era. I have no doubt that you would have had a good chance of becoming sacred or even divine in normal circumstances. But that's just the thing. Your circumstances are not exactly normal, are they? Sunny's scowl deepened. Sure, I guess, but what exactly do you mean? Yuri stared at him for a bit, then spoke neutrally. Why, I mean time, of course. As I already mentioned, becoming someone capable of attempting apotheosis is a slow and gradual process. There is no way to cheat that process, no way to solve the problem with brute force. The only thing you can do is spend a great amount of time preparing yourself, experiencing the world, seeking enlightenment, and learning to perceive existence as a god instead of a mortal. That can take thousands of years, centuries at least. His tone turned wistful. But didn't you say that your world might not even last a mere decade? No matter how much of a genius you are, you won't be able to fundamentally transform yourself into a being worthy of becoming a deity in a measly decade. Let alone actually becoming one, there are plenty of insurmountable obstacles on the path to apotheosis other than simply being suitable to attempt it. Obstacles that you have neither time nor resources to overcome. So, sorry, I'll have to disappoint you today. Sonny studied him for a few moments, then sighed and looked away. He stayed quiet for a while, finishing his wine in silence. Once the bottle was empty, Sonny shook his head. You say that there is no way to cheat the process, but you are wrong. There is one way. There was the nightmare spell. However, therein lay the problem. Sonny, after all, was not a carrier of the nightmare spell anymore. Even if he wanted to attempt the fifth nightmare, he simply could not. The spell would not send him into a nightmare, and all he would get for approaching a seed was an irresistible dose of corruption. Uttering a curse, Sonny tossed the empty bottle into the depths of the ivory maze. Then he sighed, disappeared from his chair, and returned a second later with the bottle in hand. Whether he was supreme or not, there was no excuse for littering. Sitting down once again, Sonny frowned and looked at the distant radiance of a fierce essence storm. How troublesome. His mood had turned somber. Chapter 22, 67 Unwelcome Choice. Sonny remained silent for a long time, looking into the distance with a somber expression on his pale, eerily beautiful face. His eyes were drowning in darkness. So that is how it is. A heavy sigh escaped from his lips. Against all odds, he had become a demigod, a being of such great and dreadful power that almost no one else could ever hope to endure its crushing weight. A walking calamity of apocalyptic proportions, a creature who was much closer to a mythical force than to a mortal man. He had gone from being a nameless slave to being a king. A nameless king, but a king nevertheless. And yet, in the age of the nightmare spell, even that great power was not enough. Simply being supreme was not enough to achieve his purpose. Which meant that he had to grow stronger. But to do that, he had to become a carrier of the nightmare spell again. He had to possess a true name again. He had to become entwined into the vast tapestry of fate again. That was easier said than done. In truth, there was only one way that Sonny knew of, and even then he could not be sure that it would work. The way, of course, was to hunt down the vile, thieving bird and get his fate back from its talons. That odious thing was a cursed terror, though, and he had a sinking suspicion that even among the dark deities of the dream realm, the loathsome thieving bird was a singular existence. Otherwise, it would not have survived being hated both by the gods and by those who dwelled in the void. It would not have been able to steal Weaver's eye, and it would not have been able to resurrect itself by crawling its way back to reality from the depths of a nightmare, which was what had happened, most likely. Sonny had not even defeated a cursed beast yet. But even if he could brave the nightmare desert, enter the real tomb of Ariel, which he most likely would, considering the future version of himself he had encountered in the estuary, and somehow slay the thieving bird. Sonny was not sure that he wanted to. After all, getting his fate and true name back would give him something he wished for desperately. But it would also give him something that he had strived to escape desperately. One had to be careful what they wished for. After reclaiming his fate, Sonny would be remembered by those he cared about, but he would also become chained by the shadow bond again. Ah, how poetic. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Sonny did not know if he wanted to have his fate back. He felt ambivalent about the whole ordeal. That was why he had taken steps to prepare for his eventual return to the tomb of Ariel, but also why he did not press the issue, allowing himself to go with the flow of events and remain indecisive. Natural apotheosis was not completely out of the question yet, either, precisely because of the nature of the tomb of Ariel. Uris had said that one needed time to become a spirit. That was what humans of the sacred rank were called, apparently. And there was a great river of time conveniently hidden in the depths of the Black Pyramid. In any case, whether Sonny would try to face the thieving bird to become a carrier of the nightmare spell once again, or achieve apotheosis without its help, he would have to prepare thoroughly. There were quite a few things he had to accomplish first before leaving on this uncertain journey. So, he could make the fateful decision later. Letting out a sigh, Sunny glanced at Yuri's and smiled. Why are minor deities called spirits anyway? I expected that title to be more. I don't know, awesome. Something like angels, for example. Yuri suddenly shivered, his teeth clattering. Angles, goodness, boy. Why would you mention those dreadful beings? Sunny raised an eyebrow. Well, no reason, really. Why, what is so terrible about them? Aren't angels supposed to be divine heralds or something like that? The ancient skeleton slowly shook his skull. What? No, of course not. Who told you that? Angels are not heralds of the gods. Angels are of the void. They are an especially harrowing kind of void beings. Needless to say, people like you and I have no business knowing of them, let alone beholding them. So keep that word out of your mouth, boy. Better yet, keep it out of your mind entirely. Sunny stared at him with a confused expression. Well, okay, wait, no. Then what about the Nephilim? Aren't they children of those beings you mentioned, of those beings and the gods? Yuri's chuckled. For someone who is best friends with a Nephilim, you sure are ignorant about the Abomi. Adorable kind, huh? Why, yes. They are indeed children of an unholy union between the divine and the profane, something that should not have existed but did. It does make some sense, I guess, considering that the gods themselves were an especially harrowing kind of void beings. The most harrowing kind, maybe. He laughed. You know, it feels quite liberating to spout heresy about the gods, knowing that the gods are long dead. Ha! In any case, no one really knows for certain how the Nephilim came about, how their existence was even possible, or which god had sired them. But it must have been Sun God, who else but the god of passion, after all. His laughter died out slowly, and after falling silent for a short while, Yuri's added in a tone of melancholy. Nephilim were not welcome anywhere, so they usually kept to themselves. Still, they joined the army of the demons when Nether rebelled against the gods and fought side by side with us against the divine host. And they died with us, one after another. The darkness nestling in the eye sockets of the ancient skull suddenly seemed deeper than before. Chapter 22, 68 Unbroken Curse. The ancient skeleton let out a sigh and turned his skull to stare at Sunny. He remained silent for a while, then said neutrally, As to your original question, sacred beings are called spirits because that is what they are. They are spirits of places, of concepts, of laws. Well, in a way. Actually, the word demon meant the same thing originally, because Mons were the first sacred beings, and therefore the first spirits. Sunny raised an eyebrow. What, weren't demons divine? Yuri's nodded. Oh, they were, however, they were not born divine. At the dawn of the age of gods, the 7 newborn demons were merely sacred. They became divine swiftly, though, as if it was in their very nature. Weaver was the first, and Nether was the last, quite fitting. As he said those words, a few sparks of light drifted above Sunny, forcing him to grimace. His soul was still being destroyed by the shadow realm. Therefore, he did not have much more time to waste. Raising from his chair, Sunny glanced at Yuri's and asked, I guess you won't simply tell me all about the demons, the gods, the Doom War, the 9, and most of all about Weaver. The ancient skeleton chuckled. I think I already told you enough, no. Sunny grimaced, then nodded briefly. Prepare to die, then. He hesitated for a few moments, then added in a less resolute voice. Or, I don't know, prepare to be prepared to die. I'm not sure that I can actually kill you just yet. The ancient skeleton stared at him with a grin. There is only one way to find out, is there not? Sunny remained motionless for a while, collecting himself. Then he reached into the shadows and manifested them into the shape of a fearsome black Odachi. Since his essence was supreme now, the shadow sword he had created was akin to a supreme weapon, as well, and a tremendously lethal supreme weapon at that, considering that it had been created from the ancient darkness of the shadow realm. Sunny studied Yuri's for a few moments. Killing an undying skeleton was not a straightforward task. After all, Yuri's did not have a beating heart or a functioning brain that could be destroyed. He could not bleed to death or succumb to debilitating wounds. In fact, he did not even seem to possess a soul, at least not one that Sunny could see or sense. Even his shadow was no different from the shadows cast by inanimate objects. Their surroundings were dark, but the distant light of a vast essence storm still reached them. so the shadow of the ancient skeleton could just barely be seen, laying on the black dust beneath him. Taking a deep breath, Sonny raised his odachi and shaped his will into a slaying blade. Then he thrust his sword down, imbuing it with tyrannical killing intent, as lethal and deadly a strike as he could muster. The blade of the odachi slid between the skeleton's ribs, passed through where his heart would have been, and plunged into the shadow below. A powerful gust of wind rose above the graveyard of serpents, and the towering pillars of ancient bones groaned, a few of them toppling thunderously somewhere in the distance. A cloud of dust rose into the air. By the time the dust settled, Yuri's was laying motionlessly on the ground, staring at Sonny with lifeless, empty eyes sockets. A few seconds later, he said, "Well, that was disappointing." Sonny clicked his tongue. "Damnation, hey, it's not me, it's you. I'm not bad at killing things, you are just too damn hard to kill. Can you even be killed?" Yuri's let out a long sigh. "It should be possible. I guess you are not powerful enough to break Shadow God's curse yet, boy." Sonny remained silent for a bit, then dismissed the black odachi and took a step back. "Then I'll get stronger. I am relatively new to being supreme. Maybe things will be different when I learn to wield my power better." He hesitated, then asked neutrally, "You are not in a hurry, are you?" Yuri's did not answer immediately. Eventually, he laughed. "Well, you saw those unfortunate fellows in the White Desert. They have been fighting each other for thousands of years already and are not going to stop any time soon. However, while they bear the same curse as me, they are different from me. That is because they have long lost themselves, turning into mindless husks." His laughter dimmed. "I, on the other hand, have managed to preserve most of myself intact. Not through sheer willpower or because I am special, though simply because I was nailed to that damn tree before the battle ended. It was the tree that kept me whole. Now that I am free, however, I'll become a mindless beast just like the rest of them soon. My, oh my, I hope to die before that happens." Sonny stared at him somberly for a little while. "How much time do you have left?" Yuri shrugged and responded nonchalantly. "More than your world has left, I'd say." Sonny nodded. "Then I'll come back to try and kill you when I am stronger. Perhaps once I become a spirit, maybe sooner." As he dismissed the shadow chair and turned around to leave, Yuri's called out to him in a creaky voice. "Didn't you hear what I said, boy? You have no chance of becoming a spirit. It's impossible." Sonny grinned. "I heard you well, but, says who, the world has changed a lot since your time, Yuri's, and if it didn't change enough, why, then I'll just have to go and chan. Gee, it more. A rat from the outskirts had become a king. If something like that was possible, then why would becoming a god be any different? Especially considering that his companion was none other than Changing Star." Walking away, Sonny raised a hand and waved. "I'll kill you soon, Yuri's of the Nine." Chapter 22, 69, Let There Be Light. It's definitely going to work this time. A group of tired engineers, scientists, and awakened stared at a young woman wearing a formal suit, a buttoned-up blouse, and a white lab coat with numb expressions. The woman looked just as tired. There were dark circles under her eyes, many strands of hair had escaped her messy bun, and her lab coat was charred in several places. However, her scathing gaze was still full of vigor and energy. "Chief Bethany, how about we call it a day?" "Please. Somebody find Master Quentin, only he can save us." Hearing the complaints, Bate frowned. "What is this I'm hearing, a mutiny?" The engineers, the scientists, and the awakened paled. "And no. Of course not, Chief. We were just joking, Chief." She nodded in satisfaction, then turned to a complicated control board in front of her. Outside, Bastion was shrouded in darkness. A bright moon hung above the lake, bathing it in pale radiance, and although the streets were illuminated here and there by mundane or enchanted lanterns, most of the city was resting in the embrace of shadows. The city was too large and populous to be entirely asleep, but most citizens were sleeping in their homes, waiting for dawn to come so that they could continue their work. After all, nobody could work in darkness. Well, few people could. Bate turned her head and looked at one of her awakened subordinates, a stunning girl with pale skin and raven-black hair, barely out of her teenage years by the look of it. The girl was a recent addition to the team and worked as somewhat of an intern, assisting everyone who needed help with menial tasks while she was learning the ropes. Unlike the rest of the sorry bunch, the youngest member of the team never complained. "You there, Ronnie? You just returned from building the road across Godgrave, right?" The girl nodded with a smile. "Yes, Chief, I've worked on the Dark Road." The Dark Road stretched across the arms of the dead deity and the entire Collarbone Plain, connecting the human territories in the north. Some of its sections lay under the open sky, but most of it was shrouded by the eternal darkness that the Lord of Shadows had summoned before slaying the King of Swords and being slain by Changing Star in turn. Needless to say, building a road across a death zone had not been an easy project. Bate looked sternly at the rest of her subordinates. You see, Ronnie spent months doing arduous manual labor in total darkness while terrifying nightmare creatures and carnivorous plants were trying to eat her. So, what are you, sorry lot, complaining about? When was the last time one of you was eaten? The team members looked at each other. Wasn't Russell eaten last week, though? Yes, I was. I spent a whole minute in an abomination's stomach. Luckily, Master Quentin was there to kill the beast, thank the immortal flame. The cable-laying crews are getting attacked all the time. Bate grimaced. Whatever, we are doing another run. You guys can sleep tomorrow. As groans resounded in the control room, Ronnie summoned a leather backpack and pulled something out of it. The team members looked at a tin can with burning eyes. Wait, I'm not seeing things, am I? Is that coffee? It's coffee, guys, real coffee. Ronnie smiled. Yeah, they are growing coffee trees in Ravenheart now, you know. I got a few cans as payment. How about I brew some for everyone while Chief Bethany does the calibrations? The team members exploded with cheers. Some even shed tears. Bate, meanwhile, was studying the control board, half of it mechanical, half etched with runes and embedded with soul shards. I don't get it. Everything should have worked. She remained silent for a minute, then called for an awakened operating the communication memories. Rivergate Hydro, its center. Are the turbines spinning? The generators are powered up too? Okay. 1C. Keep an eye on the readings and let me know if something seems out of the ordinary. Honey, one mean, Master Quentin, you repaired the cable, right? Are you sure that there are no other burned sections? What? What do you mean a nightmare creature chewed through the cable? Why would it? Never mind. Just let me know when you finish mending it. Fire crews, stand by. The delay was caused by a severed cable. We will make another attempt in 10 minutes. No, it's not going to explode again. There is absolutely zero possibility that it will explode again. Nothing is going to explode, but just in case it does, you know what to do. Soon, the delicious aroma of freshly brewed coffee filled the control room. The team members savored invigorating drink while Bate was staring at the panels and discussing various details with her subordinates through the communication memories. From time to time, she looked into the wide window to study the dark landscape of the city below. High above, the graceful silhouette of the ivory tower was contoured against the pale disk of the moon. Finally, Quentin sent a message confirming that the cables laid from the dam built on the ruins of former Rivergate to Bastion were mended. The team members ran to their posts, and a tense silence settled in the control room. Bate remained near the control panel, accompanied by the young assistant, Ronnie. You Ray originally from NQSC, right, Ronnie? The girl nodded. Bate took a last look at the readings, then inhaled deeply. I'm from the southern quadrant myself, although I spent quite a few years in NQSC as a student. Oh, and I visited later as a refugee to pass through the Dream Gate. She lingered for a while. The infrastructure there, it's simply divine, a work of pure genius, but... Bate placed her hand on a large switch and suddenly smiled brightly. In a few decades, Bastion will not be inferior in any way, and every other city in the Dream Realm, too. With that, she pulled the switch. A strange hum suddenly filled the control room, reverberating through the walls. And then, the city outside the window suddenly lit up, just like her face had. Countless street lamps shone with a bright, steady electric light. Like stars in the night sky, the darkness was chased away, replaced with pure, soft radiance. Bate exhaled slowly and smiled with satisfaction. Told you. Chapter 22, 70 Food for the People. Far away in Ravenheart, a woman with stunning emerald eyes was standing on a stone platform, hiding from the falling ash under an elegant umbrella. The lower part of her face was protected from the wind by a fluffy scarf, and she was wearing an exquisitely embroidered dress under a fashionable coat. The woman was looking down at her dainty shoes with regret. The soft leather was already covered in soot, and the silver buckles had lost their shine. She sighed. "Ah, I really hate this place." All around her, the city was boiling with life. Ravenheart had expanded greatly in the last year, spilling over the slopes of the volcano like a stone forest. The settlement on the Great Bridge had grown, as well, in fact, the length of the bridge was not enough to house every awakened anymore. So there were enormous platforms hanging from it like terraces, with their own streets, buildings, gardens, and parks. The latter were encased in glass, of course, in order to protect the fragile plants from the bitter cold. There was another platform being lowered from the side of the bridge at the moment. Its unimaginable weight was supported by enormous cables, which in turn were being held by towering nightmare creatures. The hideous abominations were grinding their fangs and growling, their hulking muscles drawn taut under their hides. Below, a swarm of awakened builders were getting ready to receive the platform and affix it to the rigid frame. Nightmare creatures were everywhere in Ravenheart, actually, performing all kinds of tasks. All thanks to Beastmaster and her eerie aspect. That was in large part why the city had been able to change and expand so swiftly. Only the magnificent Black Palace on the other side of the bridge remained unchanged. Well, the palace itself was the same, but its master was different. The woman looked at the distant palace with a dreamy smile, then caught herself and turned back to the city with a sigh. What a dreary place. Since the most readily available resource here was dark stone, most of the buildings were of the same color. In fact, there used to be very little colors in Ravenheart at all, only black stone, white snow, and ash. Now, however, there were plenty of vibrant islands in the stark sea of black and white. Here and there, crowns of crimson trees rose above the buildings, and crimson flowers bloomed along the streets. Overall, the aesthetic sensibility of the city was vastly improved. The woman looked at the splashes of vibrant crimson with satisfaction. After all, she was the one responsible for introducing color and vibrancy to Ravenheart. Even if it was just to pass the time. Soon enough, she saw a caravan climb the slope of the volcano and enter the city. Nightmare creatures were pulling the heavy carts full of precious cargo, with human guards walking alongside them with confident strides. Finally, soon after the caravan arrived, a tall figure entered the platform and looked at the woman's dainty shoes and elegant umbrella with a dubious expression. "Hey, Bliss." The woman looked at the stranger coldly. "Welcome to Ravenheart, St. Heli." Then she smiled brightly behind her scarf, took a step forward, and gave the taller woman a hug. "You're finally here." Heli grinned as well, then laughed. "You're going to poke my eyes out with that umbrella." Bliss took a step back and held the umbrella higher to shield both of them from the falling ash. Come, I just bought this coat. Do you know how hard it is to wash off soot?" The two saints left the platform and headed deeper into the city at a brisk pace. As they walked, Heli looked around and then said hesitantly, "This place does not quite seem to suit you, Bliss." The other woman sighed. "Oh, I hate it here, but what could I do? Not everyone has an ancestral citadel to return to like you lofty legacies. We newer saints are a transient sort. Granted, Summer Night did offer me a prime piece of real estate during the war." She smiled brightly. "But I turned him down. So when Song Sation invited me to come here personally, there was no reason to say no. Don't worry, though, I'll be done in a few years and come back east. In fact." Her emerald eyes glistened. "You brought it, right?" Heli looked at the lively saint with a hint of resentment and nodded. "I did, I just returned from the eastern quadrant. But instead of welcoming me from the battlefield with open arms, you sent me on a lethal errand to Godgrave instead. Have you no shame?" Bliss grinned. "What, I don't have our hooves, but you do, so you can get to Godgrave and back way faster." Heli looked at her in disbelief. Wow, how callous." Soon enough, they entered a large building on the outskirts of the city. It was guarded by dozens of awakened warriors and a handful of masters, all wearing tense expressions on their faces. Heli glanced at them briefly, then frowned. Somehow, it did not seem like the soldiers were protecting the building from potential threats from the outside. Instead, it seemed like they were protecting the city from the building. Bliss, just what did Sation ask you to do? The other woman folded her umbrella, took off her scarf, and smiled. You'll see. A younger woman appeared out of nowhere, looked at them, and then asked nervously, Saint Bliss, is it here? Bliss nodded. Indeed, you two should know each other. Heli, this is Ascended Shakti. Shakti, this is Saint Heli. She brought the new samples. Heli studied the younger woman. She vaguely remembered seeing her among the fire keepers. Let's go. A few minutes later, Heli was standing in front of a heavily reinforced glass dome, looking inside with a troubled expression. Inside the dome, a sea of scarlet moss was growing on the rich ashen soil. Here and there, bones of nightmare creatures protruded from the carpet of moss, growing smaller at an alarming rate. In front of the cell, there were various tables loaded with different, quite mundane plants. Bliss and Shakti were preparing to open the dome to allow Heli to deposit the plants of the scarlet jungle she had scavenged and stored in a special memory to be transported. She hesitated for a few moments, then asked, Can you tell me now? Bliss looked at her, then pointed to one of the tables. You see that is a common potato. Then she turned and pointed at the glass cell. And that is moss from the Godgrave jungle. Heli nodded. And why is the moss from Godgrave here? Bliss smiled. Do you have any idea how miraculous that jungle is? How fast its flora grows and how resilient it is? Well, of course you do. We both suffered that damned jungle during the war, after all. Then she picked up a potato and showed it to Heli. On the other hand, there are 3 billion people that need to be fed once they are all resettled in the dream realm. So, if we can just transplant some qualities of the scarlet moss to a common potato, imagine the possibilities. Heli stared at her silently for a while. Bliss, don't tell me that you plan to crossbreed the horrors of the scarlet jungle with Waking World's plants. The elegant saintess blinked a couple of times. Well, of course not. I am not planning to. As Heli sighed with relief, she added, I already did. Where do you think all those trees and flowers on the streets of Ravenheart come from? With that, she put the potato down like a precious jewel and turned back to the dome. Come. Chapter 22, 71 Bright Future. An endless expanse of tumultuous waves rested under a twilight sky, shrouded in mist and illuminated by the pale light of countless shimmering stars. Powerful winds blew above the surface of the undulating sea, while below it lay the unfathomable darkness of abyssal depths. The distant horizon was hidden behind a wall of heavy clouds, heralding the arrival of an obliterating storm. Indifferent to the daunting threat of the inevitable calamity, a colossal ship moved across the waves at great speed. At least a kilometer across from port to starboard, the ancient vessel still appeared narrow due to its great length. Its ancient hull was made of wood, but had no seams, as if someone had hollowed out a branch of an inconceivable tree once to create it. The ship was like a city in and of itself, with dozens of vast decks, beautiful palaces, tall pagodas built on its surface, and great mysteries hiding in its boundless holds. It had wild groves, rushing streams, deep lakes, and gentle meadows. It was Night Garden, the great citadel ruled by Saint Jet, the steward of the South. The miraculous vessel had been mostly desolate once, back when it belonged to the House of Night. Even though thousands of Awakened had called it home, their number had not been enough to crowd its many decks and countless holds. Most of the palaces and pagodas had stood empty. Many of the lower decks had remained unexplored, and the groves had grown untended. Things were different now. Millions of refugees had arrived aboard the great ship through the Dream Gate, and so the Night Garden was transformed. The palaces were now inhabited dwellings. The wild groves had turned into cultivated fruit gardens. The meadows had become fertile fields. Children were playing on the shores of the lakes and swimming in the clear water. Countless colorful lanterns illuminated the floating city, making it glow like a vibrant jewel in the dim twilight of the misty sea. Neve was observing the lively landscape of the Night Garden from a vantage point on the bow of the ship, with a complicated expression on his face. It was good to see the great citadel braving the perilous expanse of the storm sea once again. It was also rewarding to see it become so lively and thriving, home to countless people. But at the same time, he could not help but remember the desolate tranquility of its former self. the starlit piece of how the night garden used to be under the rule of his clan. His former clan, the House of Night, did not exist anymore. "Daddy." Hearing a childish voice, Neve erased the melancholy from his face and turned around with a smile. In the next moment, a girl with vibrant indigo eyes and hair lunged herself into his embrace at full speed. He caught her and laughed quietly, spinning her around. "Wait, wait, you are too big now to ram you poor dad like a hungry shark." The girl frowned fiercely. "Am not." Neve laughed again. His daughter was already 12, a fact he sometimes found hard to believe. His family had finally rejoined him aboard the Night Garden a few months ago. Even then, he did not get to spend as much time with them as he would have wanted to, since there were too many ships in need of guidance and too few Nightwalkers left alive. So their lives were split unevenly between the Stormsea, where the Night Garden and the rest of the citadels needed to be settled and defended against the perils of the Dream Realm, and the waking world, where naval convoys had to serve as the last tenuous connection between the isolated quadrants. It had gotten somewhat better after the last of the Stormsea citadels were reclaimed, and especially after Changing Star used her Dream Gate to evacuate the last remaining humans from South America. Still, with the war raging in the eastern quadrant and the infrastructure of the waking world slowly collapsing, nobody had time to rest. Putting his daughter on the ground, Neve patted her on the head. "So you're done with school for today." Schools were a relatively recent development. With millions of people settling in the Dream Realm and countless more on the way, there were naturally many children here now, some having arrived with their parents, some having been born under the alien sky. All these children had to be educated and taught. The sword domain and the song domain had done little in that regard in the 4 years prior to the war. There had been schools, of course, but too few, and even those that had been established lacked a unified teaching program and vision. So most children were either homeschooled by their parents or handed off to caretakers chosen from the members of small refugee communities while the parents worked. Creating a comprehensive school curriculum for children who were destined to grow up in this strange new world was not an easy task, either. After all, the Dream Realm often refused to follow the laws that had seemed axiomatic on Earth. Were the teachers supposed to instruct their pupils on how electricity worked, considering that it did not work the same way or at all here? Granted, Neve had heard that someone in Bastion managed to build a functioning hydroelectric power plant. If so, the Night Garden was certain to benefit soon, considering that the great ship itself was known to attract and absorb lightning from the endless storms. In any case, things had changed after the war. The government got involved, employing the services of many renowned Dream Realm experts. From what Neve knew, the head of the project was someone named Julius, a seasoned explorer and esteemed academic of the first generation, formerly employed as an instructor of the Awakened Academy. Under the energetic old man's leadership, the universal education. Guidelines were swiftly developed, iterated, and implemented. The Night Garden was largely under the government's control, so it was the first city to benefit from the education initiative. The other cities in the Dream Realm would be opening enough schools to accommodate every child soon, but here, kids were already receiving a proper education. Neve's daughter, it seemed, was enjoying school greatly, which was why he was surprised to see her before the classes were supposed to end. She nodded with a grin. "Teacher let us go early, something about needing to return home before the transition." Neve lingered for a few moments, then sighed. "Right, so why aren't you home, young lady?" The girl grinned. "Why would I go straight home when there's no homework? Dad, are you crazy?" Then she giggled and said, "I met Grandpa on the way. He brought me here." As she did, there was a sound of uncomfortable coughing from behind her. There, a man with smooth ebony skin and perfectly white hair stood, his eyes glinting with shades of indigo and deep blue. His towering figure was broad and fearsome, but at the moment, there was a deeply somber expression on his face. "Brat, I told you not to call me Grandpa." She looked at him innocently. "But Grandpa Bloodwave, you're my dad's uncle, that makes you a grandpa." Saint Bloodwave looked at her silently, then sighed. "Great uncle, at least call me a great uncle." Neve caught himself looking at his daughter, feeling both warm and cold at the same time. "Good, it's good." It was good that she could smile, grin, laugh, and tease her elders without a second thought still. After everything that they had gone through 2 years before, all the terror, all the loss, and all the change, Neve himself could rarely smile without forcing himself to. Children were much more resilient than adults. That was why he hoped that his daughter and her peers would build a better world in the future. A kinder world, even if it was not the world their parents had been born into. Letting out a sigh, he turned to Bloodwave. "Uncle." Neve hesitated for a few moments, and then asked tentatively, "Is she going through with it?" He did not mean his daughter, of course. He meant Soul Reaper Jet, the ruler of the Night Garden and the de facto leader of the government. Bloodwave nodded. "She is, in fact, because of the storm. It is going to happen sooner. It is going to happen now." Neve closed his eyes for a moment. The war against the Skinwalker was not proceeding smoothly, and the evacuation of the Eastern Quadrant was not happening as fast as it had to happen. After all, there was only one Dream Gate. The refugees had to be brought to a single gathering point from all across the continent first, then screened thoroughly to not let any vessels of the vile abomination pass through. The Western Quadrant was drowning in the flood of nightmare gates as well. So Changing Star and her steward had come up with an emergency measure, something to tip the scales in favor of humanity, at least for a while. But their decision was not without risk. Neve opened his eyes and looked at his uncle. "Are we sure that it is the best course of action?" Bloodwave shrugged. "I am not, but if you have objections, you can go talk to Soul Reaper yourself." Neve raised an eyebrow. "Why don't you?" His uncle looked at him silently, then cleared his throat. "Well, it's because, that woman, I am scared of her." Neve's daughter looked at her great-uncle with wide eyes. "I thought you didn't fear anything, Grandpa. Why would you be scared of Auntie Jet?" Bloodwave was not a very expressive man, but at the moment, he looked like someone stabbed him in the heart. He remained silent for a bit, then grumbled, "How come Soul Reaper is an auntie, but I am a grandpa?" Neve wanted to chuckle, but at the moment, he felt a subtle change happen to the world. The stars seemed to have grown brighter, and the great ship trembled slightly below their feet. "It's starting, look." The three of them looked ahead. There, a white line suddenly cut the fabric of reality in front of the Night Garden, falling from the heavens into the turbulent waters below. Then it expanded, turning into a towering, wide rift. The rift was filled with nothing but brilliant radiance for a moment. Then, for the first time in thousands of years, pure daylight shone onto the surface of the storm sea from the titanic Dream Gate. Neve took a deep breath, then smiled faintly. "I guess we are really doing that." Soon enough, the bow of the colossal ship plunged into the wide fissure of the Dream Gate. And a moment later, it cut the waves of a different sea. To be specific, the Night Garden had entered the abomination-infested expanse of the Indian Ocean. It had arrived on Earth. Chapter 22, 72, Shady Business. Autumn was slowly surrendering to the tyranny of winter, and frigid winds were blowing across the crowded streets of NQSC. Awakened June had Negel. Acted summoning a PTV, so he had to walk quite a distance from the nearest public transport terminal to his destination. It had seemed like a good idea at first, but by now, he was regretting his choice. He found himself weary of cold weather ever since returning from Antarctica. But then again, he also found himself weary of hot weather ever since returning from Godgrave. Sinking deeper into his coat, June sighed. Truly, nature has nothing good to offer at all. People of his generation were truly unfortunate. There was a reason why he had decided to walk, though. June had not been to his hometown for a long time, so he was curious to see how much NQSC had changed. The changes were subtle but undeniable. The buildings were the same, the roads were the same, and the crisp tastelessness of the filtered air was also the same, here in the center of the city at least. However, the atmosphere was entirely different. It was both much more lively and much more feverish, with excitement and fear mixed together in equal measure. Most of the people seemed oddly uplifted and confident. They were full of energy. It was as if bright sparks were shining in their eyes, metaphorically speaking. For most. June found it odd that they looked so vibrant despite knowing that the world was coming to an end. But on the other hand, he understood. Even he, once a bitter cynic, felt the same. It was hard not to feel awed after having his life saved by the miraculous flames of a living goddess. People everywhere had spent decades living in a world that they secretly knew was dying. Now its death sentence had been officially pronounced, but at the same time they were given hope and shown an unambiguous path to salvation. They had been given a clear goal. More than that, there was someone to guide them on that thorny path. A person who exemplified the very ideals of benevolence, virtue, and righteous power. Changing star of the immortal Flame Clan. A living legend, someone who was known to make miracles happen. In simple terms, she had a stellar reputation and a proven track record of leading people out of impossible situations. So, instead of giving up, people were reinvigorated, throwing themselves into working toward a common goal with abandon. Of course, not all of them. That was why the atmosphere in NQSC was so feverish. There were also those who were panicking, surrendering to despair, and just plain losing their minds. As June walked, he noticed the carcasses of several burned PTVs on the side of the road. The walls were marred with scars left by the war. A crowd of protesters had gathered near a tall barrier constructed around an active nightmare gate. Not all of them were consummate killers. There were those with utility aspects as well. In fact, those were often much more precious than the combat specialists. But most of them were. Smiling amicably, June nodded at the awakened elites and took a seat. I do wonder what it's all about. The reason he had returned to NQSC and was now sitting in front of an unmarked office was a bit strange. It was a rumor. No, more of an urban legend among the seasoned government grunts like him. A scary story about an absolutely separate, intangible elite force that operated in the shadows of the human domain. A force more elite than even the exalted fire keepers themselves, and arguably more deadly. Most people dismissed these rumors as a scary story, but some dug deeper. June was one of those who had investigated the rumors more seriously. As a result, he found himself participating in a vicious, and quite honestly, more than a little shady trial. Having ruthlessly defeated all other contenders, he finally found himself here. His curiosity was going to be sated. He spent about an hour in the waiting room before being summoned into the office. There, an awakened woman was sitting behind a desk, checking something on the screen in front of her. She had a petite build, with mousy hair and an unassuming face. However, her gaze was calm and confident, making June feel a little flustered. Awakened June. He nodded. I am awakened, Kim. Please take a seat. June sat on the only free chair in the office and looked at awakened Kim quietly. After checking her screen one last time, she turned to him and said in an even tone, June, city of origin NQSC. Infected by the nightmare spell at age 16, awakened an aspect of the ascended rank, supposedly. Stellar marks at the academy, joined the government after awakening. Member of the 1st Evacuation Army, 2nd Irregular Company, East Antarctica. Distinguished service. Later retired from service, employed at various private outlets as a security specialist and bodyguard. In Godgrave, soldier of the Sword Army, Vanishing Lake Expedition, Godheart Siege of the Greater Crossing. Rejoined the government forces 6 months ago. She paused and looked at June, who smiled. That's me. Awakened Kim nodded. What she said next, however, did June freeze and feel a cold shiver run down his spine. Clandestine alias Corsair, black market nightmare creature hunter enforcer. Assassin, 76 confirmed contracts, actual number unknown, 94% success rate, fallen nightmare creatures unhinged ascended, an unsanctioned death zone expedition, impressive. June remained silent for a few moments, hiding his shock and unease. Eventually he coughed. That's also me. Awakened Kim, whomever the hell she was, seemed to know everything already, and in chilling detail at that. So there was no reason to play coy. She studied him intently for a bit, then asked with a hint of curiosity. Say the Pandavar massacre, that wouldn't happen to have been you by chance. June met her gaze, considered his next words for a moment or two, then smiled. Those guys, well, they got into some really abominable business for a fallen noble house. Otherwise, the bounty on their heads would not have been that high. Awakened Kim lingered for a few moments, then chuckled suddenly. A corsair hunting down pirates, huh? The irony. She paused and seemed to hesitate for a short while. Eventually, she asked, "You are Vandal's grandson, aren't you? I met your grandfather in Antarctica. He was a great awakened." June looked at her for a few long seconds, his expression turning. But under the unassuming woman's calm gaze, his laughter slowly died down. "Wait, is she serious?" He stared at her in silence. There were all kinds of aspects out there. He wasn't great enough, I guess. Otherwise, he would have survived. Awakened Kim raised an eyebrow. "Any questions?" June contemplated his answer a little, then shrugged and nodded readily. "Only one, the most important question." He paused for a moment, and with a glint in his eyes. "How's the pay?" The unassuming woman blinked a couple of times, then looked down and sighed. "Oh, she's going to like this one." Shaking her head, Awakened Kim raised her head and gave June a piercing look. "The pay is stellar." He nodded in satisfaction. "Great, where do I sign?" Standing up from behind her desk, she smiled. "There's no need to sign anywhere." Awakened Kim paused for a moment. "The pay is stellar." Awakened Kim paused for a moment, then added hesitantly, "Oh, but I should ask, how do you feel about tattoos?" "That's the current roster. You're replacing Master Reaper." "Reaper's out." "He passed away recently, old age." "Damn, that's a loss." "You'll be the new Corsair. We usually give it to older, more experienced Awakened, but you're a better fit." "What's the job?" "Cleaners exist outside of the chain of command. We are a failsafe." "A failsafe?" "If something goes wrong, if someone starts acting suspicious, if anything looks out of place, we are called in to clean up. Corpses, buildings, cities, organizations, clans, governments. Anything that needs to disappear." "And how does that work?" "That depends on the cleaner. Each of us has our own methods. What matters is results." "Right, so what are your methods?" "Poison and fire." "Subtle." "It works." "Can't argue with that." "You will be supplied with information, equipment, support, and other resources as needed. In return, we expect results." "And if I fail?" "You won't." "Right. Now hold out your arm." "You're not going to tell me what's happening." "No." "That's fair." June extended his arm. The woman drew a sigil on it with a glowing brush. It felt warm, not unpleasant. Then she pressed a crystal shard against the sigil. There was a flash of light, and the sigil sank into his skin, leaving behind a dark tattoo. The lines were intricate and sharp, like an ancient rune or a branding mark. "What is it?" "A key. It gives you access to cleaners, secure channels, and systems. It also makes sure we can track you down if you ever decide to run." "I see." She offered him a small badge. "This is your identification. It'll change appearance depending on what you need. Don't lose it." "Got it." He pocketed the badge and looked up. "What should I call you?" "My code name is Witch." June smiled faintly. "Witch and Corsair, huh? Sounds like a pulp novel." "We do our best." Chapter 22, 73 Shadow Clan. The next morning, June returned to the government complex at the break of dawn. He had finished his business in the city and packed a bag as instructed, informing those who still bothered to check on him from time to time that he would be gone for a while. Awakened Kim met him in the depths of the complex, looking just as plain and unassuming as yesterday. This time, however, she was wearing a dark suit of combat armor. The armor, in fact, gave June pause. It was matte black and unembellished, looking neat, but entirely unremarkable at first glance. However, there was something about the armor that made him look again. June had a good eye for these things, so he could not help but notice the subtle signs of sublime craftsmanship. How flawlessly the armor fit her figure, how well it maintained the balance between rigidity and flexibility, thus providing stellar defense while remaining relatively light and not at all cumbersome. The artistry of how seamlessly it incorporated subtle elements of modern design into the time-tested archaic framework. Strangely enough, he could not identify the materials that had gone into crafting the armor. All he could tell was that they had come from nightmare creatures of the corrupted rank, and that there was an array of powerful enchantments hiding beneath the unassuming surface of the plain black armor. It was, for all intents and purposes, a masterwork. More than that, it was clearly custom-made as opposed to being bestowed by the spell, which meant that Kim, a mere awakened, was wearing a bespoke suit of transcendent armor. June glanced at her with a distant expression. With her calm gaze, the mysterious woman looked quite comfortable and sharp in her black armor. She showed no sign of knowing or caring that she was wearing an entire fortune on her body. Just who was awakened Kim, really? What kind of funding did the nebulous force that had recruited her enjoy? As she turned to meet his gaze, June finally noticed something that stood out on the plain black surface of the black armor. It was a circular insignia in the shape of a coiled serpent. He studied the sharp-looking woman for a moment, then asked, "Awakened Kim, if I may ask, where were you assigned in Antarctica? Was she a former member of the Special Reconnaissance Unit? Or maybe even one of the Irregulars companies, just like him?" No, if she had really met his grandfather, then she would have been in the Antarctic Center. And apart from Soul Reaper herself, barely anyone from the first Irregular company had survived. Everyone in Antarctica had gone through hell, but those people were said to have met the devil himself. Awakened Kim shrugged. "Oh, I was just a pencil pusher." "Yes, no way." Somehow June strongly doubted it. He did not press the issue, though. Instead, he pointed to the serpent insignia and raised an eyebrow. "Is that the enchanter's signature?" He was really curious to know which famous master had created this masterpiece. Awakened Kim glanced at the insignia and sighed. "Sort of, it's our crest, I guess. Kind of defeats the purpose of being a secret organization, I know. But our boss and his foremost minion will not listen to my objections. Something about brand recognition and customer loyalty." Shaking her head with an aggrieved expression, she headed into the depths of the complex and gestured for him to follow. As they walked, June asked, "Do I get to know who we are now?" Awakened Kim nodded. "You will learn everything in the next few days. For now, know that we call ourselves the Shadow Clan. Our purpose is to perform delicate tasks that the Fire Keepers cannot undertake themselves. Gathering information, eliminating threats, dealing with special kinds of nightmare creatures. We are also responsible for establishing a secure base in a remote region of the Dream Realm, as well as for preparations against a potential hazard in the future." June raised an eyebrow. "What kind of hazard?" Awakened Kim pursed her lips. "I don't know. In fact, none of us know. That is because, as we were told, the nature of the hazard itself is such that simply knowing about it is dangerous." He blinked a couple of times. "How can we prepare to face a threat if we don't know what the threat is?" She smiled faintly. "By doing what our boss tells us, you'll understand when you meet him." They reached the gate of a massive cargo elevator. Awakened Kim entered a security code, and the gate opened slowly equals a few moments later. It lowered behind them. An elevator started to move down. June was surprised. They were already quite deep underground, but there seemed to be an even deeper layer to the government complex. He subconsciously timed the descent, calculating the depth. Awakened Kim spoke by his side. "The Shadow Clan is primarily based in the Dream Realm. You will be anchored at our citadel. Our work takes us all over the two worlds, though so be prepared to travel a lot. Needless to say, it is preferable if no one notices our presence. In case contact with other humans is inevitable, though, you will be provided with a suitable cover identity." June scratched the back of his head. Wouldn't it be problematic to be anchored to a citadel in a remote region of the Dream Realm if we need to travel a lot? She chuckled. "Don't worry about it. Our boss can bring you to where you need to be. The citadel itself can travel as well." So the mysterious boss was a saint. Only saints could transport people between worlds, after all. But more importantly, a citadel that can travel. June suddenly had a suspicion. The Nameless Temple, the citadel of the Lord of Shadows, was known to be able to move. It had disappeared mysteriously. A few days after the sinister man's death, people assumed that Lady Nephis bestowed it to one of her saints, but nobody knew for sure. The Lord of Shadows, Shadow Clan. June looked at Awakened Kim with suspicion. No one knew where the Lord of Shadows had come from. Considering his great power and vast resources, though there had to be some sort of faction standing behind him. It was simply unthinkable for a solitary awakened to achieve all these feats alone. The Lord of Shadows was dead now, having without a doubt left behind a masterless faction. People assumed that it had been quietly obliterated by the Ivory Tower, but what if Lady Nephis assumed control over its members instead? Nephis assumed control over its members instead. That would explain a few things. How many members does our clan have? Awakened Kim looked at him calmly. Around 200. Half of us are operatives, the other half is involved in information gathering, logistics, and construction. Don't worry, though, most of us are friendly people. You'll fit right in, Corsair. Just, apart from the boss, you need to be wary of 3 individuals. June tensed a little. They are. At the same time, he shook his head slightly, bewildered. The elevator was still descending. Just how far down are we going? Awakened Kim spoke in a serious tone. First and foremost, our mayor, Eiko, also known as the Shadow Fairy. If she starts demanding rent money or charging you for mission supplies, come find me. I can't guarantee that I can stop her, but I'll at least try to distract her. June stared at Kim, trying to understand if she was joking. Surely she was. But why was her tone so somber? Meanwhile, she continued. Second is our princess, Rain. She's actually wonderful. But our boss might kill you if he catches you looking at her funny. And just so that you know, being killed by our boss is not an escape from suffering. It is merely the beginning. June coughed. Don't look at the princess funny, got it. But what if she started looking at him funny? June was not very self-absorbed, but he knew that he was quite a handsome man, tall, cold, with black hair and blue eyes. He had been known to get a lot of attention from women, which was actually a bit of a detriment in his profession. So June suddenly felt uneasy. Princess of Shadows? Yeah, I'd better stay away. Who's the third? Awakened Kim gave him a long look. The third is a man called Luster. If you hear him talk nonsense about the female members of our clan, come tell me immediately. June's expression soured. Why does he have unsavory habits? He hated people like that. Awakened Kim lingered for a bit, then suddenly let out a laugh. No, he's my husband. I'm going to give him hell at home. June's calm and collected expression cracked for a moment. At that moment, the elevator finally stopped. The gate slowly opened, revealing a vast underground chamber. The chamber was cylindrical in shape, the ceiling towering somewhere far, far above. June guessed that it used to be a water reservoir, now empty and repurposed for some other use. The scale of the underground reservoir, it was still quite daunting. However, he was in no mood to pay any attention to the size of the secret chamber. Because at its center, something that should not have existed stood, towering at hundreds of meters in height. It was a black rift in the fabric of reality, full of cold, impenetrable darkness. At first, June tensed, assuming that it was a nightmare gate. However, he did not hear the maddening whispers of the call, which meant that it had to be something entirely different. It was a dream gate. Chapter 22, 74 Dark Lord. The dark fissure in the fabric of reality was a dream gate. But a dream gate could not be hidden in an underground reservoir beneath the central government HQ, because there was only one supreme in the world and only one dream gate. The radiant dream gate of Chanang's star, the living goddess of humanity. This gate, however, was out of place. It brimmed with an impenetrable darkness, making June shiver as if chilled to the bone. He was not someone to deny what he saw, however. A second dream gate. If there was a second dream gate in the world, that meant that there was a second supreme in the world as well. He almost staggered. Awakened Kim patted June on the shoulder. Relax, Corsair. This secret is fully sanctioned by the Ivory Tower. June gulped. But the Lord of Shadows, he's dead. I saw him die with my own 2 eyes. She smiled. Did you? With that, awakened Kim left the elevator and entered the reservoir. It was only then that June noticed that there were various cargo containers placed chaotically here and there on the floor of the underground chamber, as well as several people busy unloading building materials and supplies from them. Kind of creepy, isn't it? He flinched, hearing a friendly voice speaking into his ear. Turning around, June noted at a young man looking at him with an amiable smile. Quite disturbingly, he had not sensed the young man's approach at all. It had been years since anyone had managed to sneak up on June. He still had scars from the near-fatal encounter. The young man pointed to the dream gate, a creepy black portal hidden in a secret underground chamber. I nearly fainted the first time I saw it. June looked at the towering fissure once again, trying to regain his composure. The Lord of Shadows is alive. Not only was the sinister fiend alive, he was also in charge of an elite clandestine force that supported the ivory tower from the shadows. So, Lady Nephis and him had staged the fateful duel, for whatever reason. June tried to come to terms with that fact. Somehow, it made a comforting sort of sense. One supreme was like a radiant sun, shining upon Manking from the heavens. The other was like a vast shadow hiding in the eternal darkness deep underground. Both were working hand in hand to protect humanity. The goddess and her shadow. June exhaled slowly, then froze. Wait, that's our boss, awakened Kim kept talking about. He suddenly felt dizzy. Who went around calling a supreme boss? Wasn't that sacrilege? The young man turned to awakened Kim and saluted her respectfully. She smiled. Oh, Ray, are you and Fleur back from the Eastern Quadrant? He nodded. I am, but she stayed behind to treat the civilians. Oh, by the way, will Master Quentin be returning anytime soon? She wanted to thank him for his guidance. Awakened Kim shook her head. You know that he mainly stays in Bastion. Now that our princess is there as well, he won't be back for some time. The young man, Ray, sighed. I don't get it. I really oughtn't. When I first learned that Rain was royalty, I was honestly a bit envious. But she went straight back to a road crew after the war, and now she's delivering coffee in Bastion. Isn't our boss a little too ruthless to his sister? It was only then that June noticed Ray wearing a suit of black armor, similar to that of awakened Kim. Everyone in the underground chamber was, in fact, all emblazoned with the coiling serpent insignia. That suddenly made his heart flutter. Does this mean that I'll get one too? Would he be getting a bespoke suit of transcendent armor? She did say that our benefits were stellar. Awakened Kim, meanwhile, pointed to June and said neutrally, This is our new recruit, Corsair. Corsair, this is our best stealth specialist, Ray. Be nice to him. His girlfriend is a healer. June looked at the young man and smiled. Let's be friends. Anyone who knew anything understood that befriending healers was a matter of first priority. After saying their goodbye to Ray, June and Kim walked past the cargo containers and passed through the Dream Gate without much fanfare. June had been wondering what he would encounter on the other side with a bit of trepidation, but to his surprise, he saw nothing. Absolutely nothing. He was surrounded by impenetrable darkness, the kind one rarely encountered in a world that was full of stars, moons, and city lights. All June could feel was the wind on his face, hinting that he was not underground anymore. He could also hear various sounds reaching his ears from a distance. Awakened Kim was somewhere near. Her voice reached him from a few meters away a second later. You will receive the mark soon. For now, I will use my aspect ability on you. It will help you see. Then, suddenly, June could see again. The darkness did not disappear, but he was somehow able to see through it clearly. The world was devoid of color, but other than that, it was as if he suddenly received perfect night vision. A vast starless sky was above him. All around him were the crumbled, dilapidated buildings of a dark, ancient city. He was standing in the middle of a spacious square that rested under the black branches of a colossal tree. The Dream Gate towered behind him, while a wide road led into the depths of the city in front of him. Awakened Kim spoke calmly. This is the Saint Square. Apparently this is where our boss met Saint for the first time. June hesitated to ask, Which saint? She shook her head. Not a saint, the Onyx Saint. She is the general of Shadow Legion, as well as the combat instructor of the Shadow Clan. She'll be training you too. He trembled. Wait, she doesn't mean that terrifying living statue. June was actually quite familiar with the Lord of Shadows and his infernal servants. having followed the sellsword saint into battle during the conquest expedition of the Vanishing Lake. The graceful onyx knight, the towering steel fiend, and the shape-shifting serpent. Weren't they simple echoes? Apparently they weren't, and one of them would be training him soon. He sighed. I'm looking forward to it. Awakened Kim nodded. First, you will need to meet the boss and receive the mark, Will said. Liu in the Dark Castle after that. June raised an eyebrow. The Dark Castle. Instead of answering, Kim simply pointed. Turning around, June looked up and froze for a few moments. Out there, standing on a tall hill above the city, was a sinister castle built of black stone. It was grand and magnificent, with dozens of towers rising into the air, each supported by a number of elaborate arches and columns. Grotesque gargoyles were staring down on the ruins from under the eaves. A grandiose staircase led to the castle gates. In front of it, there was a vast stone platform, meant to serve as the gathering ground for the soldiers in case the enemy was to somehow scale the hill. Now, however, a stunning temple of black marble was perched on it instead. The Nameless Temple. It was at this point that June finally asked, I am sorry, Awakened Kim, but where exactly are we? She looked at him in confusion, then smiled faintly. Where else? This is the Forgotten Shore. June inhaled sharply. The Forgotten Shore, the nightmarish crucible where Song of the Fallen, raised by wolves, Nightingale, the Fire Keepers, and Changing Star herself had been forged. The cradle of humanity's goddess. A subtle frown creased his brow. Wait, but wasn't there a bright castle here, rules by a bright lord? Awakened Kim laughed quietly. There was, now however we have a dark castle, ruled by a dark lord. June blinked a couple of times. That's a little on the nose, isn't it? She coughed. Oh, it is. Don't say it to the boss's face, though. Granted, he probably heard you already. He hears everything, after all. June paled. What I meant to say was that it is beautifully poetic and highly symbolic. Yeah. Kim looked at him with a hint of disdain and shook her head. In any case, let's go. I need to get back to NQSC soon. They walked across the dark city together as she explained a few more things. June was a little bit distracted, however, by the sight of countless harrowing nightmare creatures. Or rather, their silent shadows moving along the desolate streets, clearing them of stone debris or transporting building materials. It seemed like the entire city was being slowly restored to its former glory. At some point, they passed a magnificent ruined cathedral. Rhythmic sounds of a hammer striking an anvil could be heard from the inside, ringing far and wide in the silence of the desolate city. June looked at it with curiosity. What is happening there? Awakened Kim glanced at the cathedral and frowned slightly. There, our blacksmith is there, working endlessly to arm the members of the Shadow Legion. He is a shadow just like the rest of them. June thought he heard a reverent note in her voice, but wasn't sure what it meant. Finally, they ascended the tall hill and stopped. The Nameless Temple was to their right, while the towering gates of the Dark Castle were in front of them. Looking at the dark chasm, June couldn't help but shiver. You know, Awakened Kim, looking at this gate, I can't help but feel like it is the maw of a giant, insatiable beast. She gave him an odd look, then headed towards the gate with a nonchalant shrug. Well, that is because it is. This entire castle is one giant transcendent devil. June chuckled. This Awakened Kim, she really has a strange sense of humor. You're joking, right? The unassuming woman entered the castle without responding. June hesitated in front of the gates for a few moments. Right. Chapter 22, 75 Shadow Boss. The insides of the Transcendent Devil were strangely no different from the interior of an actual castle. The place did not even seem haunted or especially sinister. In fact, it was clean and neat, almost cozy. Of course, that was only because Awakened Kim had granted June the ability to see through the darkness that drowned the spacious corridors. He would not have wanted to wander them alone while carrying something as unreliable as a lantern. Overall, everything he had seen so far, the abyssal chasm of the hidden dream gate, the crumbling city resting under the dark expanse of a starless sky, the silent shadows populating its ancient streets, the black edifice of the magnificent temple, the towering black castle that possessed a malevolent life of its own. was more than worthy of being the domain of a dark deity. And June was about to meet that deity. Of course, he knew that Supremes were not really gods. However, from the point of view of a mundane human or a mere awakened, for that matter, they might as well have been. The King of Swords and the Queen of Worms had mostly kept their power hidden, but the Lady of the Ivory Tower was far more generous with her grace. She was rarely seen, but there was hardly a person in the world who had not felt the presence of her radiant power. Those of them who had fought in that fateful last battle of the Realm War knew how miraculous it was especially well. The power to nurture, the power to destroy. June had no doubt that, if Changing Star wanted to, she could annihilate the entire world in the incandescent inferno of her flames. She could also embrace all of humanity and carry them all to salvation. If that was not a god, then he did not know what was. The Lord of Shadows was a comparable existence. So, June, who more or less had ice flowing through his veins, found himself struggling to remain calm. His composure was crumbling with each step he took. It's going to be all right. After all, I've already met the Lord of Shadows, right? Out there in Godgrave, he had seen the fearsome saint many times. Granted, June had been creeped out by him even then. Who wouldn't be? That fearsome black armor, the sinister mask, the cold and insidious presence, the oppressive force of his chilling, killing intent, the frightening mystery of it all. The thought of looking directly at that monstrous mask made June shiver. People had speculated that there was something inhuman hiding behind it, even when the Lord of Shadow was merely a saint. No one had ever seen him bleed, after all. He was not a saint anymore. How much more frightening had he become after attaining supremacy? Penny for your thoughts. June flinched slightly and looked at awakened Kim. He hesitated for a few moments, then said, I'm a bit nervous to meet my new employer, to be honest. She smiled faintly. I was too the first time I met him. He raised an eyebrow. If I may ask, what is he like? Awakened Kim remained silent for a bit, then said with a neutral expression, well, his waffles are to die for. The corner of June's eye twitched. What in the world? What did she mean? Before he could continue the conversation, though, they reached tall wooden gates. The heavy doors opened by themselves, and awakened Kim ushered him into the throne room of the dark castle. The great hall was grandiose and majestic in appearance, its vast expanse drowning in impenetrable darkness. The walls were decorated with intricate carvings that spanned dozens of meters like a regal tapestry, depicting scenes of fearsome battles and fantastical landscapes. At the far end of the hall, a set of stairs led to a dark alcove, and there, on a raised dais, stood a black throne. Sitting on that throne, June stumbled, momentarily stunned. All this time, he had been mentally preparing himself to face the Lord of Shadows, the fearsome figure encased in an intricate suit of dark armor, wearing an eerie mask that depicted the face of a snarling demon with long white hair cascading down its back. Reality, however, was very different from his imagination. Instead of the familiar, if deeply frightening, visage of the Lord of Shadows, a slender young man was sitting on the throne in a relaxed pose, wearing a simple black tunic. The young man had skin as pale as flawless white jade, silky black hair, and eyes that were like two onyx gems. His delicate beauty was almost sublime, making June feel like he was looking at a piece of art, not a human being. What was more, he could not sense the cold indifference, disdainful arrogance, and chilling bloodthirst that people had associated with the Lord of Shadows. Instead, he felt nothing at all, as if the young man had no presence whatsoever. No, wait. This was the Lord of Shadows. The Lord of Shadows was this young. More importantly, he had been hiding this face behind a mask all this time. June was stunned. He was dazed. But only for a moment. When the moment passed, June realized that he had been staring at the Shadow Sovereign with wide eyes. But even knowing that, he still had to force himself to look away. Stop ogling your boss, fool. At the moment, June wanted nothing more than to find the bastard who had said that the Lord of Shadows was constantly wearing the mask due to being horribly disfigured, and drown him in a puddle. The silly rumors that the mysterious saint and Lady Nephis had been lovers suddenly did not seem that silly anymore. In fact, they made too much sense. Boss. Awakened Kim bowed slightly. The Lord of Shadows looked at her and smiled. His smile was beautiful enough to stop hearts, but sadly enough, Kim seemed to be immune to it, while June was not in the mood to appreciate beauty. In any case, he was quite scared. Ah, Kimmy, is this the new recruit? She nodded. Yes, only one from the latest batch passed the selection. The Lord of Shadows shifted his gaze and looked at June. Surprisingly enough, his gaze wasn't terrifying, suffocating, or oppressive. It was quite friendly, which only made June tense up more. After all, people in his field of work knew that there was nothing more dangerous than a being that was supposed to be threatening, but did not feel like a threat at all. The Lord of Shadows slowly raised a hand. What is he going to do? And waved at June lazily. You must be Corsair. Welcome, welcome, wow, your dossier. Damnation, you are so cool. June froze. Excuse me. The Lord of Shadows shook his head dejectedly. The black market, huh? Why didn't I think of that? More importantly, why didn't Aiko think of that? I should seriously deduct her pay. June blinked a couple of times. Huh. And that was how he met his new boss, the Dark Lord, for the first time. Chapter 22, 76 Warm Awakening. Sunny woke up from the warm touch of sunshine on his bare chest. Sunlight was pouring through the curtains, the white fabric murmuring quietly as the gentle wind made it stream and flutter. He remained motionless for a while, basking in the warmth and the softness of the bed. It was truly one of life's greatest joys to wake up with a smile on his face. A few moments later, he turned his head and looked at Nephis, who was sleeping peacefully by his side. Her silver hair was scattered across the pillow, and her beautiful face was blissfully calm and endearingly vulnerable as she slept. He enjoyed the view for a few minutes, not in a hurry to wake her up. Opening the dream gate for the night garden had taken a lot out of her yesterday, so she deserved some rest. He would have loved to share the burden of yesterday's undertaking, but sadly, that was something only Nephis could have done. Both of them could accomplish unique feats while opening dream gates. Sunny, for example, was capable of opening 7 of them instead of 1. Meanwhile, Nephis could open a dream gate that allowed passage in both directions. Nightmare gates led from the dream realm into the waking world, while dream gates led from the waking world into the dream realm. However, Nephis was a dream spawn, a being existing on the edge between nightmare and reality, and therefore belonging to both worlds, and perhaps because of that, her dream gate was special. That was why only she could have sent the night garden to Earth. As Sunny wondered what would happen to her power when the two worlds completely fused, Nephis stirred and opened her striking gray eyes. Sunlight reflected in them, making her pupils spark. She turned her head sleepily and looked up at Sunny, then smiled. Were you staring at me again? He nodded shamelessly. Absolutely. Why wouldn't I stare at the most beautiful woman in the world? Nephis lingered for a moment, then scoffed and pushed his face away. Sunny laughed, surrendering to her gentle push. He did not fail to notice the slight blush appearing on her cheeks, though. Rising from the bed, Nephis summoned a light tunic from a storm of radiant sparks and raised her hands above her head, stretching with a satisfied sigh. Sunny climbed out of bed as well, manifesting simple clothes from the shadows. The uppermost chamber of the ivory tower was spacious and permeated with golden light, but where there was light, there were also shadows, so he never had trouble summoning them to do his bidding. That said, Sunny appreciated Neph's graceful figure for a few moments, then said in a pleasant tone, I just had a brilliant idea. How about we climb back into bed? He did not really need to say anything, really, because she could sense his desire. Nephis looked at him scornfully over the shoulder. Unlike you, I only have one body. Sunny tilted his head. What was that supposed to mean? Was she hinting that he had worn her down last night? But she was capable of recovering from any strain in moments. Her single body was literally inexhaustible. Had he exhausted the inexhaustible? Sunny was suddenly torn between pride and disappointment. At that moment, Nephis frowned slightly and threw a pillow at him. I meant that I can only be in one place at a time. I'm already late to a meeting with Effie. Erase whatever lewd thoughts you're thinking from that dirty head of yours, scoundrel. Sunny allowed the pillow to hit him in the face and smiled innocently. Welp, I guess I have a grudge against Effie now. Nephis stared at him sternly for a few moments. He could see that she was suppressing a smile, though. Eventually, she shook her head. I need to get ready. Soon enough, Nephis left her living quarters and descended the steps of the ivory tower. Sunny, of course, was hiding in her shadow by then. That was where this incarnation of his spent most of its time, while his other avatars were busy with their own tasks. That way, he could both stay close to Nephis and be aware of all important developments happening on her side without having to use Cassie as a messenger. If there was one unfortunate side to this situation, though, it was that Sonny could not be with her in his human form all the time. After all, he was officially dead. It was all right to appear in front of the people who knew the truth, at least. Effie was waiting in a parlor on one of the lower levels of the ivory tower, enjoying the plentiful tray of snacks. Hearing Nephis approach, she smiled and waved a hand. "Damn, princess, these are to die for. Who's your chef? Please tell me. I am definitely not going to steal them." Then she frowned for a moment and then looked at Nephis with a mischievous smile. "Oh, I guess I can't call you princess anymore. Our princess is more of an empress now. Ah, they grow up so fast." Nephis smiled faintly and sat down opposite Effie, the wide desk separating them. Sonny made the snacks. Effie froze. The vivacious huntress had been affected perhaps the most by the revelation that the menacing Lord of Shadows was, in fact, none other than charming Master Sunless. Sonny still could not help but laugh wickedly every time he remembered the array of mortified expressions that had flashed across her face at that moment. From stunned silence to the slow realization that it was the sinister saint who had been pampering her son with ice cream, to a sudden horror at the memory of slandering him in front of Nephis to win points for the delicate, gallant enchanter. And so much more. No, really, it was a priceless memory for Sonny now. So priceless, in fact, that he generously forgave half of the times Effie had forced him to listen to the talk about the birds and the bees on Alethia's island. In any case, she had been acting uncharacteristically subdued and borderline meek around him ever since. Now, too, Effie grew tense at the mention of his name. She cleared her throat. "Right, about him. Listen, princess, I know that you are a big girl now, but—" Effie froze for a moment, then asked cautiously, "He's not behind me, is he?" Nephis looked at her in confusion. "No." Effie instantly turned into her usual lively self. "That guy, the Lord of Shadows. I know that he is stupidly hot, rich, charming, powerful, and stupidly hot, as well as an amazing cook who is also great with his hands. Wait, did I say hot twice? Whatever. What I mean to say is that there's plenty of fish in the sea. You should find yourself a kind and honest man instead of settling for the first random supreme you met on the street." But Nephis was not done talking. Technically, he's under the desk. Effie froze. Sonny chose that exact moment to assume his human form and sit down on a chair next to Nephis. He smiled pleasantly at Effie, remained silent for a moment, and then said in a pleasant tone, "Yes, you did say hot twice." She let out a groan. Chapter 2277, This Ain't No Him. Chapter 2277, This Ain't No Him. Eventually, Effie gave Sonny a glare and grumbled, "I liked you more when you were Master Sunless." He chuckled, "I am still the same man, though." She sighed and leaned back, picking up a pastry from the tray. "Well, yeah, but you are also a powerful supreme who goes around beheading sovereigns." Sonny raised an eyebrow, then shrugged nonchalantly. "You are the world's sweetest mom, but also a transcendent powerhouse who goes around ripping great nightmare creatures apart with bare hands. A person can be more than one thing." Effie swallowed the pastry and gave him a satisfied look. Then her eyes gleamed dangerously. "More than one thing, you say? That reminds me, princess, does he ever—" Luckily, whatever she wanted to say was interrupted by the sound of the door opening. Cassie entered the parlor, carrying a stack of documents with her. "Oh, you are all already here. Let us start. Nephis has to move on to the next item on her schedule in 34 minutes. With that, their brief meeting began. As the supreme ruler of humanity, Nephis was endlessly busy. If she was not on the battlefield, she was usually drowned in an endless parade of strategy meetings and discussions. Every day, she had to make countless decisions, many of them having the potential to affect the very future of mankind. Of course, the benefit of being the highest authority in the world was that there were vast resources at her disposal, human resources, most of all. Humanity's best and brightest were ready to answer her call, advise her on the best course of action, and take various tasks off her hands. In fact, with Cassie's help, Nephis had built a greatly efficient pyramid of delegation. The great apparatus of the human domain worked as a well-oiled machine. The most precious resource in the world was talent, and there were countless talented individuals working together to accomplish the goals she set. Still, even that was not enough. So one of the most important priorities of the new regime was to seek and nurture talent. Administrative talent, scientific talent, engineering talent, All kinds of people were recruited and given ample opportunities to realize their varied talents as well as grow. But most of all, of course, what Nephis wanted was to nurture strength. Humanity needed warriors more than it needed anyone else, after all. So everyone was encouraged to grow stronger. Awakened were encouraged to become masters. Masters were encouraged to become saints. Saints were encouraged to reach the very peak of their potential, or even challenge the fourth nightmare if they wished, not that anyone had yet. As a result, the number of champions of all ranks had been swiftly growing in the last year. The fact that numerous inexperienced awakened had returned from Godgrave as seasoned veterans was helping greatly, too. And of course, mundane people were encouraged to become awakened. Now that people were migrating to the dream realm en masse, the nature of awakening had transformed. Before, only those chosen by the spell could challenge the first nightmare, but now anyone who passed through the dream gate could. All they had to do was request it. They did not even need to return to the waking world with the help of a saint or leave the boundary of Neph's domain. All they needed to do was wish for it sincerely in their hearts. Sensing their strong desire to challenge a nightmare, Nephis could release them from the protection of her domain. Strangely enough, people tended to do it communally. The places where they gathered to prove their longing were solemn and quiet, with people meditating in silence for hours, or sometimes even days. To Sunny, they looked similar to believers kneeling in a temple to pray. It was quite eerie, actually, to see how readily people forgot that Nephis, too, was a person, and treated her as some kind of goddess instead. He knew for a fact that this strange development had nothing to do with what Nephis and Cassie themselves wanted. If anything, they wanted the opposite, since believing in a benevolent deity would eventually instill people with a subconscious belief that they would be saved, instead of inspiring them to seek enough strength to save themselves. What Nephis wanted was to become someone whom people believed they could become, not a heavenly existence that was forever out of reach. In any case, there were more and more mundane humans awakening every month. They did not have to wait for the winter solstice anymore. Passing through the dream gate and anchoring them to a citadel was enough to become an awakened, even if some still chose to pass the second trial of the spell without any help. There were unintended consequences to that new reality, as well. For one, the Awakened Academy had to change and open its doors to mundane youths for the first time since its establishment. Since anyone could become a sleeper as long as they willed it, withholding the best education from the aspiring youths had no point. Another side effect was far more somber. People were encouraged to become stronger, but not forced to. Still, there were more and more mundane people challenging the first nightmare, more and more awakened challenging the second, and more masters challenging the third. The number of human warriors of the awakened, ascended, and transcendent ranks was swelling. But not all the challengers survived. In fact, for everyone who succeeded, there were several who did not. The grim harvest of lives the nightmare spell collected was more plentiful than it had ever been, with the exception, maybe, of the first days of its descent. At the same time, there were more nightmare gates opening in the waking world, and more youths being infected by the nightmare spell naturally every day. Sadly, there was little Nephis could do about the latter even if she wanted to. The sword domain and the song domain had stood on a foundation built by the nightmare spell, the citadels. Her domain, however, had no boundary, existing in the hearts of those who were inspired by her. It spanned both worlds, but Nephis and Sunny swiftly found out that the suppressing effect domain seemed to have on the tiny seeds of corruption hiding in the hearts of aspirants was not, in fact, an expression of a sovereign's power. Instead, it was a function built into the citadels by the spell, just like nightmares themselves were a function of the spell that gave humans a chance to destroy the seeds before they blossomed. So only those followers of Nephis who lived in the area of influence of her citadels could escape the first nightmare. That was why the population of the Night Garden could cross over to Earth and be spared the lethal trial, but the infected youths of the waking world could not rely on their goddess to save them from having to face it. All they could do was pass through the dream gate to postpone their nightmares if they wished to do so, and had enough time to flee. In the end, humanity was reinvigorated and inspired to strive for greater heights. However, there was still a mountain of broken dreams hiding in the shadow of its rise from the ruins of a crumbling world. Chapter 22, 78 Field Reports. Chapter 22, 78 Field Reports. Sunny had little to do with most affairs discussed this morning, so he only listened to the meeting half-heartedly. Cassie was delivering a concise report on various issues. I received the initial status update from the Night Garden. It is indeed being somewhat suppressed by the laws of the waking world, but not outside of our expectations. Jet managed to get it under control with relatively little trouble, so she proceeded. Along the planned course, their speed is greatly diminished, though. Clearing the northeastern corridor and reaching Australia will take them no less than a week. What is more, the vessel seems incapable of replenishing its fuel, whatever it might be in the waking world. They will have to return to the dream realm before the end of the month, at least for a few days. The agricultural research in Ravenheart is proceeding smoothly. St. Bliss has requested additional reinforcements stationed at the laboratory in case of an unexpected containment breach. Helly is there at the moment, so I asked her to stick around. It should be fine, but the seismic readings coming from the depths of the volcano are somewhat concerning. We know that a powerful nightmare creature emerged from it once in the past. Kai is monitoring the situation and will let us know if there is a real threat. Hopefully, we can deal with whatever comes before an earthquake or an eruption happens. Oh, and I'm not sure if you noticed, but last night, the test run of the Rivergate facility finally succeeded. People all over the city are celebrating. Nephis, you'll need to congratulate Chief Bethany personally. I scheduled it for tomorrow. Sunny smiled faintly, so Bate had finally fulfilled her bold promise. He was glad. Wait, last night. How did he miss the entire city glowing with electric lights? In any case, Rain would probably be sleep-deprived when she visited the Ivory Tower today. Effie reported on a few issues next. Most of them had to do with the development of the citadels east of Godgrave, but there were a few interesting pieces of news as well. Both Eastern subjugation campaigns are proceeding smoothly. We are cleansing the interior of the domain at a good pace. The progress is especially great on the Chained Isles. Tyrus and Roan have also come up with measures to prevent more islands from falling into the sky below, something about pulling the Ebony Tower up from the depths and using it as an anchor. And just so you know, it took all my willpower to hold back the joke about plugging a huge rift with a never mind. In any case, the exploration teams surveying the territories in the Far East have not discovered any new citadels after those first two. From what they report, we might reach the edge of the landmass in the next few months. We'll move north from there along the coast. The situation in the eastern quadrant is still dire. Skinwalker, that damn thing, it's learning faster than we are coming up with countermeasures. There were 3 outbreaks in the last week. The casualties are not as countless as before the latest security protocols were put in place, but our saints are growing tired. We need to rotate them more often now. The cohort that had conquered the 3rd nightmare last month improved the situation somewhat, but just barely. In addition, Skinwalker seems to be growing stronger. I'm afraid he is nearing an evolution. If that was not bad enough, a Category 4 gate opened in the western quadrant last night. I'll be going personally, but before that, we'll need to redeploy the wolves from Australia. Princess, I will be counting on you for that. Due to the unique quality of Neph's Dream Gate, it could serve as a means of rapidly shifting troops across the waking world. All they had to do was enter the dream realm through the gate, then leave through it once Nephis repositioned its entrance. Therefore, Bastion had become a transit point for countless soldiers. Of course, only Awakened could use that method, since mundane soldiers would be thrust into the first nightmare as soon as they returned to the waking world from the dream realm. Nephis nodded. As long as the Dream Gate schedule is adjusted properly, there should be no problem. They continued to discuss various matters having to do with logistics and countless fires that needed to be put down across the 2 worlds. Soon enough, Sunny grew a little bored. Or rather, he grew a little lost. It was happening to him from time to time these days, in the moments when his concentration waned. The sensory input he was receiving from the numerous shadows serving him overwhelmed his sense of self like a sea, making it hard to remember that he was human. Of course, he wasn't really a human anymore. Even though Sunny drew a line between himself and the shadows, in truth, he was no more than a shadow himself. Even if that shadow was a divine one. Things were even worse for Nephis. Not only was she enduring the weight of 3 billion souls, but she was also acting as a guardian angel. No, Yuri's told him not to use that word, a guardian deity, for the warriors of humanity battling the nightmare creatures across 2 worlds. Even if her powers struggled to reach Earth, she still persisted, which meant that she was almost constantly using her aspect, and therefore almost constantly experiencing excruciating pain. That was the price people worshipping Nephis did. No, she was paying to be the shining beacon of hope for them. If there was one silver lining to it all, it was that she was not prone to losing her own humanity in the process anymore. That was because of Sunny's help, Neff's own efforts to ground herself in all things human, and the odd connection she was sharing with numerous people and their human desires. Still, I hate it. He did not like the self-sacrificial nature of Neff's effort, whether people saw her as a messiah or not. And what about you? Don't you have anything to report? Hearing Effie address him in a teasing tone, he belatedly turned to her and scratched the edge of his nose. Oh, well, I'm still busy up north in the burned forest. The information network of the Shadow Clan is spreading, but there is still no sign of Mordred. My people are monitoring the known Category 4 gates, though, oh, right? I'll need to send someone to Western Quadrant now. And things have settled down on the Forgotten Shore, so I won't need to pay it as much attention anymore. I'm thinking of heading to Ravenheart. Effie raised an eyebrow, surprised. Ravenheart, what did you forget there? Sunny lingered for a few moments, then smiled faintly. Let's just say that it's a piece of my inheritance. Chapter 22, 79, damned if you don't. Chapter 22, 79, damned if you don't. Sunny found himself in his current predicament due to Weaver's lineage, the forbidden inheritance of the nebulous demon that Anvil had described as an horrid curse. Because of it, he had to hide himself from the world and avoid gaining attention. However, since he was already cursed, it would be foolish not to take full advantage of the nebulous demon's tainted inheritance. Having more of it than he possessed already would not make any difference. Additionally, it was not like Sunny had to disappear without a trace and spend the rest of his life alone in obscurity. The demons themselves were known to countless humans, after all. It was just that they had been mysterious and distant. Additionally, they existed in the shadow cast by the gods, other creatures of the divine rank, and unholy horrors. The 7 demons had not stood out too much in the crowd of mythical beings. It was only when hope descended to a mortal realm and got close to humans that the real trouble had ensued. The problem was that humanity only had 3 supremes now, with no one above them. So if Sunny were to reveal himself, he would gain far more attention than even Hope had attained. In any case, he had already found 3 of the 7 pieces of the forbidden lineage, blood weave, bone weave, and soul weave. Each had made him far more powerful, saving his life on numerous occasions. 4 pieces remained. These 4 pieces had been on his mind ever since he read the runes that Nether, the demon of destiny, left on the walls of the Ebony Tower. Sunny remembered them often. Gods created all living creatures, but not all creatures they created carry a divine lineage. Only those born of the gods do, and those born of their descendants. Why have the gods forbidden us 7 to sire offspring? Why are we destined for loneliness? Is it because we are of the Forgotten One who slumbers in the void? Now Sunny had the answer. It was odd to realize that he knew something that even the demons had not known at some point in the ancient past. Of course, Nether had been harboring a suspicion about the truth even back then, already, and the demon of fate had to have known all about it. After all, the next part of the inscription was about Weaver. Where is the void, and where is its gate? How did Weaver enter it, and what did Weaver see? Why did Weaver decide to break the will of the gods and create a lineage? Sunny was just as clueless about Weaver's goals and motivations as their siblings had been. What he did know, however, was that Weaver had scattered 7 pieces of his forbidden lineage across the tapestry of fate, leaving them to be found in the distant future. Blood, bone, flesh, soul, spirit, mind. And shadow, a piece is lost to fantasy, a piece is lost to fear. A piece is lost to respite, a piece is lost to darkness. A piece is lost to sorrow, a piece is lost to rot. And finally, a piece is stolen by a thief. Sunny had found the piece stolen by the vile thieving bird, Blood Weave, on the Forgotten Shore. He found the piece lost to the rot of corruption, Bone Weave, in the Ebony Tower. He also found the piece lost to sorrow, Soul Weave, in the nightmare version of the Tomb of Ariel near the final resting place of oblivion. Flesh, spirit, mind, and shadow remained. He was confident that the first 3 were hidden somewhere in the 3 great citadels left behind by the Demon of Dread, the Demon of Repose, and the Demon of Imagination, Ravenheart, Night Garden, and Bastion. The fourth one seemed to have been found by Broken Sword, becoming his doom. Therefore, it was somewhere in the underworld. Broken Sword's remains. Now that the initial chaos of becoming the rulers of humanity had been somewhat dealt with, and various tasks Sunny had to perform were on track, he could finally spare an incarnation or two to begin his search for the lost pieces of Weaver's lineage once more. Underworld was full of true darkness, and therefore a natural foil to Sunny's power, so he was considering venturing there last. On the other hand, the mirror maze under True Bastion seemed even more eerie. After all, Sunny knew a lot about true darkness by now, but he still knew too little about the others. He was of the mind to start from Ravenheart or the Night Garden. The latter was currently in the waking world, which made the choice easy. Sunny had to start from Ravenheart, the Jade Palace built by the Demon of Dread. And when he collected all remaining pieces of his lineage, then he would be ready to return to the tomb of Ariel. While Sunny was considering all that, Effie stared at him with a dubious expression. Inheritance? Aren't you already loaded, Shadow Boy? Who would leave you an inheritance anyway? Sunny blinked a couple of times. Shadow Boy, that's a new one. He frowned. Listen, I am not a boy. First of all, I am a full-blown man. Secondly, I am a supreme, a literal king. Effie narrowed her eyes and looked him over. You're still a shorty, though. Sunny's eyes twitched. He glared at her for a few moments, then inhaled deeply and looked away. Wicked beanpole. It was not like he couldn't change his height if he wanted to. He was a shadow now, and shadows were inherently formless, so he could assume whatever form he wanted, short or tall. His original appearance simply felt the most natural. Plus, he liked himself the way he was. His own form was great. It was awesome. Oh, and Nephis liked it quite a lot, too. And although Effie would die denying it, so did she. Sunny smiled pleasantly, the pain of his flaw reminding him that he had not responded her initial question. Yeah, I'm loaded. As for who would leave me an inheritance, let me tell you, gods and demons competed to make me their heir. Actually, pieces of my inheritance are scattered all over the world. One is Ravenheart, but another one is right here in Bastion. His smile widened a little. So, you and I will spend some quality time together soon, too. In the next moment, his smile faltered, and Sunny flinched a little. That was because Nephis kicked him under the table. What was that for? Looking just as impassive as usual, Nephis said in an even tone. I think what he meant to say was that his exploration would lead him to Bastion in the near future. Your support would be appreciated, Effie. Effie looked at her, then at Sunny, then back to Nephis. Eventually, she smiled. Why, of course, I am nothing but a proponent of responsible exploration. At that moment, Cassie cleared her throat. Can we get back to discussing matters on the agenda, please? Since Sunny will be visiting Ravenheart, the volcano issue can be put to rest. However, that still leaves us with. As the discussion resumed, Sunny found himself getting bored again. So, using the chance, he decided to shift his attention and concentrate on what his other incarnations were doing. 1 chapter today, 3 tomorrow. Chapter 22, 80 Hidden Dagger. Chapter 22, 80 Hidden Dagger. Now that his original body was no more, Sunny's existence was split between 7 incarnations. He could maintain all 7 avatars indefinitely or release control of some, returning control to his shadows. 1 incarnation remained in Bastion, accompanying Nephis and keeping an eye on Rain. It also served as a point of contact between Sunny and the Ivory Tower, allowing the public and the clandestine forces of the human domain to coordinate their actions better. Human domain. As far as Sunny was concerned, it was a name that lacked necessary gravitas, and he was a known authority on giving things great names. No one had listened to him on this issue, though, for some reason. In the beginning, people used to call Neph's domain all kinds of things. The Star Domain, the Light Domain, the Immortal Flame Domain. However, Nephis had consciously chosen to renounce these names in favor of a more general title, separating the identity of the new human empire from her own. Names held power, after all. More importantly, she was looking toward the future. In the future, more human sovereigns would emerge, while Nephis herself could ascend to a higher rank or perish while trying to. The human unity she and Sunny had won in Godgrave had to be able to withstand their absence. In any case, while one of Sunny's incarnations was hiding in the very heart of the human domain, the rest of them were far away, on the Forgotten Shore. His main avatar was playing the role of the Dark Lord, residing in the gloomy throne room of the marvelous Mimic. He controlled the Shades, working on the restoration of the city and dealt with issues having to do with the Shadow Clan. The Shadow Clan was a force made up of exceptional elites, each possessing an array of rare talents. For example, there was Corsair, their newest recruit. He had a service record that would make most people faint, a good reminder that while Sonny and the members of his cohort had been having their harrowing adventures, countless outstanding people all over the world had been living their own storied lives in the dreadful reality of the nightmare spell as well. Despite how exceptional Corsair was, however, he was not an outlier among the members of the Shadow clan. Most of them had a dossier as thick and as unbelievable as his. Sonny had chosen each and every one of them himself, after all. Despite that, the overall power of the Shadow clan was not that great, not in comparison to the renowned awakened forces like the Fire Keepers, the Wolf Army, the Night Singers, and so on at least. Most of its members were merely awakened, for one, with a handful of masters leading them. There were several reasons for that. The most important of them was that it was easier to maintain secrecy while recruiting awakened. There were far more masters in the world these days, but they still were in the public eye. So Sonny wanted to build a solid foundation out of talented awakened, prepare them to the best of his ability, and then help those who were ready to climb the path of ascension. If all went well in a few years, he would have dozens of masters at his disposal, all trained and raised by the Shadow clan. And eventually, who knew? Maybe he would even have his own saints. In fact, maybe he would be able to recruit a couple of transcendent acquaintances even before that. For now, though, the power of Shadow clan was sufficient. His warriors were not supposed to involve themselves in prolonged battles anyway. They were supposed to strike from the shadows, eliminate the adversary in one fell swoop, and disappear without leaving a trace. The Mark of Shadows gave them additional advantages, and he could even personally augment them in case they were in danger. Combat power was not what made the members of Shadow clan valuable, though. In truth, Sonny needed them for another purpose. Just like his Shade warriors, people bearing the Mark of Shadows were conduits of his supreme shadow sense. Wherever they went, Sonny's perception followed. And since it was quite difficult for him to enter the waking world these days, the Shadow clan agents served as his eyes and ears there. They were spread across all 3 remaining quadrants, completing missions while gathering information. Better yet, the Mark of Shadows allowed Sonny access to their soul seas, which meant that the Shadow clan was a force immune to Mordred's insidious powers. The Princes of Nothing had vanished into thin air, and there was no sign of him anywhere. However, Sonny could not sleep simple knowing that he was somewhere out there, no doubt concocting another terrifying scheme. Even if not, it was better to be prepared for the worst. There was another threat the Shadow clan was supposed to be a weapon against. Perhaps not a sword, but at least a sharp and expertly hidden dagger. It was the 3rd sovereign of humanity, Asterion. The Dreamspawn. Very little was known about him, and even now that Nephis and her cohort had become rulers of the world, they could not find a lot of information about the mysterious Supreme. Anvil and Kai Song had been quite thorough in eliminating all information about him, as well as his followers. There was some knowledge about him left in the printed books, which were themselves quite rare in the modern day, but nothing detailed. Cassie was hard at work searching for the traces of Asterion, but even her formidable information-gathering talents were not bearing fruit. All they knew was that the 3rd sovereign had been isolated and imprisoned on the moon. He could have very well perished there, but somehow none of them believed that he had, which meant that he could return one day. The lack of knowledge about a threat of that scale was quite infuriating, and the person who knew Asterion best, Mordred, was nowhere to be found. Without him, they were facing a dead end. In fact, they did not even know if Asterion was a threat. He could harbor no hostility toward Nephis and her domain, even if he had played an instrumental role in her father's death. But just like none of them believed that Asterion was dead, they did not feel like he was a friendly force either. From everything Sonny had heard about the Dreamspawn, he was an eerie and sinister existence. So, the Shadow clan was preparing to deal with the consequences of Asterion's return, should it ever happen. Even Sonny himself did not know what these preparations should look like, though all he knew was that Asterion's domain seemed to have something to do with knowledge of him, and therefore depended on followers to spread. Astery. On himself was not someone members of the Shadow clan could fight, but his followers were. That was why the Dark Lord was sitting on the throne, his consciousness spread across numerous shades and various members of the Shadow clan, absorbing information and watching out for signs of danger. Needless to say, he was quite busy while appearing to be very lazy. At the moment, Sonny was just about to send Kim and Corsair away. Chapter 22, 81 New Recruit. Chapter 22, 81 New Recruit. Sonny was sitting on his throne, looking down at Kim and Corsair. The former had just finished delivering the report, while the latter was looking at him with a somewhat distant expression. Corsair, Master Randall's grandson, was lowering his gaze from time to time, studying the tattoo of an onyx snake that now coiled around his arm, peeking from under the rolled sleeve. The new addition to the Shadow Clan was a tall man with black hair and piercing blue eyes. He had chiseled features and an aloof expression, exuding a sense of calm confidence and lethal danger. All in all, if there was one word Sonny had to use to describe Corsair, it would be cool. No, really, Sonny would have killed to look like that as an awakened. It was like looking at the hero of an awakened action flick. Corsair was going to fit in with the other members of the Shadow Clan, no doubt. They were a colorful cast of characters. Of course, the new recruit had lost some of his cool after meeting Sonny. Most people were shocked to face the Dark Lord for the first time, although not everyone could hide their bewilderment quite as thoroughly. That was because they all expected to see the fearsome Lord of Shadows, but met a carefree and eccentric young man instead. There was a reason why Sonny went by Boss, insisted on being called the Dark Lord, and acted like an overgrown child sometimes, though. First of all, because he wanted to. Now that he was a Supreme, there was no reason to put on a mask, so Sonny could be his true self instead of playing some sinister role. And his true self, well, it was very far removed from the solemn majesty expected of a sovereign, as far as people were concerned. So the question was not why he would call himself the Dark Lord. The question was why wouldn't he? It sounded awesome. There was another reason, as well, the strange way people treated Nephis. The meditation halls that resembled temples, the solemn silence that felt like a prayer, the reverence that smelled of religious zeal. Sonny did not want to be worshipped like a deity. It was strange, and on top of that, Weaver's blood was flowing through his veins. So he acted the way he did to kill any inclination his subordinates could have to treat him as some sort of half-baked god. His act seemed to have worked wonderfully on Corsair, who had entered the throne room with a subtle hint of awe in his cold blue eyes, but was leaving it in pure bafflement instead. Sonny yawned, then waved a hand at Kim. I see. That is good to hear, Kimmy. And yeah, I do know that we need more healers than just Quentin and Fleur. But you know, luring a healer into a shady clan of murderous spies is not easy. He looked at her with a smile. Oh, I have an idea. How about you tell our guys to just do better and not get wounded in the first place? Kim looked at him nonchalantly. This shady clan of murderous spies has spent 3 million credits on medical supplies this quarter, boss. Sonny froze for a moment. Let's poach some healers, Kimmy. Let's do it soon. Those song sisters have too many. How about we steal a blood sister or two from Sation? She took a deep breath and looked at him silently for a bit, then lowered her gaze. I'll try. A few minutes later, the report was over, and he sent them away with a lazy smile. Welcome to the Shadow Clan, Corsair. Rest well today. Your training will start tomorrow. Of course, there is no sun here on the Forgotten Shore. A friend of mine sort of destroyed it, so day and night are exactly the same, which makes the concept of tomorrow feel vague. But you'll get used to it. Oh, and don't disappoint your teacher. I practically raised her since she was a wee little awakened monster. Ah, how time flies. Corsair paled. Dee destroyed a son? No, wait, boss, you raised a monster. Sonny looked at him in confusion. Well, yeah, why have you never destroyed a son? Corsair slowly shook his head. Sonny remained silent for a bit, then scratched the tip of his nose in embarrassment. Oh, no, it's nothing to be ashamed of. You are still young. The new recruit turned to follow Kim with a pained expression on his face. Before he left, though, Sonny suddenly called out to him. Hey, Corsair, you used to be a professional killer, right? Corsair glanced at him and frowned a little. To be precise, boss, people hired me to solve problems. If the problem was some scumbag, though, or a group of scumbags, well, then I had to solve them instead. Sonny looked at H. I am with an expression of deep contemplation, then smiled. Wow, that sounded so cool. I had to solve them instead. I'll seriously need to steal that, but anyway, give me some professional advice then. How would one go about killing a sea? Corsair blinked. Killing a sea, boss. Sonny nodded a couple of times. Yes, you see there is this sea, a very vile sea. We have a score to settle, but I haven't quite figured out how to kill a sea yet. So I thought maybe you would know, being a professional and all. The new recruit remained quiet for a while, then said evenly. I have to apologize, boss. That's a bit outside my area of expertise. I mostly specialized in dealing with humans, nightmare creatures, and an occasional rogue killer robot or two. Sonny sighed. I see, well, no matter. I'll figure something out. With that, Kim and Corsair left. Sonny remained on his throne, staring at the ceiling with a bored expression. Of course, there was a lot happening in his mind. Hundreds of shadows were moving across the dark city, clearing it of debris, preparing less damaged buildings for repairs and reconstruction, and marking unsalvageable ones for demolition. Things on the surface were going well, but the catacombs were still presenting a problem, requiring him to oversee the process personally, not only because of the delicate nature of working underground, but also because the annihilating light of the sun had never reached the extensive network of tunnels below the city. There were still nightmare creatures there. Gaining control of the catacombs was a vital task, though. A good city started from a robust sewage system, after all. What made people different from beasts? It was the fact that humans had plumbing, of course. He needed to decide where and how to bury the countless bones resting in the catacombs, too. He also needed to decide what to do with the collapsed lighthouse of the Dark City. Restoring it was possible, but every member of the Shadow clan could see in the darkness. They did not need a beacon of light. Potential settlers would be different, though. Then there was the issue of the 7 colossal statues. The priestess was right in front of the Dark City, heavily damaged. Sonny could return its broken arm to where it belonged, but then that posed the question, was he supposed to put the severed heads of the statues back where they belonged as well? There was so much work. Additionally, he also kept an eye on the members of the Shadow clan. A cohort was hunting down the members of an eerie cult in the bowels of NQSC. Another cohort was preparing to eliminate a terror that had made a nest in the sewers below a small town in the western quadrant and seemed to be targeting children. Yet another cohort was preparing to rob a bank, or rather, extract a seemingly cursed book from a private deposit box there. Why did I never think about robbing a bank? With his aspect, it would have been easy. Sonny sighed. Then he froze. Wait, why have I never thought about opening a bank? His eyes twinkled in the darkness. Echo. Chapter 22, 82 Dark Explorer. Chapter 22, 82 Dark Explorer. Far away, a mountain of shattered black stone towered above the sea of dust like a titanic gravestone. The ground around the gravestone was littered with the bones of numerous nightmare creatures that had perished here. The human bones were buried some distance away, protected from the elements by a barrow. A stone colossus was kneeling on the ground, unmoving, holding its severed hand gently in 2 titanic hands. These were the ruins of the Crimson Spire. Sonny, another one of his incarnations, was in the very heart of the ruins, sitting on the edge of a deep well with a thoughtful expression on his face. At the bottom of the deep well was a vast pool of black water. Its surface was perfectly still and flat, like that of a dreadful mirror made from pure darkness. Subtle ripples spread across the surface of the imprisoned ocean of darkness from time to time, as though it was straining to spill over the edges of the pool and break free. It was the Dark Sea. Once a long time ago, the Dark Sea had seemed like a force of nature, as in something so inconceivably vast and overwhelmingly destructive that Sonny could not even fathom confronting it. He could barely survive battles with scavengers that hid from the sea and fed on the morbid gifts it left behind, while facing the beings that actually dwelled in the dark waters was a death sentence. But things were different now. Now, Sonny knew that the Dark Sea was a great titan, a profane being born from the darkness that once dwelled in the radiant figure who had fallen to this land, before this land was called the Forgotten Shore. That radiant figure had most likely been a Nephilim, or maybe an angel, wounded in one of the battles of the Great War between the gods and the demons. The inhabitants of the land where it had fallen killed the radiant being and unleashed T. He curse of darkness onto their entire realm. That curse later became the Dark Sea. In any case, the Dark Sea was a great titan now, and Sonny himself was a supreme titan. Strangely enough, they were equals. It was an odd thought. But no matter how strange being equal to the Dark Sea, which had once been like a symbol of inevitable and inescapable death, was, Sonny knew that he could kill it. He was just not sure how to go about it. There were the numerous nightmare creatures dwelling in the sealed sea. Slaughtering them would greatly enhance Shadow Legion's capacity to participate in naval battles. But those abominations were not the great titan itself. In truth, Sonny could sense that there were 7 great masses of darkness hiding somewhere in the impenetrable depths. He did not know what they were, but finding and destroying them would probably result in the death of the Dark Sea. He was contemplating if he wanted to dive into the black water and try his luck. One thing was stopping him, though: curses. The problem was not the Dark Sea itself. The problem was the seal that imprisoned it below the ruined Crimson Spire. Even if Sonny managed to destroy the Great Titan, he would just end up being sealed in the bottomless well instead of it, one incarnation of his would at least. So he had to either be willing to sacrifice an incarnation or solve the sorcery of the 7 heroes of the Forgotten Shore before diving into the depths of the Dark Sea to destroy it. Ah, damnation. Even after studying the well for a year, he still did not have the slightest idea about how the seal had been created. It was neither weaving nor runic sorcery, and he was pretty sure that it was not shaping. Either shaping was a sorcery of the moment after all. It never lasted, or at least it was not supposed to. There were exceptions to everything, of course. His own sister was one such exception, but Sonny still did not believe that the 7 heroes had been shapers. He went through everything he knew about the creation of the Crimson Spire, which was not a lot, to be honest. All he knew was that an enormous human sacrifice had been involved in its creation, thus giving birth to an artificial sun. At the same time, the curse of darkness had been sealed below the spire. He also believed that one of the 7 heroes, the Builder, had been a big fan of Nether. There were signs of him trying to emulate the demon of destiny all over the Dark City. The Black Knight of the ruined cathedral had been one such pale imitation. For example, Sonny was quite sure that the Damn Devil was the result of the Builder's attempts to create his own version of the Stone Saints. The titanic statue of the Builder, which was now kneeling behind him, was another attempt, albeit a far more ambitious one, which was why Saint had treated both the Black Knight and the walking Colossus with contempt. So, what kind of sorcery did they use to create the seal? There was no answer for now, which meant that Sonny could not kill the Dark Sea for now. How frustrating. Why was killing one measly Great Titan so difficult? If Sonny was still fated, he would have probably tripped and fell face first directly into the solution of the mystery. He could not even ask for Cassie's help because there were no runes for her to study. Shaking his head, Sonny threw one last look into the depths of the well and stood up. "Count yourself lucky. I'll come get you one day." The Dark Sea did not answer. Scoffing, Sonny took a step back and disappeared. A moment later, he was somewhere far away. To be exact, he was far east in the heart of the great crater that lay between the Dark City and the Ash Barrow. The ruins of the Crimson Spire, meanwhile, were west of the Dark City. Back when the Dreamer army had set out to besiege it, it took them a whole week to reach the ominous tower, but now he could cover that distance in an instant without even spending much essence. All right, next on the agenda. Here and there on the bottom of the colossal crater, bones of monstrous sea creatures lay like mountains of dirty ivory. Closer to the center of the crater, though, the ground had turned into black glass, and at its very heart, an ominous round hole led into the depths of the earth. That was where the Dark Sea had once come from at night, and where it had retreated to at dawn. There were vast caverns below the Forgotten Shore, accessible through several such gaping wounds on its surface. Sonny had a theory that there was at least one entrance to the underworld hidden somewhere in these caverns. So, he had been exploring them leisurely as of late. Turning into a shadow, Sonny plummeted into the darkness. Chapter 22, 83 Deal with the Shadow. The exploration of the caverns below the Forgotten Shore was proceeding smoothly, but slowly. The Dark Sea and the corrupted abominations populating it had spent thousands of years hiding from the obliterating sun there. So, the ground was covered in countless layers of mud, shards of pulverized coral, shattered bones of dead nightmare creatures, and everything else that the receding tide had pulled with it underground. All of it was resting in eternal, undisturbed darkness, and there were harrowing things hiding in the darkness. Powerful abominations that had not been swallowed by the Crimson Spire when the Great Titan was scaled, swarms of microscopic parasites that could consume a human in moments, pockets of true darkness that rendered Sonny blind, and so much more. None of it posed a serious threat to him, but he had to proceed with caution. After all, despite his great power, Sonny was not immortal. He could deal with any nightmare creature dwelling on the Forgotten Shore as long as he put his mind to it, but a few moments of carelessness could still cost him an incarnation. He was also quite resistant, but not immune to soul and mind attacks. On top of that, no matter how powerful one was, there were still all kinds of eerie and bizarre beings in the dream realm that simply escaped logic. So, it paid to be careful. For now, Sonny had not discovered anything too valuable in the vast darkness of the hidden caverns. He did find more than a few interesting historical artifacts belonging to the extinct civilization of the Forgotten Shore, But that only satiated his curiosity as a dream realm explorer, not furthered his goals as a supreme. Still, he continued patiently. Every nightmare creature he killed made his Shadow Legion stronger. After all, plus, every pool of true darkness was a valuable discovery, since Sunny was contemplating ways of helping Saint attain a higher rank and class. While he explored the caverns, another incarnation of his was laying on the cold marble floor of the nameless temple, breathing hoarsely. His body was a map of vicious wounds, and while his jade skin had long repaired itself, the muscles and tendons below were in a sorry state. Ah, damnation! Groaning quietly, Sunny winced and sat up. He summoned the endless spring, drank deeply from it, and then rose to his feet unsteadily. This particular incarnation of his was recovering from a task that each of them undertook every few weeks or so. That task was battling Slayer. Sunny kept the murderous Shadow in the dungeon below the ruined cathedral of the Dark City, now in the stone cell where he had found Weaver's mask once. Every 7 days, he summoned her to the lower hall of the nameless temple and had a duel with her. That had gone on for an entire year. The duels were unfailingly vicious, brutal, and educating. Every week, Sunny barely managed to defeat Slayer, and every week he ended up in this pitiful state. As a result, one incarnation was always recovering, while a healed one challenged the Shadow the next week. The recovering avatar performed the role of the nameless temple's custodian. Wincing again, Sunny headed toward the back garden. I should take her on a picnic north of the city one day. She'll probably appreciate the Slayer statue, even if that Slayer is missing her head. 2 Slayers in one place, will that be funny, or will that be too much, I wonder? A pained smile illuminated his face. The pain was real, but the duels were showing results. Initially, Sunny had not known what to do with the murderous Shadow. He had not wanted to destroy her, but he had also been reluctant to compel her into servitude against her will. That went against his principles. Unlike the silent shadows, the shades, as he called them now to avoid confusion, who lacked the sense of self, his shadows had their own identity. They were as much individuals as they were parts of him. Saint, serpent, nightmare, fiend, and mimic seemed more than willing to follow his command, but Slayer did not, so he would not force her. But he could not set her free, either. She was a being of chilling lethality and malice, after all, so Sunny was not going to unleash that calamity upon the world out of moral discomfort. Hence, he fought her every week instead. Their duels had begun as an attempt to communicate. Sunny had hoped to come to some sort of understanding with Slayer, but instead of listening to him, she immediately attacked. So instead of words, they ended up communicating with sharp steel. Sunny had been frustrated with her single-minded aggression at first, then indignant, and eventually angry. Slayer remained doggedly defiant, always aiming to kill and hurt him in any way she could. And as much as Sunny was learning from fighting her, she was learning and adapting from fighting him as well. So none of his victories had come easy thus far. At some point, he had grown unsure why he was even continuing with these painful weekly thrashings. But they had become a habit by then, almost a ritual, so he decided to simply enjoy them as valuable lessons. He was regularly sparring with Nephis on the Ivory Island, and with Saint or Slayer here on the Forgotten. Sure, truly, life was spoiling him with wonderful training partners. But then something unexpected happened. After a long string of losses, Slayer seemed to have started to treat him with a kind of begrudging respect, a sense of kinship even. She was still unwilling to submit to him, but she was at least willing to strike a deal with him. As long as Sunny defeated her that week, she would follow his command for a week. Additionally, she demanded payment for each time he summoned her. Being a shadow, Slayer naturally had no need for money or worldly treasures. What she wanted as payment instead was Sunny's blood. Slayer did not speak, but she easily managed to express her desire with poignant silence. It was a bit strange, and more than a bit creepy, but she seemed to have developed a taste for Sunny's blood, or at least an interest in it, ever since a few drops of it fell on her and were absorbed by her from Sunny's torn knuckles during their battle in the Shadow Realm. Absorbing his blood almost made her seem more alive somehow. In any case, that was their deal now, and that was the price Sunny was paying to benefit from the power of his 6th shadow. That and the pain. Groaning, Sunny limped across the halls of the nameless temple, entered the garden hidden behind the magnificent black citadel, and used the endless spring to water his tree. Then he looked up at the starless sky and sighed. I wonder when the next storm is coming. We haven't had rain in months now. His expression dimmed, and he grumbled. Am I going to have to worry about water supply, too? More work for me, damn it. Chapter 22, 84 Shadow Smith. While the battered incarnation was tending to the nameless temple, another one was in the great hall of the ruined cathedral, which had become somewhat of a forge now. At the far end, under the watchful gaze of the nameless goddess, the somber shadow of the King of Swords was forging an enormous breastplate. He was using the altar as an anvil, while the material he forged to create the giant suit of armor was manifested shadows. His hammer rose and fell, shaping the shadows into form. The former king's face was still and impassive, and his gaze was strangely both full of cold intelligence and empty, lacking the spark of life. He still retained his sublime skill as a blacksmith and artisan, as well as the keen judgment necessary to employ it, but not the will and spirit that made one a person. The shadow of Anvil had neither desires nor emotions, existing in a tranquil state of silent emptiness. Still, he looked at peace, almost content, having been given a chance to dedicate himself to his craft even in death. At least Sonny thought so after observing the shadow of Anvil for countless days. Initially, he had wanted to destroy it. Sonny knew that losing the shadow of a supreme being would be a great loss for the Shadow Legion, even if it lacked the will. But he had still wanted to get rid of Anvil's shadow purely out of spite, feeling that its mere presence was tainting his soul. Yet he eventually decided against it. Then he wanted to send the royal shade onto the battlefield. In the end, Sonny decided that the best use for Anvil's shadow was this, toiling as the blacksmith for the growing Shadow Legion. Sonny crafted the memories for the members of the Shadow clan himself, but the Shadow Legionnaires dwelling in his soul were too many, and different from awakened humans as well. None of them possessed the ability to own and summon memories. Many of them, however, needed weapons and armor, the human shades like Solvain, Daron, and the 7 saints of the Song domain he had slain especially. They had lost their own memory arsenals before coming to rest in his soul, after all, and were therefore forced to fight barehand as his shadow soldiers. The shadows of the nightmare creatures were less disadvantaged in that regard, being that their main weapons were their fangs, claws, talons, mandibles, and various limbs that Sonny did not know the names of. That did not mean that they could not benefit from forged equipment, though. What was worse than a monstrous beast? A monstrous beast clad in an impenetrable suit of armor was, for sure. And while being torn by a claw was quite bad, being sliced apart by a claw encased in a sheath of sharpened steel was worse. Sonny's solution to this problem was to make the former sovereign a weapon master and armorer of the Shadow Legion. So, the shadow of Anvil now resided in the ruined cathedral, forging shadows into weapons and suits of fearsome armor. Sonny had moved his own workshop and laboratory here. As well, there was plenty of space, and someone had to guard Slayer in her underground cell anyway. Crafting the memories for the Shadow clan had been a big undertaking, not because they were particularly hard to craft, but simply due to the sheer volume. Some of these exquisite memories, like the Black Canteen, the Heir of Rain's TR. Usty Green Canteen, were standard issue and given to each member of the clan. Others looked similar, but were actually carefully designed and tuned to fit the aspects of the Shadow clan members, like the suits of armor Sonny created, each containing a reservoir he personally filled with shadow essence, thus allowing even Awakened to use powerful life-saving enchantments in cases of emergency. The set of memories for Corsair was already complete. The Shadow clan had been watching the prospective recruit for some time, after all, and Sonny already knew all about his aspect with Cassie's help. So at the moment, Sonny was busy with something else. He was slowly walking across the dark expanse of the ruined cathedral's great hall, looking up with a look of contemplation on his face. Above him, an infinity of black strands created a vast, mesmerizing pattern, a pattern that was as grandiose as it was daunting, filling the entire length of the great hall and reaching all the way to its ceiling far above. The pattern was not made out of strings of shadow essence. Instead, it was made simply from manifested shadows. It was a model of the weave Sonny had been developing for a long time, made visible to ease the burden on his overly taxed mind. Looking at a particular area of the intricate pattern, Sonny sighed. The last solution caused more problems to reveal themselves, huh? The weave he was designing was meant to become the foundation of his own shadow-bound memory, a charm that all his incarnations would be able to use. Unlike how it had happened with the blessing, there was no spell to help finish the process this time. So, Sunny had to oversee the entire process himself from start to finish. Considering how many precious resources would go into crafting the charm, he wanted to be extra confident that they would not be wasted. Looking at the problematic element of the vast weave, Sunny allowed the measured ringing of the dead king's hammer to wash over him, and commanded the stands of shadows to rearrange themselves, forming a new pattern. Then he scrutinized it with a somber expression. Eventually, a faint smile illuminated his face. That's better, now on to the next problem. There were still many problematic areas of the immense and astoundingly complicated weave, but he was nearing the completion of the ambitious design. Once he did, his power and versatility would hopefully be substantially enhanced. Far away, the last two incarnations of Sunny were busy doing something else. They were waging war on the burned forest. Chapter 22, 85 Legion of Death. The burned forest sprawled under an ashen sky like a dark and desolate reminder of total devastation. Here and there, the charred trunks of titanic trees rose into the sky like crumbled towers, their branches gone, their leaves long turned to ash. Below them, an impenetrable maze of blackened deadfall rose hundreds of meters above the ground, obscuring it completely. Sunny was standing atop one of the few burned trees that had stubbornly remained upright even in death, looking down at the vast expanse of charred tangle from a great height. Two of him, really, one clad in a beautiful suit of black jade armor, the other wearing simple garments of dark cloth. The one in the armor looked down with an arrogant expression. "I think we are going to lose again." The one in the simple clothes smiled faintly, a naughty glint in his eyes. "Don't sell our legion short." Below them, a terrifying battle was taking place. The charred tangle had come alive, frothing with a glistening black substance. That substance was myriads of monstrous millipedes, ranging from several to dozens of meters in length, their bodies covered in glossy black chitin. The millipedes crawled from the depths of the fallen forest, flowing to the surface like a frenzied tide. Each was a corrupted beast, at least, and some even of the great rank. There were eerie champions among them, as well monsters, demons, and devils, the latter defending the vague shapes of the swarm's elusive tyrants. Some had carapaces that stood out against the black tide with vibrant colors and chilling patterns, drawing attention to their sinister forms. The sight of the monstrous vermin was a bit frightening even for someone like Sunny. And away we go. There was another army facing the tide of abominable millipedes, surrounding the towering tree he was standing upon like a wall, just as tenebrous, but much more eerie. This one consisted of silent shadows who faced the terrifying tidal wave of abominations without showing any sign of fear, doubt, or hesitation. Just then, the first rows of the Shadow Legion moved forward to meet the enemy and break its momentum. In a morbid twist of fate, this vanguard consisted of the same monstrous millipedes. They were the shadows of nightmare creatures slain by Sunny and his legion here in the burned forest. Despite his great power, Sunny and his undying army were not nearly are some enough yet to invade the charred remains of the Heart Realm. In the first months of his insolent invasion, he could barely set foot into the burned forest without having to retreat. After all, most of the shades under his command belonged to beings of lower ranks. There were only a few hundred great nightmare creatures among them, and although the silent shadows could not be destroyed, they could be sent back to his soul sea to repair themselves. The restoration was not instantaneous, either, taking longer the more powerful a shade was. So in the early days, the Shadow Legion had been easily wiped out by the nightmare creatures populating the outskirts of the burned forest. Their sheer number was enough to overwhelm the undying army of the newly risen sovereign. Once most of his shades were vanquished, Sunny had no choice but to escape. Progress was not just slow, it was almost non-existent. However, there was an insidious quality to the Legion of Death. With each battle, even the ones they lost, Sunny and his domain were only growing stronger. Every abomination slain by him or his minions in these hopeless battles joined the ranks of silent shadows. At first, there were a dozen shadow millipedes fighting for him. Then, 100. As days passed, their number swelled to thousands, and the Shadow Legion started to advance into the depths of the burned forest, gaining ground meter after meter. Now, a year later, he had ventured far enough to draw close to the nests of the monstrous millipede tribe. That was why their elusive tyrants were showing up on the battlefield in person now. Sunny's goal was to locate and destroy the nests. Once the nearby nests were conquered and destroyed, the outskirts of the burned forest, in the south, at least, would fall into his hands. He even had a faint hope that one of them would reveal a hidden citadel. Of course, these were merely the outer reaches of the Heart God's fallen realm. Deeper into the dreadful land, beings far more terrifying than the monstrous millipedes dwelled. So, it would take Sunny years to subjugate the Death Zone completely, if he could manage that astounding feat at all. But that was all right. Conquering the burned forest was not his primary goal, after all. The primary goal was to make the ranks of his Shadow Legion swell with powerful shades, and in that regard he was doing quite well. Down below, the tide of millipedes collided with the shadows of their fallen brethren. An ear-piercing cacophony of chitinous scraping and inhuman screeches washed over the charred wasteland, and the ground shook slightly. Sunny had never thought that he would one day command a force of thousands of corrupted nightmare creatures, or rather, transcendent shadows of thousands of slain nightmare creatures. And yet today, that same force was swallowed by the dreadful flood of his enemy in less than a minute, disappearing without a trace. The shades of the millipedes returned to his soul sea, obliterated. Almost a full minute today, not bad. His armored incarnation glanced at the smiling one and scoffed. Not good either. Still, the shadow swarm of monstrous millipedes had done its job. They had served as a sacrifice to break the momentum of the dreadful flood, inflict heavy casualties on it, and gain him a few hundred new shades. Now, it was time for the cavalry to honor their sacrifice and crush more enemies. The armored incarnation smiled darkly. There she is. Far below, a graceful knight in fearsome onyx armor nudged her dreadful steed forward. Her sword cut the air, and the Shadow Legion stirred, coming alive in a chilling veil of dead silence. Even if they lost again today, they would triumph eventually. Death was patient after all, and above all else, it was inevitable. Chapter 22, 86 Bountiful Harvest. As Nightmare leaped across the tangled surface of the charred deadfall and landed on the fallen trunk of an enormous tree, easily hundreds of meters across, champions of the Shadow Legion surged forward. The rushing millipedes cowered as the aura of dread surrounding the black steed washed over them like a cold wave. A split second later, Saint's dark blade fell, slicing the chitin like paper. Not far behind her, something massive moved, the ground shaking as it did, as if a dark hill was moving across the fallen trees. Then the towering figure opened its forearms wide and let out a low, terrifying roar that reverberated across the battlefield like the voice of an erupting volcano. Infernal flames ignited in the depths of the steel giant's maw, and his eyes blazed with fire. Fiend had hit a growth spurt in the wake of the war in Godgrave. The tiny imp used to be no taller than Sunny's knee, but now he towered above the battlefield at more than 40 meters in height, his powerful body encased in an impenetrable steel carapace and littered with countless sharp spikes, like a hellish colossus cast from numerous great swords. As the red flames be, earning within him flared to life, Fiend lowered his torso and lunged forward, crushing the millipedes under his feet and slicing them apart with his enormous, chillingly sharp claws. A moment later, King Daron entered the fray, wearing a regal suit of armor forged of shadows and wielding a heavy mace. Wind Flower, twin shadows of Solving, and the 7 saints of song were not far behind him, some as humans wielding sharp weapons, some having assumed their transcendent forms. The latter, too, were wearing armor forged to fit their bestial forms by Anvil's shadow. So were the shades of the great nightmare creatures Sunny had slain in Godgrave. The old predators of the abominable jungle had always been powerful and deadly, but now that their dreadful bodies were protected by armor forged of shadows, their claws and fangs turned to even deadlier weapons. They were both more resilient and far more devastating. Every other elite of the Shadow Legion rushed forward. As well, the defiled Seeker of Truth, Goliath, remnant of the Jade Queen, the Usuras of Condemnation. And following them, a sea of corrupted shades tore into the tide of monstrous millipedes too. A scene of terrifying violence took place under the watchful gaze of Sunny's incarnations. Countless millipedes were being destroyed, only to join the ranks of the Shadow Legion moments later. His shades fell as well, disappearing from under the ashen sky in indifferent silence. Do you think we will win today? Sunny looked at himself and answered his own question with a shrug. It's doubtful. Then he looked at the battlefield and smiled coldly. Today's harvest will be just fine, though. He laughed at himself, shaking his head in amusement. Look at you, talking like the Grim Reaper. The Shadow Legion stood its ground against the overwhelming flood of abominable black millipedes. Despite the fact that the enemy vastly outnumbered them, Sonny's shades were ruthless and fearless. His champions, Saint, Fiend, and the others were especially devastating, leaving a trail of severed and crushed bodies in their wake. Still, it wasn't quite enough. Soon enough, his forces would be exhausted, most of them sent back to his soul sea, and Sonny would have to retreat once again. Not yet, though. The ground trembled. His armored incarnation sighed. I told you, they are getting smarter. It used to be that they simply attacked us like a mindless mob, but their strategies are growing more and more nuanced. Just then, another flood of millipedes suddenly crawled from under the deadfall behind the Shadow Legion, encircling it. A moment later, his shades were attacked from the rear, many of them crumbling and dissolving into streams of darkness. The millipedes had already shown signs of intelligent behavior once the demons and devils of their profane tribe started participating in the battles. Now that the tyrants were involved, their tactics had become even more complex. For example, they used the nature of the tangled terrain of the burned forest masterfully, moving unseen in the depths of the charred deadfall to stage devastating ambushes and appear unexpectedly behind the enemy. The armored incarnation chuckled. Isn't it time for you to act? Sonny smiled. Indeed. Taking a step forward, he leapt off the edge of the towering trunk and plummeted down toward the distant ground. A river of darkness escaped from the shadow lantern surrounding his body. By the time Sonny landed, he was enveloped in the shadow shell of the dark colossus, at least 100 meters high. Finally, he was just as tall as Effie's transcendent form. Reaching into the shadows to manifest a terrifying Odachi, Sonny summoned the jade mantle to cover his titanic body and lunged at the colossal centipede that threatened to swallow a dozen of his shadows in one bite. His appearance on the battlefield caused a stir, forcing several of the great devils leading the millipede tribe to rush in his direction. Left alone on the charred trunk, Sonny inhaled deeply. He was far more powerful than any of his champions, of course. However, unlike the Shades, if his incarnation was destroyed, it would be gone forever. So he had to be cautious about entering a battle as disadvantaged and doomed as this one, especially since he was using himself as bait. As dozens of millipedes climbed up the legs of the Shadow Colossus, seeking the cracks in his armor to crawl inside and sink their mandibles into the shell, Sonny slowly exhaled. I already gave you my blood. So, if you will. A moment later, he stepped into the shadows, appeared hundreds of meters away, and wrapped himself around Slayer's lithe body. Go and hunt. The murderous shadow moved. By now, she was armed with a sinister bow that Sonny had personally crafted for her, carried a quiver of eerie arrows, and had two terrifying short swords sheathed at her waist. Rising from the shadows of the burned forest, Slayer moved like a ghost and drew the string of her bow in one smooth, elegant motion. A moment later, a sharp arrow pierced the head of one of the great tyrants leading the swarm of monstrous millipedes, causing thousands of them to shudder and lose cohesion. Chapter 22, 87 Will to Kill. Slayer was a strange being. She was a shadow whose dark depths were illuminated by the silver light of pure soul essence. She was not quite supreme, but also not quite transcendent, and while she fought under Sonny's dark banner, she was not loyal or devoted to him. Her prey, the great tyrant controlling a vast swath of the abominable swarm, was quite a strange creature as well. In fact, Sonny had been convinced that the black millipedes were no different from a mindless mob at first, ruled by no one and only beholden to their bestial instincts. It was only after suffering several crushing defeats recently that he guessed the existence of a guiding force behind them. Even then, it took him a long time to discover the tyrants. Which was too long, considering how nearly omniscient he was when his shadow sense reached far and wide. As it turned out, the great tyrants of the black millipede tribe were elusive creatures. It was hard to catch a glimpse of their blurry forms, and even harder to ambush them. That was because they, too, existed in a transient ambivalence of being split between two states. Only, unlike Slayer, who was torn between two ranks, the millipede queens seemed to exist in the fleeting gaps between two moments. At least that was what Sonny deduced after failing to kill them on several occasions. These great tyrants did not exist in the present, remaining forever hidden a moment in the past and a moment in the future. And since it was impossible to destroy something that did not exist, Sonny had failed to slay them time after time. It was an odd and paradoxical ability, to say the least. However, it was also the kind of unreasonable power Sunny expected from beings of the great rank. Apart from the defensive camouflage of time, the millipede queens were massive, encased in a fearsome carapace of impenetrable chitin, capable of giving birth to an endless flood of lesser abominations, and usually safely hidden inside their fortress-like nests on top of that. There were 7 of them, from what Sunny could tell, and today his goal was to kill at least one. Facing 6 annihilating swarms was not going to be much easier than facing 7 of them, and the orphan millipedes would most likely be simply absorbed into the armies of the remaining queens, thus making them stronger. However, it would still be a breaking point in his war against the Black Millipede tribe. That was because once one of the monstrous queens joined his Shadow Legion, she would be able to exert control over the thousands of shades of their fallen offspring that were already there. Thus, his own growing swarm of abominable millipedes would become many times deadlier in an instant. So being thrashed by Slayer and feeding her his blood was a small price to pay. While one incarnation of Sunny distracted the devils who guarded the queens, Slayer had been laying an ambush. It was not an easy feat to conceal herself from the endless tide of nightmare creatures, many of whom were immensely powerful and possessed senses that humans had not even heard about, but she managed to remain hidden even under their noses. Or whatever it was the monstrous millipedes had instead of noses. In any case, Slayer had risen from the shadows and sent an arrow flying. She had always been a chillingly powerful being, and now her power was augmented by Sunny as well. He shared Slayer's senses, feeling the deadly precision of her movements, her calm and merciless determination to kill, the cold lethality of her willpower. A great tyrant was a fearsome existence. Just one of them was enough to obliterate an entire continent in the waking world, turning great cities to ruin and consuming hundreds of millions of unfortunate souls in a matter of days, if not hours. Everything about them was the epitome of tyrannical power and inescapable dread. Their towering bodies could crush mountains, and their impenetrable armor could easily shake off even the most terrible of attacks. And yet Slayer's arrow easily pierced the millipede queen's head as if not meeting any resistance. That was because her will was stronger than the great tyrant's will. Not only was it stronger, but it was also sharper, shaped into a penetrating blade instead of falling like a hammer. Oh, so it can be done like that as well. Even in the middle of the battle, Sunny did not miss the chance to learn a new lesson. He had completed his transcendent battle art already. His swordsmanship did not require further breakthroughs. However, a transcendent battle art as a whole could still be elevated to a supreme battle art. The difference between the two was simple. A supreme battle art contained an entirely new dimension, an unseen and abstract. CT1, but vitally important nevertheless. The dimension of will. To master it, Sunny had to learn how to infuse his will into his every movement and strike, wielding it with just as much finesse and precision as he could exert when wielding a sword. He had already made the initial breakthrough during his battle against Anvil, learning from the supreme battle art of the King of Swords, and made great strides in mastering his will in the past year. But there was still room to improve, and there was no better example than Slayer. After all, Slayer was an ancient and supremely accomplished killer. She had existed for far longer than Sunny, had hunted far more beings than Sunny, and had honed her will to a much deadlier blade than Sunny. Otherwise, she would not have persisted for thousands of years in the Shadow Realm, refusing to succumb to death. Curious! The arrow had pierced the millipede queen's head, but it did not kill the terrible creature. In fact, the damage it dealt was far more modest than Sunny had expected. He contemplated for a split second. Ah, so that is why, I see. In a battle of this level of power, the will was both a weapon and an armor, playing a role that was just as important as the actual items. However, it did not exist in and of itself. The will needed a medium to be expressed, and that medium, naturally, was the individual to whom the will belonged. But things were more complicated than that. It seemed that the will had to be expressed directly. The fewer intermediaries there were between the source and the target, and the closer the point of contact was, the more effective the result. In this case, the source of the will was Slayer. Sunny was involved as well, not because he was augmenting her body, but because he had crafted her bow and arrow, imprinting them with his own will. However, the sum of their willpowers that should have overwhelmed the millipede queen had merely wounded the creature lightly. That was because Slayer had not expressed her will directly. Instead, her will had been delivered across a great distance by an arrow. It was as if the force of her will was dissipated by the distance and the involvement of an intermediary. In other words, an attack would have carried the most will if Slayer had struck with her bare hands. Using a sword would have also been quite effective, since she would have held it in her hand, channeling her will through it. However, a ranged weapon was an inferior vessel for one's will. A bow was somewhat better than other weapons in that regard, since it at least had to be drawn by the archer's own hand, using the archer's own strength. A crossbow would have shown a worse result, and a bullet would have contained very little will, if any at all. No wonder contemporary weapons lost most of their effectiveness when used against nightmare creatures of the fallen rank and higher. Even at that level, the will already played an important role. Impersonal attacks could not penetrate the armor of latent will these beings possessed. A sword wielded by an awakened warrior, however, could. Sunny whistled. This is quite curious, entirely unscientific, of course. There was also an interesting conundrum to be solved about his will as the Lord of Shadows, the manifested shadows, and their capacity to channel his will. That was something he would have to ponder later, though. For now, there was still a wounded great tyrant they had to kill. Even though ranged weapons seemed to be less effective in the battle of truly powerful beings, that did not mean that they were useless. It was just that great skill was required from the one wielding them, skill that Slayer possessed with plenty to spare. That was why her arrow had pierced the millipede queen's head without much trouble. And even though it did not deal too much damage, that was not its purpose either. The arrow Slayer had chosen to begin her barrage was a special one, crafted by Sunny while inspired by the in-case of emergency memory that belonged to Rain, a sash that could fix her position in space, and which was meant to save her life in case the Cloudville in Godgrave broke without warning. The arrow's purpose was quite similar. It was to root the enemy in place. Of course, the millipede queen was far too powerful and possessed too dreadful of a will to be slowed down by the enchantment for long. In fact, she broke free of the sorceress binding a moment later. But in that short moment, the great tyrant was completely exposed, rooted not only in space, but also in time, and therefore robbed of her strange camouflage. In that short moment, 3 more arrows slid between the cracks in the queen's indestructible carapace. These ones dealt far more damage. In fact, the damage they dealt was catastrophic. The colossal millipede's neck exploded from the inside, whole chunks of flesh and cracked chitin flying into the air. Rivers of blood plummeted down like crimson waterfalls, and countless lesser abominations shuddered, losing cohesion. The millipede queen let out an earth-shattering screech and swayed, expressing its pain and fear. The great devils who had moved to deal with Sunny rushed back to answer their matriarch's panicked call. But it was already too late, because Slayer had already drawn her bow again and already sent another arrow flying. The slaying arrow. A split second later, the queen's enormous head was severed cleanly from her neck. Chapter 22, 88 Ember Queen. The moment Slayer's first arrow hit the millipede queen, Sunny saw the great tyrant clearly for the first time. She was quite enormous, her bulbous body encased in glistening black chitin and decorated with beautiful patterns of orange red, as if inlaid with burning embers. The first segment of her carapace flared at the back of her head, making it seem as if the appalling creature was wearing a crown. She had no eyes, so the front of her armored head was flawlessly smooth before opening into a monstrous, eerily human-like maw. That maw was now open, the last scream dying in its depths. The millipede queen was at least 100 meters long, her segmented body quite thin in relation to its great length, and had been flowing across the tangled surface of the burned forest like a river of glistening darkness, her countless legs shredding the dead wood into splinters as she did. But now the giant creature had come to an abrupt halt and fell in a mess of towering black coils. Her severed head was yet to hit the ground by the time Sunny heard a voice whispering into his ear. "You have slain an enemy." He sighed in regret. Sunny had always missed the nightmare spell when the handy bracelet announced his kills. After all, unlike the spell, this memory of his was not omniscient. It did not know the names of the nightmare creatures he slayed, thus robbing him of the tantalizing tidbits of knowledge that were hidden in them. It was to the point that Sunny sometimes regretted that kidnapping Cassie and forcing her to whisper the names of all abominations he killed into his ear at all times was not an option. And now, the handy bracelet could not even gauge the rank and class of the slain nightmare creatures. That was because Sunny had built this particular part of the enchantment on a simple principle. The bracelet sensed how many shadow fragments he received from the kill and determined the nature of the slain abomination accordingly. However, Sunny did not receive any shadow fragments when the millipede queen died, not because it had perished to Slayer instead of him, but simply because all 7 of his cores were already fully saturated. If he bothered to summon his runes, he would see a beautiful shadow fragment 7,000. That had happened quite swiftly after the Shadow Legion was unleashed upon the world, considering that every being killed by one of his shades was counted as his own prey. Well, and he had ventured into the Shadow Realm as well, hunting down shadows on its outskirts to hasten the process. Sunny was already as powerful as he could become. Now, killing enemies empowered his Shadow Legion instead of his soul. I should probably redesign the handy bracelet. There had to be a way to enchant his bracelet into drawing knowledge directly from the newly arrived shades instead of counting the shadow fragments. Who knew? Maybe it would even be able to learn more about them that way. But now was not the time to contemplate interesting enchantments. The Millipede Queen's severed head fell to the ground in a rain of blood and broken chitin. Thousands of lesser abominations seemed to lose cohesion for a few moments, then exploded into a mindless frenzy. The other great tyrants took note of their sister and rival dying, as well. Most importantly, Slayer had revealed herself to the enemy swarm. Now she and Sunny were alone behind enemy lines, facing the frenzied flood of monstrous millipedes in solitude. Nevertheless, he was satisfied. He was ecstatic. I won. His victory over the Black Millipede tribe would not be cemented for a while, a few months most likely, but it had been decided the moment the monstrous queen died. Now that her shade was in his soul sea, the power of the Shadow Legion would increase, and it would continue to increase exponentially as more black millipedes joined the ranks of silent shadows. The nests of their abominable tribe would fall. He considered summoning the Ember Queen, a name Sunny gave the slain great tyrant in the absence of the nightmare spell due to the fiery patterns on her black carapace, right now, but then decided against it. After all, the shades of lesser millipedes had already been dispelled. They would not be restored for a few days, so her presence would not shift the scales of the battle in his favor today. Sunny watched the harrowing flood of powerful nightmare creatures rush at Slayer as a tide. I think they might be angry. He smiled internally, happy with his harvest. Finally, after all this time, one of the millipede queens was in his grasp. Slayer lowered her bow and allowed it to turn into a slender black chain, which wrapped itself around her wrist like an intricate vambrace. Then, she unsheathed her short swords and faced the frenzied swarm with cold, fearless malice. As if fighting thousands of corrupted and great nightmare creatures was not something worthy of her trepidation. You can retreat now. He had already accomplished the main goal of today's battle, so letting his shadows sustain damage served no purpose. Slayer lingered for a few moments. Her lips were hidden behind a veil, but he could sense her smile faintly. There was no joy in that smile, of course, just a hint of cold and sinister contempt. Throwing one last look at the approaching millipedes, she sheathed her swords in one smooth motion and turned her back to them, moving with the elegance of a graceful dancer. The skirt of her light armor swayed, and a moment later, she was gone, summoned back to her cell in the dark replica of the nameless temple. Sunny himself stepped through the shadows and appeared by Saint's side, wrapping himself around her to bestow more power on the general of his Shadow Legion. The battle raged on for some time after that, even though the outcome was already clear. Saint and Nightmare slayed a few champions of the Black Millipede tribe, while Fiend made a show of picking up handfuls of desperately struggling abominations and throwing them into his infernal maw. The gluttonous giant seemed quite happy. The most powerful shades distinguished themselves in the carnage as well. Of course, no one was more deadly than Sunny himself. His towering shell clashed with the giant great devils, some of them even larger than their tyrants. He had to kill a few, since his own millipede queen was going to need powerful protectors, and he did manage to destroy 2 of them before things turned for the worse. At some point, one of the devils opened its maw and spat a long jet of boiling orange-red liquid, which splashed across Sunny's jade breastplate like a stream of incandescent lava. To his shock, the surface of the mantle actually began to melt, as if being eaten through by acid. Another devil breathed out a cloud of ash that surrounded Sunny, then turned into a swarm of ghostly worms that wriggled their way into the cracks of his armor, penetrating the mass of the shadow shell to find his own shadow hidden deep within it. A third devil emerged from the tangle below, wrapping its revolting body around his legs. The 1,000 scythe-like legs of the great abominations were like a chainsaw, biting into the jade mantle with harrowing force. There were lesser millipedes burrowing into the flesh of his shell, as well, having found paths inside through the cracks created by the devils. Somewhat regretful, Sunny had to abandon the crumbling shell and continue the battle as himself instead. Soon enough, the battle was over. His Shadow Legion was largely annihilated, and those of its champions that remained were drowning in the endless swarm of abominations. No matter how powerful they were and how powerful Sunny was, they simply could not resist the sheer numbers of the Black Millipede tribe. So not wishing to have to wait until his most powerful shades restored themselves, Sunny simply summoned them back into his soul, dismissed his shadows, and escaped by using Shadow Step. Damn it! All those soul shards. If there was one regret he had, it was that he would not be able to harvest the carapaces of the slain millipedes and their soul shards today. Instead, they would be devoured by their own kin, making the surviving abominations stronger and giving the remaining queens enough fuel to birth more monsters. It was all going to be his in the end, though. Reaching the edges of the burned forest, both incarnations of Sunny stepped out of the shadows and smiled, satisfied despite suffering another defeat. Chapter 22, 89 Paid Leave. Sunny's incarnation stood at the very edge of the charred tangle, looking out on the rows of ancient barrows beyond. The land of barrows separated the forgotten shore from the burned forest, serving as the boundary between these two dark realms. One of the incarnations dismissed the heavily damaged jade mantle, allowing it to retreat under his skin, or rather into his skin. Then he smiled mischievously. How much are you willing to bet that whatever is sleeping in these barrows will one day wake up and make us regret having turned our backs on it? The other avatar shrugged arrogantly. When it does, we will kill it, then bury it properly this time. Sunny had not ventured inside the barrows after that ominous first time, preferring to keep watch on them from a distance. Of course, he would have to deal with that threat sooner or later, but for now, he was willing to let the mystery of the ancient burial ground rest, since it wasn't actively bothering. Him, there was a reason why he suspected that the tall barrows represented a threat, and it wasn't just the eerie feeling they gave him. More important was the fact that the Dark Sea had never reached past the barrows, meaning that it had been wary of them. Of course, it could just as well have been because of the sky above. Here, on the boundary of two realms, the starless sky of the forgotten shore gave way to a sky that still enjoyed the company of its sun, and was therefore infused with sunlight. But Sunny still was wary of the eerie barrows. Letting out a sigh, one of the incarnations asked, "So what do you think?" The other pondered for a few minutes. "It wasn't bad, I guess. We did manage to kill the queen, and the harvest of the lesser shades was quite bountiful. However, I am not satisfied. We are still lacking." The first incarnation nodded. Indeed. This invasion of the burned forest served several purposes. One was to strengthen the Shadow Legion. Another was to search for unclaimed citadels. The third was to explore the dream realm in preparation for the eventual integration of the waking world. However, no less important was the fact that Sunny learned how to wield his supreme power here. His supreme ability, Shadow Legion, was in a sense an ultimate expression of his aspect. He was not even sure if it was really an ability in and of itself. It could have been a logical conclusion of his other abilities reaching their pinnacle instead. The Legion of Silent Shadows was his domain. It granted him power, nurtured his soul, and gave weight to his will. The Shadow Legion ability, meanwhile, allowed him to unleash his domain upon the world. He could summon the shades from the depths of his soul, give shape to them, and control them as his loyal soldiers, which felt like an evolution of his Shadow Step, Shadow Manifestation, and Shadow Control abilities. The shades also served as vessels of his consciousness, inheriting some traits from his transformation ability as well. However, there were limitations to this power. Unlike the puppets of Kai Song or the swords of Anvil of Valor, the Silent Shadows were independent entities. Therefore, Sunny could not control them directly. He could only give them commands, which the shades followed to the best of their ability. Their ability to follow commands varied greatly among the members of the Shadow Legion, though. After all, most of his legionnaires were beasts and monsters, creatures lacking intelligence and awareness. And even those of the shades who were truly sentient lacked the cohesion one would expect from a trained army. In other words, even though Sunny was calling his army the Shadow Legion, in truth, it was more of a shadow mob, not much different from the mindless swarm of the Black Millipedes, and even inferior to it in some regards. The situation was somewhat improved by the presence of certain champions. Saint could act as a general, helping him control the Shadow Legion better. Daron of the Twilight Sea was capable of rallying the human shadows behind him. The remnant of the Jade Queen seemed to hold authority among the weaker shades. but each of the champions could only truly control a small number of shades in their vicinity. There was no overall unity, let alone discipline and cohesion, and even Sunny's formidable mind could not command each shade individually, guiding them with intricate precision. So things like orderly battle formations, complicated maneuvers, and fine tactics were beyond the scope of what the Shadow Legion could do, for now. Sunny had been learning how to lead it into battle better for the entire year, but he was still far from achieving acceptable results. One of his incarnations smiled and patted the other on the shoulder. Well, at least we have the Ember Queen now. She alone should be able to control the millipede swarm, so you'll be fine. The other looked at him arrogantly. Naturally, why wouldn't I be fine? Sunny laughed, then let out a sigh and threw one last look at the burned forest. He was not going to miss this place, especially because he was staying in that place. One of his incarnations was, at least. Then my job here is done. I guess I'll get going. His other incarnation looked at him with no compassion. Get lost, then. Sunny looked at himself, a betrayed expression on his face. Wow, how heartless. Don't you have any pity on your poor self? I'll be all alone out there, surrounded by stunning princesses and hanging out with Kai. His other incarnation scoffed. Bastard, go before I change my mind and volunteer myself. Sunny smiled naughtily. All right. Gods, can you at least lend me a shadow? I probably can't take Saint and Fiend will draw too much attention. What about Nightmare? The other incarnation stared at him coldly. You can take the feral one. Sunny scratched the back of his head. Slayer, well, it might work, I guess, like a field trip, a paid vacation. With he chuckled and headed for the distant barrows. As Sunny was walking away, he waved at himself. You're going to miss me when I'm gone. Then he stared at his own back and snarled. As if, and why are you walking, idiot? Just turn back into a shadow. Soon, one of the incarnations disappeared from view. The other studied the eerie barrows, then sighed and turned back to the charred expanse of the burned forest. Say hi to Kai when you get there, fool. Godspeed. Despite the quiet grumbling, he couldn't wait. Chapter 22, 90 False Alarm. Chapter 22, 90 False Alarm. Far away in Bastion, the morning meeting was coming to an end. Effie gave Sunny one last glare and left, while Cassie whisked Nephis away to attend to her imperial duties. This time, he did not follow. Instead, Sunny closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, concentrating on his shadow sense. So I'm finally off to Ravenheart. He was not going to have to cross the Hollow Mountains again to reach it, but the journey would still take some time and be unpleasant. After all, he had to return to the waking world and endure being rejected by it. Still, Sunny was in a good mood. He was looking forward to finally exploring the Jade Palace, and on top of that, he was curious about the city itself. Ravenheart did not exactly feel like home, but Sunny had spent almost 4 years there, hiding in Rain's shadow. There were numerous places in that stark city he felt nostalgic about. He was also curious to see how Ravenheart had changed in the wake of the Raven Queen's fall. But most of all, he missed Kai. Sunny had reconnected with Nephis and Cassie after being erased from the memories of the world, and he had also become somewhat close to Effie again, first as Master Sunless, then as Neph's shadow consort. But he had barely spent time with Jet and Kai in the past 2 years. They only knew him as the cold and sinister Lord of Shadows, a mysterious ally who had joined their cause not long before the war began. I wonder how he is doing. Sunny knew that Kai had managed to conquer Ravenheart without spilling a single drop of blood. The local population was quite fond of him, well, obviously. But it still had to be difficult, dealing with the Song sisters in the wake of the dissolution of their mother's domain. Well, I'll see soon. As he shifted his attention, Sunny felt Bastion boiling with life far below him. His shadow sense enveloped most of the city, allowing him to monitor various things and learn of any potential dangers in advance. Not that there had been any threats here yet. Apart from the nights when the moon was full, but they had that particular danger under control. There were too many people and too much movement in the city to fathom it all Sunny could try, but his senses would be speedily overwhelmed. His mind had grown much more powerful over the years, however, both because he climbed high on the path of ascension, and because he had plenty of practice handling countless tasks at the same time. He was not the same person who had almost collapsed after spreading his shadow sense across the outskirts of NQSC. Sunny was even tempted to summon Weaver's mask and activate the Where Is My Eye, Enchantment one more time. It had almost killed him the last time he used it, but who knew? Maybe he would survive its lethal burden this time. What would he see in the endlessly vast, overwhelming, terrifying tapestry of fate? Would he see himself severed from its infinite complexity, existing separately from all that had been, was, and ever would be? Was he going to recognize the events of the future and of the past in the complicated weave of the strings of fate? Or would he die a miserable death, all 7 of his heads exploding into a bloody mess at the same time? Sonny did not know, and he was too wary to attempt it for now. Somewhere out there, one of the 4 remaining pieces of Weaver's lineage was waiting for him, the Mind Weave. Sonny had decided not to tempt fate before recovering it. For now, though, even though he could not actively pay attention to everything happening in Bastion, he could sense it passively and turn his attention to any unusual disturbance. He could also focus on particular places and individuals selectively. Right now, he was searching for Rain. His sister was especially easy to discover due to the mark of shadows. Because of it, he was almost always aware of where she was, as long as she remained in the vast area his shadow sense enveloped. Sonny did not actively follow Rain most of the time, though, preferring to give her some space. After all, he was not an utterly overprotective brother. And even if he was, who could blame him? His sister was in the habit of enlisting in suicidal wars and brawling with deadly nightmare creatures. And if some slimy profligate bothered her, she couldn't even kill him. She couldn't hurt a fly. Well, actually, she could hurt a fly quite gruesomely, but she couldn't end its vile, lecherous Ife, who would not be protective of a sweet, kind sister like that. Where is she? Wait, why is she dressed like that? Sonny opened his eyes wide. Far below, Rain was making her way across the crowded streets of Bastion. She must have worked through the night with Bait and her team, but instead of wearing her usual practical clothes or the puppeteer's shroud, she was wearing a pretty black dress instead, its hem barely reaching her knees. She was also wearing earrings, not even enchanted ones, and completely impractical, cutesy shoes. Her hair was done up and held together with an onyx pin. Sonny could not tell through shadow sense, but he was sure she had also applied light makeup. His face paled. Alarmed. Oblivious to the turmoil in her brother's heart, Rain was enjoying the morning sun while humming a melody with a happy smile. Soon enough, she reached her destination, a luxurious cafe situated on the most beautiful stretch of the lakefront promenade. Walking through the door, she paused for a moment and looked around. Then her smile widened and she waved. There you are. Sonny let out a relieved sigh. Oh, it's them, false alarm. 2 gorgeous young women were waiting for Rain at a table that had the best view. One had tan skin and ashen hair, her off-shoulder gray dress revealing the smooth line of her delicate collarbone. The other had fair skin and glistening blonde hair, her amber eyes burning in the golden light of dawn. Her white dress was light and tastefully adorned with lace, making her look like a fairy tale princess on an outing. They were, naturally, Tamar of Clan Sorrow and Tell of White Feather. Today, the 3 noble girls had discarded their usual enchanted armor, donned pretty dresses, and dolled themselves up to the best of their ability to have a nice breakfast out on the town and remind themselves that they were, indeed, girls and not awakened battle machines. Rain reached the table and sat down with a radiant smile. Sorry I'm late. Tell stared at her for a while, then shifted her gaze to Tamar's bare shoulder. Her eyes narrowed. Did you guys get matching tattoos? She pursed her lips, looked at them with a peculiar expression, and added in a small voice. Without me. Chapter 22, 91, an elegant and noble outing. Rain laughed and glanced at the intricately inked snake that coiled around her arm and shoulder. Tamar wore a dress with long sleeves, so hers was mostly out of sight. Only its tail could be seen, resting on her smooth caramel skin. Sorry, Tell, I can get you in touch with the artist, but I doubt that your parents will approve. Tell leaned back with a sour expression. My mom has a wild side too, you know. One time she went and killed a valor saint. Our entire family was sent to Antarctica as punishment. But whatever. She threw one last look at Tamar's shoulder and turned away with a haughty scoff. I wouldn't want a snake tattoo anyway. Birds eat snakes. She didn't quite manage to hide the hint of envy from her voice, though, which almost made Rain giggle. Tell and Tamar were quite similar in the sense that they both had been raised by stern legacy rulers, and tended to present a stony facade of reserved poise to the world. However, while Tamar's somber composure came quite naturally to her, Tell's attempts to maintain an aloof exterior were often clumsy, transparent, and very cute. Rain barely suppressed a smile. Of course, that was only true if one knew her well. To a random stranger, Tell of White Feather would appear as the personification of stark and severe legacy pride, and to those who were unfortunate enough to find themselves on the other end of her sword, she would be like a cold and merciless nightmare. But that only made the haughty young woman more endearing. Rain looked around and waved for a waiter. Soon enough, the three of them were staring at beautifully served cocktails. Each was like a still life painting captured in a glass, decorated so exquisitely that drinking them seemed like an act of vandalism. Tell looked at her two friends hesitantly. "So, we're drinking alcohol." Despite her confident exterior, the beautiful Feather Knight was actually quite inexperienced in worldly matters. It was quite possible that she had never tried alcohol before, so she seemed unsure. Tamar shrugged. "I guess I'm confused, though. Why is there so much ice? It's more like we're drinking ice with a few drops of alcohol." Rain looked at them with indignation. "You guys don't understand anything. I thoroughly studied the gourmet section of the Bastion Gazette. This place is the most fashionable spot on the lakefront promenade these days, and these three cocktails are supposed to be sublime. They are themed after the fallen sovereigns. See, these are the Bloody Queen, the Old Valor, and the Sweet Shadow." Tamar's cocktail was bright red, Tell's nearly transparent with sharply cut ice cubes, while Rain's own was entirely black. She grinned. "There's also the fourth one, the White Flame, which is the most popular. They make it with the best beast farm cream and strong spirits, so it's both smooth and fiery, warming the body and soothing the heart. Well, at least according to the Gazette. Anyway, cheers." They raised their glasses and clinked them gingerly. Then each of the three girls tasted hers. "Oh, so it's black because of coffee liqueur." Rain was pleased. The Sweet Shadow was, indeed, delicious. She decided to trust the Bastion Gazette from now on. Tamar put her glass down and smiled. She did not smile often these days, so it was a rare and welcome sight. "Oh, aren't congratulations in order? I saw the street lamps light up last night. You guys actually did it." Rain grinned. "Sure did." Tell looked at them, took another sip of her cocktail, and sighed. "I'm envious. You guys already have electricity. It will probably only reach the chained isles in a decade." After the war, the paths of the three awakened girls had forked in different directions. The White Feather clan had regained their original domain, so Tell returned to the sanctuary of Noctis with her parents. She spent most of her time on the Chained Isles now, only returning to Bastion once every few months to represent her clan and conduct official business. Tamar's fate, meanwhile, was almost exactly the opposite of Tell's. Her father, the Saint of Sorrow, had fallen in the final battle of the Realm War. Humanity had lost many brave warriors on that dark day, and she was one of many who had lost friends and family to the ruthless crucible of battle. Rain had wanted to stay by her friend's side for a while, but sadly, Tamar did not receive a lot of time to grieve. As the only surviving child of the Saint of Sorrow, she had to assume responsibility over her clan, and in its darkest days, no less. Tamar might have become the new Lady of Sorrow, but she was merely an awakened. As such, she could not claim ownership of the ancestral citadel of the Sorrow clan, and therefore her family had to relinquish their lands to someone who could. That someone was none other than Saint Satian, the former commander of the 7th Royal Legion. Satian had treated the family of the former master of the Lake of Tears with respect, but although they were not forced to leave, they still chose to abandon their former domain. Thus, Clan Sorrow became one of the many fallen noble families in the wake of the war. Of course, Rain knew Tamar well, so she was certain that her friend's clan would rise once again in the future. In fact, its reputation was already climbing up. Tamar had joined the Shadow Clan first. Then she participated in the tournament organized by the Fire Keepers and distinguished herself in the arena, defeating countless powerful awakened in a most brutal and spectacular fashion. She performed well enough to end up in the final round, no less. So now Tamar was somewhat of a double agent, granted. The forces she served were deeply allied instead of being hostile to each other. Officially, she was a rising star among the newer members of the Fire Keepers. Unofficially, though, she served as the Shadow Clan's team leader in Bastion, as well as Rain's personal bodyguard on occasion. Life was truly unpredictable sometimes. As for Rain herself, she had stayed in Godgrave for a while, then came here to Bastion to learn shaping from Lady Nephis and civil engineering as a member of Chief Bethany's team. Oh, and somewhere along the way, she had also unsealed her aspect. Chapter 22, 92 Name Giver. Chapter 22, 92 Name Giver. Rain had really expected that her aspect would reveal itself during the war, perhaps even at the last possible moment, in her most dire moment of need, so that she could turn the tables and save the day in the most dramatic fashion. In hindsight, it could have never happened that way. Rain was not quite sure how the world worked, no one was, really, but she could sense that there was subtle poetry to the nebulous crossroads of fate. People and their choices rhymed with each other. So did the circumstances that people could not control. So, in a sense, lives were like poems. Not all of them were, of course, or at least not in equal measure. But the lives of those who wielded immense power or were exceptional in some regard usually were. Rain did not wield immense power, and while she was somewhat special, she would not go as far as to call herself exceptional. True, she had achieved something astonishing once. She had become awakened without relying on the cruel graces of the nightmare spell, but most of that accomplishment belonged to her brother, not herself. Still, there seemed to be some poetic inclination to her life, as well. And while the poem of her life described war and bloodshed, that was not its theme. Her flaw, the crown of thorns, proved as much. What was the theme then? The conclusion of the Great War had been a confusing affair for Rain. She had barely come to terms with the fact that she was a legacy, a princess in the making, no different from Tamar. But then, in the blink of an eye, her brother betrayed everyone and died. So instead of a princess, she became the sister of a dead traitor, the most despicable villain in the world, no less. Luckily, Rain was merely an awakened, so she had not seen Lady Nephis strike her brother down herself. Her sight was not keen enough for that. In fact, she did not know what had happened until much later, when Cassie's voice suddenly resounded in her mind, telling her not to worry. She learned that her brother was alive, and only then that he was supposed to have died, as far as everyone was concerned. So she did not even get an opportunity to feel worried about him. And even more fortunately, no one really knew that Rain, or rather, Rani of the 7th Royal Legion, was in any way connected to the Lord of Shadows. In any case, the world started changing at a terrible speed after that. When everything was said and done, Rain decided to stay behind in Godgrave to participate in the construction of the road across the Collarbone Plain, the road that was supposed to connect the former Sword and Song domains. She made that decision for no other reason than out of fondness for building things, not that it carried little weight. In fact, it carried great weight, and she made that choice after contemplating what she wanted to do with her life both gravely and for a long time. Rain was sick and tired of war, sick and tired of destroying things, and sick and tired of seeing things be destroyed. So she returned to her role as a member of a road construction crew, granted. This time, she was not a mundane laborer but an awakened elite. And it was when the construction of the road was finished a few months later that her aspect was suddenly unsealed, not on a battlefield, but in the middle of a construction site instead. It was quite fitting, especially for someone whose flaw made all her battle experience and years of bitter training more or less meaningless. Rain had spent countless hours wondering what her aspect would be, but in the end, it turned out far too odd for anyone to have guessed. Honestly, it was unlike any other. As an awakened, Rain could command 2 aspect abilities now. She also had 2 pools of essence, a pool of soul essence and a pool of spirit essence. Her dormant ability allowed her to give names to things, or rather names. They were not quite true names, but also not quite mundane ones either, because these names were permanent and wielded power of their own, a modest power considering that she was merely an awakened, but quite a real power nonetheless. Bestowing a name required a single-time infusion of spirit essence. The more spirit essence she infused, the more influence the name would have on the named object, and the world itself. The problem was that Rain had yet to figure out how to expand her pool of spirit essence. Despite that, by the time the road across Godgrave was finished, she had somehow managed to gather quite a lot of it. The sky of her soul's sea, which had once been vast and clear, was entirely covered in stormy clouds by then, drops of rain falling to the surface of the restless sea in constant drizzle. So Rain infused all of that essence into the finished road, naming it the Road of Shadows. The skies of her soul's sea cleared when she did, bright sunlight shone upon the glistening water once again, and something miraculous happened. Before, her brother had taken his citadel away, but he left the Shadow Realm fragment, whatever that was, behind. As he explained to her, he could control the fragment a little as a supreme, but not enough to make use of it where he was going. The dome of impenetrable darkness sprawled at the center of the collarbone plain, covering a rough sphere dozens of kilometers across. When Rain gave the road a name, though, it stirred, moving to stretch into a thin line that enveloped most of the road's length. Just like that, the Road of Shadows became safe from the merciless radiance of the white abyss above Godgrave. And Rain passed out from essence exhaustion, causing quite a stir among the members of the Shadow clan hidden among the road builders to protect her. In any case, it worked out great sadly enough. Rain had not been able to achieve something quite as monumental again. With the road across Godgrave built, Rain traveled to Bastion to participate in the construction of the Rivergate Dam and begin her lessons of shaping. She had been carefully experimenting with names and trying to understand her own soul better all along. She discovered a few interesting things, for example, that giving names in the runic language that the nightmare spell used was more efficient, consuming less spirit essence to achieve the same result. Rain also discovered that naming something that already possessed a true name seemed to be impossible. She learned how to use her awakened ability better as well. Her awakened ability allowed her to assign descriptors to things, epithets, as they were called. Unlike the names, the epithets were not permanent and only existed for as long as she could sustain them with her soul essence. For example, she could assign an epithet to a shield, making it the indestructible shield. As a result, the shield would become vastly more durable until Rain's essence ran out. Actually, as an awakened, she could assign two epithets at the same time. So she could turn it into the indestructible magnetic shield, making enemy weapons stick to its surface after failing to break it. Of course, more powerful epithets consumed more essence. The indestructible descriptor was more potent, but also more costly than the durable descriptor. There were many factors affecting how potent and how expensive epithets were, in fact. For one, the more an epithet conflicted with the nature of the thing, the more essence sustaining it consumed, so making a shield extra durable was easier than making it brittle. Assigning epithets to living beings was always more expensive as well. But Rain still could make a person attacking her an immobile person if she wished to, especially if she knew the person's name or, even better, their true name. At least for a few moments if their rank was not too high. In fact, assigning epithets to things that had true names or had been named always cost less essence. It worked the other way around. Too, assigning true names she had learned as epithets consumed less essence and produced far greater results than simply using words of the human language. For example, assigning the true name of burning to an enemy sword would easily melt it, while simply assigning it, the burning epithet would heat it up enough to make the enemy drop it, at best. In that way, using her awakened ability was sometimes far more useful than using shaping itself. After all, a shaper had to speak the names and channel them to perform sorcery. As soon as the sound of their voice fell to silence, the power of their sorcery would start to be dispelled. However, an epithet remained in effect for as long as Rain had essence. She could even sustain a few minor epithets indefinitely, as long as she chose them. Wisely, she could even assign epithets to herself. Rain took a sip of her cocktail and grinned at Tell and Tammer. Her friends did not know, but she was not promise of a distant sky at the moment. In fact, she was sober, well-rested promise of a distant sky. Granted, that second epithet was devouring her essence at quite an appalling rate. Even the combined power of her aspect and shaping were no match for Chief Bethany, it seemed. Chapter 22, 93 Finer Things in Life. After the cocktails, it was time for the pastries. The pastries were pretty and delicious, granted. They were not as delicious as what Rain was used to, having been pampered by her brother's pancakes and waffles. His repertoire was somewhat limited, though. Enjoying a beautifully glazed eclair, Rain couldn't help but smile in delight. Should I introduce him to custard? Everything about this morning was wonderful. Their pretty clothes, the sophisticated interior of the cafe, the glistening vista of the Mirror Lake, the lavishly served cocktails, the delicate and delicious pastries. Ah, that is what I've been missing. Her later teenage years had been spent in Ravenheart, hunting down nightmare creatures. The city had been in the process of being built from the ground up back then as well, populated mostly by displaced refugees. There had been a lot of work to be done, but not a lot of refined culture. Later, Rain ended up on the front line, and after the war was over, she spent her time among busy engineers and laborers. The finer things in life had mostly escaped her until now, so she was enjoying the rare chance to feel like an actual girl for once. Plus, young cities in the dream realm had places like this one now, as well as theaters, operas, dancing halls, and much more. People wanted to enjoy leisure and entertainment after working hard, so local leisure culture was developing swiftly. Rain, Tell, and Tamar chatted lazily as new delicacies and pretty cocktails arrived. It feels strange, really. Now that there is no crushing, the chained aisles are completely different. It is much safer there, and we can actually fly as high as we want. Of course, the nightmare creatures feel just as liberated, so even those of them who used to stay in place are moving around. It's a proper mess, but once we cleanse the islands in the immediate vicinity of the sanctuary, we will be ready to receive settlers. They are working on building more flying ships. There are several thousands of fire keepers now, but only one chain breaker. Sadly, while building a flying ship is not that hard, building one that is not going to turn to splinters at the first sign of Dan. Is a big problem, so not much luck on that front for now. Our spellsmiths are trying to create flying echoes as a temporary measure instead, but they are not creating them fast enough. Only the masters get one. Oh, I don't know. I am pretty busy these days. Right, have you heard, girls? St. Thane is apparently working on a new version of Dreamscape, this one designed specifically for the dream realm. It is supposed to serve as a communication space between different cities, as well as a training tool to prepare mundane citizens for the first nightmare. Tell couldn't help but let out a sigh. Really? Oh, that would be wonderful. I love the chained aisles, but being stuck all the way up north is so boring sometimes. She sipped her cocktail, looking at the mirror lake with a distant expression on her exquisitely beautiful face, then turned to Rain and Tamar. Speaking of nightmares. The festive mood turned a little somber all of a sudden. The blonde girl hesitated for a few moments. I am thinking of challenging the second nightmare in no more than a year. What about you two? Although she did not ask directly, her underlying question was transparent. Tell was asking if they wanted to challenge the second nightmare with her. For an awakened, there was no question more intimate than that. There was also no clearer indication of how much the person trusted you. Rain felt both touched and wistful. She glanced at Tamar briefly, then smiled softly. Well, I can't for various reasons, but Tamar was actually thinking the same. Rain would have loved to challenge the second nightmare with Tell and Tamar, however. She was not a carrier of the nightmare spell, and therefore she couldn't. She was walking a different path from them. Tamar nodded calmly. Actually, I already have the core of the cohort assembled, including a healer, as well as a few people in mind I want to recruit. If you are not going to assemble a team out of retainers of your clan, then we will be happy to have you. After all, it is hard to find warriors of the same caliber as Tell of White Feather. A corner of her mouth curled upward faintly. Tell remained motionless for a moment, then cleared her throat to hide a shy smile. Oh, well, you aren't wrong. I am indeed quite formidable. She hastily picked up her cocktail, took a long sip, and then added in her usual calm tone. There is no one else in White Feather who can go into a nightmare with me at the moment. So, I am very interested in that cohort of yours, Tamar. Are they fire keepers, too? Tamar shook her head. No, but we train together, I guess, and our instructor is a real devil. Rain pretended to be busy with her glass. Tamar was talking about the Shadow Clan, of course. It was no secret that her brother and his graceful shadow, Saint, were preparing his subordinates for the dangers of the second nightmare. Tamar, Tell, Ray, and Fleur, two fearsome warriors, an elusive scout, and a healer. That was a good core for a cohort of challengers. With a few more talented people involved, they would stand a very good chance of becoming masters. When will I become a master? Rain did not know, since things on that front were vague and progressing slowly. She finished her cocktail, called a waiter, and smiled at him, making the young man blush. Can we get the check? Then Rain looked at her friends and grinned. You do know what comes next, right? Tamar and Tell looked at each other with uncertainty. What? Rain sighed languidly. Ah, these sheltered legacies. Shopping. Chapter 22, 94, An Eloquent Cavalier. Chapter 22, 94, An Eloquent Cavalier. Despite the fact that Rain's current circumstances were far more unusual than those of her friends, unlike them, she had actually enjoyed a more normal childhood. Apart from that, she had more worldly experience. Tell and Tamar might have known how to navigate high society better, but for this elegant outing, Rain was their guide. And her guide was the Bastion Gazette. Following the plan she had been meticulously researching since the last time Tell visited Bastion, they enjoyed a walk of the lakefront promenade, went on a humble shopping spree on the fashion street, and ended up in a park with her purchases safely stored in the bag of withholding. Rain's mood was bright, and the weather was warm. The three of them rested on a bench and basked in the sunlight, enjoying the breeze. Tell sighed. "Why don't we go to a beach and swim a little?" Tamar glanced at her, then shook her head. "We can't go to a public beach. More precisely, we can't allow anyone to see Rain in a swimsuit. Otherwise, we'll have to fend off a frenzied crowd of admirers. It'll be worse than Godgrave." Rain laughed. Tamar might have been joking, but she was also somewhat correct. If the three of them donned swimwear and appeared on a public beach, it would probably cause quite a stir after all. Most people there were mundane. Tell looked Rain up and down and sighed. "True." Rain grinned. "You two aren't so bad yourself. In fact, a couple of guys have been staring at us for the last 10 minutes. Tamar raised an eyebrow. "Huh, where's?" She seemed a little embarrassed. After all, she was supposed to be the bodyguard, and yet Rain noticed that someone had been watching them first. There were indeed two young men not too far away, seemingly enjoying a picnic. They were not very obvious about it, but Rain had not missed the intense gazes the young men were throwing in their direction from time to time. Tell looked around, then frowned. Her expression darkened a little. "Oh, I think I know one of them. Let's go somewhere else, please." Neither Rain nor Tamar had any objections, so they left their bench and headed for the park exit. The two young men just happened to catch up with them a minute later, though. Rain looked at them with curiosity. They were a little older than the three girls and seemed earnest enough. They were quite handsome, too. Too handsome to be mundane or merely awakened, even. Their figures were lean and athletic, and their light summer clothes did nothing to hide the defined lines of their sculpted muscles. She would not have minded sparing them a little time, but Tell's negative reaction had already created a bad first impression. "Can this be?" One of the young men smiled and bowed slightly. "Greetings, fair ladies. I am deeply sorry if my friend and I are intruding upon your stroll, but we could not help but admire your sublime beauty from afar. Truly, it can only be compared to the alluring wonder of the mirror lake glistening under the radiant sun, fresh and vivacious, full of promise so enchanting that no honeyed words can describe." Rain blinked and stared at him with wide eyes. What is he saying?" The other young man froze, then paled and furtively raised a hand to cover his face. And thus, captivated and bewitched by the three breathtaking fairies that must have descended from heaven to illuminate this dolorous world with their youthful charm, we cannot help but hope that you would join us for a humble picnic. Please, I beg of you, will you bestow the precious gift of your sweet company upon us? My heart is like a bird trapped in a cage, beating wildly in anticipation. The strange guy finally finished speaking, looked at their startled expressions, and then added hurriedly, "Oh, forgive my lack of manners. I was so enamored by your stunning beauty that I forgot to introduce myself. I am Master Tristan, and this is my friend, Master Mercy." Now how do I refuse them politely? Rain blinked a couple of times, Tell shifted slightly, and Tamar just stared at the two young men with a deadpan expression. A few moments later, she said dully, "Tristan, you're Tristan of Aegis Rose." The young man beamed. "So you've heard of me? Well, I can't say I'm surprised. The stories of my martial prowess have spread far and wide, after all." Tamar nodded. "Oh, I think I killed a cousin of yours at Godheart." The young man froze. Pardon." Tamar studied him for a few moments, then shrugged. "Well, who knows, I might have. I am Lady Tamar of Sorrow, formerly a centurion of the 7th Royal Legion, and these are my friends." Tristan's expression changed. 7th Royal Legion, 7 Royal Legion. The other young man opened his eyes wide and reached for his friend. "Tristan, wait." But Tristan did not wait. The army of that dishonorable, diabolical wench, sation of song. Bah, I take it back then. I have to. My honor will not allow me to stay quiet. You are no fairy, my lady. You must be an evil seductress instead. But he could say anything else. There was a loud sound, and Master Tristan was suddenly facing the other away, the silhouette of a delicate palm clearly imprinted on his cheek. Rain shook her hand in the air with a pained expression. Ouch! Her hand hurt, but she was satisfied. This was a full outing experience now. Granted, it would have been better if the person she slapped was not a master. Masters really had hard jaws. Looking at the stunned Ascended, Rain smiled. That was not very chivalrous of you, don't you think, Master Tristan? After all, you approached us first. How can you call my friend a seductress? She shook her head. I am sorry, but we will have to refuse your invitation for a picnic. Now, if you'll excuse. Us. Giving the other master a slight bow, she grabbed Tell and Tamar and dragged them away. Rain waited until they were far enough away before exploding into laughter. Tristan and Mercy, meanwhile, were left behind to their own devices. Tristan massaged his cheek, a confused expression on his face. Did this slap feel strangely familiar? Eventually, he sighed and looked at Mercy with reproach. The worst thing they can say is no, huh? Mercy took a deep breath, shook his head, and walked away in dejected silence. Chapter 22, 95 Secret Lessons. Chapter 22, 95 Secker. At lessons. Sadly, everything good had to come to an end. After enjoying a fun and exciting morning out with Tamar and Tell, Rain bid them farewell. Tamar was on leave today, so she returned to the manor her family was renting in Bastion. Tell, meanwhile, had an appointment with the head of a merchant group that wanted to establish a trade caravan to the Chained Isles. Rain herself changed out of her cute dress into the puppeteer's shroud. The dress, the pretty shoes, and the earrings went into the bag of withholding. A thermos full of steaming coffee came out instead, and she let out a deep sigh of satisfaction after taking a sip, her back leaning against a wall in a secluded alley. A few moments later, her brother stepped out of the shadows and gave her a strange look. Rain raised an eyebrow. What? He lingered for a bit, then shook his head. No, it's nothing, just good job. That only made her more confused. With what? He grinned. Slapping that buffoon, of course. Ah, you really made your big brother proud. I guess it's true what they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Rain blinked a couple of times. Did her brother know that bizarre guy, Tristan? Well, in hindsight, that was only to be expected. The world of legacies was quite small, after all, and the Aegis Rose clan was prominent. Tell seemed to be familiar with at least one of the two young masters, too. It was a bit concerning, though, to hear that she was starting to behave like Sunny. That would be a disaster. Only Sunny could pull off being Sunny. Clearing her throat, she offered him her hand and smiled. In any case, I am ready to go. He pulled her into the shadows, and a moment later, they were on the Ivory Island. The emerald grass moved softly in the warm wind, and the sun was shining on the glistening surface of a small lake. The beautiful white pagoda rose into the sky behind them, embraced by the white bones of a dragon that coiled around it. No matter how many times Rain visited the tranquil island, she could not help but feel a sense of awe. She could not help feeling out of place here, either, as if she was a mortal who had accidentally found her way into heaven. Rain looked around carefully. We're outside. Her business on the Ivory Island was of a clandestine kind, so her brother would usually bring her directly into the tower in order to avoid prying eyes. He nodded. We had visitors earlier, but they have already departed, so you can relax. They headed toward the Tower of Hope at a comfortable pace. Before too long, Rain looked up and asked suddenly, By the way, I've always been curious. What is that dead dragon doing here? At first, she had simply assumed that everything on the Ivory Island was mysterious and mystical. But as she grew more familiar with the place, the sun-bleached bones of the great beast started to look out of place. Her brother glanced at the ancient remains and smiled. Oh, him! His name was Severus, the Ivory Lord. He was the ruler of a place called the Ivory City, a descendant of Sun God, and one of the 7 immortal saints who guarded the Demon of Hope. Well, before he went crazy and died. Rain looked at her brother in surprise. Really? Wait, how do you know all of this? He lingered for a moment. Ah, well, some people you know met him in their second nightmare. How do you think Nightingale got that fancy title of his, the Dragon Slayer? Rain's eyes widened a little. Saint Kai, he killed this giant dragon. Her brother chuckled. Sure, of course he was not Saint Kai back then, merely awakened Kai. That crazy fellow, he literally jumped into the dragon's maw to kill him. Nightingale, he might look like a softy, but let me tell you, that was not even the only dragon he has killed. He grew silent for a moment, then added in an incredulous tone. Now that I think about it, despite all that, he doesn't just look like a softy, he is a softy. A dragon-slaying softy. What a paradox. Rain giggled and looked at her brother sideways. Oh, just out of curiosity, how many dragons did you kill? He frowned, remained silent for a while, and then confessed reluctantly. None. I did get into a fist fight with a dragon once, though. She groaned. Why did I even ask? Soon enough, they arrived in a spacious chamber on one of the higher floors of the ivory tower. Lady Nephis was waiting there, looking into the window. Hearing them enter, she looked around and smiled. Rain. Rain bowed respectfully, momentarily blinded by her breathtaking beauty. Teacher. Lady Nephis sighed. I told you not to be so formal, just call me big sister. Rain paled a little. I wouldn't dare, how can I call you that, teacher? You are a sovereign. Her brother stared at her, mouth agape. Hey, wait a second. I'm a sovereign, too. How come you have no problem calling me big brother, as well as all kinds of other, far less flattering things? Rain and Nephis both looked at silently. Right, her brother as a sovereign, too. She scrunched her face for a moment. Well, it's his own fault, who told him to act so unsovereignly. Lady Nephis, Sunny, and Rain, the relationship between the three of them was a bit odd. Rain knew that her brother and the beautiful goddess of humanity were an item. To be honest, she was more than a little bit proud of him in that regard. Way to go, brother. Of all the astonishing deeds he had accomplished, charming the beautiful changing star, quite literally the most outstanding woman in the world, was perhaps the most outrageous. At the same time, it also felt rewardingly fitting. Who else was good enough for her brother, after all? Nobody. Meanwhile, Rain and Lady Nephis had shared a brief connection in the past as well. Lady Nephis even seemed to remember her. She also knew that Rain was her partner's disciple. However, Sunny was keeping the fact that Rain was his sister a secret for some reason. At least that was how it seemed. Sometimes it felt like Lady Nephis was aware that they were family, but sometimes it felt like she was not. Rain had tentatively tried to bring it up in the past, but to no avail. In any case, she could not bring herself to act informally around her stunning sister-in-law. Shall we begin the lesson? Luckily, Lady Nephis saved her from having to answer. Her brother sighed and left them, saying that he would come pick up Rain in a few hours. The lesson started. Lady Nephis looked at Rain calmly. Your channeling has become sufficiently stable now, Rain. You are progressing very fast. So, starting today, I will teach you names that are far more dangerous than what we have learned so far. These names can destroy a shaper if the shaper loses control of them, so you must never waver while invoking them. Rain listened, her eyes glistening with lively interest. Chapter 22, 96 Teaching and Learning. Rain knew that she had a talent for the sorcery of names. In fact, she was more or less born to be a shaper. Humans all spoke the same language these days, but before the dark times, people of Earth had spoken all kinds of them. Pieces of these languages still remained, passed down among family members for generations, and academics had to learn the basics of a few if they wished to study the past. Of course, there were powerful machines capable of translating ancient texts for them as well. Then there was the dream realm and the nightmare spell, which translated the dead languages of the fallen civilizations for the awakened. There was the language that the nightmare spell itself used, too. Rain had not understood why her brother insisted on teaching her these dead languages, but in hindsight, it was a very useful skill to have. She had noticed that many of the dream realm languages were similar to each other a long time ago, almost as if they shared a common source. The runic language of the nightmare spell was the closest to that source, but it was still merely an adaptation of it. Having studied shaping for a while now, Rain had come to believe that there was one true language out there, woven into the very fabric of existence, a language where every word was a true name, the language of the gods. Unlike the human languages which had been invented, this one was inherent to reality, both shaped by the world and shaping the world. Therefore, speaking the words of that language was no different from reshaping the world. That was what shapers did. By channeling true names and assembling them into verses, they could change the world in accordance with their will. However, not just anyone could become a shaper. The knowledge of true names was esoteric and lost. Anyone could learn the true names as long as they found one, though, and yet very few could actually speak them. After all, these names were never meant to be spoken by a human. They were meant to be spoken by the gods. Most people simply did not have the talent to master the true names, but rare individuals like Rain and Lady Nephis could, to a degree. Still, it wasn't easy. The true names were elusive. Even learning one did not mean that you could know it. The knowledge of a true name was effervescent, straining to erase itself, as if something that was not supposed to be retained by a human mind, like an object placed into an ill-fitting vessel. Speaking the true names was difficult, too. Even if one had the talent, they had to practice relentlessly in order to realize it. Then there was the act of invoking the true names itself. Channeling them required a deep well of endurance, soul power, and a firm will. Faltering during an invocation could not only ruin the sorcery, but also harm the sorcerer. And finally, there was the process of assembling the verses. That aspect of shaping was not particularly hard or punishing, but demanded a lot of creativity from the shaper. That was the part Rain enjoyed the most. Lady Nephis was the only other shaper she knew, and it was interesting to see how differ. And their talents were. Overall, Rain judged herself to be a more talented shaper, which did not mean that she was a more powerful one, though. Due to her innate attribute, poet, Rain could learn and speak true names easily. Building verses came naturally to her as well. However, Lady Nephis was indomitable. Once she learned a true name, that name could never escape her. Therefore, she carried an astonishingly broad library of them in her mind. And while Rain had an easier time speaking the names, her teacher could channel them much more effectively due to how uncompromising her will was. Rain was not really sure, but she strongly suspected that neither of them was an ordinary shaper. True shapers of the ancient past could neither have invoked the sorcery of names as easily as Rain could, nor have known as many names as Lady Nephis knew, most likely. Therefore, they would have probably been astonished by the speed with which both of them were absorbing shaping. Today's lesson was, honestly, a bit terrifying. The true names Lady Nephis spoke were so violent and destructive that Rain wasn't sure she could channel them without annihilating her own soul. Her teacher, of course, had no such problem. There did not exist a name that Lady Nephis would not dare invoke, and no name she would fail to tame. After a while, Rain was covered in sweat and trembling from exhaustion. Her essence was on the verge of running out. "Let us finish here." Nodding, Rain collapsed on the floor. There was no furniture in the spacious chamber, but she was happy to feel the cool touch of the stone plates. After a while, she sat up and smiled. "I am not sure I will ever need to speak such terrible names, teacher. After all, I want to be a builder, not a natural disaster." Lady Nephis smiled faintly. "Creation and destruction are two sides of the same coin, Rain. You can't neglect one if you want to master the other." Rain frowned a little, contemplating her words. Well, it made sense. If she wanted to build a bridge, she had to know all the ways in which the bridge could collapse. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to design it solidly enough to weather the burden of its own weight. Still, she didn't want to focus on learning true names that could be of use in a battle too much. Rain lingered for a while, then summoned the bag of withholding and pulled out a stack of paper, each page filled with neat, pretty handwriting. "Here is the new revision." She touched her hair in embarrassment. I did my best to expand on the points you asked for. It is a bit hard to put into words, though. I am sorry." Lady Nephis took the papers from her, studied them briefly, and nodded. "Thank you, Rain." Her expression grew a little wistful. After a few moments of silence, Lady Nephis sighed. "You must be curious about how things are going, right?" Rain would lie if she said that she wasn't. In truth, she had come to Bastion not only to learn. She had also come here to teach. The knowledge of how to awaken naturally was too precious to keep for herself. Rain was the only person, for now, who had managed to not only awaken, but also unseal her aspect and flaw without the help of the nightmare spell. If she could teach other people how to achieve the same, far fewer of them would have to face the first nightmare, and far fewer of them would die, like the first child of her parents had. Lady Nephis and Cassie wished to see more awakened in the world, as well, so they promised to support Rain fully. Due to the inherent danger of reshaping the very foundation of the world, her identity was kept secret for now, and the Immortal Flame clan served as her proxy in this endeavor. They were proceeding carefully. At this stage, only a select number of volunteers had been chosen to attempt natural awakening in secret, people of various ages, backgrounds, and professions, all united by the shared desire to help humanity grow stronger. But things were progressing slowly. It had taken Rain 4 years to awaken, but she was a pioneer. Those who would follow in her footsteps were supposed to enjoy a faster journey, and yet none of the volunteers were showing great results. Lady Nephis shook her head slightly. None of them have learned to control their soul essence yet, let alone attempted to form a soul core. However, there is good news as well. 2 volunteers are now showing initial signs of being able to sense their essence, a promising result, to say the least. I am sure we will have our first success eventually. She looked into the window. Of course, by now we have no choice but to admit that natural awakening will never be as fast as the path offered by the nightmare spell. And the awakened who do emerge that way in the future would most likely never be as fearsome as those forged and tempered by the spell. Still, their power will supplement the power of humanity just as well. We just have to be mindful of the cost. The easiest way to help a mundane son awaken naturally was to let them absorb soul shards of awakened nightmare creatures. However, there were more and more carriers of the nightmare spell in the world these days, and all of them needed to saturate their cores in order to reach the pinnacle of their power. So, natural awakening did promise to produce a tectonic shift in the fate of humanity. However, it was not a panacea to the problems that plagued it. Lady Nephis looked at the papers in her hand and smiled softly. Still, thank you, Rain. One day in the future, when the world becomes kind enough, children will not have to become fearsome warriors anymore. When that day comes, this effort of yours will save countless lives. No words can express my gratitude. Rain looked away and blushed. That is all right. All I did was hunt a few nightmare creatures with Big Brother's help, fall into a canyon, and trek across a muddy plain. It was not a big deal. Lady Nephis chuckled quietly and patted Rain on the shoulder. I hope you didn't include this observation in your notes. We wouldn't want our volunteers to start jumping into random canyons, would we? Chapter 22, 97 A Night in Bastion. The sun was already setting above Bastion by the time Nephis returned to her spacious chamber at the pinnacle of the ivory tower. The horizon was burning with a beautiful conflagration of red and golden hues, while the sky above the mirror lake had already turned a deep shade of indigo, countless stars glistening on its satin canvas like silver jewels. The pale disk of the full moon was already rising, too. The shadows had grown deep and vague, embracing the world. As Nephis walked to the balcony and looked down, Sunny rose from her shadow and hugged her from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder. Long day. Nephis inhaled deeply, then let out a long sigh. Yeah. Both of them watched the reflection of the moon move across the surface of the water in silence. After a while, Sunny tightened his embrace a little. You can rest easy tonight. I am keeping watch. In truth, Nephis did not always stay in Bastion. Most of her time was spent on various battlefields, in the nebulous waters of the Stormsea, in the dreadful reaches south of Godgrave, in the lethal cold of the frozen hell west of Ravenheart. If not there, she was leading humanity to war in the waking world, even if the world itself suppressed her powers and rejected her presence. She was fighting hard to postpone the collapse of human civilization on Earth and prepare the dream realm for the arrival of countless refugees who would flee their dying world. Above all else, she was relentlessly searching for more citadels, those of them that had not been discovered and conquered yet, all in order to empower the human domain as much as she could, and pave the way for the human sovereigns who would come in her wake. Sunny was fighting, too, albeit in a more clandestine manner. But every month, when the full moon rose above Bastion, both Nephis and Sunny had to be here. That was because the cursed demon they had unleashed upon the true mirror lake to stop Mordred was still there, hidden in reflections. It stayed safely contained on the other side of the great mirror most of the time. But on these few days when the boundary between the two versions of Bastion grew thin, its dark influence sometimes escaped the reflection of the moon. That was why they had to keep watch. Nephs put her hands on his and leaned back a little in his firm embrace, allowing herself to be supported by his body. I am not that tired. I slept well last night. As Supremes, they did not have to sleep every night, or even often in theory. However, Nephis was under constant strain because of her flaw, so Sunny encouraged her to rest and recuperate as much as her impossibly busy schedule allowed. As the last light of day was drowning in the encroaching darkness, she asked, How did your battle go? Sunny chuckled. It went fine, I guess. I managed to kill one of the tyrants, so I will get to their nest soon. However, my shell was dismantled in no time. I was completely overwhelmed. Even though I was stronger than any individual abomination there, and none of them possessed a will more firm than mine, the collective willpower of the swarm was like a dark tsunami. The more I moved, the more it felt like I was drowning in a mire. It was as if a great weight was pulling me down, making my steps slower and my arms weaker. Even though I could cut them, I struggled to land my strikes. Nephis remained silent for a while, then said thoughtfully, "It is probably because you wield your will like a blade." Sunny raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" She considered her words for a moment. "I only realized it recently, but the will, it is not a uniform force. Rather, everyone wields their own version of it. Your will, Sunny, is especially biased. It is built entirely around your killing intent. I am not even sure if there is a difference between the two, so you wield your will like a weapon." He chuckled. "What is wrong with that? What happened to the essence of combat is murder." Nephis smiled softly. "It is murder, not a weapon. The sword you wield is important, but so is the hand that holds it. Ultimately, the true weapon is your body. What I mean to say is that you should wrap your will around your entire self, not just infuse your blade with it. That way, you might find it easier to move even when facing an overwhelming foe." Sunny thought about it. Will was a force, and like any other force, there was a difference between simply wielding it and wielding it effectively. That difference was technique. Both he and Nephis were novices in that area, so they often shared their insights and helped each other improve. "I should not be too biased toward killing in order to be a better murderer, huh?" He smiled, amused by the contradiction. "I'll try it the next time I have a chance." Then Sunny pulled her back gently. "Come inside. Even if you are not going to sleep, at least meditate a little. With what is happening in the Western Quadrant, you will most likely have to return to the East. We both know how draining it is to linger at home." They returned to the chamber and soon found themselves on a sofa, his hands still wrapped around her waist. Nephis relaxed, closing her eyes, while Sunny stared at the wall. After a few minutes of comfortable silence, she asked, "What are you thinking about?" Sunny chuckled. "Me? Oh, I was just thinking how boring our lives have gotten." Nephis shifted and looked up at him, her gray eyes glinting with a hint of amusement. "Boring our lives?" He nodded. "Well, true, we are probably the busiest people in the world, two worlds even, apart from Cassie, that is. But thinking back to how I lived before becoming awakened, actually, there was much more entertainment involved. Bread and circuses, right? Free food and entertainment. That has been the formula for pacifying a restless population from before the dark times. Only it's synth-paced and network comics now, I suppose. The government wisely made both easily accessible even to people in the outskirts." Sunny let out a sigh. "But when was the last time we read a fun book, enjoyed a comic, swooned over a drama, or watched a movie? I can't even remember. Most of these things can't even be done in the dream realm. Granted, we seem to have electricity now. Who knows? Maybe there will be a movie theater in Bastion soon, or at least a radio station." Nephis studied him for a few moments, then smiled and closed her eyes again. "There might not be a movie theater in Bastion, but there are plenty of theaters. There are also printing presses in most citadels now. Nobody has published a novel yet, but there are already newspapers and magazines. Some are even publishing serials. Oh, and there will be the dreamscape here soon, too, as long as we can figure out how to ward off the horrors who keep invading it." She paused for a moment, then added wistfully, "But I get what you mean. To be honest, I can't remember the last time I simply listened to music, either. Having a radio station would be nice." Sunny laughed quietly. 3 billion people are pouring their longing onto you, but little do they know, all their goddess wants is to be able to fangirl over her favorite idols in peace from the safety of her heavenly island." Nephis smiled sleepily. "Yeah, that'd be great." Sunny remained motionless for a bit, then carefully unwrapped his hands from around her and reached into the shadows. Instead of a sword, however, what he pulled out of them this time was a black flute. Bringing it to his lips, he blew into it tentatively and then placed his fingers on its smooth body. Soon, a soothing melody spread across the chamber gently, lulling Nephis to sleep. Night settled over Bastion. Sunny continued to play the flute while watching over the city below. Somewhere in the city, Rain was sleeping soundly, having shunned her dormitory bunk for the lavish guest room of Tamer's family manor. Bate and Quentin were having a romantic dinner on the deck of a restaurant boat. Effie and her husband were tucking little Ling to sleep. Sunny's thoughts were peaceful and lazy. I might not be Knight of Night and Gale, but if she wants to listen to music, I can make her wish come true. And speaking of Kai, back in the waking world, he was about to meet the dashing saint for the first time in a long while. Then the two of them would go on an adventure. Ah, it will be like the good old times. Nothing bad or terrible will happen, I am sure. Chapter 22, 98 Memory Lane. Now a demigod, Sunny returned to the outskirts of NQSC once again. Standing in a desolate alleyway formed by the crumbling walls of decrepit buildings, he inhaled the toxic air deeply and grimaced. The smell was definitely nostalgic, but he did not feel welcome here. Not only because the outskirts had changed just as thoroughly as he had, but also because the world itself was rejecting him. Sunny exhaled slowly, struggling with the uncomfortable feeling of being out of place. His powers were severely suppressed, and every breath he took was a struggle. A strange lethargy enveloped his mind, making him numb and drowsy. Worst of all, he could feel the very fabric of reality straining to push him out, so he had to consciously will himself to stay in place every single moment. It was like the familiar action of pulling on his tether to travel between worlds, only extended in perpetuity. If he relaxed his grip even for a second, he would be banished back to the dream realm. Sunny was not in pain, but he still wanted to groan. How disheartening. Even if he had never harbored any affection for the outskirts, feeling like an unwelcome guest in his own homeworld felt a little bitter. Sunny was pretty sure that he was the only man from the slums of NQSC to have become supreme, so shouldn't his return here have been a triumph? In any case, he was wary. The outskirts were different now. This area in particular was completely abandoned in the wake of the Dream Realm resettlement. There were no people around, which meant that other things could have made their nests in the desolate concrete jungle. Sunny was not powerless in his current state, but he was definitely far more vulnerable than he would be in the Dream Realm. It was quite interesting, actually. Both Sunny and Nephis experienced the rejection of their homeworld differently from how most other Supremes would, and were on the opposite ends of the spectrum to boot. For Sunny, it was much harder to stay here. That was because he carried his entire domain within his soul, and therefore, the laws governing the waking world rebelled against his burdensome presence with extra fury. However, for Nephis, it was actually much easier to stay on Earth than it would have been for other Supremes. That was because of her original attribute, Dreamspawn, which made her a being innately connected to both worlds. Nevertheless, she could not unleash her powers freely here, either simply because of how devastating and destructive they were. The waking world was intricate and fragile, its damaged ecosystem brittle. If Nephis was not careful with how she used her aspect, she could shatter entire continents, cause towering tidal waves that would wash human settlements off the face of the earth, usher in an endless winter by obscuring the sun with billowing clouds of ash, and initiate devastating chains of supervolcanic eruptions that would boil the oceans and fracture the land. So even if the world was not suppressing Neph's power as much, she had to keep it contained herself. I wonder if either of us will be able to return here at all if we become sacred. Sunny suspected that his days of visiting the waking world, at least, would be over forever. Leaning against the wall, he sighed deeply. When is he coming? Just then there was the sound of footsteps, and a tall figure entered the alley, looking around with curiosity. It was Kai, wearing a ridiculously fitting ensemble of stylish designer clothes, his magnetic green eyes and auburn hair standing out in the morose bleakness of the outskirts like a bright beacon. Noticing Sunny, he hesitated for a moment, then smiled amicably. Oh, hello there, young man. You must be a member of the Shadow Clan. Please take me to your lord. We have an appointment. Sunny stared at him in confusion. What is this fool going on about? Then it dawned on him. Kai had never seen the Lord of Shadows without a mask, and unlike Effie, who resided in Bastion, he had never encountered Master Sunless either. So he must have imagined what every new recruit of the Shadow Clan imagined when entering the Dark Castle for the first time. A sinister, cold, and arrogant tyrant sitting on a throne of bones. Instead, he met Sunny, who was younger than him by a few years, and looked even younger still due to his modest stature, slender build, and porcelain skin. Kai suddenly leaned forward a little and looked at Sunny with wide eyes. I am sorry, B, but may I ask what skin products you use? The climate in Ravenheart is too harsh, so I've been really struggling. Sunny stared at him silently, hiding how dumbfounded he was. What? That was what Kai wanted to know, and more than that. Wasn't he a transcendent? What saint would go around worrying about skin products? Were there even skin products for saints? Eventually, Sunny said in an even tone. You may, Kai raised an eyebrow. Pardon. Sunny looked at him for a few more moments, then smiled. I mean, you may ask. My skincare routine is a bit convoluted, though. Listen carefully first. You need to find a suit of armor forged by the Prince of the Underworld. Then, you need to kill about 7,000 of nightmare creatures while wearing that armor to bind it to your soul. The rest is pretty straightforward. You just need to conquer the second and third nightmares, which you already have covered, and then attain supremacy. That is the secret of how to get glowing, dewy skin like mine. Kai stared at him with wide eyes. After a while, he mumbled in a hesitant tone, He's not lying. Sunny grinned. Of course I am not. I am the most honest man in the world after all, 2 worlds even. Then he raised a hand and patted the taller man on the shoulder. I'm the Lord of Shadows, by the way. You can call me Sunny. Chapter 22, 99 Name of the Shad. Looking at the dazed expression on Kai's face, Sunny couldn't help but smile. Ah, yes, this is it. This is the feeling. He had been right. This adventure was going to be just like the good old days. Ignorant of the quiet satisfaction Sunny was feeling, Kai finally managed to shake off his confusion. He remained silent for a few moments, then asked in a tone of pure bewilderment. Sunny, your name is Sunny. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Yeah, well, I guess it's technically a nickname. Why? Kai blinked a couple of times, then smiled slightly. No, it's just a bit ironic, considering that you are the Lord of Shadows, not the kind of name I would have expected the Lord of Shadows to have. Sunny gave him a strange look. You didn't really think that when I was born, my mom gave me one look and went, oh, your name will be the Lord of Shadows, did you? Kai tilted his head a little, a thoughtful look on his face. A few moments later, he sighed dejectedly. Now that you say it, it does sound preposterous, but somehow that seems to be exactly what I thought. How stupid of me. He smiled. Not that I gave the matter of your birth a lot of thought. I just sort of imagined you crawling out of a dark cave as a fully formed adult, or being born in a sinister dark temple somewhere in the dream realm. Stuff like that. Sunny stared at him, lost for words. I was born in a rundown public hospital a few blocks away from here. It was a completely normal birth. Seeing Kai nod in understanding, Sunny thought for a moment, then added nonchalantly. Well, to be fair, a huge shadow did swallow the sun the moment I was born, plunging the entire world into darkness. But that kind of stuff happens all the time, right? Total solar eclipses were not that rare, after all. Kai fell deathly silent for some reason. It seemed that astronomy wasn't his strong suit. Sunny glanced at him and shrugged. If it makes you feel any better, my full name is Sunless. The charming saint suddenly seemed much more at ease. Ah, Supreme Sunless, that sounds far more fitting. Then he gave Sunny a long look and added hesitantly. But I must admit, I did hear a few things about how you really look from Effie, and yet, to think that you would hide such a face behind a mask, Sunless, that mask really doesn't do you justice. So many things are making sense now. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Like what? Kai smiled. Well, this and that, shall we go now? Sunny shrugged and grabbed his shoulder. Sure, let's go. Kai concentrated, pulling on his tether. A cold wind suddenly blew across the alleyway, toppling a pile of garbage nearby. And then nothing happened. Sunny looked at Kai with a silent question, prompting him to cough in embarrassment. I am sorry. It seems like I can't carry you to the dream realm. It feels like trying to move a mountain. It made sense in hindsight. It would have already been hard for a saint to transport a sovereign across the realm boundary. But Sunny was also carrying tens of thousands of shades, many of them of the supreme rank, within his soul, not to mention the sacred shade of condemnation. It was no surprise that Kai couldn't carry his weight. Shaking his head, Sunny sighed. That's a bit inconvenient. Kai seemed genuinely concerned. So, will you have to traverse the Hollow Mountains, or bring your entire citadel to Ravenheart? Not really. Kai let out a relieved sigh. Thank the wait, who said that? He spun around and looked at a second Sunny who had appeared out of shadows a moment prior. The newcomer raised a hand in greeting, then placed it on Kai's other shoulder. Soon enough, the 3 of them were standing in a secluded ravine in the wilderness outside Ravenheart. The second Sunny gave them a somber look, then turned away. Well, I'll be off. A moment later, he was gone, disappearing into the shadows. Sunny looked around with a curious expression. Huh, the fields are this close already. Kai meanwhile stared at him with a distant expression. Lord of Shadows, sunless, Sunny, what just happened? Sunny lingered for a few moments, distracted by observing their surroundings. Oh, that! It was just a different incarnation of mine. Actually, I have 7 tethers spread around the dream realm. This guy is still tethered in Ravenheart, even though he's mostly staying in Bastion these days. So he brought us here and left, poor bastard. Now he'll either have to get Cassie to bring him back, or travel all the way to the Mirror Lake on foot. Then he added in a grumbling tone, but that's the least that Punk deserves. Out of all of us, he has the nicest job. Staying with Nephis and relaxing on the Ivory Island. Even though that avatar was merely a part of Sunny, Sunny still envied him himself. Kai blinked a couple of times, slowly digesting what he heard. Then he frowned suddenly. Wait, but if you had a tether in Ravenheart, then why did you ask me to pick you up in NQSC? Sunny gave him a dubious look. Because I could. Listen, Nightingale, the logistics of operating 7 bodies at the same time are no joke. The least you can do is make my life a little easier. Kai seemed thoughtful for a few moments, then nodded. That must be tough. I am sorry, I must say I am surprised, though, to know that one of your incarnations has been tethered in Ravenheart all this time. Sunny shrugged. Why not? I lived here for 4 years. Kai seemed surprised. You did. Sunny smiled, then nodded. Sure, I even watched a majestic dragon fly across the sky from time to time. Kai coughed. Oh, I see. It's a bit strange, though, as you know I have great eyesight. I think I would have noticed someone like you looking at me. Sunny chuckled. Well, I was living in the shadow of a mundane girl back then. I only ever came out when no one was watching. Noticing that Kai was looking at him with a strange expression, he frowned. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Kai let out a long sigh, then shook his head. It's nothing. Are we going to take a look at the volcano first? Sunny nodded. Yes, you can fly there, I'll follow. With that, he dismissed his human manifestation and hid himself in Kai's shadow. Kai shivered for some reason and then forced out a pale smile. Oh, all right, make yourself at home, I guess. With that, he rose into the air and flew toward the fuming volcano. Chapter 2300, First Intern. Teasing Kai was fun. It felt warm and familiar, so much so that Sunny even managed to forget that he was forgotten for a while. He felt like he had gained his friend back once again, but at the same time it was also faintly bitter. Just as bitter as being around Effie and Jet felt, and Cassie as well to a lesser extent. And even though the sweetness hid the bitterness most of the time, so did being with Nephis. Hiding in Kai's shadow, Sunny reflected on his strange existence. Did it even matter if the people he cared about remembered him? He was still with them. He was still there to help and protect those he wanted to protect. Some of the new relationships he had built with them were no less meaningful than what they had been in the past, almost. But it all felt incomplete. Even though Sunny wanted to deny it, he could not close his eyes to the truth. A more enlightened person might have been satisfied with simply being by their side, but Sunny was greedy. His avarice knew no bounds. He wanted to be known, remembered, and loved. However, the cold, hard truth was etched into his heart, no matter how much he wanted to deceive himself. It was just as what he had realized back there, on the shattered battlefield in Godgrave, after learning that being worshipped and loved by humanity would become its doom. Nobody could truly love him, because nobody could truly know him. Ah, how come I am suddenly in such a somber mood? In truth, Sunny did not feel the bitterness most of the time. He did not feel like an outsider when spending time with Rain or weaving elaborate schemes with Cassie. He did not feel like the affection Nephis felt for him was insincere, even if it was not quite as deep as the affection he felt for her. He was still the first, one, and only man in her heart. His fateless life was not at all unpleasant. So it was strange to find himself falling into the whirlpool of negative thoughts all of a sudden. But really, Sunny knew why. It was because of what Uris had told him about the apotheosis. Because for the first time in a long while, he had been forced to acknowledge the inevitability of the choice he would have to make. Regain his fate or refuse it, bind himself to someone or remain free from everyone. Freedom is a lonely place, I guess. Sunless. Sunny belatedly noticed that Kai had already reached the crater of the great volcano. Rising from the shadows, he felt a fiery heat caress his skin and waved a hand, trying to dispel the suffocating smoke that surrounded them. He could taste ash on his tongue. Frowning, Sunny manifested the jade mantle and hid his face behind a helmet. So there were seismic anomalies coming from below. Kai had summoned his ivory armor. Yes, I've been told that you can sense what is happening deep inside the volcano. Oh, I've been told that I'll need to accompany you on a clandestine mission as well. I'd feel better if we ensured the safety of the city first. Sunny nodded. I can indeed perceive things from Gree. At distances, let's get closer to the main shaft first. As they ventured to descend lower into the crater, he asked, "Can't you see through things, though? Why didn't you just peer into the depths of the volcano yourself?" Kai hesitated for a few moments. I did, but then I stopped, fearing that whatever dwells there will feel me watching. Most of his face was obscured by a helmet now, but Sunny could still tell that Kai smiled. Please don't misunderstand. I am ready to face and destroy that creature. But destroying it without causing an eruption or an earthquake that would damage the city might prove problematic. Having a Supreme nearby seemed like a wise precaution. Kai paused, then asked carefully, "As for that mission we are supposed to accomplish, might I inquire about its nature, as well as why you would require my assistance with it?" Sunny smiled faintly. "We'll be searching for something in the Jade Palace. I'm not entirely sure what that object is, but recovering it will probably involve some measure of danger." He remained silent for a moment, then added calmly, "As for why you need to help me out personally, well, first of all, I am not omnipotent. I may require assistance. More importantly, though, it is a chance for the two of us to spend time together." Kai blinked a couple of times. "And do the two of us need to spend time together?" Sunny chuckled. "That depends on you, really. Think of it as an internship." Before Kai could ask, he explained the issue in more detail. "You should know by now that a couple of Supremes will not be able to protect humanity once the true crisis comes. Nephis and I will have to attempt apotheosis sooner rather than later, meaning that we will have to challenge the fifth nightmare, most likely. However, there is no guarantee that we will survive. Even if we do, conquering it is bound to take considerable time." His expression darkened. "But things are already this bad, and they'll only get worse in the future. As the only Supremes defending humanity at the moment, we can't abandon our responsibilities and disappear. So, new Supremes will have to rise before we attempt to become sacred." Kai contemplated his words in silence, then asked somberly, "I guess you are telling me this because I am a candidate." Sunny nodded. "Who else? You, Jet Effie, Cassie, maybe some of the Song Sisters, or Morgan if we can find where she is. But the four of you first and foremost, if you are willing, of course." Kai laughed quietly. "I don't think we have a choice. Or rather, we made that choice a long time ago. So yes, I can't speak for others, but I am willing, even if it kills me." Sunny gave him a long look. "That's great. However, the point is to make sure that it doesn't kill you. So that's why you get an exclusive adventure with the world's most handsome Supreme." Kai smiled. "None of us have seen the one on the moon yet, so technically, we don't know who the most handsome Supreme is." Sunny looked at him with a scandalized expression. "Listen, I know that we are best friends, but that was a profound betrayal." Kai seemed to flinch, then mumbled in a stifled tone. "He does know it. He believes that he knows it. Is he immune to my flaw?" Sunny laughed. Soon they reached the edge of an abyssal, smoke-filled chute. Somewhere far below, an angry glow of though was painting the world red. Sunny closed his eyes for a moment and extended his shadow sense down, down, and down into the depths of the earth. Soon enough, his expression changed subtly. "There's a creature down there, all right. Nothing too terrible, though. Feels like a corrupted tyrant. Killing it quietly should not prove a problem." He hesitated for a few moments, then sighed. "Feels like a downgrade, really. The last time I went for a swim in a volcano, I was hugging a corrupted titan." Kai just gave him a silent stare. Eventually, he simply forced out, "Oh, I hope you cut that creature down, Sunless." Sunny shook his head. "Cut it down? No, not that one." He stretched as if preparing to dive down. "That one I gnawed to death with my teeth." Leaving stunned Kai behind, he jumped into the dark chasm.